Transported to 1980s-1990s Hong Kong Island, Chen Jin finds himself demoted from a rookie in the Anti-Corruption Unit to an undercover operative while activating a card plundering system. Right from the start, he violently slays Shanji and outsmarts Chun Haonan, rising through brutal internal gang skirmishes. He maneuvers among the Hongqing Dongqing and Vietnam gang factions, bolstering his strength with the system while gathering incriminating evidence and consolidating gang power. In the constant clash between police and criminals, he proceeds cautiously until he finally ascends as the king of undercover agents, stirring up the underworld of Hong Kong Island. Jin's eye, stop sleeping and wake up. The boss announced a meeting in 10 minutes. Hurry to the restroom, wash your face, and clear your head. Chen Jin, who had been dozing off atop his desk, is suddenly awakened by a tap. Rubbing his drowsy eyes vigorously, he staggers towards the restroom, guided only by memory. Icy water splashes across his face as Chen Jin shakes his head only to realize that something is amiss. In the mirror, his face, while still his own, appears noticeably rounder. Even stranger is his new hairstyle and attire. It's the first time he's seen his usually cropped hair parted, and what is with this police uniform? He was once nothing more than an ordinary office worker, yet a torrent of unfamiliar memories suddenly overwhelms him, leaving Chen Jin completely bewildered. How had he been quarantined at home, only to wake up having traversed time? Which celestial force has he offended to be hurled into such a perilous Hong Kong underworld, and to be reborn as a green rookie from the Anti-Corruption Unit fresh out of the police academy? Transported from 2022 to the 1990s and transformed from an ordinary white-collar worker into an undercover policeman, the drastic change is almost too much for Chen Jin to accept. Though he has long been an admirer of Hong Kong films, being thrust into a real bullet-ridden world leaves him wondering if he might be doomed at any moment. What frustrates Chen Jin the most is that, contrary to every time-traveling protagonist, tall, handsome figures surrounded by beauty, he has been left with none of those perks. Why has fate deprived him of any benefits? His height has shrunk from 1.75 meters to 1.73, and his weight has doubled, from a lean figure under 100 Jin to a bulky 180 Jin. That round belly. If it weren't for the standard-issue police uniform, he'd probably never find a suit that fits him at all. The sole consolation is his face. If he could just lose a few pounds and shed that triple chin, he might still be As Chen Jin stands staring blankly into the mirror, someone taps him on the shoulder from behind. Hurry up, Jin's eye. The boss has arrived. It is the veteran officer Chun Xiong from the Anti-Corruption Unit, who has been taking special care of the newcomer Chen Jin. All right, brother Xiong, I'm on my way, he replies. Wiping the droplets from his face, Chen Jin hurries to follow Chun Xiong toward the office. With no dedicated meeting room available, the entire anti-corruption team has gathered in one large open office. Senior Inspector Li Xiuxian, affectionately known as Li Sir, pushes in a mobile blackboard and begins outlining tonight's operation. According to intelligence, Jiang Tiancheng of the Hongqing clique and Law of the Dongqing group will hold negotiations at a Wanchai tea house. Everyone assembles their gear and works overtime to prevent a large-scale clash. Li Xiuxian's gaze scans the room before finally resting on Chen Jin. Jin, you're still a newcomer. Brother Xiong, please keep an eye on him during tonight's operation. And Jin, tomorrow morning you needn't rush, I'll grant you a half-day off. Seeing Chen Jin rise as if to speak, Li Xiuxian quickly waves him off. I understand your eagerness. As a newcomer, it's good to want to learn more. But in our line of work, health is paramount. Without it, nothing matters. And if I'm not mistaken, you've been pulling 5 or 6 all-nighters at the station, haven't you? You will join tonight's operation. Make sure to rest well tomorrow morning. It's settled. Thank you, sir. With the matter now settled, Chen Jin finds it hard to refuse. Tonight's operation is merely a formality. 2 gang leaders are meeting in a tea house over tea, each accompanied by a gang of followers. Dressed in plainclothes, Chen Jin and his team stand watch outside. As long as nothing goes awry inside, the mission is accomplished. Leaning against a roadside railing, Chun Xiong grumbles in discontent. This is so damn frustrating. Inside, the 2 ruffians sip tea, while the police have been reduced to mere lookouts. Li Xiuxian, however, remains unperturbed. All right, enough of that talk. He adds, if things go south tonight, can the few of us really handle it? Moreover, if Jiang Tiancheng and Law stir up any trouble, what awaits us will be far worse. For us, the calm as it stands now is the best outcome. Besides, taking on these gangs isn't a oneida affair. It requires long-term strategy. The mission proceeds smoothly. Inside the tea house, Jiang Tiancheng and Lutoa part with cordial handshakes, while outside Chen Jin and his team disperse quietly. Nearly starving Chen Jin finds a bustling Dai Pai Dong and orders a serving of char siu rice. In the rush of tonight's mission, he barely even manages to eat his dinner. After devouring a large bowl of rice with voracious hunger, Chen Jin suddenly notices an extraordinary addition. A golden finger system, the hallmark of time travelers, has silently manifested. It is a blunt and straightforward card plundering system with an interface so clear that even a fool could understand it without the need for an intelligent assistant. The system categorizes the inhabitants into ranks S, A, B, C, and D. Anyone whose attributes fail to reach even D level is deemed ordinary, comprising over 99% of the population. Unfortunately, Chen Jin currently belongs to that 99. Indeed, whether in strength, speed, constitution, or mental fortitude, Chen Jin falls short of the D level. He possesses no skills beyond that standard, and his attribute panel is pitifully dismal. The path to becoming stronger is simple: eliminate targets of D level or higher who hold cards, plunder their cards, and by absorbing them acquire a portion of their abilities. Gazing at this blood-soaked method of upgrading, Chen Jin furrows his brow. Is such a brutally violent system truly right for him? Renowned for his gentle temperament, he would never even harm an ant. Before his time travel, he wouldn't even consider killing. He'd rather have the elegant market lady help him prepare a chicken or fish. Now being suddenly saddled with such a system leaves him in a quandary. To make matters worse, this crappy system doesn't even come with a newbie gift package. Staring at the 10 empty equipment slots, Chen Jin silently curses the inert system 100 times over, yet it remains unmoved, leaving him utterly at a loss. Chen Jin, broad-hearted and corpulent with an exceptionally calm demeanor, is in no hurry to lose his composure. After all, he is now a policeman. Who knows, a major case might just come his way someday, with opportunity knocking sooner than expected. For now, his only course is to steadily improve himself, so that when opportunity arrives he can grasp it with both hands and never let it slip away. He resolves to develop quietly, biding his time until the moment is ripe, when he will astonish the entire world beyond belief. Recently he discovered a particularly intriguing trick: the ability to instantly stow away his beloved Diansan Ba from its holster into the system's package, only to have it reappear in his hand in the blink of an eye. If he refines his marksmanship just a bit further, this technique will undoubtedly become his ultimate trump card. Such an almost miraculous gun-hiding art is likely unmatched anywhere in the world. Feeling emboldened, Chen Jin orders another serving of char siu rice. The char siu here is indeed delicious. Last time feasting on it even activated the system. This time, he simply craves to satiate his hunger. The vendor, well accustomed to his voracious appetite despite his stature, immediately adds 2 extra pieces of char siu as he takes another order. As he devours his meal with audible slurps, a tumultuous commotion erupts not far away, with screams intermingled with curses, a sure sign that trouble is brewing. Although he has only been a policeman for a few days, Chen Jin instinctively looks up. At the entrance of the Imperial Palace, several street thugs are engaged in a brawl, a classic case of many against one. The local residents have become so accustomed to such scuffles that even the Dai Pai Dong owner merely glances before returning to his business. On Hong Kong Island, street brawls among thugs are an everyday occurrence, even several times a day at times. As long as these vendors don't disrupt their own business, they pretend not to notice. On a normal day, Chen Jin would have been too indifferent to concern himself with the fate of these thugs. But this time is different. Squinting his eyes, he suddenly recognizes a few familiar faces in the crowd. With a sharp snap, he sets down his chopsticks, shoves the last piece of char siu into his mouth, slaps the table after paying, and rises to stride towards the brawl. As he walks, he unzips his coat and slips his right hand into his inner pocket to retrieve his Diansen Ba. Even though the gesture is mostly superfluous, he must hide his ability to seemingly conjure a gun in front of so many watchful eyes. Had it not been for tonight's mission, someone of his rank wouldn't normally be allowed to carry a gun. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and now fate has delivered it right to him. Seeing a white-haired thug grab a knife and lunge to stab, Chen Jin dashes forward and shouts, "Stop! Police! Drop the knife!" The brawling thugs, momentarily stunned by his shout, do not cease their actions. As Chen Jin focuses, he realizes with astonishment that these are none other than the gang of Chun Haonan and Shanji. Not long ago, he had merely staged a show for Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing. Now his underlings are about to fall at his hands. Chun Haonan, following orders from the big boss Bigu, has brought a group of men. The mission this time is to eliminate Bobby. The white-haired punk Shanji, known for his ruthlessness, pays no heed to Officer Chen Jin. Seizing the moment while Chun Haonan's gang holds Bobby down, he lunges forward with a knife and repeatedly stabs Bobby's abdomen. Observing the chaos, Chen Jin first fires a warning shot into the air, then, without hesitation, draws his beloved Diansan Ba and opens fire on Chun Haonan, Shanji, and their gang. The busy Chen Haonan is startled by the sudden gunfire. None could have expected that this corpulent policeman would dare to shoot in a bustling urban area, without any hesitation whatsoever. No matter how formidable Chen Haonan and his gang may be, they are merely street thugs, not invincible superheroes. Once they realize that Chen Jin has fired, they break into a frantic run. But it is already too late. The bullets from Chen Jin are already flying. His marksmanship is admittedly poor, made worse as he runs forward with an increasingly unsteady aim. At merely 20 some meters away with such large targets, Chen Jin somehow manages to fire a shot that sends them flying, but he fails to hit anyone at all. Among his remaining shots, Chun Haonan is struck by a bullet in his back. In such a situation, he can only grit his teeth and keep running, while Shanji is far less fortunate. Closest to Chen Jin and clutching his knife, Shanji becomes his primary target. One shot lands on his thigh and another on his head, and Shanji perishes on the spot. Another unlucky target is Bobby. Shanji and the others were grappling with Ba in a chaotic brawl, and since Chun Jin's marksmanship was terrible, Ba Bai ended up taking a bullet, as well the shot slamming into his thigh. By then, however, Bai's belly had already been stabbed several times by Chen Jin's knife. He was on the verge of death, and the extra bullet hardly registered anymore. Chen Haonan and his companions could only watch eyes wide as Chen Jin was beaten to death. At the same time, they saw the fat policeman behind them, Chen Jin, pounding after them on his two legs, running while his hands were busy. He was frantically reloading his gun. Once Chen Jin finished reloading, there would be 6 more rounds in the chamber. Chen Haonan and the others knew they could never withstand a second volley. Chen Jin had already prepared a loaded spare cylinder in his pocket. He dumped the spent shells, then in one fluid motion slotted in 6 fresh rounds, so his reloading speed was astonishingly fast. Chen Haonan and his friends saw all of this. So even though Chen Jin's death left them burning with grief and rage, they did not dare to linger. They could only turn and run. Watching Chen Haonan and the others grow smaller as they ran farther away, Chen Jin felt a pang of regret. The effective range of his .38 was limited, and with his mediocre marksmanship, he could only watch as 1 grade card and 2 grade cards slipped through his fingers. Even so, Chen Jin's efforts had not been entirely wasted. Chen Jin had contributed a grade card to him. As for Bai lying on the ground with only a single breath left, this man carried a grade card, and he was clearly about to die as well. Acting as a policeman, once he finished checking the scene and confirmed there was no longer any danger, Chen Jin immediately dialed the emergency number and called for an ambulance. While inspecting Bai's wounds, Chen Jin accidentally pushed the knife lodged in Bai's belly in a little deeper. In that way, Bai made his final contribution to him. Seeing the 2 new cards appear in his inventory bar, Chen Jin did not rush to fuse them, leaving them there for the time being. Anxiety stirred in his heart. He had no idea what might happen once the 2 cards were fused. For now, the 2 cards lay quietly and securely in the inventory. It was more important to deal properly with the real-world matters in front of him. His original plan to go home and sleep soundly was completely ruined. After finishing the emergency and police calls, Chen Jin simply stood where he was and did not leave. As a police officer, and especially as the one who had personally shot and killed a criminal, he absolutely could not just pat his backside and walk off. He still had to go back to the station later to cooperate with the investigation and give his statement. The ambulance arrived quickly. After a brief examination, the medical staff confirmed that Bai and Chen Jin were both already dead. Since their lives could no longer be saved, the ambulance crew did not linger. They helped tidy up the remains and prepared to transport them away. Colleagues from the station showed up just as swiftly, and to Chen Jin surprised, the team leader was his immediate superior, Li Xiuxian, Li Sir himself. The moment Li Sir saw Chen Jin standing at the scene, his eyes went wide. "Ah, Jin, didn't I tell you to go home and rest after you finished your overtime? How did you end up here?" Before Chen Jin could answer, a sergeant who had arrived earlier cut in. "Li Sir, this officer Chen is something else. These 2 gangsters lying on the ground were both dealt with by him, and he was the one who called the police and the ambulance." Li Xiuxian's expression grew immediately more complex as he looked Chen Jin up and down from head to toe. Chen Jin hurriedly raised his hands to explain, "Li Sir, things aren't exactly as senior brother here described. That white-haired gangster was indeed shot dead by me, but the other one had nothing to do with me. He was stabbed to death by the white-haired one. There were 4 more gangsters at the scene, but unfortunately I couldn't catch them. They slipped away." Li Xiuxian nodded, reached out, and patted Chen Jin's shoulder. "Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. Just give me a simple rundown of what happened." Chen Jin drew a deep breath. "After finishing my overtime today, I was heading home. On the way I felt hungry, so I stopped at a nearby street stall and had a bowl of char siu rice. Just as I set down my chopsticks, I saw a group of gangsters fighting over there. More precisely, that white-haired thug was leading several men in surrounding and beating up the one lying on the ground. I first fired a warning shot into the air to make them stop, but they didn't listen at all and kept beating him. When I saw the white-haired one pull out a knife and start stabbing, the situation became critical, so I opened fire and shot him dead. At that moment, several officers who had been collecting evidence nearby walked over and handed Li Xiuxian a notebook. It contained numerous eyewitness statements, especially that of the street stall owner, who had been questioned repeatedly. After reading through the record, Li Xiuxian found that it matched Chen Jin's account in all major points. The look he gave Chen Jin now carried a distinct hint of approval. Although the kid was only a new recruit and looked rather scholarly and gentle, the fact that he could act so decisively in a moment of crisis truly made people see him in a new light. "Relax a little." Li Xiuxian patted Chen Jin's shoulder again. "It's already late today. You've been busy at the station all day and must be exhausted. Go home and rest first. We'll talk about anything else at the station tomorrow." He added, "But you fired 6 rounds this time and killed a man, so according to regulations you need to write a detailed report. There may also be an investigation team that comes to speak with you. It's all just procedure. Once you've been at the station long enough, you'll get used to it. Don't rush to come in tomorrow. I'll grant you permission to arrive later. But that half-day leave I promised you earlier is gone." For the first time taking a life with his own hands, anyone would feel a knot in their heart. Li Xiuxian pondered that he ought to arrange a psychologist to provide Chen Jin with some counseling. Although the youngster had only joined recently, his ability to act so decisively at a critical moment was superior to that of many veterans. He was a promising seedling worth cultivating. Yes, sir. Chen Jin couldn't care less about the half-day off, but being allowed to finish early and go home made him genuinely happy. Seeing how considerately Xiaoxian was warmed him inside. Thank you for looking out for me, boss. He had thought he would spend the whole night at the station giving statements until dawn. Unexpectedly, his own squad leader was so supportive and simply sent him home to catch up on sleep. With a superior who cared so much for his subordinates, Chen Jin secretly resolved that he would work even harder in future cases and earn more merit. Back home, however, there was no way he could go straight to sleep. His whole body was still charged with excitement. Not to mention that 2 cards were still lying in his backpack waiting to be favored. He could not be bothered to perform any ritual. He simply sprawled on the worn sofa of his 40 square meter rental and chose to fuse the cards. It was his first time experiencing this, and Chen Jin was both nervous and excited. He wondered whether it would be like in the novels, hurting so much he wished he were dead, or perhaps bringing a complete transformation of his body. He watched as the 2 cards visible only to him floated out of the virtual inventory, shattered before his eyes into a shower of light, and in the blink of an eye burrowed into his body and vanished. The entire process, so swift, it was almost as if nothing had happened at all. Is that it? Chen Jin stroked his round belly, utterly bewildered. Where was the cleansing of his muscles and marrow? Where were the 8-pack abs? Why was that slab of pale, wobbling 5-layer pork still stubbornly bulging there? Although his appearance had not changed much, he could indeed feel that his mind now contained a set of street fighting techniques, and an indefinable power was coursing through his body. He called up the system interface and saw that his attributes had indeed been updated. Host Chen Jin. Strength C, Speed D, Constitution C, Spirit A. Skills Street Fighting Grade. Weakness Lustful B. Inventory 10 slots. It turned out that Bob Bai's grade card had given him grade Strength, grade Constitution, and grade Fighting skills, while Shan Ji's grade card contributed grade Speed and the Lustful debuff. His overall strength had indeed risen significantly, but getting labeled lustful out of nowhere felt downright unfair. Chen Jin firmly refused to admit he had a problem. At most, since his transmigration, he simply appreciated beautiful things a little more than before. The next morning at dawn, Chen Jin still crawled out of bed as promptly as ever. Although the recent days of overtime had left him somewhat tired and last night's distressing incident weighed on him, his body, now brimming with newfound energy, felt no drowsiness at all. He was as exhilarated as if pumped full of stimulants. At present, he was only the lowest ranked officer, always pondering when he might get to accompany the seasoned veterans on field operations. As long as he could participate in real missions, he would have the chance to show his face in front of the leaders. If he could build the image of a tough man who dares to fight and does not fear death, then rack up a few commendations, making a name for himself in the force would be a matter of time. The incident with Shan Ji unfolded exactly as Li Xiaoxian had predicted. The authorities merely sent 2 investigators. They called Chen Jin into an office, asked him a few simple questions, filled out a form as a formality, and that was that. That is how the world worked. As long as the procedures were properly followed, it was enough. Li Sir even went out of his way to arrange psychological counseling for Chen Jin, and of course Chen Jin would not refuse such thoughtful consideration from his superior. He was not someone who failed to appreciate kindness. Although he did not like Chen Yenren, end up with a beautiful psychologist, the balding uncle assigned to him was in fact impressively professional. After just 1 session, Chen Jin clearly felt that his psychological resilience had strengthened. The next time he encountered a similar situation, he was certain he could handle it even more decisively and cleanly. He had barely sat down after returning from counseling when Chun Xiong sauntered over with a cheeky grin. Jinzai, you really need to work on that marksmanship. I heard that last night. Not only did you take down the culprit, you sent the hostage off as well. Just as he spoke, Li Xiaoxian pushed open the door. Xiongji, don't joke about that. The forensic report is out. Bai died from the stab wounds Shan Ji inflicted on him. A gunshot to the thigh wouldn't have killed him at all. But Jin, you really do need more practice with your gun. Go to the shooting range whenever you have time. As they bantered back and forth, Li Xiaoxian suddenly clapped his hands to gather everyone. Come over here, we've got a new assignment. Chen Jin thought the matter had blown over just like that. He never imagined that a week later the situation would turn on its head. Several tabloids suddenly reported the events of that night all at once, claiming he had fired wildly on a public street with no regard for civilian safety. Their articles painted him as a rookie with atrocious aim who not only failed to save the hostage, but even injured bystanders by mistake. Even more exaggerated, one report alleged that when he fired, he nearly blew off an old man's head by the roadside, missing by only 10 centimeters, and that the elderly man was so frightened he fainted on the spot and had to be taken to hospital. The newspaper even printed a photograph of a frail old man lying on a hospital bed looking on the brink of death. The photographer had truly staged it well. Paired with sentimental copy, it instantly stirred public anger. Now the whole city was in an uproar, everyone discussing the case, as the hype climbed ever higher. When Chen Jin saw the newspapers, he was dumbfounded. He was just a low-ranking officer. Who would go to such lengths to target him? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Chen Jin has provoked the gang of Shan Ji this time, and he even shot Chen Haonan. This group will definitely not let. If we talk about this matter, it's highly likely that Chen Haonan is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. After all, Chen Jin usually hasn't offended anyone else. Thinking about this, Chen Jin couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling quite suspicious. At this moment, he truly regretted that if he had been more nimble in changing the magazine and more accurate in his shooting, he might have taken down the entire gang. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. However, Chen Jin wasn't too worried. He believed that the police would definitely not let those insignificant tabloids lead them by the nose. This matter not only concerns him personally, but also the reputation of the entire police force. Li Xiaoxian had also heard about this, came over and patted Chen Jin on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't think too much, just focus on doing your job. These matters will be handled well by the professionals in the public relations department. Oh, at most, they will just ask you to write an extra report. It's nothing serious. Like Chen Jin, Li Xiaoxian also didn't take this matter seriously. Such minor disturbances were nothing for the police. After all, the police force is a genuinely powerful department, and their working style inherently carries risks. The police have long been accustomed to such situations. Beside him, Chen Xiong was quite cheerful. Jin, just relax. If no one is complaining about a police officer, that would actually be abnormal. You've officially entered the ranks now, or perhaps you could even benefit from this disaster and get noticed by superiors for a promotion. While speaking, he patted Chen Jin's belly. I think you should come practice shooting with me when you have time and get some exercise. Oh yeah, I see your belly has rounded out quite a bit. Chen Jin obediently nodded. Got it, brother Xiong. He was now quite keen on practicing shooting. What man doesn't like? He hadn't had the opportunity before, but now he could finally indulge himself. Moreover, honing his shooting skills would become his own treasured ability, which was quite important to him. As long as there was nothing else going on, Chen Jin would run to the shooting range these days, exhausting his daily bullet quota. However, weight loss couldn't be rushed. Even if he lived 2 lifetimes, he wouldn't be considered a person of great willpower. Now he was slowly adjusting his eating habits. At least he was trying to eat less at night, but seeing results would still take time. It turned out that Chen Jin was right. This was indeed the work of Chen Haonan and his gang. After being shot and escaping that day, they directly hid in the black clinic frequently visited by the gang. The injured members of Hongxing all ran there, and no one dared to go to the hospital, especially for gunshot wounds, as they would surely be targeted by the police. Shanji was dead, and Chen Haonan had been shot. They definitely couldn't swallow this grievance. But how easy would it be to take revenge on the police? Even the lowest-ranking police officers are not easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, not only would they be in trouble, but their boss brother B, and even the entire Hongxing would have to pay the price. In this world, while the influence of gangs is indeed significant, the police force still holds the strongest military. If it weren't for the need to consider the bigger picture and the requirement for evidence, the police could easily deal with these gangs in no time. Chen Haonan and his crew put a lot of thought into dealing with Chen Jin. After much consideration, they finally came up with such a cunning plan. First, they would kick Chen Jin out of the police force. Without the police uniform, he would be just a backgroundless fat guy, and they could do whatever they wanted with him. With the support of Boss B, they spent quite a bit of money. They found an old man, and even threatened his son to get things done. A couple of days later, Chen Jin sensed something was off. Normally, if there were powerful figures in the police willing to help, these insignificant tabloids would have settled down by now, but why was the news still being published? Even more absurdly, it seemed that this matter had caught the interest of other media, and it was escalating. That day, while Chen Jin was busy in the office, the door to the Anti-Triad Unit was suddenly pushed open. The police chief Huang Bingyao stormed in with a stern face and coldly threw down a sentence. Officer Chen Jin, get up and come with me right now. With that, he turned and left without giving him a glance. Chen Jin furrowed his brow. Although he didn't know what was happening since the chief had personally issued the order, he had no choice but to quickly follow. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of his colleagues, and Chen Xiong hurriedly ran to inform Li Xiaoxian. Although Chen Jin was a newcomer, he was generally well-liked for his pleasant demeanor and hard work. Huang Bingyao brought him to the door of a small office and pointed at the door. Go in, someone is waiting for you. With that, the chief left without looking back. Chen Jin stared at the closed door for a while before pushing it open, and sure enough, 2 people were waiting for him inside. One of them, officerly dressed in police uniform, pointed to the chair opposite him. Sit. Chen Jin was not polite and sat down confidently. Seeing his calm demeanor, Officer Li was a bit surprised. What's going on? Chen Jin, are you not at all flustered? We are here to deal with the uproar from the past few days. I'm indeed not worried, Chen Jin nodded. When I first saw the news, I didn't take it seriously. How could our police force be led around by a few third-rate tabloids? Besides, this isn't the first time I've encountered such matters. But when I saw the news still being published, I thought maybe it was because I was too low-ranked and the bigwigs couldn't be bothered to care, just treating me as cannon fodder. At this point, Chen Jin smiled, but now I've changed my mind. If it were to deal with a small officer like me, why would Chief Huang personally come to summon me? And certainly, it wouldn't require the 2 of you officers to come forward. A simple announcement would suffice. So I definitely have nothing to worry about. Clap, clap, clap. Officer Li applauded, nodding with satisfaction. Chen Jin, I am increasingly optimistic about you. So tell me, why are we here to find you personally? Hearing this, Chen Jin's brow furrowed again. Since they wanted him to guess, he tried to analyze. You two are here to handle this incident, but according to common sense, a small officer like me wouldn't warrant the attention of two officers personally, would it? So this handling method must be unusual. With a sudden slap on his thigh, Chen Jin's eyes widened. You want to use this opportunity to kick me out of the police force and send me on some secret mission. You want me to go on? Unable to contain himself, Chen Jin stood up and shouted. After shouting, he scratched his head, looking quite confused. But normally this kind of thing wouldn't require the two officers to come forward, would it? How could Chen Jin have such a big face? Clap, clap, clap. Officer Lee clapped again, laughing with squinted eyes. Brilliant. Quick-witted, sharp-minded, and not rigid in your actions. I find you more and more likable now. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Lee Wenbin, and I will be your direct supervisor from now on. Lee Sir adjusted his tie. During your undercover period, aside from me, you can treat any orders from others. Your identity will be classified as a top secret. Only a handful of people on the entire island will know about it. Chen Jin furrowed his brow, looking puzzled. Lee Sir, can being an undercover agent be forced upon someone? Of course not. If someone is forced to go undercover and is unwilling, it could lead to major issues. He suddenly realized, looking at Chen Jin, what? You wouldn't happen to not want to do it, would you? Chen Jin honestly nodded. I still want to wear the police uniform and serve the citizens. Besides, I'm really not cut out for being an undercover agent. What kind of joke is this? Why would I abandon being a decent police officer to run off and mix with the underworld? Although my strength has increased significantly after merging two cards, there's no need to take on such a risky job. Being a police officer is great. When pursuing criminals, I can be unrestricted and even voluntarily participate in various high-risk operations. This way I can enhance my abilities and earn commendations. With my fearless and daring spirit, isn't it just a matter of time before I get promoted and wealthy? By the time I reach the rank of inspector, or even higher, charging at the forefront during each operation, how glorious would that reputation be? But if I go undercover, it's all about fighting and cutting people. Even if I could handle it easily, what if things went wrong? The police would be the first to not let me off the hook. After considering all this, being an undercover agent is simply a losing proposition. To put it bluntly, sending me to be an undercover agent would be a significant loss for the police force. Lee Wenbin was amused, thinking that Chen Jin was being cowardly. Being an undercover agent is indeed dangerous, and it's normal to have concerns. But since you've chosen to be a police officer, you must take on that responsibility. What we do is indeed work that brushes against danger. If everyone is afraid of danger and doesn't work, wouldn't this society fall into chaos? Chen Jin shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not afraid of danger. When is it not dangerous to be a police officer? If I were truly afraid of this, I wouldn't have applied to the police academy in the first place. I just feel that my abilities are limited and I don't have any special skills. I'm afraid I might hinder your important matter. Lee Wenbin's face was filled with smiles, his eyes narrowed into slits as he stared intently at Chen Jin. Since I'm planning to send you undercover, I've certainly investigated your background thoroughly. To be honest, Jin, you might not even realize it yourself, but you are naturally suited for undercover work. Compared to others, you have advantages that others can't compete with. As Lee Wenbin spoke, he stood up, casually dragged over a chair, and sat down beside Chen Jin, intentionally leaning. This matter is probably something you don't even know. Your father Chen Wei was once sworn brothers with the father of C2 Haonan from the Dongxing gang. It's not just some casual friendship, it's a serious life and death bond formed through blood oaths and shared dangers. Is this for real? Chen Jin was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He closed his eyes tightly, desperately rummaging through his memories, but he had never heard anyone mention this before. Lee Wenbin chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Your father Chen Wei was a significant figure in the underworld, but after marrying and having children, he retired from that life. Unfortunately, something unfortunate happened later. As he spoke, he paused, then added, after that you were taken in by an old police officer. Chen Jin felt a sense of doubt in his heart. His impression of his biological parents was indeed quite vague, but the old police officer who raised him was someone he always referred to as Grandpa. Unfortunately, the old man passed away 5 years ago, and since then he had become a lonely soul. After graduating from high school, he directly applied to the police academy, influenced by this grandfather. Seeing that he was silently, Wenbin continued, think about it, with my status, I wouldn't make up such nonsense to fool you with. Besides, it's not difficult to verify this matter. Now, isn't the Hongxing Society keeping an eye on you? Dongxing and Hongxing have always been at odds, secretly competing with each other. Lee Wenbin suddenly changed the subject. By the way, I have some news. Someone has bribed a certain inspector in the police department to deal with you. There was no need to finish the sentence. Chen Jin immediately understood his implication. So I can take advantage of this opportunity to leave the police force legitimately. Then pretend that I was forced by the Hongxing Society to the point of no return and use my late father's connections to join C2 Haonan and infiltrate the Dongxing Society. Chen Jin's expression grew increasingly grim. From this perspective, he indeed seemed like a good candidate for an undercover agent. This series of arrangements was so tightly linked that anyone investigating would find no fault, as everything was based on real events. Hearing Chen Jin complete the plan himself, Lee Wenbin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. After a while, Well use other charges to deal with that traitorous inspector. At that time, Well follow the clues to expose his corruption, then gradually leak the information. Chen Jin was truly impressed. Li Wenbin truly lived up to his reputation. This intricate scheme, if executed properly, could fool not only the gangsters, but even those within the police department. At most, people would only sigh for Chen Jin, a small character toyed with by fate, who would think this was a carefully crafted trap by the police. Observing Chen Jin lost in thought, Li Wenbin spoke again. Jin, you are now in the anti-organized crime unit. This kind of work is a long-term battle. If you want to take down those old gangs, it's impossible without 3 to 5 years of effort. In this department, to get promoted, you mainly need to endure. When the time comes, you'll be able to climb up the ranks. Speaking of which, Li Wenbin suddenly smiled. By the way, isn't there a female officer named Yazi in your police academy class? I remember you used to pursue her, right? Hearing Li Wenbin suddenly bring this up, Chen Jin was stunned for a while before recollecting himself and gently nodding. That did happen. But it's quite normal for young lads to like pretty girls. It was just the hormones of adolescence acting up. Li Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. So how did your pursuit of Yazi go? Were you rejected by her? Chen Jin didn't hide it, pretty much. In fact, strictly speaking, Chen Jin's attempt wasn't a formal courtship. He merely invited Yazi to watch a movie after graduation, but was turned down because she was preparing to study abroad at that time. During their time at the police academy, there were plenty of boys pursuing Yazi, so Chen Jin's rejection was quite normal. Moreover, compared to others who were met with a flat refusal, at least Yazi provided him with a reasonable explanation. Li Wenbin laughed a bit wickedly. Yazi only took the police academy entrance exam after graduating from university, and she can become a trainee inspector right after graduation. You, on the other hand, will only start as a basic police officer after graduation, with senior officers, sergeants, and district officers above you. It could take a long time before you reach the inspector level. Many people spend their whole lives without climbing up. Yazi's father, sir, was also a senior police officer, and with that connection plus her own hard work, she graduated at the top of her class and was directly assigned to study in London. In 3 months, she will be able to remove the trainee title and officially become an inspector. By then, she will be an inspector while you remain a junior officer. The gap is obvious. Let alone the economic situation, you should have an idea of the disparity between you two. Seeing Chen Jin silently, Wenbin continued. I believe that only by solving the bread and butter issue can we talk about love. Such plots in novels and dramas are rare in real life. For a man to make a name for himself in society, he needs either money or power. Jin, right now there is a great opportunity in front of you. Taking advantage of this incident, you can leave the police force legitimately, and all the procedures will stand up to scrutiny. After becoming an undercover agent, only I and a few high-ranking officials will know about your file, ensuring absolute security. The little thugs of the Hongxing society want to get at you, and they are doing everything possible to force you out of the police force. This reason is flawless. Recently, the Dongxing society has been very active in drug trafficking, drawing quite a bit of criticism. If you can gather evidence of their drug dealing, I guarantee a promotion and a raise. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Seeing Chen Jin still hesitating, Li Wenbin added fuel to the fire. Li Wenbin, always operate with integrity. If you truly don't want to, I will help you smooth over the issues with those tabloids and let you carry on as a police officer in peace. But I firmly believe that since you wear this uniform, you must shoulder this responsibility. There are so many dark sides to society just waiting for us to eradicate them. Chen Jin squinted his eyes. In truth, he hadn't taken Li Wenbin's words to heart. As a man with extraordinary abilities, although his promotion in the police force might not come quickly, with his keen insight and those 10 magical packages, becoming wealthy and a millionaire would be as easy as pie. Chen Jin could never take off this police uniform in his lifetime. Only by continuing to be a police officer could he seize opportunities and use his card system to enhance his strength at crucial moments. The office was quiet. Chen Jin bowed his head and pondered for a long time. Li Wenbin did not rush him, quietly sitting across from him, patiently waiting for his response. After a long while, Chen Jin let out a deep sigh, slowly stood up, and his expression was exceptionally solemn. He took out his police badge from his pocket, the movement light, yet firm. To be honest, I never thought about becoming a police officer when I was a child. Chen Jin's voice was somewhat low. My family was poor, and all I wanted was to study hard to become a lawyer or a doctor, to earn more money and move out of that cramped pigeonhole-like house. But in the year I graduated from high school, I accidentally discovered that the kids in the neighboring alley were all shouting about wanting to be gangsters. They thought being with the gang boss was particularly impressive and dreamed of becoming small leaders in a few years. This world shouldn't be like this. Chen Jin clenched his fists. These children are our future. Becoming a doctor or lawyer won't change anything, which is why I applied to the police academy. It could also be seen as fulfilling a wish for the old man. He'll take on this task. But I have one condition. When the task is over, I want to return to the force properly. Wearing this uniform is the proudest thing in my life. After thinking it over, Chen Jin decided to accept this challenge. Although he couldn't understand why 2 senior inspectors would personally seek out a small officer like him, being able to connect with Li Wenbin was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isn't it just going undercover? Let's do it. With his foresight of the future, he didn't believe he couldn't dig out the criminal evidence of the Dongxing society. Li Wenbin looked increasingly pleased with Chen Jin, nodding repeatedly. Good. Very good. He handed over a note. This is my emergency contact information. For important intelligence, or if you need support, call me anytime. Li Wenbin also took out a bulging folder, winking meaningfully, a little gift not going through the proper channels. If you encounter danger, you are allowed to take special measures. Remember, you are my person. Your life is worth more than 100 thugs combined. Feeling the hard object in the folder, Chen Jin's heart raced. This Li Sir's methods were too unconventional. How could he casually hand such things to him? Isn't he afraid that he will cause trouble with it everywhere? After casually exchanging a few words to build rapport, Chen Jin stood up and left the office. Life is truly full of uncertainties. Just a few days ago, he was still adapting to the life of a new officer, and now he was about to go undercover. What should he prepare? Chen Jin had absolutely no experience. However, after glancing at his attribute panel, he felt a little more confident. As a newcomer, there weren't many personal items on his desk. Chen Jin quietly left the police station with the folder in hand, not alerting anyone. After he left, Li Wenbin and his colleagues also discreetly departed. Except for the station chief, Huang Bingyao, no one knew about this secret meeting. Li Xiuxian rushed to the police chief's office, immediately inquiring about Chen Jin. Huang Bingyao slowly took out a document clearly stating that Chen Jin had been dismissed and had already left the police. Li Xiuxian was so angry that he was jumping up and down, complaining endlessly to Huang Bingyao, but no amount of grumbling would change the fact that the decision was final. Huang Bingyao was not an easy person to deal with. He kept his mouth shut about Chen Jin's true situation tighter than his. Although it wasn't explicitly stated that Chen Jin was being sought to go undercover, anyone could guess it with their toes. Two senior inspectors came personally to talk, and after the discussion, Chen Jin was dismissed. It would be strange if there was no conspiracy. On the way back, the driver Sir Zeng couldn't help but ask co-pilot Li Wenbin, "Li Sir, do you really think highly of that?" Li Wenbin grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. "This kid is not simple, but don't be deceived by his plump. You must have seen the report on that case from a few days ago. He did alert the heavens with a warning shot, but the second shot went straight for the target. Clean and decisive without regard for the consequences." The more Li Wenbin spoke, the more animated he became. "My judgment is never wrong. This kid is definitely a tough character." Sir Zeng nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. "But what about my daughter Yizi? Did that kid really pursue her? Why have I never heard Yizi mention it?" Mr. Zeng added, "Yizi's ability to go to London for further studies relies entirely on her own skills. I have no connections and cannot access any backdoor channels." It turns out that this Mr. Zeng is indeed Yizi's father. Li Wenbin spoke about Yizi in front of him, which infuriated Mr. Zeng. Li Wenbin, however, smiled brightly. "Who can say for sure about the matters of young people? You might end up thanking me for discovering such talent in the future." Mr. Zeng shook his head helplessly. "I never interfere in Yizi's personal matters. However, Li Sir, is it not too risky to give that thing to her? This kid is so bold. What if something goes wrong?" Li Wenbin's gaze suddenly sharpened. "In my eyes, one brother is worth 100 gangsters. Besides, that thing isn't registered. Nobody knows it came from me except you." He glanced sideways at Mr. Zeng, saying, "You wouldn't sell me out, would you? You?" Mr. Zeng shook his head helplessly. As the two conversed, the car slowly pulled into the police. At that moment, Chen Jin was walking down the street, completely unaware of the complicated circumstances behind Li Wenbin's request for him to be an undercover agent, nor did he recognize that the senior officer in the car was Yizi's father. However, he had a deep impression of Li Wenbin. This person would become a significant figure in the police force in the future, and connecting with him would greatly benefit his career development, which was a crucial reason for his agreement to go undercover. What surprised Chen Jin the most was the considerable freedom Li Wenbin granted him. Although he was aware of the officer's style of operation, such leniency still caught him off guard. Chen Jin calculated that as long as he didn't do anything foolish to leave obvious evidence, Li Wenbin should be able to handle other matters. With this big shot backing him, as long as Chen Jin could achieve enough merits and complete the assigned tasks, beautifully rising through the ranks and accumulating wealth in the future would be smooth sailing. It seemed that Chen Jin would no longer enjoy a peaceful life. He had originally planned to lay low in the police force for a while, but now that plan was thoroughly dashed. He didn't expect that Chen Jin actually had some skills. Upon learning that Chen Jin inadvertently entered Brother Shan's, while the equipment inside was quite complete, a special phone, a Glock 17 sniper rifle, 2 fully loaded magazines, 21 spare bullets in bulk, and a thick wad of cash. Chen Jin counted it carefully. It was a total of 50,000. This was simply a honest op service with activity funds, life-saving tools, and communication devices, all provided. Chen Jin's previous guesses were spot on. They had truly prepared real gear for him. Thinking about the task he had received, Chen Jin couldn't help but rub his temples. He was to go undercover in Dongxing, gather criminal evidence, and ultimately dismantle the entire organization. Although he knew some plot developments, handling such a large gang was no easy task. Fortunately, the identity arranged for him was flawless, otherwise it would be difficult to infiltrate a long-established organization like Dongxing, let alone find opportunities to rise through the ranks. To obtain criminal evidence against Dongxing merely being a small underling wouldn't suffice, he needed to make a name for himself. Chen Jin wasn't foolish enough to rush to join Dongxing right after leaving the police station. Doing so would not only fail to please them, but would also raise suspicions. Besides, he didn't even know that his father had connections with C2 Haonan. How could C2 Haonan know? Even if he did know, would they acknowledge that relationship? That was a matter from over a decade or two ago. Chen Jin's father had long passed, and C2 Haonan's father had also long been laid to rest. Perhaps even if they knew, they would pretend not to. Who would want to attract trouble for no reason? Chen Jin had already calculated that the first step must rely on his own abilities to withstand the retaliation from Chun Haonan and his gang, and ideally, he could even counterattack. At that time, people from Dongxing would surely come to recruit him, as Dongxing and Hongxing were bitter rivals. This way, he could smoothly join Dongxing and complete his undercover mission. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Jin decided to quickly pack his belongings and leave home, looking for a place to hide. Since Chun Haonan could find out about his identity, he would likely be able to locate his home. If he were to be cornered here by Chun Haonan and his men, that would be the end. Although Chen Jin was quite skilled and had a gun, he couldn't match the numbers on the other side. If a fight broke out, he would be exhausted just from the effort. Relying on a handgun to carve out a bloody path was even more unrealistic. Taking out so many people at once would cause too much noise, and not only would Hongxing not let him off, but the police would also investigate, thoroughly ruining the undercover plan before it even began. At that point, it wouldn't just be Chun Haonan seeking trouble. If Jiang Tianxing personally got involved, even the strongest backing wouldn't be able to protect him. Chen Jin rummaged through his home several times, but there wasn't anything valuable. He discarded all the old and worn-out items. He grabbed a bag stuffed in a few changes of clothes, put on a cap, and meticulously packed the important items before locking the door and leaving. Speaking of this packing, the most annoying thing was that each item had to occupy a slot. If he could shove the entire bundle inside, that would be fine. It would only take up one slot. But if he unpacked it, he would need to organize it, and the bits and pieces could easily fill an entire row. Plus, with all the miscellaneous items like identification documents, he would get a warning about insufficient space before he could even pack much. However, this thought only flashed for a moment. How many people would wish to have this trouble, yet have no means to do so? Chen Jin's premonition was spot on. He had hardly left for long when a group of people approached his neighborhood. The leader, called Tian Air, was a lackey under Boss B. This group did not rush to smash the door. Instead, they lurked stealthily at the alley's entrance. Chen Haonan was not present today. He was drinking with Boss B. A few days ago, Chen Haonan had been shot and had been recuperating at home, also dealing with Shan Jiai's aftermath. Today, he was finally able to get out of bed, and Boss B organized a celebration for him, even gifting him an MR2 as a congratulatory present. Although Shan Ji was dead, they had successfully taken out Ba, by which pleased Mr. Jiang and Boss B naturally had to reward him. In fact, Chen Haonan had already sent someone to keep an eye on Chen Jin, but the police had been slow to act. Just as he thought this matter was going to fizzle out, and was preparing to pull back the surveillance, looking for another opportunity to quietly deal with Chen Jin, things suddenly took a turn. The newspaper office received a warning and dared not publish any related news. The old man who had been bought off by Chen Haonan to frame Chen Jin had also gone into hiding with his son. Even more cleverly, a corrupt police officer secretly passed on the message. Chen Jin had been scolded mercilessly by the director and had not shown up at the police station since. Someone saw him leaving with a cardboard box, looking disheveled, with his gun and credentials all confiscated. The media had quieted down. The involved parties were cowed, and Chen Jin, being a small player with no protection, was simply made a scapegoat by the police. The news was suppressed quietly, a typical police tactic. As soon as Chen Haonan received the news, he immediately ordered Tian Air to take people to eliminate him. He was unable to free himself. Boss B's celebration was at its height. However, dealing with a Chen Jin who no longer had a gun and police uniform was more than sufficient for Tian Air and his crew. Thinking about how he could soon take revenge for Shan Ji along with the new car and the glory of his upcoming rise, Chen Haonan swirled his drink and laughed heartily. Tian Air crouched at Chen Jin's door until it got dark, but didn't see a single person. He anxiously kicked a nearby soda can, but didn't dare to break in, leaving two little brothers to continue watching and instructing them to report immediately if there was any movement. After leaving home, Chen Jin ran a considerable distance. He deliberately avoided Boss B's territory at Xianshan. Although the whole island was quite small, he still wanted to be as far away as possible. On someone else's turf, Boss B's influence was not as strong, and it was unlikely they would brazenly search for people everywhere. Chen Jin needed to lay low for a while. It wasn't that he was afraid of Chen Haonan's gang, but rather the huge commotion right after leaving the police force would not bode well for his future development. Moreover, to successfully complete the undercover mission, he needed to consider how to proceed and what benefits he could gain from the familiar plot. After a simple disguise, Chen Jin rented a room in a subdivided flat. He specifically chose an old building without an elevator and opted for a higher floor. Such rooms were hard to rent. Not only were they cheap, but they were also generally larger than ordinary subdivided. Most importantly, the little thugs under Chun Haonan wouldn't bother climbing so high to knock on doors one by one. If they did, they would surely be scolded. Chen Jin simply could not get used to the pigeon cages of 20 or 30 square feet on Hong Kong Island. If it weren't for his tight budget, he would have rented a larger place. Choosing a higher floor also had another reason. Although he had gained some skills, his current bulkiness truly affected his condition, and most importantly, it ruined his image. What did they say about climbing stairs being tough on the knees? Chen Jin didn't believe in that nonsense. Losing weight by climbing a few more flights was the real deal, and it was even more important than infiltrating Dongxing. Integrating cards could enhance his strength, but it couldn't do anything about his excess weight. Chen Jin didn't understand fitness. He just thought about walking more, jumping rope at home, and doing sit-ups to see if he could lose a bit of weight first. After moving in and settling down, Chen Jin bought a fast food meal for dinner. Just as he was enjoying it, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Hello, is anyone home?" A gentle female voice came from outside the door. "I'm your neighbor. Could you help me?" A neighbor coming over for help. Chen Jin was taken aback, put down his chopsticks, and walked over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he was taken aback. The girl was dressed neatly, and simply unlike those flashy ones, but her face made Chen Jin's heart skip a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked in a cold tone, "What is it?" In a place like this, to have such a stunning beauty living here made Chen Jin ponder. Just after moving in, a beautiful girl came knocking for help. This situation seemed suspicious. Seeing that Chen Jin was initially stunned by her beauty but quickly returned to calm, Xiao Di was somewhat surprised. Xiao Di, I just bought a small cabinet and can't move it upstairs. Could you please help me lift it?" Chen Jin furrowed his brows. He had no intention of working right away, but the girl before him was not only beautiful, her name and appearance reminded him of certain storylines. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. "Lead the way." Xiao Di had bought 7 or 8 cabinets of varying sizes which appeared to be second-hand bargains rather than new. Chen Jin originally thought there would be only 1 or 2 small cabinets, but he never expected there to be such a pile on the floor, and they had to be moved to the 9th floor, which was no easy task. He had just mentioned needing to climb stairs for exercise when suddenly work came his way. His mouth really was quite effective. However, since he had agreed to help, Chen Jin had no intention of going back on his word. As a man, one must keep his word, especially in front of a beautiful girl. He had to uphold this face. Fortunately, Xiao Di did not just stand by. She was following Chen Jin step by step, carrying a small box. This made Chen Jin feel much more at ease. If Xiao Di had merely stood there watching, no matter how beautiful she was, he would have absolutely refused to continue after moving just one trip. After climbing up to the 9th floor, both of them were exhausted. Chen Jin casually asked, "With so many boxes, how did you manage to bring them back? Aren't the sellers supposed to deliver?" Xiao Di handed Chen Jin a bottle of water, panting. As she explained, the store did send someone, but when those 2 movers saw they had to go up to the 9th floor, they immediately backed out. Not only did they want double the pay, but they also didn't seem like good people. When they saw I wouldn't agree to pay more, they just threw the stuff down and drove away in their van. Chen Jin shook his head. "All right, let's not talk about that. We still have several trips to make, so let's hurry, otherwise we won't finish before dawn tomorrow." Feeling a bit helpless, he continued working. Xiao Di felt quite embarrassed. She had just moved in a few days ago and was not familiar with the neighbors. Today she happened to see Chen Jin moving in and saw that he was quite strong, so she asked him for help. Otherwise, with her petite frame, these cabinets would truly be a life-threatening challenge. After going back and forth 5 times, the last 2 trips involved 2 large cabinets, which they both had to carry upstairs together. By the time all the cabinets were moved into Xiao Di's room, it was already past 10 at night. Seeing Chen Jin set the last cabinet in place and prepare to go home, Xiao Di quickly invited him. "Jinga, thank you. Let's go downstairs for some late-night snacks." Chen Jin waved his hand. "No thanks, I can't eat right now. I need to lie down for a bit." He was not being polite. It had genuinely been a long time since he had done such heavy physical work, and he simply couldn't eat anything at the moment. Moreover, although Chen Jin was strong, the burden was not light either. So even though such a beautiful girl as Xiao Di had invited him, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. After being rejected by Chen Jin, watching him close the door directly, Xiao Di was stunned for quite a while. She had never experienced such treatment in front of a man before. Thinking of Chen Jin's chubby figure, his tough exterior but soft heart combined with his fairly good-looking face, Xiao Di couldn't help but smile. Helping each other out among neighbors was the right thing to do, but Chen Jin had helped her so much, and Xiao Di truly felt guilty for not expressing her gratitude. Shaking off her sore arms, Xiao Di also returned to her room to rest. She had done quite a bit of stair climbing that night, and was thoroughly exhausted. As soon as the sky began to lighten, Chen Jin woke up. Just as he was about to stretch, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch." He felt as though he had been run over by a truck with aches and pains all over. This feeling was reminiscent of the time during military training when he had been drilled all day long, but even worse than that. Chen Jin lay in bed for quite a while before finally getting up. His body had long been spoiled by takeout and instant noodles. Not to mention back when he was in police academy, even now running 800 meters would be a feat that could take half his life. Moving those few shabby cabinets last night had completely worn him out. While washing up, Chen Jin grimaced at his reflection in the mirror. He casually tousled his hair, thinking that no one would be watching anyway. Opening the fridge, he found only half a box of leftover takeout, which made him lose his appetite. With a bang, he closed the fridge door, grabbed his keys, and walked out. Coincidentally, just as he opened his door, Chiu Di's door across the hall creaked open. Today she looked particularly lively, sporting a high ponytail and light makeup. As soon as she saw Chen Jin, she smiled brightly. "Jin Go, what a coincidence. I was just about to go have breakfast, how about we go together?" "It's on me." Afraid that Chen Jin would refuse, she quickly added, "If it weren't for your help yesterday, I don't know how long it would have taken to deal with those cabinets." In fact, Chiu Di had been ready for a while, quietly listening at the door. While Chen Jin was brushing his teeth and washing his face, she was like a spy pressed against the door. Finally waiting for the door across to open, she immediately happened to show up. Chen Jin was momentarily stunned, scratching his head. All right then. He understood that this girl just wanted to thank him. Who wouldn't be happy to have a beautiful girl accompany them for breakfast? Moreover, it was just a meal. Although Chen Jin was chubby, he was not the kind of person who could eat 10 baskets of buns in one sitting. Going downstairs was a real challenge. Chen Jin's legs trembled, and each step down felt like punishment. But with such a lively girl by his side, he gritted his teeth and put on a facade of being unaffected. Chiu Di wasn't much better off, as she walked with a limp resembling a little penguin. The two moved slowly down, their posture as comical as could be. On the way, they bumped into some elderly folks returning from grocery shopping, each of them covering their mouths and stifling their laughter. One old lady even whispered to her husband, "These young people nowadays don't know how to take it easy at night." Breakfast was quite enjoyable. Chiu Di chattered nonstop, while Chen Jin focused on eating. After eating, they parted ways. Chiu Di hurried off to a clothing store at the mall for work, while Chen Jin pondered that it was time to start his weight loss plan. Passing by the market, Chen Jin bought some vegetables, a rib, and carried a bag of rice home. However, as soon as he entered the kitchen, he was dumbfounded. The gas tank was empty. The small supermarket downstairs did offer gas delivery, but today the delivery worker had taken a day off. Looking at the 60-plus-pound gas tank, Chen Jin felt troubled. After some consideration, he grit his teeth and decided to carry it. Cursing under his breath as he climbed the stairs, he thought that his weight loss plan hadn't even begun yet, and he was already facing this ordeal. It was truly exhausting. If it were the previous Chen Jin who merged with the cards, he definitely couldn't carry such a large tank of liquefied gas, but now things were different. He felt completely capable, and thought that climbing up to the 9th floor in one go should be no problem. The chubby landlady noticed how strong Chen Jin was, her eyes suddenly lighting up as if she had discovered a treasure. After a busy half-day, he finally managed to tidy everything up. However, at this moment, Chen Jin didn't feel like cooking at all. He wasn't even hungry. After all, skipping one meal wouldn't make much difference. Just as he was about to lie down for a nap, suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. Chen Jin couldn't help but frown. At this hour, Chiu Di was surely still at work and wouldn't be back. Could it be that someone had been watching him while he was out for breakfast or shopping this morning? Chen Jin immediately became alert, glancing at the Glock 17 in the package area, and quietly approached the door. He was calculating if 2 or 3 thugs came with knives, he could handle them barehanded, but if there were many of them, he wouldn't mind letting the Glock 17 have its first taste of blood. When it came to his life being at stake, he certainly wouldn't care about any consequences. Before he could say anything, an impatient voice came from outside. "Hey, I know you're in there, open the door. Let me tell you, Chiu Di is my girl. Oh, I've known her since the day she moved in. You better know your place and stay away from her." Chen Jin was instantly stunned. He had guessed that someone was causing trouble, but he never expected it to be such a cliché situation. It turned out to be trouble brought on by Chiu Di. When he opened the door, he saw a young man with dyed yellow hair standing there arrogantly. "You fatso must have worn yourself out moving cabinets last night, huh? Let me warn you, stay away from Chiu Di. With your looks, you think you can have a beauty like her." The young man shook his head proudly. "I roll with Brother Sean. If you mess with me, my brothers will beat you up every time they see you." After saying this, he didn't give Chen Jin a chance to retort and turned to leave. He had come just to deliver a threat. Whether Chen Jin listened or not was another matter. In the eyes of the young man with yellow hair, he might still feel nervous facing a beauty like Chiu Di, but he looked down on Chen Jin, a chubby guy who could buy groceries and cook. In fact, he had seen Chiu Di last night, but with so many cabinets to move, he wouldn't foolishly come out to help. Seeing the two of them chatting happily this morning, jealousy surged. By the time Chen Jin finished moving the gas tank and was panting heavily, he jumped out to show off. Chen Jin was left dumbfounded by this whole ordeal. What was all this about? The most frustrating part was that the guy shouted and ran off, not even giving him a chance to respond. With a bang, he slammed the door heavily. Chen Jin felt an intense frustration. Anyone would be upset encountering such nonsense. However, he didn't take the yellow-haired guy's threat seriously. Someone like him wasn't worth worrying about. What Brother Sean, or whatever, Chen Jin had never even heard of. Although he had come here to avoid Chun Haonan and the others, if someone came looking for him, he certainly wouldn't back down. After all, that Glock 17 wasn't just for show. If provoked, he would face the consequences. Chen Jin didn't dwell on the matter, tossing his belongings aside and flopping onto the bed to sleep soundly, thinking that he needed to rest well to handle business in the afternoon. Little did he know he fell into a deep sleep and when he groggily opened his eyes it was already dark outside. Goodness, he had slept through most of the day, and all his plans had gone to waste. Just as Chen Jin finished tidying up the meal and cleaning the table preparing to eat, he suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. He immediately felt a surge of anger, thinking, could it be that brat with yellow hair coming to cause trouble again? This time he had to teach him a lesson. However, when he opened the door, he was surprised to find it was Chiodi standing outside. Seeing Chen Jin open the door, Cuta's eyes brightened, and with a cheerful smile, she waved the plastic bag in her hand, saying, Jingo, I bought roasted goose and 2 side dishes. Later I'll go back to cook, and we can eat together, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she caught a whiff of the fragrant ribs coming from the kitchen and exclaimed in surprise, it smells amazing. I didn't expect you to have this skill, Jingo. Then I'll have to join you for a meal. Chen Jin nodded. My cooking skills are average. If you don't mind, feel free to eat with me. However, there might not be enough rice. We'll serve ourselves first, and he'll cook another pot. No problem. Chiodi replied, smiling happily. I can cook. If it doesn't taste good this time, he'll take over next time. She sneaked into the kitchen, took a spoonful of the ribs Chen Jin had stewed, and said, you put a bit too much chicken essence, but the salt is a bit light. When she noticed that Chen Jin poured a bowl and a half of rice into the rice cooker, because he usually ate 1.5 bowls himself, she laughed so hard that she almost couldn't stand up. Chen Jin realized what she meant. He actually knew this common sense, but just woke up and was a bit dazed, so he hadn't thought much about it. However, a bowl and a half of rice would be enough for both of them, and there might even be some left over for fried rice in the morning. Soon the meal was served, and Chen Jin and Chiodi sat facing each other at the small table. The light wasn't too bright, and the atmosphere was inexplicably subtle. Finally, Chiodi spoke first. Jingo, what do you do for a living? She found Chen Jin quite pleasant to be around, and since they were neighbors, chatting felt nice. Moreover, since he had helped her a lot yesterday, and there was nothing inappropriate in his gaze, Chiodi had a good impression of him. Chen Jin did not hide it, saying, a few days ago, I was a police officer. If you've seen the news recently, you might have come across. He continued, now I'm temporarily at home taking a break before looking for another job. Chiodi was surprised and widened her eyes. Really, Jingo? Then why did you quit? I've been quite busy these days and haven't had time to check the news or newspapers. Chen Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. Nothing serious. I just accidentally went a bit too far and shot a thug who was attacking someone with a knife. As a result, I was reported for excessive use of force and left the police force. He spoke lightly, but Chiodi was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Thinking about those damn thugs causing Chen Jin to lose his job made her feel angry. The meal was quite enjoyable, with both of them talking and laughing. Since they hadn't prepared any drinks, neither mentioned alcohol, and they chatted while eating, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. After finishing the meal, Chiodi even helped Chen Jin wash the dishes, and only after tidying up the kitchen did she return to her own home. To say that Chen Jin was indeed handsome, if he had an average appearance, Chiodi would have simply thanked him and left instead of having breakfast and dinner together like now. While they were enjoying their time, the thug with dyed yellow hair in the building was suffering. When Chiodi came back with groceries in the afternoon, the yellow-haired guy was peeking through the window, but didn't dare to approach. When he saw Chiodi enter Chen Jin's house, he clenched his fists in anger. Fortunately, Chiodi came out later. If she had really spent the night at Chen Jin's place, the yellow-haired guy would have probably lost sleep all night. However, the yellow-haired guy didn't dare to find trouble with Chen Jin at that moment. After a full meal, Chen Jin had a restful afternoon and was now back to his usual self. He had seen Chen Jin's strength when he moved the gas canister at noon. Carrying such a heavy canister up to the 9th floor was no small feat. If a fight broke out, he knew he would surely come off worse. Although he was following a big brother, he wasn't even a formal member of the gang, just a gopher, and he was definitely not good at fighting. I'm in this for money, not to get beaten up. The yellow-haired guy thought he'll let him off today, but tomorrow I'll call a few more brothers and see how this punk acts. So what if that little fat guy is strong? Once my brothers arrive, I can handle him however I want. Thinking of this, the yellow-haired guy was also a bit worried that his group of friends would cause trouble. I need to come up with a way to distract Chen Jin. He had a sudden inspiration, thinking that his idea was brilliant, and he happily said his plan. If Chen Jin knew about this, he would surely find it amusing. This yellow-haired guy had barely exchanged a few words with Chiodi, yet he was obsessed like this. However, even if he knew Chen Jin wouldn't take it seriously, he thought such small characters were beneath his notice. Little did he know the yellow-haired guy's revenge would come swiftly. The next morning, he had breakfast with Chiodi again. This time it was porridge he cooked at home. After Chiodi cleaned up the dishes and left for work, Chen Jin planned to go downstairs to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. As soon as he entered the supermarket, the slightly plump shopkeeper warmly approached him. Handsome guy, I heard you are looking for a job. I have a position available, would you like to take it? Before Chen Jin could respond, she continued, the worker who used to deliver goods for us got injured. The new resettlement area nearby consists of old buildings without elevators, and most of the residents are elderly and poor. We have a fixed liquefied gas delivery point at our store. Young man, if you have time, you can help deliver gas. It's 1 yuan for each floor for big tanks and 50 cents for small ones. I can see you're quite strong. This job should be a piece of cake for you. Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Chiodi had mentioned him to the shopkeeper, and that's why she was so enthusiastically introducing him to the job. Sure, I'll take the job. After a moment of thought, Chen Jin agreed without hesitation. He had been thinking about getting some exercise, and now he could earn money while working out a win-win situation. Besides, the job was offered to him out of respect for Chiodi, and he couldn't let that kindness go to waste. Seeing that Chen Jin agreed so readily, the shopkeeper couldn't contain her smile. Perfect. There are 2 canisters to deliver right now, and there should be someone at the customer's home. You can make a trip right away. There's a tricycle outside, you can ride it to make the delivery. Since he had agreed, the shopkeeper wasted no time and directly assigned him the task. The shopkeeper had a very good impression of Chen Jin. There weren't many young people willing to do this kind of work these days. Their gas station supplied several buildings nearby, and although the work was tough, as long as one was willing to put in the effort, one could still earn money. The shopkeeper even specially arranged a tricycle for Chen Jin, so he could load the gas canisters onto the vehicle and carry them to the stairs before taking them upstairs, which would save him quite a bit of effort. Since he nodded, Chen Jin immediately got to work. He had no idea that this job was not introduced by Chiodi at all, but rather a scheme devised by the yellow-haired guy behind the scenes. The yellow-haired guy had a well-thought-out plan. Before he called his brothers over, he needed to find something to keep Chen Jin busy. Delivering gas canisters was just the perfect task. Firstly, it would exhaust Chen Jin, leaving him no energy to cause trouble. Secondly, if Chen Jin was doing this kind of manual labor every day covered in dust and dirt, Chiodi might not find him appealing anymore. Thus, Chen Jin proudly became a gas canister delivery man, and everyone began to call him the gas delivery guy. Chiodi quickly learned about Chen Jin's new job. However, instead of being put off, she actually appreciated that Chen Jin was doing physical work every day, and every evening, she found ways to cook delicious meals for him. At mealtime, the aroma wafting from Chen Jin's kitchen always made the neighbors swallow hard. Moreover, since Chen Jin often got busy until late, Chiodi specifically requested a key to his house. Although neither had explicitly stated it, their relationship was clearly becoming closer. Sometimes the affectionate gestures they inadvertently displayed in public made the yellow-haired guy who was observing from the shadows furious. However, the yellow-haired guy was not completely without gains. Even though Chen Jin and Chiodi had grown closer, Chen Jin was exhausted every day, and they never had a chance to take their relationship further. But seeing Chiodi cook for Chen Jin every day and actively seek him out to chat made the yellow-haired guy feel like he was being stabbed with a knife. Chen Jin was just a bit handsome and had helped Chiodi once. He wasn't that special. That night, the yellow-haired guy took a few hundred yuan and enthusiastically invited a few brothers for a late-night snack. He had already found 3 helpers, and if it weren't for 2 of them being busy these days, he would have already wanted to teach Chen. He had been watching Chen Jin running up and down with the gas canisters these past few days, panting heavily. Those canisters weighed at least 100 or 80 Jin, and Chen Jin made it look like child's play. His strength was definitely not small. Although the yellow-haired guy was seething with anger, he wasn't mindless. To be safe, he decided to endure for the time being. After we finish our late-night snack, he'll find a way to trick Chen Jin out. The yellow-haired guy thought to himself at that time, it will be 4 of us against him alone. Let's see how long this punk can keep bouncing around. On the other hand, Chen Jin had purposely not eaten dinner at home today. During a casual chat yesterday, he had learned that today was Cutest birthday. Although he was doing manual labor, Chen Jin truly didn't lack money. These days, Cutest's attitude towards him had obviously changed, and Chen Jin was fully aware of it. Tonight, he was determined to take Chiodi out for a nice meal with flowers and cake included. Although he had never been in a relationship, Chen Jin understood the basic routines. He changed into clean clothes, tidying up all the dust and dirt from his work. When Chiodi came home from work ready to cook, she was stunned upon entering. Jin, good, you looked so dapper today. Are you going on a date? Listen to me on this matter, Chen Jin said with an unyielding tone. The restaurant is already booked, the dishes have been ordered, and if we don't go, they won't refund us. I specifically chose one nearby, so we can have a quick meal and get back soon. Seeing Chen Jin's insistence, Chiodi had no choice but to obediently change her clothes. When she came out again, the fitted long dress accentuated her figure beautifully. Chen Jin was captivated, his eyes wide with admiration as a warm rush of excitement surged within him. Chiodi felt her cheeks flush under his fiery gaze. Although Chen Jin had a bit of extra weight, his domineering soul-like demeanor was undeniably charming. The 2 naturally linked arms as they walked out. Just as they reached the street corner, they were spotted by a group of friends led by a guy with yellow hair who were enjoying late-night snacks. Watching Chen Jin and Chiodi engaged in cheerful conversation, the yellow-haired guy trembled with fury. After some discussion among the group, they decided to follow them. They watched as the couple entered an upscale restaurant, and even picked up a bouquet and a cake along the way, while they themselves had to settle for a few bites at a nearby food stall. Though they wanted to cause trouble for Chen Jin, charging into such a high-end restaurant would likely get them thrown out before they even stepped inside. After a few drinks, the gang began brainstorming ideas. 4 against 1 Chen Jin, and with Chiodi being a delicate girl, it was practically a guaranteed win. In simple terms, they planned to wait until Chen Jin and Chiodi finished their meal, then under the cover of darkness find a secluded spot to corner them. At that point, the outcome would be in their hands. One particularly reckless guy even suggested that they should first take Chen Jin down and then abduct Chiodi, bringing her back for some fun. Although the yellow-haired guy liked Chiu Di, she wasn't his girlfriend, so it didn't count as harassing someone else's part. Struggling with inner conflict, the yellow-haired guy finally nodded after a few drinks and some encouragement from his friend. Inside the restaurant, Chiu Di was overjoyed not only because the food was delicious, but also because it was her birthday, and she received the best birthday gift in 20 years. Beautiful flowers, a delightful cake, and most satisfying of all, she had gained a slightly chubby, but exceptionally gentle boyfriend with no bad habits. If only Chen Jin could lose a bit of weight, it would be even better. Chiu Di secretly resolved to help him with his diet in the future. Having maintained her own figure so well, she had the experience to mold Chen Jin into the perfect boyfriend. Indeed, after this meal, Chen Jin and Chiu Di's relationship changed completely. After finishing their meal with Chiu Di holding the flowers and Chen Jin wrapping his arm around her shoulders, they laughed and chatted as they walked home. Passing through a dark alley, Chen Jin suddenly sensed something was off, as someone was blocking their path, and he recognized the yellow-haired guy who had warned him last time. It was clear these guys were looking for trouble. Seeing Chen Jin and Chiu Di so close, the yellow-haired guy was consumed with jealousy and, fueled by alcohol, couldn't hold back any longer. He jumped out, pointing at Chen Jin and shouting, "You fatso! I warned you to stay away from Chiu Di and you dared not to listen," he continued. "Today's outcome is all your own doing." "Enough already," someone beside the yellow-haired guy interrupted impatiently. "Let's just take care of them and take the girl away. Such a pretty girl, I haven't had a taste yet, so I plan to enjoy her thoroughly later." If it was just a matter of confronting Chen Jin, he might have been angry, but would have just beaten them up and moved on. But the fact that they were targeting Chiu Di made Chen Jin's face darken instantly. As he looked at the four thugs rushing toward him, he didn't hesitate to pull out a Glock 17 equipped with a silencer from his pocket. In reality, the gun was taken from his system pack, but he had to go through the motions. Although these four were skinny punks and didn't even have cards on them, Chen Jin didn't dare to be careless. Though he was of class strength, it was his first encounter with such a situation, and with the opponents armed, he didn't want to risk testing his martial arts skills. Without saying a word, Chen Jin pulled the trigger, but this time he aimed at their stomachs instead of their heads. The yellow-haired guy, who had been emotionally volatile throughout the evening and drank a lot, was already quite tipsy. When the four of them lunged at Chen Jin, the yellow-haired guy was a beat slow, falling behind. That hesitation saved his life. Chen Jin fired twice, and the bullets hit his two companions, leaving the yellow-haired guy unharmed. In that pitch-dark alley, two living beings suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs and rolling in pain. Thanks to the dim moonlight, the remaining ones could finally see what Chen Jin was holding. A chill ran down the yellow-haired guy's spine, and the effects of the alcohol dissipated completely. He could hear his own temples throbbing, his heart pounding in fear. Who exactly was this Chen? What kind of normal person carries such lethal items? Watching the yellow-haired guy tremble as he contemplated fleeing, Chen Jin's icy voice sliced through the air. "If you think your legs are faster than a bullet, feel free to try." Those words made the yellow-haired guy's knees buckle, and he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to rise again. This guy surrendered faster than flipping a page. "Big brother, we were just a bit reckless after drinking a few shots. Sister Chiu Di is yours. I wouldn't dare touch a hair on." However, the thug, who had previously harbored ill intentions towards Chiu Di despite having a bullet hole in his stomach, still stubbornly threatened. "Which side are you on?" "We're with Brother Sean. Give us some face. I'll give you 100,000 as a tribute. Just consider it an apology from my brothers," this guy said while reaching for his pocket. Chen Jin ignored him completely, raising his hand to fire two more shots, giving each of the remaining standing and kneeling thugs a bullet. Now all four were flat on the ground. Chen Jin leisurely tucked his beloved gun back into his pocket, mumbling about brotherhood. "Since we are all blood brothers, we naturally share both fortune and misfortune." He bent down to pick up a rusty pipe from the ground and weighed it in his hand. "They took bullets, shouldn't you too? Doesn't that make sense?" The yellow-haired thugs were nearly fainting. What kind of brotherhood was this? Taking bullets and sharing the pain. Even more frightening was Chen Jin approaching with the pipe, dragging it across the ground with a screech. 100,000 just to let it go. Chen Jin sneered, smashing the pipe down, causing a sickening crack to echo from the thug's knee on the ground. He certainly wanted the money, but these guys had to learn their lesson. While not killing them was the rule, leaving them with lifelong disabilities was necessary. Otherwise any Tom, Dick, or Harry would dare to mess with him in the future. Listening to the thugs scream like pigs being slaughtered, Chen Jin impatiently frowned. "Can you keep it down? I'm just asking for one leg from each of you. If you hurry to the hospital, you might still get it reattached. But if unrelated people come along..." He slowly twirled the iron rod in his hand. "Then don't blame me for sending you to meet the king of hell." His words, though casually spoken, felt like a heavy stone pressing on the hearts of the yellow-haired thugs. They instantly bit down on their lips tightly, not daring to breathe. This man carried a gun and was merciless in action. Whether he was a desperate criminal or a fierce character in the underworld, he was not someone they, a small fry, could provoke. For these people, taking a life was as commonplace as eating and drinking. Seeing them so obedient, Chen Jin showed no mercy, swinging the pipe to break each of their legs. For the thug who had threatened to take Chiu Di away, he made a special point to take care of him. Both legs and one arm were all rendered useless. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Since they dared to entertain ill intentions, they had to pay the price. Although these thugs all harbored the same vile thoughts, since someone had taken the lead, Chen Jin naturally had to make an example of him. As luck would have it, Chen Jin specifically targeted their kneecaps. Such injuries were irreparable even if treated promptly, and they would have to rely on canes for the rest of their lives. As for the unfortunate soul who had spoken out, his life was now utterly ruined. However, Chen Jin felt no remorse whatsoever. After dealing with this group of scum, he embraced a still-shaken Xiao Di and left the alley. He didn't even glance at the 100,000 on the ground. He was far above such petty cash, and besides, if he took the money, the nature of the incident would change. Clearly frightened, Xiao Di clutched Chen Jin's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Upon returning home, she didn't head to her own room, but followed Chen Jin inside. Just as Chen Jin was about to speak, Xiao Di threw the flowers onto the table and jumped onto him, cupping his face in her hand. Although Chen Jin's methods for dealing with the thugs were bloody, Xiao Di felt an unprecedented sense of security from him. Having been beautiful all her life, she had often encountered such troublesome situations. She had moved to this area for a new job to escape the harassment of her former company's lecherous boss. In this ruthless world where beauty alone was a disaster without support, just the thought of being taken away by those thugs sent chills down her spine. Thus, watching Chen Jin break legs with such determination, she didn't find it cruel, but rather felt a sense of relief. She even thought to herself they deserved such treatment. Being harsher would not be excessive. Noticing Xiao Di's reaction, Chen Jin quickly understood. There was no need to say anything now, he simply needed to respond passionately. Faced with such a stunningly attractive woman who was initiating affection, Chen Jin wasn't the type to resist temptation. He had always acted decisively and would never put on an act. Since the opportunity was right before him, he chose to go with the flow without hesitation. This was the responsibility a true man should have. Often feelings arise suddenly. In less than 2 hours of establishing their romantic relationship with the encouragement from the yellow-haired guys, Chen Jin and Xiao Di naturally progressed further. Trouble came even faster than expected. The next morning, just after they finished breakfast, Xiao Di had yet to leave for work when Sean, the yellow-haired guy's boss, showed up with a group of people aggressively knocking at Chen Jin's door. Upon opening the door and seeing this group of hostile figures, Chen Jin's brow immediately furrowed. He quickly slipped his right hand into his pocket, while his left arm shielded Xiao Di behind him. As long as the other party made any move, he would definitely strike first. Seeing this, Sean grinned and said, "Brother, don't be nervous. I specially came to pay you a visit today. Last night you crippled one of my little brothers, and as the boss I'm here to have a little chat. Isn't that reasonable?" Chen Jin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Sean Guess's somewhat familiar face. Although he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen it before, his mind began to race. This Sean Gu was a clever figure flanked by 6 little brothers, 2 of whom were level, while the others were insignificant characters. Uncertain if they were armed, he thought that if he unleashed his full power, dealing with these few should pose no problem. What puzzled Chen Jin even more was Sean Guess's attitude. If he truly came to seek revenge, he shouldn't be acting like this. He asked cautiously, "What do you want to say?" Sean Gu remained unhurried, saying, "Relax, I know you have something on you. This time I'm really not here to pick a fight." Seeing that Chen Jin was still skeptical, he continued to explain, "Among the 4 guys who troubled you last night, Ada, whom you hit in the abdomen, crippled his legs, and broken arm, is my little brother. The others were just peripheral figures following him. If it had been a couple of days ago, and you had harmed my people, I would have definitely sought revenge. But I have to say you are quite lucky. Just 2 days ago I discovered that Ada, this traitorous dog, was colluding with outsiders to pocket my money and switch my goods. Just as you crippled him, he revealed his true colors, while seeking revenge on you, allowing me to catch him red-handed." Chen Jin raised an eyebrow. "So is it correct to say I did you a favor, Sean Gu? So you came to thank me today?" To his surprise, Sean Gu actually nodded. "I, Sean Gu, have always been clear about favors and grudges. Regardless of whether you acted by mistake or not, you have indeed helped me out." Suddenly shifting the topic, he proposed a jaw-dropping suggestion. "I see you are decisive in your actions and quite ruthless. How about joining me? With Ada gone, you can manage his 2 venues, and I can help you deal with your current troubles." Chen Jin was taken aback. He had only crippled Ada, not taken his life. It seemed that Sean Gu was the one who had done the deed. This unexpected invitation truly caught him off guard. Furrowing his brows, Chen Jin's face was filled with displeasure. "I am a legitimate police officer, and you are so openly discussing these illegal matters with me. Is that appropriate?" Sean Gu suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice echoing in the narrow room. "Ajin, do you think I ran to find you immediately after learning the news last night? I specifically sent someone to dig into your background thoroughly. So we indeed have a fate together. If it had been a few days earlier, you would have really been a police officer. But now, haha." Sean Gu drawled meaningfully. "If you were still in the police force, would you need to move to such a rundown place to live? Would you need to work hard just to earn a few coins?" One of the little brothers standing behind Sean Gu suddenly interjected urgently. "Sean Gu, this Chen Jin might be an undercover sent by the police. We can't let him into our company." Sean Gu waved his hand dismissively. "Undercover? You're overthinking it. The police wouldn't have the guts to use someone like him as an undercover agent. Besides, he shot a meaningful glance at Chen Jin. Our dear sir here was framed and expelled from the police. Chen Jin leaned closer to Chen Jin, staring intently at him. With such a beautiful girl by your side, how can you bear to let her live in this kind of doghouse? This place is filled with poor wretches, and the security is terrible. Didn't you run into trouble last night? Such things are commonplace here. This time you were here, but what if one day you're not around? Just think about what might happen. And there's something else. Chen Jin slowly lit a cigarette. I've heard that since you left the police force, the big boss of Hongxing B has been looking for you. His subordinate Chun Haonan has even issued a bounty. Hong Kong Island is only this big, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? If you join our company, the situation will be completely different. Hongxing may have the numbers, but we are not to be tried. If the one you offend is their leader Jiang Tianxing, then I really can't protect you. But just AB and his subordinate Chen Haonan. Mfei Shanga don't take them seriously at all. After hearing this, Chen Jin fell into deep thought. His original plan was to infiltrate the Dongxing society as an undercover agent because he had a feud with Hongxing's boss B, and Chun Haonan seeking refuge in Dongxing made sense. But now that Shanga suddenly appeared, he was given more choices. After much contemplation, Chen Jin finally nodded. All right, I'll join. But, without waiting for Shanga to show any joy, Chen Jin said decisively, I've heard about your business. Don't come to me about drugs, I absolutely won't touch it. Shanga laughed heartily at this. No problem. Seeing Chen Jin's serious expression, Shanga secretly chuckled. This kid really doesn't understand the rules of the underworld. Which gang would let a newcomer touch such core businesses right away? As for the future, well, that remains to be seen. With Chen Jin's nod, his and Xiao Ti's lives changed completely. Chen Jin no longer had to carry gas cylinders to work hard, and Xiao Ti no longer had to work as a salesgirl in a clothing store. They had to change the house they had just rented and had to move again. Xiao Ti was completely devoted to Chen Jin, as she understood that Chen Jin agreed to Shang's somewhat coercive invitation largely to protect her. Chen Jin was assigned by Shanga to manage a nightclub, which was actually just a front for Shanga. Now that he had Chen Jin on board, Shanga also wanted to see just how capable this kid was. A sturdy big brother paired with a tall and beautiful woman, this combination stood in the venue and immediately dominated the entire place. Before Chen Jin took over, this nightclub was under Shang's name with 3 or 4 lackeys messing things up, and the accounts were a complete mess. Who would have thought such a place could actually lose money? However, when it came to managing nightclubs, Chen Jin truly wasn't experienced. He had no intention of showing off anything in front of Shanga, nor had he considered climbing the ranks within this drug trafficking organization. Getting too close to these people would make it difficult to extricate himself later on. Without hesitation, Chen Jin invited Xiao Ti over. After all, she had sold clothes before now, it was just a matter of swapping clothes for drinks. The logic was pretty much the same. Chen Jin was responsible for overseeing the venue and maintaining order, while Xiao Ti managed selling drinks and also looked after the waitresses. The two of them simply divided their tasks like that. Chen Jin offered both of them a decent salary and even received a 20% share of the profits. Shanga was indeed generous, which indicated that he had high hopes for Chen Jin. Shanga was usually good at sizing up people. Someone like Chen Jin who was ruthless and clever, how could he not achieve something? However, he still bore a burden. If he could truly let go, he could definitely thrive in the organization. After spending a week at the nightclub, Chen Jin finally managed to sort out the chaotic matters. With Shanga backing him, and given that he was no ordinary person himself, no one dared to cause trouble after he took over the venue. The ruthless act of crippling 4 people had spread through the organization, and the thugs all said that was true skill. One day while Chen Jin was lazily holding Xiao Ti in the office, Shanga suddenly called, Jin, keep the biggest VIP booth open for tonight. I have some business to discuss. Understood. This small matter Chen Jin would certainly handle properly. At the appointed time, Shanga arrived on time with a group of people. Knowing Chen Jin's temperament, Shanga just nodded and took his seat. Judging from the situation, Chen Jin immediately guessed they were here to discuss drug deals, and this wasn't the first time. However, the few people behind Shanga made Chen Jin's eyes widen. Their faces looked familiar, and connecting them with Shang's situation, Chen Jin instantly figured out a lot. Watching the few people laughing and chatting over there, Chen Jin shook his head. This time Shanga had gotten into big trouble. Indeed, the people Shanga was doing business with were from the Vietnamese gang. Boss Xiaogu, second-in-command Tony, third brother A Hu, and behind them was the undercover Hua Sheng. As they walked, they exuded confidence, but in Chen Jin's eyes these few were living cards. Xiaogu was clever, A Hu was level, Tony was a level, and even Hua Sheng carried a level card. The 3 brothers of the Vietnamese gang were all level bosses. If he had the opportunity to catch them all at once, Chen Jin would definitely act without hesitation. If he could pull this off, it would be a colossal deal that could fill his pockets. Chen Jin's gaze inadvertently swept over Hua Sheng, and he secretly glanced at Xiao Ti, discovering that she looked at Hua Sheng with the same expression as she did for others, indicating that they truly did not know each other. However, Chen Jin didn't want to think too much. Anyway, it was he who took Xiao Ti's first time, and whatever misfortune Hua Sheng encountered was none of his business. This was Sean Guest's territory. As soon as Tony and the others sat down, Sean Gu immediately beckoned his subordinates to bring in a group of beautiful girls to drink and sing, having a great time. Sean Guest's taste was quite different, showing no interest in the girls brought by Sean Guest's little brothers. Instead, he focused on a few blonde and blue-eyed foreign girls on the dance floor. He moved his body to the music and walked straight towards them. Tony was busy discussing business with Sean Gu, showing no interest in the girls beside him, while who was a martial arts enthusiast who rarely cared for women. As a result, all the girls Sean Gu had called in gathered around Huasheng. For an undercover to reach such a level, it must be said that Huasheng really had some skills. Chen Jin watched them from afar, shaking his head and deciding not to join them. It was not yet his time to step in. He needed Sean Gu to take a few losses first, otherwise his words would not be taken seriously. Moreover, Chen Jin had not forgotten what his identity was and what kind of activities Sean Gu was involved in. He was clearer than anyone else. If he remembered correctly, the Vietnamese gang, the Tony brothers, had tricked Brother Sean out of 80 million worth of goods and secretly sold them for a large sum of money. However, Huasheng, who had infiltrated their ranks, found not a single clue, and even the officer Ma Jun, who had been keeping an eye on them, had not discovered any traces. This time Chen Jin planned to let the drug squad keep an eye on them as well. Although he wasn't part of the drug squad, if this batch of goods really spread out on the island, he couldn't imagine how many families would be torn apart. Moreover, if this case were solved, it would be a significant achievement, surely earning him a mention in his records. Although Chen Jin couldn't precisely grasp the timing of the Tony brothers' distribution, he could roughly estimate it, and a phone call to have the drug squad handle it would suffice. He didn't need to take action himself. Sure enough, the familiar scenes soon unfolded. Brother Sean approached a few foreign girls on the dance floor, but naturally they had their protectors by their side. As a result, conflict was about to erupt. Brother Sean, embarrassed after failing to flirt, picked up a wine bottle and smashed it, hitting the protectors squarely on the forehead. In the midst of this chaos, a voice shouted, "Police are checking IDs. Turn on the lights." Ma Jun led a team of police rushing in through the door. Chen Jin coldly watched everything, his heart undisturbed, merely signaling his subordinates to turn off the music as per the police's orders. He himself walked over and personally turned on all the lights. The lights, having been modified by Chen Jin's arranged personnel, now showcased an astonishing effect. The originally soft and ambiguous bar lights instantly became blinding like daylight, causing many to instinctively squint, with some even raising their hands to shield their eyes. Ma Jun was also dazzled by the strong light, but he quickly adjusted. At this moment, he had no time to quibble with Chen Jin. His focus was entirely on the Vietnamese gang's three brothers. He strode toward Brother Sean, pointing his finger directly at him. "You, come here." Originally, Ma Jun was still pondering how to find a reason, and now he had stumbled upon Brother Sean hitting someone with a wine bottle, a perfect opportunity. Although it might not be possible to take Brother Sean down, causing them a few days of trouble felt worthwhile to Ma Jun. Just as he was closing in on Tony's group, Huasheng suddenly stood up. "The wine bottle was thrown by me." Before his words fell, the red wine in his hand was already splashed onto Ma Jun's face. Huasheng understood clearly. Being a subordinate means stepping up for the boss at critical moments. Moreover, he had unexpectedly overheard some important news during Tony's business discussion with Brother Sean, and was worried he wouldn't have the chance to report it to the police. Seeing Huasheng so brazenly causing trouble, Ma Jun wasted no time in taking action. If he didn't fight back in this situation, it would only make it seem like they had something to hide. Chen Jin, smoking a cigarette, coldly observed as Ma Jun and Huasheng grappled with each other. He was all too familiar with this scene. Previously he had only seen it in movies, but now it was happening right before his eyes. What surprised him slightly was the reaction of Tony's brothers. Brother Sean had been wearing a grim expression since the police entered. After all, this was his territory. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Seeing Huasheng and Ma Jun fighting, his frown deepened. Brother Sean continued to smoke, but his gaze toward Huasheng had gained a hint of depth. This kid willingly took the blame, saving him a lot of trouble. Who also felt that Huasheng was quite loyal. If it weren't for the many police officers present, he would never let his subordinate take the front line. The most intriguing was Tony's reaction. He sat steadily without getting up to help, and his eyes showed no signs of urgency, as if he were merely watching a play. It didn't seem like he had seen through Huasheng's identity. Rather, it appeared he simply didn't trust anyone outside the three brothers. As expected, there was no suspense. With Huasheng's limited skills, he was no match for Ma Jun. In just a few moments, he was pinned to the ground. Since he admitted to throwing the wine bottle at the police and assaulted someone in public, it was entirely reasonable to take him back to the station for questioning. After the other officers routinely checked IDs and business licenses and found no issues, Ma Jun led the team in withdrawing. Huasheng was also taken to the police car, bringing an end to the farce. Ma Jun's group of police officers was like rabid dogs, biting everywhere, and Brother Sean was well aware of their situation. Watching Ma Jun leave with his men, Brother Sean finally relaxed his tense heart. Fortunately, Chen Jin had managed the place meticulously, ensuring that Ma Jun's team found no incriminating evidence. Otherwise, escaping this time would not have been so easy. If Ma Jun, this mad dog, truly fixated on him, it would be a headache in the future. As for the Huasheng who was taken away by the police, Brother Sean didn't care at all since he wasn't one of his own. Tony's group of Vietnamese boys also stood up preparing to leave. They had settled everything that needed to be discussed, and staying any longer seemed pointless. Although their subordinate Huasheng was taken by the police, they still needed to figure out a way to rescue him. After all, on the surface, this time Huasheng had taken the hit for Brother Sean. As for whether Huasheng would betray them, Tony and the others were not worried at all. So far, the Vietnamese gang was just a small organization without making any significant commotion. Brother Sean's goods had not yet arrived, and they only had a few minor cases of fighting and injury to their names, which were hardly worth mentioning. Finally, this farce came to a hasty conclusion. Watching the Vietnamese gang leave and the police withdraw, Chen Jin picked up the microphone and stood up. Everyone, thanks to the officers for maintaining order on the island today. To show my respect for the police comrades, tonight's drinks are on me. With Chen Jin's command, the entire venue erupted in cheers and whistles. The music resumed, and the dance floor quickly regained its usual liveliness. Seeing Brother Sean sitting there drinking, Chen Jin walked over and plopped down beside him. Brother Sean, those just now were from the Vietnamese gang, right? You wouldn't really be looking to do business with them, would you? Recently, the Vietnamese gang had been quite prominent, and Chen Jin knew their situation, which wasn't surprising. Brother Sean looked at Chen Jin suspiciously. What? When did you, Jin, start caring about my business? Chen Jin, who usually didn't dabble in these affairs, suddenly asking made Brother Sean alert. Those in this line of work never easily trust others. Chen Jin waved his hand. I couldn't care less about your business. I just think those guys from the Vietnamese gang look unreliable. Cooperating with them might lead to losses. Recently, rumors have been circulating about the Vietnamese three brothers. These guys are not trustworthy. If Brother Sean really has business dealings with them, you should be cautious. Brother Sean scoffed disdainfully. Just a few Vietnamese kids dare to play tricks on me in Hong Kong. This isn't. If they dare to break the rules, I don't mind teaching these three brats a lesson. Brother Sean didn't take Tony and the others seriously at all. He still didn't know about Tony's skills, based solely on the scale of their gang and territory. The Vietnamese gang didn't even qualify to shine his shoes. Besides, Brother Sean sighed. The police have been keeping a close watch lately. I just lost a channel for goods. A new batch of goods is on hand. If I don't deal with it quickly, it'll be a loss of money. Seeing Brother Sean still so confident, Chen Jin didn't bother to say much more. He had already given the necessary warnings. As for whether the 80 million worth of goods would be lost to a black market deal, it was none of his business. When things truly went wrong later, Chen Jin's foresight would prove particularly valuable. Reiterating it now would only seem redundant. Not only was Brother Sean thinking this way, but even his group of brothers didn't believe that Tony's trio would dare to break the rules. If they could play tricks on a business deal, who would dare to deal with them in the future? More importantly, everyone felt their own strength was sufficient, and those few oddballs from the Vietnamese gang were simply not their match. Chen Jin clinked cups with Brother Sean, and then turned to chat with Chiu Di. Discussing drinks with Brother Sean was nowhere near as interesting as having some intimate talks with Chiu Di. Although he managed such a large bar filled with beautiful women, Chen Jin could only look, but not touch, and he wasn't interested in touching. A few playful exchanges with Chiu Di were just common human nature, weren't they? In the following days, Brother Sean initially seemed normal. But half a month passed, and he became increasingly strange, his temper growing exceptionally irritable, running to Chen Jin to drink every 3 days, getting completely drunk each time. Seeing Brother Sean in such a state, Chen Jin was clear in his mind. Brother Sean must have handed over the goods to the Vietnamese gang, and those guys had started to stall planning to swallow this batch of goods. Chen Jin had already reported the win to the higher-ups, but he was unclear about how things were being handled. In any case, he hadn't heard any news so far. That day, Brother Sean came to drink again, and his subordinates kept their distance. For several days, no one dared to approach him. A slight misstep could lead to a tirade, and a few unlucky ones even got beaten. Chen Jin, however, was unafraid. He grabbed a bottle of Erguo too, he had specially brought, and sat down next to Brother Sean. Brother Sean, having trouble in the romance department lately? You seem gloomy all day. As he spoke, he filled Brother Sean's glass to the brim. To drown your sorrows, relying solely on this weak beer won't do. Try this, and it will surely make you forget all your worries. Brother Sean, who had been glumly pouring drink into his mouth, recognized Chen Jin, and surprisingly didn't explode in anger. Instead, he asked, Jin, do you really think Tony's three fools would dare to cheat me out of my goods? In fact, the goods had only been handed over to Tony for 3 days. Well, under normal circumstances, it would be perfectly normal for the goods not to arrive in Vietnam after 3 days. But what made it problematic was that on the night of their business discussion, Chen Jin had specifically warned Tony's brothers about their unreliability, leaving Brother Sean anxious. In the past 2 days, Brother Sean had called Brother Sean to inquire about the goods' arrival, but the other party always found various excuses to evade the issue, instantly igniting Brother Sean's temper. He understood that just a few days after bringing people to demand an explanation would make him seem petty if the news got out. It would be difficult to find someone to transport goods in the future. Chen Jin smiled as he raised his wine glass and clinked it with Brother Sean's. It's simple. They fear tricks and worry about losing face if things escalate. Just send a few clever underlings to keep an eye on things secretly, and it will be fine. They definitely want to handle this personally and want delegate it to others. So we just need to keep a close watch on Tony and his three brothers. If those three arrange for the delivery honestly, then there will naturally be no issues. But if they try to pull any tricks, we can catch wind of it early and take action to minimize our losses. However, the choice of the person to keep watch must be prudent. They must not only be loyal, but also possess real. The three brothers of the Vietnamese gang are all fierce characters, especially the second brother Tony, who is cunning and treacherous. A slight misstep could easily lead to him turning the tables on us. After hearing Chen Jin's suggestion, Brother Sean's eyes lit up, and he decisively said, "All right, that's settled." With this troublesome issue resolved, Brother Sean felt invigorated and took a big gulp from his wine glass. But before he could savor that feeling, Brother Sean suddenly spat out the wine with a puff. "Ah, Jin, you little rascal, what did you just make me drink?" Chen Jin shrugged. "I mentioned when pouring that it was authentic Beijing Erguotu. I went through quite a bit of trouble to get it. I wouldn't even offer it to just anyone." "Bah." Brother Sean spat out the wine completely. "That fat guy is just trying to fool me with this cheap stuff. Hurry up and get me red wine, the 1982 law fight." Chen Jin shook his head. "No. I can get you some 1982 cola though. I'll have someone bring it up later." 2 days later, as Chen Jin was sleeping in late at home, before it was time to go to work, Brother Sean hurriedly knocked on his door. "Ah, Jin, get up quickly." Brother Sean knocked loudly on the door. "Open up. It's urgent." It turns out that the person Brother Sean sent to keep watch had discovered some clues, and indeed Tony and his crew were up to something. Tony was using a middleman to connect with Han Shun in Tsimsha Sui. Han Shun is a top buyer on Hong Kong Island, and is fully capable of handling this batch of goods. So as soon as he got the news, Brother Sean immediately came to discuss countermeasures with Chen Jin. Other than Chen Jin, the others could handle people, but when it came to brainstorming ideas, they were unreliable. Moreover, it was Chen Jin who first noticed the issues with Tony and his three brothers, and it was his suggestion that led Brother Sean to uncover the clues, so Brother Sean completely trusted Chen Jin now. Without making Brother Sean wait too long, Chen Jin opened the door in his pajamas. "Brother Sean, what brings you here so early?" "I was busy until very late last night." Brother Sean, looking anxious, squeezed in as soon as the door opened. "Something big has happened. Ah, Jin, you need to think of a way for me." Seeing Brother Sean's frantic expression, Chen Jin was a bit puzzled. What exactly is going on? The Vietnamese gang has started making small moves. Brother Sean nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. My people found out that Tony and the others have no intention of shipping goods to Vietnam. Instead, they are secretly in contact with Han Shun in Tsimsha Sui. Ah, Jin, you need to help me figure out how to handle this. If we delay too long and they complete the transaction, it will be difficult to reclaim the goods." Chen Jin furrowed his brow tightly. "Brother Sean, do you have solid evidence of Tony and Han Shun preparing for a Brother Sean helplessly waved his hand. "Ah, Jin, you're not a cop anymore. Why are you being so rigid? For matters like this, we don't need ironclad evidence. As long as we think they are suspicious, we can just take action." Chen Jin patiently explained, "Brother Sean, if we have real evidence in hand, then dealing with them would be justified. At that time, we could also spread the word on the street to let everyone know that the three from the Vietnamese gang broke the rules, and see who would dare to help them. If Han Shun hears about this, he certainly wouldn't dare to accept their goods. But if we go to them empty-handed, wouldn't that be asking for trouble, eh? It could even backfire, and they might accuse us of framing them." Brother Sean frowned at this. He always acted decisively and couldn't stand so many restrictions. "I don't care whether there's evidence or not. I have a hunch. This batch of goods absolutely cannot be allowed to complete their transaction." Chen Jin leaned back on the sofa, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. "The urgent task is to intercept that batch of goods and show them what we are capable of. As for how to deal with them afterward, we can discuss that slowly. We need to send someone out right away to investigate. If we can find the warehouse where the Vietnamese gang is hiding the goods, we can stealthily take the goods without them noticing. After all, the goods were lost in their hands, so if they can't deliver them later, this debt will still be on their heads. Additionally, keep a close watch on those three from the Vietnamese gang and have the brothers prepare their weapons. As soon as we detect any signs of a transaction, we can immediately bring people over to seize the goods." At this point, Chen Jin suddenly became serious. "By the way, Brother Sean, you need to be careful too. If I were from the Vietnamese gang and had swallowed your goods, I would definitely take the initiative and might even come after you. I heard that the three from the Vietnamese gang were picked up from the sea by Suyen Daxiao and Baldy, and then later they were promoted. Brother Sean, you could also investigate that angle. We can approach from multiple angles. Oh, why should we fear these three brainless thugs?" After hearing this, Brother Sean suddenly felt enlightened. "I knew coming to you was the right choice. Once we get this batch of goods back, I'll definitely thank you properly. Ah, Jin, why don't you leave that nightclub and come work with me?" Chen Jin still shook his head in refusal. "Brother Sean, since you think so highly of me, I'll be straightforward. This line of work may earn money quickly, but it's really not a respectable business. I can't interfere with what you all want to do, but I really don't want to get involved in this. And there's something else I need to remind you. Just look at Jiang Tianxing, and you both are gang leaders. But if you both get caught by the cops, Jiang Tianxing might be out in 3 to 5 years, but it could be difficult for you. You probably won't get out for at least 30 to 50 years. Cut it out." Brother Sean scoffed. "Ultimately, you're still timid and afraid of trouble. Just be careful not to leave any incriminating evidence, and everything will be fine. Hong Kong Island is a law-abiding society, and the police need evidence to handle cases. As long as they can't catch me with anything, what does it matter if they know I'm moving goods? Not even the governor can do anything to me. Besides, Ajin, you talk about being so principled, but the things you do aren't exactly clean either. Just the 4 people you've crippled alone probably won't see less than 3 to 5 years in prison, right? You must help me with this. I will give you 10 capable little brothers all armed. You don't have to touch the goods, but if we end up clashing with the Vietnamese gang, you must help me take them all down. Brother Sean as the boss is indeed quite generous. He not only arranged a group of capable subordinates for Chen Jin, but also handed him the task of monitoring the Vietnamese gang's 3 brothers, not even giving him a chance to refuse. This is clearly a way to give Chen Jin credit. Faced with this sudden opportunity, Chen Jin felt overjoyed, wishing for more such troubles. On the other side, Li Sir, who received the news, was stunned for a long time. He didn't expect that Chen Jin actually had some skills. Upon learning that Chen Jin inadvertently entered Brother Sean's company, Li Sir not only didn't oppose it, but thought it would greatly benefit Chen Jin's future development. When Li Sir received the intelligence sent back by Chen Jin and heard that Brother Sean and the Vietnamese gang's 3 brothers were involved in an 80 million deal, he immediately became fully alert. Although Chen Jin hadn't received any feedback, in reality the police had already sent elite forces to secretly monitor the Vietnamese gang's 3 brothers, and this operation was completely unrelated to Ma Jun and the others. Now the Vietnamese gang's 3 brothers were being watched by both the criminal and law enforcement, and it was hard to tell what they could come up with to cover their tracks. 2 days later, Brother Sean came knocking angrily. At that time, Chen Jin was busy learning to jump rope to lose weight with Chiu Di, and when he saw Brother Sean arrive, he quickly stopped. Brother Sean, what happened? Chen Jin asked, wiping his sweat. Brother Sean plopped down beside Chen Jin and started to pour out his troubles. Ah, Jin, it's a disaster. That batch of goods worth 80 million has all gone up in smoke. What? Chen Jin was dumbfounded. They wouldn't have already traded with Tony, would they? Brother Sean shook his head dejectedly. Worse than that. My people just discovered that Jia Gu was trading with Han Chen's subordinates, but suddenly the police showed up, and the Flying Tigers cleared the scene. Both sides were quite bold to dare to exchange fire with the police, and as a result the Flying Tigers left them in disarray, and all my goods were confiscated by the police. Seeing that the situation was not right, I didn't call you to bring people over. I directly led my brothers to retreat. What? Chen Jin's eyes widened. So Han Chen and Jia Gu are both done for. Brother Sean waved his hand. Not exactly. That old fox Han Chen didn't show up. He sent a younger brother to conduct the transaction. Jia Gu saw the situation wasn't good and surrendered directly, and is now being held by the police. I don't care about their fates. The key is that batch of goods. The loss is too great. Chen Jin suddenly laughed. Loss? What loss do we have? Brother Sean, you were just letting the Vietnamese gang handle the goods. Whatever happened in between, we knew nothing. From Xinjiang to Vietnam, it can be delivered within a month at most. If the Vietnamese gang fails to deliver the goods, we can just go find them for an accounting. By the way, didn't I mention that the Vietnamese gang survived entirely thanks to Suyin Daxiao and Baldy protecting them? Now that the younger brothers aren't following the rules, the boss has to take responsibility. I remember you also said that Tony and the others found you through Daxia's connections, right? Brother Sean smacked his thigh, his eyes suddenly brightening. The Vietnamese gang and Han Shun were taken down by the police. It has nothing to do with me. No, wait. This matter originally had nothing to do with me. If Tony and the others lost my goods, they must compensate me at market price. I was overly concerned. I'm going to gather the brothers right away. This matter will definitely spread quickly, and I need to settle accounts with Tony before anyone else. If it weren't for those 3 bastards, Four Eyes, the hero, and the Baldy, who couldn't see the bigger picture, how could my good partners suddenly turn to Tony and them for delivery? They owe me an explanation for this. They can't even judge people correctly, and yet they drag me into this. Sean Gu was about to leave when Chen Jin stopped him, saying, Hold on, Sean Gu, I think it's best for you to stay put for now. Looking at Sean Guest's puzzled expression, Chen Jin continued, The police have arrested Han Chan's little brother, and also caught the scum from the Vietnamese gang, seizing such a large stash of drugs, and they even exchanged fire with the police on the spot. The police won't let this slide easily. There will definitely be a big operation next. If you make too much noise now, Sean Gu, it's like rushing headfirst into the gun barrel, isn't it? But there's one thing I'm particularly puzzled about. Such transactions must be very secretive. Even you who have been watching them closely were a step behind. How could the police have known in advance and set such an extensive trap? Sean Gu chuckled. What's so strange about that? The police must have planted undercover agents within their 2 factions. Ajin, weren't you in the Anti-Triad Unit before? You should have heard of such things, right? Not quite. Sean Gu suddenly changed his tone. Ajin, you just graduated from the police academy 2 weeks ago and got kicked out. This kind of thing isn't something a rookie officer like you would have access to. Sean Gu didn't suspect Chen Jin at all. Chen Jin had no idea where the scum and Han Chan's men were making their deal, nor did he have the chance to inform the police. Despite Sean Guest's trust in Chen Jin, he was still cautious. The apartment Gu arranged for Chen Jin and the office in the nightclub were both equipped with professional listening devices. Although Gu had a good opinion of Chen Jin, he still needed to test his absolute trust. Little did Gu know Chen Jin had already discovered all these devices. How cautious and fearful of death is Chen Jin. When he nodded in agreement with Gu back, then he had already thought all this through. The day after moving into the house arranged by Gu, Chen Jin got a device for detecting listening devices from Li Wenbin. With the help of the item list, he unobtrusively found all those little gadgets one by one. When Gu brought this up, Chen Jin's face darkened. Gu felt a bit awkward saying, well, Jin, you continue with your weight loss. Oh, I have some matters to attend to. After all, he is the boss and Chen Jin is the little brother. Even though it felt a bit bad to expose Chen Jin's shortcomings, he made a quick exit, leaving Chen Jin with no way to stop him. Chen Jin's guesses were spot on. After this incident, many people couldn't sit still. The most reactive were Tony and his two brothers. Back when they were in the Baisha refugee camp, they lived worse than dogs. So when they saw the 80 million worth of goods, they couldn't resist and directly made a move to swallow it. They initially planned to sell it for a large sum of money and live comfortably for the rest of their lives. As for Gu, they never regarded him seriously, but they never expected such a huge mishap to occur. The scum sent by the Vietnamese gang for the transaction was the scum known for being steady in his dealings and never making mistakes, so this must have been the doing of Han Chan. However, Tony currently had no time to settle scores with Han Chan. They were already in big trouble. The scum was caught on the spot by the police. Even if he kept his mouth shut, the fact that he was caught red-handed would ensure the police would follow that lead to the end. What's more troublesome was that this major deal had gone south. With 80 million worth of goods gone, the news would soon reach Gu's ears. Given Gu's temper, he would definitely not let those three brothers off. Although Tony and his brothers were famous for their fighting skills, the Vietnamese gang had established their footing on the streets through this. But Gu was no fool. He was in the business of big deals armed with real weapons. How could he be foolish enough to engage them in a fist fight? There were also the three old timers, Four Eyes, the Hero, and the Baldy, who facilitated this transaction using their names. Now that something has gone wrong, these three old fellows would definitely come looking for them for a settlement. Just thinking about this made Tony feel a throbbing headache. Ahu, hurry and send Mom to the nursing home. Pay a few months' fees in advance. We have to leave Hong Kong tonight. Ahu was straightforward, immediately asked, what about the boss? Tony decisively replied, of course we have to save him. But now is not the time. The police won't convict the scum so quickly. They need to gather evidence slowly and go through the court process. We still have time to maneuver. If we don't leave now, once the police and Gu's men come knocking, it will all be over. Understood. They'll handle. Hearing that Tony wasn't planning to give up on the scum, Ahu immediately nodded and ran outside. After arranging things for Ahu, Tony's eye shifted and he called for Hua Sheng. Hua Sheng held a position in the Vietnamese gang just below the three brothers. Hua Sheng, something's happened. The scum was caught by the police while dealing with Han Chan. You need to go find Rin Shi Chung right now and prepare the boat. We'll meet at the old pier at 1 tonight. Remember, don't get too big a boat. Also spread some false information to muddy the waters. This must be done beautifully. If you're willing to return to Vietnam with us, you'll have a meal at my table. If you want to stay in Hong Kong, I'll leave you some cash, but you must help me keep an eye on the scum's movements and notify me immediately if there's any news. Tony's gaze suddenly turned fierce. This time it won't be long before we leave. You prepare well here and wait for us to come back with a vengeance. Hua Sheng hurriedly nodded and bowed. Rest assured, brother Tony, I'll go find Rin Shi Chung right now. Although Tony didn't explicitly say what they would return to do, seeing his fierce expression, Hua Sheng understood clearly. Most likely to break someone out of prison or hijack a prisoner transport. Watching Tony turn to leave, Hua Sheng opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop him, but he simply couldn't find a suitable reason. Besides, when it comes to skills, he was no match for Tony. At such a critical moment, daring to stop him would definitely lead to Tony flipping out on the spot. In life and death situations, aside from the three brothers and their mother, Tony was someone who would cut ties with anyone. After finishing his business, Hua Sheng quickly contacted Officer Huang and also informed Ma Jun. A few days ago, when the scum was dealing with Han Chan's men, Hua Sheng couldn't get a single useful piece of information, and he was scolded mercilessly by Officer Huang and Ma Jun. In fact, if nothing had gone awry, even if Tony's transaction had succeeded, Hua Sheng wouldn't have cared. But unexpectedly, headquarters got wind of something from somewhere and set up an early operation, making their entire plan look perfect while leaving them looking foolish. Hua Sheng had been undercover in the Vietnamese gang for quite some time, and Ma Jun's team had been keeping a close watch on Tony and his brothers. As a result, such a large blunder occurred right under their noses, and Hua Sheng began to doubt himself, wondering could there be an undercover agent among the Vietnamese gang's three brothers. Otherwise, how could he, an insider, not have received any wind of this while headquarters seemed to be fully aware? After being scolded thoroughly when Tony assigned him tasks, Hua Sheng immediately perked up. This time he had to turn the situation around. Now that the scum had been captured, Tony and Ahu could not be allowed to slip away. When Officer Huang and Ma Jun received news from Hua Sheng, they were in a meeting with the police chief sent from headquarters. The higher-ups demanded they cooperate in capturing Tony and Ahu. Previously, when the Scum and Han Chan were dealing with each other, their police department had already been passive enough. Now with Hua Shang's lead, the two were suddenly invigorated. As long as they could capture these two hardened criminals, not only would it make up for their previous mistakes, but it might also allow them to hold their heads high in front of headquarters. Tony and Ahu were no ordinary small-time thugs. These desperate men were armed and ruthless. If they made a move in a busy area, there was no telling how many innocents might get hurt. Now with accurate intel, the police could set a solid trap and wait for them to walk right into it. Tony had Ahu well informed about the tasks he assigned to Hua Shang. After settling his mother, Tony drove directly to the pier with Ahu. Upon hearing they were heading to the pier, Ahu was stunned. Second brother, aren't we waiting for Hua Shang to make arrangements? This big guy was straightforward and had so much muscle that it seemed to almost have grown into his brain. He trusted Hua Shang completely, always believing that aside from the three brothers, Hua Shang was the most reliable. Tony resolutely shook his head. We can't wait, we leave now. The cops must be searching for us all over the place. Oh, every extra minute we stay increases the danger. They would never expect us to dare to make a run for it during the day. This is our opportunity. The boss is still waiting for us to rescue him at the station. If we get caught too, it's all over. In Hong Kong, it's hard to find suitable weapons. We must return to Vietnam. That's our territory. Seeing Ahu mention Hua Shang, Tony added a couple more words. During the incident when the boss was dealing with Han Chan, the Flying Tigers had already ambushed the transaction point. The person Han Chan sent was someone who had been with him for over a decade. The boss couldn't possibly have made a mistake. This whole situation feels fishy. Second brother, you aren't doubting Hua Shang, are you? Ahu suddenly raised his voice, filled with astonishment. That's impossible. Ahu furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Hua Shang has been with me day and night these past few days, and the time and location of the Scum's transaction were all top secret. Even the little brothers who went along were notified at the last minute. No one knew the specific location until the very last moment. That's why it seems suspicious. We need to be more vigilant. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on Ren Shichang. If Hua Shang is truly innocent, once this matter is resolved, he will be our brother for life. I can't promise him wealth and luxury, but as long as we have a meal to eat, he will never go hungry. Tony nodded heavily, casually tossing the car keys onto the dock, and boarded the fishing boat with his backpack and Ahu, which had long been arranged. In broad daylight, the fishing boat swaggered away from the port. At this moment, the police forces were quietly infiltrating the territory of the human traffickers. They not only laid heavy ambushes on the ground, but also specially dispatched water police speedboats to stand by in the nearby waters. Even if Tony miraculously broke through the ground encirclement and boarded the ship, he would still find it impossible to escape once at sea. Thinking about the opportunity to personally capture Tony, Hua Shang confidently donned his communication earpiece, ready to maintain contact with Ma Jun at any moment. He completely disregarded the little brothers around him, easily concocting excuses to brush them off. Over the years of being by Tony's side, Hua Shang had witnessed their methods firsthand, and the pressure of being an undercover agent was unimaginable. Now that he was finally close to escaping this plight and achieving great merit, Hua Shang was so excited that his palms were sweating. Time flew rapidly in the anxious wait, and before long the sky darkened, quickly reaching the agreed-upon time. During this time, Hua Shang repeatedly tried to contact Tony, but the phone always indicated that it was out of service. The once confident Hua Shang began to feel restless. Knowing Tony's cautious style of operation, Hua Shang could only keep comforting himself with the thought that Tony is meticulous in his work. As the minute hand moved second by second, the clock struck 12:01 and then 2. Not only did the ambushing police begin to stir, but even the little brothers who had come with Hua Shang and the human traffickers who were ready with the boat grew impatient. Ren Shichang squatted on the deck, smoking furiously, his face dark with anger. The longer the boat stayed docked, the greater the risk. Hua Shang, is Tony coming or not? This boat is burning money every minute. If we wait another 2 hours and still don't see him, the deposit will not be refunded. Fine, do as you wish. At this moment, Hua Shang was too preoccupied with foreboding feelings to care about these matters. Tony was known for following through on his word, and this sudden prolonged disappearance surely indicated something major had happened. Thinking of Tony's usual ruthless demeanor, Hua Shang couldn't help but shiver his spine, feeling cold. If Tony were to discover that he was actually an undercover agent planted by the police, Hua Shang could imagine that the matter of the failed transaction would undoubtedly be pinned on him, and those people would surely find a way to take his life. Although becoming a police officer meant he shouldn't fear retribution from someone like Tony, Hua Shang didn't want to throw his life away for no reason. He sat there silently, his mind racing, repeatedly contemplating every detail from this period, fearing that he had inadvertently exposed himself. What was even more troubling for him was where exactly Tony and Ahu, those two bastards, could be hiding. Ever since the incident with Brother Jia, these two must have anticipated that the police would launch a major manhunt, abandoning the territory they had painstakingly fought for and going completely off the grid. Although he had followed Tony for several years, Hua Shang really wasn't clear about how many of their secret hideouts there were. The worst part was that he had wasted too much time waiting here for this ambush operation. At this rate, Tony and Ahu had most likely slipped out of Hong Kong Island, and return to their home in Vietnam. However, with Brother Jia being held here and their brotherhood being so tight, those two would eventually have to return. As long as he kept a close watch on Brother Jia, he would surely find an opportunity to set a trap to catch these two troublemakers all at once. Hua Xiong took out his phone and dialed Tony again. Hearing the busy signal on the other end, he wasted no time sending a message to Ma Jun, who was ambushing nearby. Ma Jun's face darkened like a pan bottom upon seeing the message from Hua Xiong. Does this mean they had all been played for fools by Tony? He couldn't make this decision and quickly went to find Officer Huang handing over the phone. After reading the message, Officer Huang's round face lost all semblance of a smile. Liao Sir, who had been dispatched from headquarters, immediately sensed something was wrong. Old Huang, what's gone wrong? Is there a problem with the intelligence? Why haven't Tony and his crew shown up yet? Officer Huang nodded heavily, passing the phone to Liao. Sir, this is bad. If we don't handle this well, our people might be in serious trouble. Liao Sir was straightforward, quickly scanning the information and decisively stating act immediately. But don't reveal the undercover identity, yet anyone on site gets arrested on the spot. Since our brother has been undercover in the Vietnam gang for so many years, let him hold on for a few more days. After we capture Tony and Ahu, we can restore his identity later. Officer Huang wholeheartedly agreed. Let's do it this way. He and Ma Jun had been keeping an eye on Tony's group for quite some time and were well aware of the methods of these desperate fugitives. At this moment, protecting Hua Xiong from exposure was undoubtedly the best strategy. With a command, the police officers who had been waiting in ambush surged forward. The lackeys hadn't even reacted before they were pinned to the ground and handcuffed. Hua Xiong saw Ma Jun rushing over and was about to stand up to greet him, but before he knew it, Ma Jun had delivered a heavy punch to his stomach, followed by a swift shoulder throw that knocked him to the ground. Taking advantage of the commotion, Ma Jun leaned in close to Hua Xiong's ear and whispered, "Don't make a sound." As Ma Jun and his colleagues were taking Hua Xiong to the car, he quietly leaned into Hua Xiong's ear and said a few words when no one was paying attention. Hua Xiong felt a warmth in his heart when he realized that Liao Sir from headquarters valued his safety so highly his eyes even became a bit misty, and he immediately agreed to cooperate with the police plan. This time Hua Xiong was captured alongside other gang members. As long as he intentionally leaked some information suggesting that there was an informant, Tony would definitely not suspect him. After all, with the mixed bag of characters in the Vietnam gang, who knows who might stab him in the back? Even better, if Hua Xiong could maintain his undercover identity, he might even be able to infiltrate back into Brother Jia's circle. Compared to the cunning and suspicious Tony, Brother Jia was much easier to deal with. If he could seize this opportunity to achieve merit, he might even be able to mitigate his guilt, though Hua Xiong would not admit it. The false information he provided had indeed caused the police significant losses. On the other side, Chen Jin was completely unaware of these undercurrents. He was comfortably snuggling with the charming Xiao Di, enjoying a lazy nap. The next day at noon, the two leisurely arrived at a high-end restaurant. Under the soft lighting, gentle piano melodies flowed, and Xiao Di specially treated Chen Jin to fine food and wine to reward him for his commitment to fitness and weight loss during this period. Fitness requires perseverance, but it shouldn't be too strict. Chen Jin happily cut into a steak. I don't want to end up looking like a muscle man. Indulging occasionally keeps me motivated to stick with it. Ever since the bar business got on track, they occasionally slacked off and skipped work, and Brother Sean never minded. However, their pleasant world together hadn't lasted long before that ever-annoying Brother Sean burst in his face, filled with anxiety. Jin, help me think of a way. Brother Sean rushed to the table, panting. That bastard Tony actually called. He said that if I don't help rescue Brother Jia, if their operation fails, someone will take evidence to report me to the police. Chen Jin nearly spat out his red wine. What's going on? Didn't you say last night that Tony had fled overnight? He had clearly heard that Tony and Ahu had fled like stray dogs, abandoning their base. How had he suddenly turned around? Brother Sean grabbed the wine glass on the table and downed it in one go, slamming the table in frustration. This Tony is simply unscrupulous. Not only me, but also Si Yin, Da Xiao, and Baldy have all received threats. Now they are short-handed and insist that we provide money and manpower to help with the prison break, otherwise we will be finished together. Isn't that too absurd? Chen Jin furrowed his brow. So Brother Sean, what do you plan to do now? Help them out, or? He gestured with a hand across his throat. Brother Sean rubbed his temples in distress. We've thought about setting a trap, but that little brat Tony is smarter than a fox. It's not easy to lure him in. That's not even a question. Brother Sean slammed the table, raising his voice. Suddenly Brother Jia is now in the police's hands. Even if we managed to scheme against both Tony and Ahu, it would still be futile. He picked up the wine bottle again and filled his glass to the brim, tilting his head back and drinking it all, slamming the glass down on the table with a loud bang. This is what I think. First, we need to get Brother Jia out of the station. Brother Sean suddenly stood up, his knuckles cracking, then find the right moment to take all three brothers down. Brother Sean, you're drunk. Chen Jin quickly seized the wine glass and pushed him back into his seat. You can't discuss such major matters in a restaurant. Let's talk about it later. Surrounding diners cast puzzled glances at them, and only then did Brother Sean realize he had lost his composure. He leaned closer to Chen Jin, lowering his voice. Jin, what do you think of my plan? Too risky with a low success rate, Chen Jin said, picking up a piece of roast goose and placing it in his bowl. Let's eat first, and we can discuss it slowly at the office. Brother Sean had no more appetite for food, but he also didn't touch the wine. He couldn't afford to be intoxicated when serious matters were at hand. Chen Jin and Xiao Di picked up their pace in eating, but the delicacies tasted bland to them. As soon as they returned to the office, Brother Sean eagerly pressed, Jin, do you have any brilliant ideas? Once Xiao Di finished brewing tea and left the room, Chen Jin leisurely replied, although I'm not familiar with the three brothers from the Vietnam gang, I've heard plenty about them recently. Since Tony dares to threaten you to help rescue Brother Jia, he's definitely prepared for you to turn against him. If you ask me, even if you rescue Brother Jia, do you think they will let you go? If I were Tony, I'd definitely have made backups of the evidence. In case something goes wrong, there would be someone ready to deliver the materials to the police. If I can't live, you won't have it easy either. Just based on this blackmail, it's enough to keep you under their thumb for a lifetime. Brother Sean's expression grew increasingly grim. So according to you, should we either accept the extortion or pack up and flee? Not necessarily. Chen Jin suddenly shifted his tone. I heard that they three brothers are particularly filial. Tony and Ah, who fled to Vietnam, they surely wouldn't take their elderly mother with them. How lonely it must be for the old lady to be alone in the nursing home. Shouldn't we go pay her a visit? Chen Jin suggested, lightly tapping the teacup with his fingers. Brother Sean was taken aback, then his eyes widened in realization, and after a moment, he gave a thumbs up. That's ruthless. This matter should be handled by reliable brothers. Chen Jin interjected. You must be patient and meticulous. I used to be a minor official, and I shouldn't be involved in this kind of work. Absolutely not. Brother Sean firmly rejected him. Jin, this matter must be handled personally by you to ensure its security. Absolutely not. Brother Sean firmly rejected him. Jin, this matter must be Jin, once this matter is settled, the apartment you are currently living in will be yours as a reward from me. By the way, Brother Sean suddenly lowered his voice, showing a hint of embarrassment. Don't blame me for being overly cautious. I installed a few surveillance cameras in your living room and study. They'll tell you the specific locations later. Just find someone to dismantle them. But don't worry, there are definitely no such devices in the bedroom. No matter how I am, Brother Sean, I wouldn't have such a perverse hobby. Chen Jin's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowed tightly. Brother Sean, you wouldn't possibly be unaware that sometimes when the mood strikes us, we might not specifically run back to the bedroom, right? Seeing Brother Sean's expression suddenly become unnatural, Chen Jin immediately understood something and raised his voice. Brother Sean. Brother Sean fidgeted awkwardly. Well, I'm just being cautious. In our line of work, who doesn't go through this stage? However, I can assure you I've only installed a few cameras. There are absolutely no recording devices. Once the matter is settled, you can have someone remove them, and that will be that. How about this? They'll give you 2 more streets to manage. You know, Jin, my territory isn't that extensive either. Brother Sean felt that Chen Jin had been tested enough during this time. If this guy is indeed an undercover and can still make such suggestions, let alone Brother Sean, I doubt even the police chief would let him off easily. Brother Sean continued, I'll need your help with Tony's mother's matter. I really can't trust anyone else with this. Considering the apartment and Brother Sean's repeated assurances, Chen Jin ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, I'll handle this. By the way, Brother Sean, what do See in the Night and the Baldy think about Tony's situation? What are their plans? Humph. When talking about these three, Brother Sean's expression darkened further. These three fools have no opinions whatsoever. They want to act, yet fear leaking information, dragging their feet without decisiveness. However, regarding the batch of 80 million worth of goods I lost, they have agreed to scrape together 10 million to compensate me, leaving the rest of the losses out of consideration. Damn it. If it weren't for them insisting on introducing that Tony, how would so much trouble arise? Chen Jin nodded thoughtfully. Those three Tony must also detest Si Yin and the others. There might be something to do here. He continued, and the Tony brothers, even if we need to help them rescue Jia Gu this time, we must not let them off easily. It would be best to take down 1 or 2 of them, and since we have Tony's mother in our hands, they won't have the final say then. However, Brother Sean, I think we should still prepare for both outcomes. If the plan goes smoothly, that's great, but in case something goes wrong, you must leave yourself a way out. Seeing Chen Jin say they should eliminate the Tony brothers, Brother Sean nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thinking about how these three fools not only robbed him of his goods, but also tricked him out of his money, and now they were threatening him for help, Brother Sean was filled with anger. He is not a kind-hearted person. How could he possibly not hold a grudge? With you giving advice by my side, I feel much more at ease. Brother Sean sighed. What a pity, Jin, if you weren't so stubborn and were willing to deal in goods with your intellect and my strength, the entire market of Hong Kong would eventually belong to us. Chen Jin shook his head firmly. Brother Sean, I can't touch this matter. Drug trafficking is a heinous crime, and Chen Jin will never engage in it from start to finish, so give up on that thought. Tony and who returned unusually quickly. Just 2 days later, in the dead of night, Chen Jin was awakened by Brother Sean's phone call. Brother Sean personally came to pick him up in a car, and the two raced along, finally stopping in front of a dilapidated little warehouse. As he pushed open the creaky iron door, Chen Jin immediately saw the menacing Ahu along with Tony, who was surrounded, yet still nonchalant. These two brothers had bulging backpacks on their backs and were carrying heavy bags in their hands, and it was clear to anyone what was inside without needing to think. As soon as Tony saw Brother Sean enter, a contemptuous sneer appeared on his lips. Oh, finally all are gathered. Let's talk business. Brother Sean had no interest in listening to his nonsense. Seeing Tony's arrogant demeanor ignited his anger. He lunged forward. You three brothers are truly something. Not only did you break the rules taking my goods without delivering them, but you also dared to trade privately. Now you even have the audacity to threaten us for help in rescuing Jia Goth. Tony, are you tired of living? Unfortunately, before Brother Sean could reach him, Si Yin and the knight restrained him from. Tony was being cursed at, yet he seemed to find it amusing. He knew very well that while these old guys wanted to kill him, they were all too cautious. These old demers had long since lost their clout. Tony spoke openly. This mess was created by us. Do as you will. As long as you help us get my brother Jia Gu out, well, immediately roll back to Vietnam and never step foot in Hong Kong again. The territory and business of the Vietnam gang in Hong Kong will all belong to you, Brother Sean. However, let me make it clear, if anyone deliberately sabotages after Ahu and I die here, someone will naturally deliver the prepared materials to the police station. Chen Jin frowned at the side while Brother Sean didn't believe a single word. Now that you hold our leverage, who knows if you would turn against us once Jia Gu is rescued. With your little credibility, I, Sean, am the first not to believe you. Si and the knight and Baldy were also staring at Tony. Clearly no one trusted this fickle character. The knight cleared his throat. Tony, you can see the situation now. If you don't show some sincerity, we can't trust you. Tony had anticipated this. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I knew you would react this way. So this time I specifically invited a guarantor. As he finished speaking, a short, stout, middle-aged man walked out from a small room, beside him followed by a few thugs. He smiled as he rubbed his hands. This time, let me Han Chen guarantee Tony's matter. As long as you help us rescue Jia Gu, the three brothers will immediately return to Vietnam, and the Vietnam gang's assets will all belong to Brother Sean as an apology. All evidence will be destroyed on the spot, ensuring there will be no future troubles. By the way, I also have two underlings who were caught by the cops. If it's convenient, could you help me get them out too? Han Chen's appearance stunned everyone. Although he was still a subordinate of the Ni family, the name of Han Shun from Sim Sha Sui was far more renowned than that of Brother Sean and the others. Brother Sean and Si Yin quickly put on smiles and approached Han Chen to greet him. After a brief chat with Brother Sean, Han Chen sincerely explained that he truly did not know that this batch of goods belonged to Brother Sean, and if he had known earlier, he would never have allowed anyone to touch them. Once Brother Sean heard Han Chen's explanation, the anger inside him dissipated considerably, since Han Chen was known to be reliable in the underworld, so he didn't press the matter further. With Han Chen mediating, things became much easier. The two sides nodded at each other and shook hands, considering the matter temporarily settled. Everyone quieted down, waiting to hear what Tony had to say next. To get Han Chen to help speak, Tony had definitely spent a lot. However, looking at the current situation, this money was well spent. Tony pulled out a crumpled map from his pocket and spread it on a shaky, broken table. He pointed at the map and said, "This is the floor plan of the police station. Jia Gu along with Chun Guest's two brothers are currently locked up in the detention room of the police station. In 2 days they will be taken to court for trial. I've inquired, during the early hours of 2 or 3 o'clock, there are the fewest police officers on duty, no more than 20 at most. And the police would never suspect that we would dare to break in and rescue someone. My plan is as follows. If we set off now, we will arrive at the police station just in time. We will strike, quickly rescue the person, and then withdraw. The 3 brothers will leave by boat that night, and this territory will still belong to you." Hearing about the plan to attack the police station, everyone present gasped in shock. Even Han Shun, who had come to support Tony, looked at him with a strange expression at this moment. If this madman really runs away with the people, what will happen to the rest? An attack on the police station is such a major incident that the police will certainly investigate thoroughly. With so many people involved, who can guarantee that no one will leak information? In the end, if anyone is present, they will all be in trouble. Before Chen Jin could voice his opposition, everyone present erupted into chaos, expressing their disagreement. Even Han Chen stood up to oppose this crazy plan. Seeing that no one agreed, Tony didn't seem worried at all. He said leisurely, "Since everyone disapproves of this plan, I have an alternative proposal." As he spoke, he pulled out another map of Hong Kong. In 2 days, the police will escort Jia Gu to court. This is the escort route I've gathered from their recent operations. Each escort consists of 3 vehicles with about 8 to 10 police officers. As long as we ascertain their specific route, we can ambush and hijack the convoy on the way. At that time, Ahu and I will take the lead, and you will provide support from behind. This task is much easier than attacking the police station. This time you should agree, right? Standing at the back of the crowd, Chen Jin suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. He noticed a detail when Tony spoke about this backup plan. His thought process was unusually clear, and the map he had initially presented didn't look like a police station's architectural plan. As expected by Chen Jin, this time Tony's proposed plan faced no objections. Compared to the first crazy plan, this scheme was indeed much more stable. As long as the intel was accurate and the arrangements were proper, they might not even need to confront all the police directly. A group of people gathered together to discuss thoroughly for half a day before dispersing. However, no one mentioned whether they should help Tony and Ahu find a place to hide these days. After all, these two were now wanted criminals and had offended everyone present, so naturally no one was willing to assist them. The night was as dark as ink, and the entire abandoned warehouse area was shrouded in silence. According to the prior agreement, if this operation failed due to Tony and Ahu, all the responsibility would fall on. After the discussion, Yin the hero and the bald guy drove away with their subordinates. After finishing his own business, Han Chen also left by car. Brother Sean and Chen Jin, who arrived last, parked their car on the outermost edge. Although they were the last to arrive, they were the first to drive off. However, no one noticed that as Brother Sean's car drove away, Chen Jin quietly slipped down from the passenger seat and stayed behind. The pitch-black night provided the best cover, and Yin and the others were completely unaware that Chen Jin remained. Tony and Ahu were tidying up things in the abandoned small warehouse, suddenly saw Chen Jin return, and both immediately became alert. Under the dim light of the warehouse, Tony squinted at the unexpected guest before him. If I remember correctly, you should be that little fatty who followed Brother Sean, right? It seems that you also manage some of Brother Sean's business. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of wariness. Why? Did Brother Sean send you to pass on a message? Being called little fatty, Chen Jin was not offended. He maintained a gentle smile. That so-called blueprint of the Wanchai police station is actually fake. It's just a blueprint of an ordinary building. He gently shook his head. Don't be quick to deny it. Let me introduce myself. Before following Brother Sean, I was actually a police officer who worked at the Wanchai police station, and the layout on that blueprint is completely incorrect. Tony was momentarily baffled by Chen Jin's intentions, his brow furrowing even tighter. You stayed behind just to tell me this. Chen Jin still maintained his calm demeanor. Of course it's not just this. He slowly said, yesterday morning I made a special trip to the Renai nursing home, bringing some fruits to visit an elderly lady. The old lady had a good appetite, eating an apple and a banana in one go. The nurse taking care of her was very attentive and took great care of her. In the past 2 days the old lady had been eating well and sleeping soundly, and her complexion had improved. At this point Chen Jin deliberately paused. However, the old lady kept mentioning that she wanted to find her son, saying that her son had gone missing, and she insisted that I help her find him. Bang! Tony suddenly slammed the package he was holding onto the ground, a fierce, killing intent instantly erupting in his eyes. Beside him, Ahu could hardly contain himself and took a step forward, ready to strike. Just as Ahu's fist was about to swing, Tony shouted sharply, "Stop!" He stared intensely at Chen Jin's slightly rounded face, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Continue. What else did Brother Sean want you to say?" Faced with the blatant threat from the two, Chen Jin remained unperturbed. Having experienced too many storms, he was no longer affected by such small scenes. Even if Ahu really made a move, he was prepared to retaliate. If fists wouldn't work, he would use a gun, and he would show no mercy. Looking at the halted Ahu, Chen Jin said slowly, "Brother Sean has an idea. The 3 old geezers, Yin the hero and the bald guy, have been enjoying their glory for over a decade. It's time for them to retire." Ahu immediately interrupted angrily. "What do you mean it's time for them to retire? Do you want us to threaten them to vacate their territory?" Chen Jin shrugged indifferently. "This is just Brother Sean's suggestion. How to talk to those 3 old geezers will depend on your intentions, Tony." He glanced meaningfully at Tony and Ahu and continued, "These 3 old foxes are usually very cautious, yet this time, for the sake of paying Brother Sean 10 million for the goods, they didn't even blink an eye. It's easy to imagine that the combined value of the stock in the warehouse would be worth at least several tens of millions. Once you secure this batch of goods, the 3 of you could return to your hometown in Vietnam and live comfortably for the rest of your lives." Chen Jin took a drag from his cigarette and squinted at the 2 brothers before him. Changing the subject, he flicked the ash from his cigarette. "But the intel fee, I need to take half." Tony suddenly grinned widely, clapping his hands. "Interesting. Truly interesting. I underestimated Brother Sean. I didn't expect this old man to have such courage." Seeing that Tony did not object, Chen Jin shrugged indifferently. As he turned to leave, he deliberately lowered his voice and muttered, "In fact, at Brother Sean's age, he should retire and enjoy life." Although his voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz in the silent warehouse, every word was clearly heard by Tony. After dropping this remark, Chen Jin strode out without looking back. Before coming, he had agreed with Brother Sean that the old man would wait for him at the corner ahead. Damn it! Ahu shrugged off his backpack and was about to charge at him, unable to tolerate this kind of sarcasm. Regardless of the consequences, he just wanted to vent his anger with a beating. Tony grabbed his brother. "Don't be foolish." He stared at Chen Jin's retreating figure, his eyes sparkling with interest. "This is getting more and more interesting. With Brother Sean's weak and cowardly demeanor, how could he have such guts? I think this idea most likely came from that fatty. Now we've already offended enough people. Not one of those just now doesn't want to kill us. Even Han Shun, whom we called over, would definitely stab us in the back if given the chance." Tony stroked his chin stubble. Having such an ambitious guy might be a good thing. Ahu work a little harder these days and thoroughly investigate that fat guy following Brother Sean. Tony squinted. I want to see exactly what kind of deity he is. I'll go check on my mom's side and meet this Chen Jin. Who knows? He might be the key to our survival this time. Chen Jin hadn't walked far when he saw Brother Sean's old car parked crookedly by the roadside. He opened the car door and dove into the passenger seat, smelling the strong odor of smoke. Brother Sean, with a cigarette in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Is everything settled?" "Yes, the message." Chen Jin rolled down the car window to let in some fresh air. "However, I didn't mention the specific location of Cian's warehouse. He'll slowly reveal it when Tony contacts me next. That way he'll be more hooked." Chen Jin remained cautious. Although Brother Sean usually treated him well, he still had to be vigilant. From the first day as an undercover agent, he understood that talking about loyalty with these desperate criminals was nonsense. Brother Sean took a deep drag of his cigarette, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Well done." He suddenly slammed the steering wheel hard. "Damn it. Just now when I stopped to take a leak, Cian and those guys laughed at me for frequent urination, saying I wouldn't be able to please women anymore. You lost 80 million worth of goods, and you think you can appease me with 1 million worth of junk. And it's freaking goods, not cash. These three old geezers are good at calculating. They think they can settle the score with some worthless stock. Do they think I, Sean, am a fool? I'll remember this debt, but once I finish dealing with Tony's crew, I'll seek them out for a reckoning, and they must return every benefit they've swallowed, or I won't be able to ease this anger in my heart. Jean, after Tony's people are finished, all their territory will be yours. Don't be quick to decline, who I know you're not interested in our business, and I won't force you. How about this arrangement? At that time, we'll split the company into 2 parts. You'll manage the territory, and I'll take care of this business. With your intelligence and my connections, we'll join forces, and the whole Hong Kong island will eventually be ours. Excited Brother Sean slammed the gas pedal, the car roaring loudly. Luckily, it was deep in the night, and there weren't many cars on the road, otherwise Chen Jin would have really broken out in a cold sweat. Brother Sean's analysis was indeed reasonable. Tony and his 3 associates were rescued by Cian and raised since childhood. Even the Vietnam gang was supported by Cian. If one said that Cian and the others didn't understand Tony's character, no one would believe it. What was even more suspicious was that they clearly had warehouses of their own, but still insisted on introducing Tony to Brother Sean. There must be a catch. Seeing Brother Sean so excited, Chen Jin could only nod slightly. Let's discuss these matters once the dust settles. We still don't know if Tony and the others can be trusted. I think we need to prepare for both outcomes. In case something goes wrong in the middle, we can remedy it in time. As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Jin's eyes. He wouldn't bat an eye if those drug dealers died. Although Brother Sean was focused on driving, he still caught a glimpse of Chen Jin's expression out of the corner of his eye, and this remark made him feel thoroughly comfortable. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to deliver the goods to you. This matter is up to you. All right. Given the situation, Chen Jin didn't decline any further. After returning home, Chen Jin couldn't rest and took out the surveillance detector from the package, meticulously checking it inside and out before dialing Li Sir's number. At this hour, Li Sir was definitely already asleep, but due to the urgency of the situation, Chen Jin couldn't care less. Furthermore, for such matters, contacting him at any time would not be considered a disturbance. The phone rang just once before it was answered. This was the emergency contact line Li Sir had given him. Not many people knew this number, and Li Sir would always answer any call that came in immediately. Li Sir, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Jin got straight to the point. Tony and Ahu from the Vietnam gang have returned to Hong Kong, and they've brought along quite a few weapons, planning to hijack the prisoner transport on the way to court in a couple of days with Jia Go. Currently confirmed participants include Tony, Ahu, Yin, the hero, the bald guy, Brother Sean, and Han Shun from Tsim Sha Tsui. I might also have to go along. After hearing the report, Li Sir not only did not blame him, but praised him repeatedly. Well done. This intel is very important. I will make the necessary arrangements. This operation will be recorded in your file. All the credits will be attributed to you. Be sure to pay attention to your safety. Your identity is top secret, and you must not be mistakenly harmed by your own people. Chen Jin replied solemnly. Understood, I'll be careful. However, I need you to prepare some blank rounds for me. Of course, Li Sir readily agreed to this request. No time to waste, I will arrange it right away. Before 5 in the morning, the items you need will be placed in the milk box downstairs along with the milk you ordered. Ever since Chen Jin provided Li Sir with the first crucial piece of intelligence, Li Sir has been particularly attentive to this young man. Li Sir had already figured out where Chen Jin lived and where he usually hung out. This time, the information Chen Jin reported was not ordinary. A group of people armed with various weapons was planning to hijack a transport vehicle to rescue someone, and they might even injure a few police officers. If such a major case were to be delayed, they would certainly miss the best opportunity for action. As for why Chen Jin needed blank rounds, Li Sir understood it clearly. This kid wanted to conceal his identity and didn't want to genuinely harm the police. Li Sir understood his intentions well. Chen Jin had subscribed to a daily milk delivery service, and every morning a milkman would come to his door. On regular days, it was just ordinary milk delivery, but at critical moments the milk box would be replaced with enhanced milk, delivered by professionals. Understood. Chen Jin replied briefly. Their conversations had always been straightforward, once they said what needed to be said they would hang up directly. Chen Jin casually stuffed his phone back into the package compartment. This thing was indeed convenient to use, but the limited space was quite troublesome. Unfortunately, the system was not assigning tasks, leaving him helpless to expand the space. After completing these tasks, Chen Jin dove back into the warm bed. With 3 hours left until the milkman's regular delivery, he could catch a little more sleep. The next morning, Chen Jin and Xiao Di were sleeping soundly. After getting up a bit past 5 to collect the goods sent by Li Sir, he fell back to sleep. Although Shan Ge had scheduled things for the morning, there was no rush to leave by 7 or 8. Moreover, Shan Ge must have returned late the previous night, so he would definitely still be in dreamland at this hour. Unfortunately, Chen Jin's plan to sleep in was still foiled. Suddenly the sound of knock 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 at the door came unexpected yet anticipated. Who's there? Chen Jin felt a surge of anger. He was delayed by matters last night, and by the time he returned, Xiao Di was already asleep. They hadn't had a moment of intimacy yet. Just as he was thinking of taking advantage of the morning to exercise, he was interrupted. It's me, Tony. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Open up, I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Tony's voice, Chen Jin instantly became alert. This guy showing up early in the morning must mean trouble. He instantly lost interest, going to open the door wearing only his shorts and no shirt. This attire was intentional, meant to show Tony that he had no weapons hidden on him. Even if Tony truly wanted to pull something, seeing this situation would make him hesitate. If it came to blows, as long as Tony let his guard down, even a little Chen Jin could pull out a weapon from the package compartment in an instant. He had just discussed matters regarding Tony's mother last night. It was only natural for him to come seeking revenge today. However, if Tony dared to play dirty, Chen Jin was not to be underestimated. When the door was opened, the sight before Chen Jin left him stunned. Tony stood at the door with a broad smile, holding breakfast, not only for Chen Jin, but he had also prepared Xiao Di's portion perfectly. Grinning widely, Tony's eyes were nearly squinted shut. Hey, what's with that ghostly expression? You just woke up. He looked Chen Jin up and down, clicking his tongue. If I remember correctly, you're only in your early 20s, right? It's not good for someone so young to be sleeping in all the time. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Look at your belly, tsk tisk, it's even bigger than a pregnant woman 7 or 8 months along. As he spoke, Tony swaggered into the room, making himself at home, pulling out several breakfasts from the bag. Come, let's eat and chat. Although I'm here to discuss business with you, I can't let you go on an empty stomach, can I? He said as he set the breakfast on the table. Chen Jin felt uneasy. Tony treating him to breakfast. Was the sun rising from the west? But then he thought this was his territory, what was there to be afraid of? So he boldly sat down across from Tony. Seeing Chen Jin so straightforward, Tony was pleased, pushing a serving of breakfast in front of him and digging in himself. To his surprise, the breakfast turned out to be instant noodles. Tony was enjoying it immensely, but Chen Jin frowned at the sight. Who treats someone to instant noodles in the morning? However, out of respect for Tony, he reluctantly took a few bites. Tony was sharp. He immediately noticed Chen Jin's reluctance. What? You think the breakfast I brought is shabby? Chen Jin did not hold back. I'm not used to eating this stuff. Next time bring some soup, dumplings, or pan-fried buns. That's what breakfast should be. Upon hearing this, Tony's face turned green. He never expected this fat guy to be so ungrateful. He was trying to do a good deed by bringing breakfast, yet Chen Jin was being picky. He suppressed his anger and squeezed out a reply through gritted teeth. Fine. I'll switch it up next time. Even more frustrating for Tony was that Chen Jin was only focused on his noodles, showing no interest in his purpose for coming, not even asking a single question. Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally before coming. Anyone who could pull him out of the police force and dared to use his mother against him was definitely not a simple character. In fact, Tony had already scoped out the Renai nursing home. He certainly didn't dare to walk in openly, but instead he paid off a nurse to help gather information. He understood very well that now he and Ahu were wanted, and there must be police watching over his mother. Showing up carelessly would be walking into a trap. The information brought back by the nurse made Tony see Chen Jin in a new light. Although Chen Jin himself did not show up, his girlfriend Xiao Di not only visited with fruits, but also prepaid for nursing fees, specifically hiring a nurse to take care of her. In a place like a nursing home, whether someone is taken care of or not makes a world of difference. Because of this, Tony was being so amiable today. After finishing his noodles, Tony wiped his mouth. Jin, I'm here today to discuss serious matters with you. I come with sincerity, so I hope you won't hide anything. After saying this, Tony deliberately glanced towards Chen Jin's room, a faint smile on his lips. Jin, if you think you can keep me, Tony, in check just by catching a little flaw of mine, then we can certainly test that. You haven't seen the methods of Tony yet. Chen Jin's face was filled with smiles as he shrugged his shoulders. What you say is true. I, Chen Jin, am just a small errand boy. How could I dare to threaten you? You can instruct me freely, as long as I, Chen Jin, can do it, I will definitely not hesitate. While he spoke respectfully, his laid-back posture and indifferent gaze were clearly telling Tony, I don't take you seriously. Tony couldn't be bothered to argue about Chen Jin's attitude, and said directly, I'm here today to discuss business with you. You have a hold over me, this time my brothers, and I can help you take care of Shang-gu in the chaos. However, Tony narrowed his eyes. One piece of leverage isn't enough for me to help you with several matters. This deal isn't fair. Chen Jin perked up immediately upon hearing this. Didn't I already use Daxia and Guangzhou to exchange with you for the location of the warehouse? Tony shook his head, his tone firm. Not enough. You also said you would take a 50 handling fee, so you need to help me with 2 more matters. Tony counted on his fingers. First, arrange for my mother to be taken care of, and help her pay 5 years of nursing fees. Second, the goods in Cyan's warehouse, you need to give me cash for my share. Once this deal is done, my brothers and I will have to flee to Vietnam. However, if you ever encounter hard obstacles in the future, just offer the right price, and you can always find us. Tony patted his chest. You know the skills of my brothers. He had thought this through carefully when proposing these conditions. His mother was getting older, and bringing her along while fleeing was inconvenient, so he had to arrange everything in advance. As for those goods, it was also inconvenient to take with him while fleeing. Converting them to cash was the practical choice. Chen Jin stared at Tony for a while, and suddenly grinned. Deal. But one thing needs to be clarified. Chen Jin held up 3 fingers for the goods in Cian's warehouse. I can only buy them at 1/3 of the market price. Moreover, this money won't be gathered quickly. I'll give you 2 million first, and the rest will be settled once I sell the goods. Everyone knew what those goods were. Tony had previously sold the goods he obtained through underhanded means to Han Shun at a 30% discount. Now Chen Jin was directly pushing it to 1/3. That was a pretty ruthless deal. Unexpectedly, Tony readily nodded. All right, it's settled then. He thought to himself, this kid is indeed ruthless. He dares to cut to the bone when given the chance. Isn't that why they are in this line of work, for the money? Do they still need to talk about righteousness and morality? Chen Jin's ability to produce 2 million at once surprised Tony. From what he knew, Chen Jin had not been with Shang-Gu for long. He being able to come up with so much cash so quickly obviously indicated that he had not been idle on the side. The more Chen Jin acted this way, the more opportunities Tony felt there were. This operation might yield unexpected. Tony was not worried that Chen Jin would pull any tricks. Unless all 3 brothers were taken down, as long as one of them managed to survive, they would definitely come back to settle scores with Chen Jin. Having finalized their terms, Tony left with a smile on his face. But as soon as he stepped out of Chen Jin's door, he immediately dropped the smile, his expression turning sinister. A black sedan was already parked by the roadside, and without saying a word, Tony got in. Ahu was at the wheel, and Tony pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket, playing with it between his fingers. I'll make a copy when I get back, and we'll each keep one. Tony tossed the recorder up and caught it again. That fat guy Chen has more tricks up his sleeve than a cold briquette. We need to keep a backup plan. If something goes wrong, just take this thing to Cyan and the others. That can even be useful against Shang-Gu. Ahu scoffed. Second brother, you are too cautious. What waves can someone like Chen Pongzi, who is just a lackey following Shang-Gu, possibly make? If he dares to play tricks, he'll chop him into minced meat. Tony acknowledged. All right, just keep your eyes open. He knew his brother's skills. Even 10 Chen Jins tied together would not be enough to handle Ahu. He narrowed his eyes and continued. Once we rescue the big brother, we retreat to Vietnam first. After settling down, we will come back to get our mother. He made a gesture of slicing his throat. Send Chen Pongzi to the afterlife. How dare he blackmail us? He's asking for death. Ahu excitedly slapped the steering wheel. It should have been done like this long ago. If it weren't for you stopping me last night, I would have taken care of him right there. At this moment, Chen Jin stood by the window, coldly smiling at the receding taillights. He understood people like Tony too well. All this talk of cooperation and deals was nonsense. Would Tony swallow his pride when his own mother was used as a bargaining chip? Who knows what schemes he is plotting? Chen Jin didn't trust a word of Tony's flattering remarks. Perhaps the moment he left, he would go to the nursing home to steal someone. He hadn't even stationed anyone at the nursing home. He just had Xiao Di pretend to be an acquaintance to visit, casually fabricating an excuse for looking after someone. Now it was just a matter of who acted faster and was more ruthless. Chen Jin went back to his room, briefly instructed the sleepy Xiao Di, changed his clothes, and headed straight for Sean Gessler. Although he wasn't the main character in this grand play, to gain an advantage, he had to calculate every move carefully. If Tony could indeed handle Shang-Gu, he had to be ready to take over the territory at any moment. As soon as Chen Jin entered the company, Shang-Gu enthusiastically approached him. Ah, Jin is here. He affectionately draped an arm over Chen Jin's shoulder and waved to 2 lackeys inside the room. Away, Li, from now on you two will follow Jin Go. The territory and manpower are all yours, and I'll assign you 4 more. Shang-Gu continued. Ah, Jin, from now on you will be the second-in-command of our Sihai Finance Company. As he promoted Chen Jin to Vice President, Shang-Gu also tasked him with expanding the workforce. After all, in the coming days, this batch of new recruits would be put to great use. By the way, Shang-Gu suddenly seemed to remember something, pulling out a small leather suitcase from behind him. Ah, Jin, this is a welcome gift I prepared for you. Open it in a private place. Interestingly, unlike other gangs, Shang-Gu and his group didn't set up a traditional headquarters, but creatively, when dealing with outsiders, they always used the name of this company. Chen Jin nodded in understanding, accepting the heavy little box. Thank you, Shang-Gu, for your support. I will definitely do my best for the company in the future. To be honest, among Sean Guest's brothers aside from him, who still had some ability, the others like Wei and Ali were barely even class fighters, at most just street thugs. They only relied on their weapons to intimidate others. As for the younger brothers they brought along, one look at them was enough to tell they were all misfits. However, the 4 bodyguards specially arranged later were quite good. 2 were genuine class fighters, while the other 2, although slightly lacking, were well-built and stood like iron towers. With bulging waists, it was clear they were carrying weapons, and their cold, fierce appearance could indeed intimidate quite a few people. Naturally, Wei and Ali were not pleased with the sudden arrival of Chen Jin, who would be happy about an additional superior for no reason. But since it was Sean Guest's command, they could only swallow their discontent. Moreover, Chen Jin indeed had some skills, and everyone could see how well he managed the scene. With rumors of his ruthless deeds, the underlings following him had no complaints. Most people involved in this life knew their place and understood they weren't cut out to be the boss. For them, being able to follow a capable big brother and wield some power was quite nice. After a brief introduction to the new subordinates, Sean Gu called Chen Jin aside. Coincidentally, someone had arranged a meeting with Sean Gu today, so he brought Chen Jin along. Sean Gu was completely at ease with Chen Jin. Moreover, Chen Jin had always been resistant to any shady dealings, so Sean Gu wasn't worried about him stirring up trouble in the company. Since he had decided Chen Jin was one of their own, there were some matters he wouldn't hide from him. Knowing that they were about to take over so much new territory, if he still had to guard against Chen Jin, many things would actually be harder to handle. Thinking about how the company would rapidly develop and soon be on par with those old-school gangs, Sean Gu felt immensely. Chen Jin was also caught off guard, suddenly being dragged by Sean Gu to meet some mysterious big shot. In a high-end Western restaurant, Chen Jin followed Sean Gu to meet this mysterious figure, their top supplier Lin Kun. Upon seeing that Sean Gu had brought an unfamiliar face, Lin Kun's expression instantly darkened. Sean, I remember telling you that we must meet alone without bringing anyone along. Lin Kun was an extremely cautious person, and Sean Guest's sudden move immediately raised his alertness. Ha ha ha. Sean Gu chuckled awkwardly, suddenly recalling Lin Kun's rule. However, he reacted quickly. Kun Gu, he's not just anyone I brought along. Sean Gu introduced seriously. This is Jin, my brother. Today I specially brought him to get acquainted with the connections. In the future, for matters on my side aside from me personally, Jin will be fully responsible. As he introduced, Sean Gu subtly signaled Chen Jin to cooperate with him. Lin Kun frowned, looking incredulously at Sean Gu. Sean, are you serious? This is not a small-time business. Everyone in the underworld knows that Lin Kun does things by the book. I have never even heard of someone named Chen Jin. Now you vouch for him, and if anything goes wrong, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Sean Guest's trust in Chen Jin genuinely surprised Lin Kun. In this line of work, even brothers had to be guarded. Bringing someone along so casually and claiming such a bond felt like a joke. Kun Gu, you can rest assured. Sean Gu patted his chest in assurance. Jin is absolutely reliable. Oh, I stake my head on it. When it came to Chen Jin, Sean Gu was incredibly confident. In his eyes, there was no way Chen Jin could be an undercover agent sent by the police. Seeing Sean Gu so adamant, Lin Kun didn't know what else to say. However, even with Sean Guest's guarantee, he still kept a wary eye on Chen Jin. Noticing that Lin Kun didn't pursue the matter regarding Chen Jin any further, Sean Gu quickly changed the subject. Kun Gu, why did you ask me to come today? Lin Kun leisurely took a sip of coffee. Sean, I've heard about what's going on your side. The 3 losers from the Vietnam gang have caused you quite a loss, haven't they? I still have a batch of goods on hand, and do you want some? Sean Guest's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. No problem, but I need a few days to prepare. The price is the same as always, and you know the rules, cash for goods. In this business, all dealings were for profit. Lin Kun wouldn't suddenly show kindness. He knew Sean Gu had suffered significant losses this time, and urgently needed to recover, which was why he specially invited him out for a meal. Upon hearing this, Sean Guest's eyes instantly brightened. No problem, but I need a few days to get ready. Seeing Lin Kun's puzzled look, Sean Gu explained, recently I've been tight on funds and need to raise some money over the next few days. Also, regarding the Vietnam gang situation, the police have been watching me closely, so I plan to keep a low profile for a few days. It just so happens that I brought Jin along today, or as soon as I have the money ready, I'll have Jin contact you, Kun Gu. Even though 80 million isn't a small amount for someone like Sean Gu who has been in this game for so many years, it wouldn't be a crippling loss. He didn't want Lin Kun to know that he was planning to rescue Jia Gu with Tony in 2 days. If Tony and the others could really help him eliminate the Four Eyes gang, his territory would expand significantly, and he could then acquire more goods from Lin Kun. This was what Sean Gu was most concerned about right now. Alright, once you are ready, have Jin contact me. Lin Kun understood this explanation. The police had been quite active lately, and during such times being able to remain calm and not be blinded by immediate interests made Lin Kun view Sean Gu with newfound respect. Seeing Sean Gu making Chen Jin the intermediary, Lin Kun also began to ponder. It seemed he should also find a spokesperson to stand in the limelight while he controlled things from behind the scenes. That would increase the safety significantly. However, he would have to carefully choose this candidate as he was not as trusting as Sean Gu. In just a few exchanges, matters were settled. After discussing business, Lin Kun immediately called the waiter to serve the dishes. Although there were only 3 of them, he waved his hand grandly to order a table of fine dishes and opened 2 bottles of premium red wine. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Hey, I really can't get used to Western food. Each dish is just a tiny bite, not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Jin, you should eat more. If it's not enough, we can order more. Lin Kuan frowned, poking at the delicate steak on his plate with a fork. This place was insisted upon by my wife, who said the environment was particularly good. If you ask me, it's just average. It's not like they found someone in a suit to play the piano in the corner. Is that considered high-end? Is that what the upper class is about? He pouted disdainfully, clearly unimpressed. Chen Jin nodded slowly. This was the first time he spoke after taking his seat. Isn't that right? If I were in charge, I would have some dancers stripping in the middle of the restaurant and arrange for some drink companions. That would definitely boost business several times over. That's really tacky. Although Lin Kuan didn't voice this thought, his appraisal of Chen Jin dropped a few notches. What he found even more intolerable was that Chen Jin actually waved for the waiter and asked for a pair of chopsticks, then nonchalantly used them to pick up the steak and gobbled it down. Watching this short and chubby fellow devour his food, Lin Kuan found it impossible to associate him with the identity of a police officer. Brother Sean was not bothered by Chen Jin's eating habits. Instead, he was quite interested in the idea proposed earlier. Jin, do you think we should do it the way you suggested in our place? Chen Jin quickly shook his head. Forget it, even rabbits don't eat the grass by their own burrows. If Chiodi finds out and is unhappy, that would be too unwise. TCH. Brother Sean scoffed. Women are just a burden. When you need them, pay for a few, and once it's done, send them away. Jin, you just got into power and are already tied down by a woman, and this won't do. After a few drinks, the 3 of them began to tease each other, and the atmosphere at the dining table gradually became lively. Fortunately, Lin Kuan was wealthy and didn't want to attract too much attention, so he booked a table in the far corner of the restaurant surrounded by screens, which didn't affect the other guests too much. This place was expensive and the diners had decent quality, although they heard some noise. No one made a fuss, or it would have been too embarrassing. After a hearty meal, Chen Jin and Brother Sean staggered out of the restaurant. There was no helping it. Chen Jin's drinking capacity was poor, and Lin Kuan had ordered some 82 law fight right off the bat. Chen Jin was well aware that this was probably fake, but he couldn't help himself, downing nearly 2 bottles by himself. Originally, they had some serious business to attend to in the afternoon, some arrangements that needed their personal handling. But now in their drunken state, they could only go home and sleep it off. The next 2 days were calm. The police investigation hadn't stopped, but everyone had been especially low-key these days, and the police hadn't managed to catch anything incriminating. When everyone gathered again at the abandoned warehouse, the operation to rescue Jia Gu was finally about to begin. Yin Xia and Baldy all personally took action, each bringing along 2 capable underlings. Brother Sean naturally brought Chen Jin along, but they had arranged for several vans to stand by outside. Han Shun, that old fox, made an excuse not to come, but sent a few trusted subordinates to listen to Tony's orders. Tony was the first to arrive, bringing along quite a few weapons. Seeing that Brother Sean and the others only had machetes, Tony frowned. Come on, get some decent gear from me. The police escorting the transport vehicles are all armed. This time they were escorting Jia Gu, so the police would definitely be more vigilant than usual. Tony threw a bag of luggage heavily onto the table, making a thud sound. He glanced around at the hesitant crowd and sneered. With just these few broken guns, what big thing can you accomplish? The room fell silent, everyone staring at the bulging bag of luggage, but no one dared to step forward. Only Chen Jin, standing beside Brother Sean, without saying a word, strode over confidently and yanked. Inside there weren't many items: 2 AKs, 3 or 4 shotguns, a sniper rifle, and several handguns, with the rest all being bullets and magazines. Chen Jin was the first to take action, not holding back at all. He slung the sniper rifle over his shoulder, tossed an AK to Brother Sean, then grabbed 2 handguns, quickly checked them, loaded them, and shoved them into his pocket. With the sniper rifle in hand, he certainly couldn't charge to the front. Now Chen Jin had a legitimate reason to stay back and provide support, which was simply delightful for him. Moreover, he had no issue handling the sniper rifle. Tony might use it, but could he really handle a sniper rifle and hide at the back for support? This time they were here to rescue Jia Gu. If Tony stayed at the back, while others charged ahead, how would that work out? As for the rest of Yin Xia and the others, it wasn't that Chen Jin looked down on them, but this group could barely handle an AK, let alone a sniper rifle. That thing isn't as simple as just pulling the trigger. As soon as Chen Jin moved, others began to grab weapons. It wouldn't do for Chen Jin and Brother Sean to have the big guns while the others only had handguns, right? If they were overwhelmed by the police due to insufficient firepower, wouldn't that be courting death? However, Tony frowned. To put it simply, having someone as cold-hearted as Chen Jin hiding at the back with a sniper rifle made him feel very uncomfortable. Tony quickly thought up a reason. Chen Jin, why don't you return the sniper rifle to me? This operation needs to be swift. Once we rescue him, we must leave quickly, and having the sniper rifle will only slow us down. And we haven't even determined where the ambush point is. There's no time for you to find any vantage point to lay in wait. I have a carbine here, you can use this. Chen Jin looked at the AWP sniper rifle in his hands, unwilling to part with it. This was his only chance to get such a good weapon. He didn't know when he would have the opportunity again. He casually took the carbine Tony handed him, but still didn't return the AWP. Alright, I'll use this M4 instead. Men, after all, are typically fond of guns, cars, and women. I haven't had the chance to use this yet. I'll keep the AWP for my collection. Seeing Chen Jin still carrying the sniper rifle, without any intention of putting it down, Tony was speechless. This guy was not only plump, but also had a thick skin. But if he didn't return it, so be it. It was just a sniper rifle, and Tony wasn't lacking in that regard. As long as he returned to Vietnam, and with money in hand, he could still get one. As long as Chen Jin didn't hide at the back taking aim, and once they rescued Jago immediately left for Vietnam, Tony wouldn't care what Chen Jin did with that gun afterward. Besides, they were about to take action. It was not the time to waste discussing with Chen Jin. Having made up his mind, Tony immediately said, "Alright everyone, turn off your phones for now, to prevent being tracked by the police after the action. If they discover our phone signals all appeared at the scene, it would be a hassle to explain later. Everyone grab your gear, and each person take an earpiece for easy communication. Who just informed us that the vehicle escorting Jago has already left the police station. We must set off immediately." In fact, who wasn't tracking the escort vehicle as Tony said. He was rushing toward the direction Chen Jin provided, the warehouse used by Yin Xia and Baldy. Tony and who split into two routes. In case one of them encountered trouble, the other could still help with revenge. The odds of both encountering trouble at the same time were minimal. Deliberately making everyone turn off their phones meant that even if something happened at Yan's warehouse, those left behind wouldn't be able to contact them. Tony understood those three old fellows too well. Once trouble arose, if the subordinates couldn't reach them, the remaining people would be like headless flies, completely useless. Although many people still had their thoughts, no one spoke up at this moment. Everyone put on their earpieces, turned off their phones, and boarded the two vans that had been prepared beforehand, heading straight for the pre-discussed location. Sitting in the van, Chen Jin finally took down the AWP from his back. He also brought over Tony's empty bag, quickly disassembling the sniper rifle and stuffing it into the bag. Much easier to carry. Carrying the AWP during the operation would be too cumbersome. He couldn't just tuck it away in the bag in front of so many people. Disassembling it was a good idea, especially since others wouldn't be able to use it. Although most of those present couldn't use such a weapon, if someone got reckless and fired it randomly, it could hurt someone, which wouldn't be good. Many people were secretly surprised by Chen Jin's adept movements. This chubby guy following Brother Sean was capable and deserved attention. Soon they arrived at the designated location. The vehicle had just stopped by the roadside when a convoy consisting of a prisoner transport vehicle and two police cars passed by. At Tony's command, a large truck that had been prepared in advance suddenly charged out from the front. The driver seemed drunk, driving erratically, and eventually flipped the truck over, completely blocking the road. The police car in the lead suddenly came to a halt due to the accident. However, the police were very cautious. They didn't get out immediately, but used their radios to call for backup while remaining on alert. Chen Jin and the others observed the police's reactions clearly from the side. Tony immediately furrowed his brow. According to his plan, with such a big accident, there would definitely be police getting out to check. At that point, they could seize the opportunity to open fire, aiming to take out a few. But now this plan might be ruined. Out of nowhere, someone fired a shot, hitting the police car. Suddenly, the police in the car cocked their guns and entered defensive mode. Moreover, they also noticed the two vans parked by the roadside, and the barrels were immediately aimed in their direction. Who the hell is firing recklessly? Tony yelled angrily into the earpiece. He was already frustrated with the failure of the ambush plan, and now this unexpected complication arose. Chen Jin shook his head. It should be from that nearby car. We've been compromised. Everyone be careful. Chen Jin suddenly pulled out two masks from his clothing, handing one with a Sun Wukong pattern to Brother Sean. Brother Sean, put on the mask. Be careful not to let anyone recognize you later. As he spoke, he put on the other mask of Zhu Beiji. Don't look at me like that. I only prepared two. After all, everyone here was brought in by Tony last minute. Yin and the others hadn't prepared any of these items, and Tony hadn't provided them either. Reminded by Chen Jin, everyone finally reacted. There was no choice. Chen Jin didn't have any extra masks, so they had to use whatever they could find, grabbing a coat and using a dagger to cut it, covering their faces with the cloth. Seeing that everyone was almost done preparing and glancing at the approaching police, Chen Jin grinned. Good luck. Saying that, he slipped out from the side door of the van, pulled out his handgun, and began firing wildly. Chen Jin's sudden craziness startled everyone. The police on the opposite side were also stunned by him, and quickly retreated to the side of their car, using it for cover as they began to return fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and both sides were engaged in a fierce exchange. Fortunately, the ambush location chosen by Tony was in a sparsely populated area. After this incident, the vehicles behind immediately turned around and fled. No one dared to stop and watch, so temporarily no innocent people were harmed. Taking advantage of the lull in gunfire, Chen Jin hid behind a box truck that had no driver. The truck had thick iron plating, making it a safer hiding spot. The van was not a good hiding place. Its driver was hit by police bullets before he could even get out. Watching the chaos unfold, Tony was extremely anxious. Indeed, their firepower was stronger than the police, but this ragtag bunch was no match for the well-trained officers. It had been years since the Furied group had experienced such a scene. They simply knew to lower their heads and find a place to hide, firing a few shots in retaliation with no effect. Moreover, whether it was due to the transport of Jago or not, the police force this time was significantly stronger than usual. Although they were still lacking compared to Tony and his crew, the gap was not that large. Seeing the situation, Tony jumped up, raised his AK, pulled the trigger to the max, and shouted, "Ajin, find an opportunity to charge over and rescue Jago from the car." Chen Jin wouldn't listen to him. "Are you kidding me? In this situation, you want me to charge in? Do you want me to die?" He took down the carbine from his back, slightly raised the muzzle, and began to spray bullets while pulling the trigger to the max. "Damn it, what a ridiculous plan. You think you can save someone like this? If we can escape safely later, it will be a blessing. Tony, I don't care what your plan is, you'd better hurry." After this incident, the police will definitely have received a distress call. Under normal circumstances, a large number of officers will arrive for reinforcement in no more than 10 minutes. If you don't have a backup plan, don't blame me for not playing along. Although Chen Jin didn't heed his words, seeing Tony's madness still eased his mind. At least Chen Jin was definitely not a member of the police. After a magazine of bullets was fired, Tony helplessly discovered that the police transport vehicle was bulletproof. The bullets hitting it felt like mere scratches. However, with the overwhelming firepower from him and Chen Jin, they still managed to suppress the police, preventing them from raising their heads. Watching the Furied in the night cower behind the car, randomly shooting Tony, felt like cursing. Is this their level? They can't even compare to their own underlings. How did they end up in this position? Tony gritted his teeth. "Ajin, cover me." He didn't change the AK magazine, hanging the gun around his neck while shooting with his pistol and pulling several grenades out of his bag, throwing them directly at the police car. Upon discovering the use of grenades, the police immediately shouted to retreat and find cover. Seeing this, Tony and the others seized the opportunity to charge forward and occupy the position of the transport vehicle. Jago was successfully rescued. Along with Jago were Hua Sheng and two of Han Chen's loyal subordinates. However, the two of Han Chen's subordinates were not lucky and had been hit by someone else's bullets. With no time to remove Jago's handcuffs, Tony directly handed him two handguns. "Jago, hold this for a while. Ahu will be here soon." At the same time, Tony said to the others, "In no more than 3 minutes, Ahu will arrive. Everyone withdraw together. Don't worry, I, Tony, always keep my word. After this, we will have no further entanglements." Hearing Tony say he keeps his word in the earpiece, Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh, but quickly returned to normal. "Let's hope Ahu comes soon. This body of mine is still waiting to pick up girls. I can't die here." Though he said this, Chen Jin was secretly grumbling. "Clearly, I had already reported this news to Li Wenbin. How come the police are completely unprepared? Did Tony actually succeed in rescuing someone?" At this moment, Shangu also spoke up to praise Ajin. "I really didn't misjudge you. You are quite brave. In the future, our High will definitely become stronger and stronger." Seeing Chen Jin's fierceness, Shangu was overjoyed. With such a fierce person in his company, they would surely develop rapidly. Originally, Shangu was quite reassured about Chen Jin's background, but now he was even more at ease. Shangu was happy, but the Furi group was not. Shangu was already strong enough to match the three of them combined. Now, with the addition of such a fierce person as Chen Jin, how would they live their days in the future? How could someone like him have no ambitions? When the territory next to Shan Guess is targeted, they will definitely be the first to be aimed at. Thinking this, the three exchanged glances. The bald man who had been hiding behind the car suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger at Chen Jin. However, the bald man's shooting skills were too poor, and since Chen Jin had been keeping an eye on these three with his peripheral vision, he noticed when the bald man turned to shoot. This shot was still several meters away from Chen Jin, but he was enraged. "Damn it, I haven't even touched you, and you three old geezers dared to attack first. What a joke." Chen Jin yelled into the earpiece, furied. "Are you shooting at me? I said at the beginning, how could anyone accidentally fire? The police's firepower this time is much stronger than usual. Is it you, old man, who leaked the information to the police?" While shouting, Chen Jin immediately turned his gun towards Furied and began shooting. Chen Jin usually had poor accuracy when shooting at police, but this time, when dealing with Furied, his marksmanship suddenly improved. Not only did Furied suffer, but the knight and the bald man were also hit. Seeing the situation was not right, the bald man quickly shouted into the earpiece, "Mistake. Mistake. I didn't inform the police. The shot at Ajin just now was purely an accident. It was a misfire. Shut your damn mouth." Chen Jin scoffed, coldly raising his hand and firing 2 shots, the bullets accurately hitting the bald man's calf, exposed outside the car. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? A misfire? You dare to say such nonsense?" He secretly cursed in his heart. This bald man really thought he was a fool, making up such an obvious lie. Seeing that Chen Jin didn't believe him at all, the bald man anxiously shouted to Shan Gue, "Shan, this time I admit defeat. Once we get out, all of my territory will belong to you. I swear I will wash my hands of the rivers and lakes." Shan Gu remained silent and directly fired a burst from his AK to show his stance. At this point, who would still believe such nonsense? Besides, he originally planned to take the opportunity to eliminate the Furied group, and now the opportunity had presented itself, it would be foolish not to act. Unfortunately, Sean Guest's shooting skills were not commendable at all. A magazine of bullets fired, and not only did he fail to hit the bald man, but even the van in front barely got hit. Chen Jin directly pierced through the bald man's lies. Who do you think you are? If you want to hit me, just do it. Now that you say you'll withdraw, you think you can just walk away. As he spoke, he fired several more shots. Once I deal with you, your territory will still be ours. I want to see who dares to take it. Although these shots did not hit the bald man, they passed through the car door and hit the knight in the stomach. The knight cried out in pain. Ajin, are you crazy? This has nothing to do with my enmity with Furied. If you hit me again, I will fight back. Though he said this, the shotgun in his hand was already out of bullets. At first he hadn't taken this seriously, and only brought 2 rounds later. When the gunfight broke out, he panicked and jumped out of the car without grabbing any ammo. Now he only had 4 or 5 rounds left. How could he be Chen Jin's opponent? Furied quickly shouted at Sean. I guarantee with the knight that when we return, we will give you the bald man's territory and pay you some money. Quickly get Ajin to stop. Hiding behind the transport vehicle, Tony shook his head. These guys hadn't even escaped yet, and they were already turning on each other. He had seen very clearly that the bald man had clearly aimed at Chen Jin when he fired. He just had terrible marksmanship and missed. This was definitely not the bald man's idea alone. Of Furied and the knight were definitely involved. Under normal circumstances, Tony would have relished watching them tear each other apart, but now the situation was urgent. Losing so many people at once would mean disaster when the police attacked. Furious, Tony shouted, shut the hell up. We're about to lose our lives, and you're fighting among yourselves. Chen Jin was also holding back a belly full of anger, gritting his teeth, and cursing that bald donkey just now was simply too much. He actually wanted to lay his hands on me. Does he think I'm just going to stand here like a wooden post for him to slaughter? While cursing, Chen Jin did not idle his hands. The gun in his hand went off with a bang, shooting bullets towards the car where Furied and the others were hiding. Particularly, a few bullets accurately hit the tires, directly cutting off the escape route for the opposing side. Tony watched beside him, frowning. To be fair, he did have a deal with Sean Gu, and helping them to eliminate the Furied group was not impossible. But at this critical moment, it really wasn't a good time to take action. Watching Chen Jin's volatile temper, Tony shook his head in his heart. This reckless hothead, once provoked, would explode. He would probably never amount to anything in his life. Everyone shut up. Tony shouted sternly. Do you believe that when Ahu arrives, it'll just leave you all here? Let you play with the police on your own? What the hell are you still fighting among yourselves for at such a time? Have you lost your minds? To be honest, normally if they were in a different place, even if they fought until their heads broke and died together, Tony wouldn't even bother to lift an eyelid. After Tony's shout, both sides finally calmed down. Sean Gu also ceased fire. He knew very well that if Tony and the others truly walked away relying on just a few of them, even with weapons in hand, they could not withstand the police's firepower. Although Chen Jin reluctantly stopped firing, it was not for Tony's sake. He glanced at the bald man and the knight, seeing both were injured and they would definitely not escape later. Thinking this, he became less anxious, knowing he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with these 2 unfortunate souls. The ones most eager for a ceasefire were definitely Furied and his 2 companions. All the underlings they brought out had fallen. It was unknown whether they had been caught by the police or taken out by Chen Jin. Now that Furied was unharmed, the bald man and the knight had both been shot, especially the bald man, who was hurt the worst. Whether he could survive until they left was in question. At this moment, he regretted deeply. Had he known, he shouldn't have listened to Tony's nonsense about robbing a prison transport. If he had just tidied up and run off, how could he have ended up in this situation? No one expected Ahu to arrive so quickly. Just as both sides had stopped firing, a Hus vehicle came rushing in like an arrow. This kid had a clear target, completely ignoring the outermost Chen Jin and Sean Gu, treating the middle Furied and the others as air, and directly drifted the car in front of Tony and Jia Gu. The police reacted quickly. Seeing someone attempting to rescue Jia Gu, they opened fire fully. A clever officer fired several shots, precisely blowing out all 4 tires of a Hus vehicle. Now the situation had turned tense again. A Hus arrival not only failed to resolve the situation, but also dragged himself into it. The bald man, seeing this, was furious, jumping up and down as he shouted, Who are you out of your mind? Couldn't you have picked us up first and then provided cover? Now everything is ruined. The bald man had several wounds, bleeding profusely. At this moment, he no longer cared about saving face and started berating Ahu. He was immobilized, his lackeys were all dead, and if no one helped him, he would surely meet his end here. Therefore, seeing Ahu's car destroyed left him in utter despair. Upon hearing the bald man dare to complain, Ahu was instantly enraged. Having long been aware of the deal between Chen Jin and Tony, he drew his weapon without hesitation and fired 2 shots at the bald man. Ahu had received professional training, and his aim was remarkably accurate, especially at such a close range. One of the bullets hit the bald man's forehead squarely, taking him down instantly. Chen Jin, standing behind, it was known that the bald man possessed a grade card, and now, with Ahu's actions, the loss was significant. But in the next moment, an invisible white light swiftly entered Chen Jin's body. He opened his inventory and found that a grade bald man card had indeed appeared. However, this card was marked with a large damaged character indicating it was a fragment that needed 3 to complete. In short, as long as someone related to Chen Jin died, even if he didn't kill them himself, he could still obtain a fragment. Although it required 3 to form a complete card, it was a free bonus that made Chen Jin quite pleased. Seeing Ahu suddenly take down the bald man, Si Yin was furious, jumping up and down. Ahu, are you crazy? If it weren't for the 3 of us taking you in back, then you would have been shark bait by now. We even came to help you rescue someone, and yet you raised 3 ungrateful wolves. After being scolded by Si Yin, Gu also got fired up, turning his gun towards Si Yin and opening fire. Seeing that his elder brother and younger brother had both opened fire, Tony shook his head helplessly. Jin, let's deal with those 3 first, then we'll figure out how to escape. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh, slapping his thigh. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Caught in the crossfire, Si Yin and Xia quickly followed the bald man's fate. Si Yin was shot dead by Chen Jin, while Xia fell under Tony's gun. After this battle, Chen Jin gained another grade card and a fragment, feeling immensely satisfied. Tony and the others suddenly turned on each other, leaving the police bewildered. The temporary team leader Lao Ma quickly grasped the situation and grabbed his radio, ordering everyone pay attention. Regardless of whether they are infighting or not, surround and eliminate them. Not a single one must escape. Shoot out the tires of all operational vehicles on site. The Flying Tigers will arrive in 5 minutes, and we'll settle the score with them then. Be alert and stay safe. After a moment of hesitation, Lao Ma still refrained from exposing Huasheng's undercover identity. At this moment, Huasheng was hiding in the transport vehicle's cabin. Although he had a weapon given by Tony, he was lying low on the ground, making him the safest of them all. However, Lao Ma had grown suspicious of everyone except for the Tony brothers. Si Yin, Xia, and the bald man were already dead, and the remaining casualties were likely just low-level thugs. As for the 2 masked figures at the back, the one wearing the Sun Wukong mask was definitely Gu, while the other, wearing a fat Zhu Beiji mask, felt familiar to Lao Ma, although he couldn't place it immediately. One thing Lao Ma was certain of was that the fat guy wearing the Zhu Beiji mask was definitely suspicious. Despite his earlier ferocity when Chen Jin was wildly shooting, it seemed like the bullets were flying wildly around the police car without targeting vital spots. At that time, Ma Jun had thought his shooting skills were terrible. However, when he shot at Si Yin and the others, his accuracy suddenly improved. The contrast was so stark that Ma Jun couldn't help but feel suspicious, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the fat guy's actions were odd. Ma Jun felt a sharp pain in his arm and froze. Looking down at his wounded arm, he was anxious. This could be bad. Oh, would there be any after effects? Would he still be able to handle cases as robustly as before? Various worries spun through his mind like a revolving lantern. But just a few seconds later, Ma Jun sensed something was off. Although his arm had indeed been shot, a closer inspection revealed that the spot where the bullet struck didn't even have a hole, just a red mark. He hadn't trained in any invulnerability techniques, so how could he be immune to bullets? Upon realizing this, the answer became clear. Either the gun was faulty, the bullets were unusual, or the shooter had some tricks up his sleeve. During this transport mission of Gu, the higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized that the Vietnamese gang member named Tony might come to hijack the prison vehicle, so every officer was equipped with bulletproof vests, and their weapons were different from usual. As the leading officer, Ma Jun received a confidential order that no one else knew about. The Flying Tigers were on standby nearby, and if any emergencies arose, they had to call for support immediately. Initially, Ma Jun thought the leaders were overly cautious, but now he understood. It was evident that someone was colluding inside and out. He quickly scanned the actions of everyone on site, his gaze finally landing on the large fat face behind the Zhu Beiji mask, certain that this guy was problematic. Seeing the police starting to tighten the encirclement, everyone else remained relatively calm, but Gu, hiding at the back, was anxious and jumping up and down. Jin, the cops are about to wrap us up, you need to make a decision. In truth, Gu didn't care whether Gu could be rescued. With Si Yin, Xia, and the bald man all finished, their territory would soon be his. Moreover, with Tony and the others causing such a ruckus, they definitely wouldn't be able to stay in Hong Kong anymore. As long as he could retreat safely today, Gu would be the biggest winner. He and Chen Jin had indeed arranged for a getaway vehicle and personnel, but when Ahu drove over earlier, the tires had been shot out by the police, leaving Gu too frightened to act rashly. Tony, hearing guess shout, was also anxious. Jin, we've already taken care of Si Yin and the others, so our deal is settled. If you have a good plan, say it quickly. Once the police reinforcements arrive, we're done for. Watching the police gradually tighten the encirclement, Tony felt increasingly anxious. These police officers were currently holding their positions, clearly waiting for reinforcements. If the Flying Tigers really came, their brothers wouldn't just fail to rescue Gu, but they might end up in deep trouble themselves. He never expected the police to be so cunning. As soon as a Huskar appeared, its tires were shot out, leaving them in a dead. Chen Jin's eyes shifted, and he whispered into his earpiece, let's hijack the prison vehicle. That vehicle is bulletproof, and the keys must still be inside. Taking advantage of Tony and the others not noticing, he secretly signaled Gu. His prearranged backup was on the way, and Gu should be ready to flee, leaving Tony and the others for the police to handle. Seeing this signal, Gu finally felt relieved. However, the development of events took an unexpected turn, and the situation quickly changed again. Originally, according to the plan arranged by Chen Jin and Sean Gu, the people responsible for the backup were supposed to be standing by nearby. However, upon hearing such intense gunfire erupt on sight, they were all too frightened to act rashly. This was no joke. Bullets don't have eyes, and if they were hit by a stray bullet, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Not to mention, there were so many police officers on site, they specifically targeted the tires. If they rushed in recklessly, they might lose their lives. Yet with Chen Jin's messages coming in one after another, they understood that if they disobeyed Sean Gu and Chen Jin's orders now, they would definitely regret it once everything was over. Hesitating like this, although they still steeled themselves to head towards the scene, their speed was slower than a snail. Normally they could go up to 120, but now they were barely reaching 20, making them anxious. Meanwhile, Tony and Ah, who after hearing Chen Jin's suggestion realized they had no other options and decided to go all out. These two desperate men charged towards the prison vehicle. However, the structure of the prison vehicle was completely different from ordinary vehicles. There was thick bulletproof glass separating the driver's cabin from the rear compartment, and only a palm-sized wire mesh allowed for no more than a hand to pass through, let alone a whole person. With no other choice, Tony and Ah, who could only risk it and go around to the driver's cabin. It was under heavy police encirclement, and one misstep could result in being shot. Only because of their agility and audacity, if it had been Jia Gu or Hua Sheng, they would have probably been shot to pieces by now. As Chen Jin expected, the sudden incident caused the driver to flee in panic, leaving the keys in the ignition. This was a golden opportunity for Tony and the others. Overjoyed, Tony twisted the ignition key, and with the roar of the engine, the entire situation was instantly reversed. At this moment, Ma Jun felt an intense regret. This transport was for Jia Gu, and the higher-ups had placed great importance on it, specifically assigning this fully modified special prison vehicle. Not only was the body and glass bulletproof, but even the tires were made of special materials, allowing it to withstand several shots without affecting its movement. Seeing Tony and Ah, who rush into the driver's cabin, Ma Jun immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop them. They absolutely cannot escape. How long until the flying tigers arrive? Have them come at full speed. Everyone else needs to find a way to block the road." As Ma Jun yelled, he charged towards the prison vehicle. He knew full well that if these people managed to drive away in the prison vehicle, he would surely face severe consequences. Causing such a large commotion and still allowing people to escape was a responsibility he could not bear. Fortunately, the prison vehicle was originally in the middle of the convoy, blocked by vehicles in front and behind. The truck in front was overturned, completely blocking the way, while the van belonging to Chen Jin and the others sealed off the rear. For a short time, even if Tony managed to seize the prison vehicle, he wouldn't be able to drive it out. However, Tony quickly found an opportunity. If he turned the vehicle around to charge through the barricade, he could escape down the opposite lane. At that moment, he was frantically reversing, preparing to break out, which immediately drew all police fire. At this critical moment, Sean Gu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Tony, you bastard, come save us. Don't even think about leaving us behind." At this point, Tony had no time to care about Sean Gu's life or death. He didn't give a damn whether Sean Gu and Chen Jin could hear the commotion in the earpiece, and he directly shouted at Jia Gu and Hua Sheng in the vehicle, "Keep a close eye on those two guys behind us. A Sean and a Jin might be up to something. If they dare to play tricks, no need to waste words, just take them out." With things reaching this point, Tony couldn't be bothered to play pretense anymore, and simply laid everything out in front of Jia Gu and the others. Ahu was taken aback and asked, "Are we taking care of a Jin too?" Tony sneered, "Of course. Talking business with him is just a delaying tactic. With someone like him, does he even deserve to negotiate terms with us?" As it turned out, the goods Ahu had snatched from Si Yin had long been secretly hidden away, and they hadn't brought them this time. This was their capital to turn things around. How could they possibly hand it over to Chen Jin? If it weren't for needing Sean Gu's help to rescue Jia Gu, Tony wouldn't have succumbed to Chen Jin's threats. Now, as long as they could escape from here, who would dare to act arrogantly in front of them in the future? Remembering that he had brought breakfast to Chen Jin the day before, Tony felt a surge of anger. Was his breakfast really that delicious? Seeing that Tony had said this, everyone else fell silent. Since the boss had spoken, they would act. The conversation among Tony and the others came through the earpiece, infuriating Sean Gu. Although he had indeed conspired with Chen Jin to trick Tony here, being betrayed so openly made him furious. "Tony, don't forget who helped you save people. Now you want to cross the river and tear down the bridge. Don't you have any sense of brotherhood left?" Sean Gu cursed into the earpiece. Although he and Chen Jin had long prepared for contingencies, being so blatantly betrayed made it hard for him to swallow. Ahu specifically asked how to deal with Chen Jin, and this unusual behavior surprisingly did not raise Sean Gu's suspicions. He naively thought that Ahu was asking because it had been Chen Jin who negotiated the deal and planned the escape route. Now Sean Gu had complete trust in Chen Jin. Even if Tony said that Chen Jin was plotting something, he would think it was Tony trying to sow discord. Tony completely disregarded Sean Gu's curses. Such level of accusations meant nothing to him. If he truly cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have blackmailed Sean Gu and wouldn't have threatened so many people to help rescue Jia Gu. Now that Jia Gu had been rescued, and they even had Hua Shang for free as long as they could escape from here. This operation would be a success. Tony totally ignored Sean Guest's angry shouts and turned to remind Xiaogu and Hua Shang, hold on tight. I'm about to speed up, don't fall off later. This relentless determination to achieve his goal could be considered quite. Seeing Tony blatantly ignore him, Xiaogu was so furious that he was practically jumping up and down. Watching as Tony and the others were about to escape, while his arranged personnel failed to show up, he ripped off the earpiece and smashed it onto the ground, kicking it into pieces. After resolving this issue, he immediately took out his phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, Xiaogu shouted, "Where the hell are you guys? If you don't get here in 3 minutes, don't think about showing up in front of me again." Normally his people and vehicles should have been waiting nearby. When Chen Jin had gestured to him earlier, 2 minutes had already passed, and now he hadn't seen a single person, which was completely unacceptable. After yelling, Xiaogu darted to the driver's seat of a nearby van, not even bothering to buckle his seatbelt, and twisted the key in the ignition. Even more shocking, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, causing the van to charge out like a wild bull. With a loud bang, the van crashed hard into the back of the prison transport. Ironically, the prison transport was just turning a corner, and despite being much larger than the van, it flipped completely upside down from the impact. Though Xiaogu was dazed from the collision, seeing his masterpiece made him unable to contain his cheer as he quickly jumped out of the vehicle and fled. He knew clearly in his heart, no matter what he had to hold Tony and the others back, he absolutely could not let them escape. If Tony and his crew got away, it would just be him and Chen Jin facing so many cops. How could they manage that? Moreover, with such a huge commotion, police reinforcements would definitely arrive in no time. By then, even if all the backup personnel were called, and they couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers of the police. Now that Tony and the others were the targets, the police would surely focus their main firepower on those three brothers. If the ambushers could arrive quickly, perhaps he and Chen Jin could still find a way out. Sean Guest's actions shocked Chen Jin considerably. Chen Jin had been hiding behind the car, assembling his weapon, preparing to find an opportunity to hit Tony hard, but he never expected Xiaogu to pull off such a stunning act, making him laugh uncontrollably. In fact, Xiaogu had done the police a huge favor. Ma Jun, with nothing but his bare hands, charged towards the prison transport, completely helpless against such a steel monster. Even putting himself under its wheels would be futile. While the other officers were firing at the prison transport, the armored vehicle was barely scratched. Chen Jin leisurely stashed his assembled weapon back into his bag. Now that Xiaogu had created such a diversion, Tony and the others were completely doomed, and there was no need for him to intervene. The most pressing matter was to ensure a safe withdrawal. This thing was better kept hidden. Uncertain whether Sean Guest's shout had any effect, their arranged personnel finally arrived in vehicles. Seeing this, Chen Jin quickly shouted, "Xiaogu, come over here." "Away, and the others are here." Xiaogu laughed wildly. "Tony, you bastard, just stay here and play with the cops slowly. I'll be leaving first." While Tony and the others were still in chaos inside the prison transport, the rescue vehicles had already arrived, and Xiaogu was naturally overjoyed. Seeing that the situation was being controlled by Xiaogu and Chen Jin, Wei and the others felt reassured. They quickly drove the van closer, having their subordinates shoot to suppress the police's fire while opening the back doors for rescue. Chen Jin was the closest, being the first to jump into the vehicle. Xiaogu had a lot more trouble, who told him to crash into the prison transport. Now he was stuck in the most intense. Xiaogu was not far from them. If the vehicle moved a little further forward, they could pick him up, and then a quick drift would allow. As the van drew closer, Chen Jin reached out through the window, and Xiaogu was so excited that he was about to leap up. However, just as Chen Jin grabbed Sean Guest's arm and was about to pull him onto the vehicle at the crucial moment when the van was preparing to turn around and flee, something went wrong. From the overturned prison transport, Tony struggled to crawl out. He completely disregarded how many police officers were aiming guns at him, violently pushed the door open, raised an AK, and aimed it at Xiaogu, his finger firmly on the trigger. At such a close distance with Tony's shooting skills and the AK's power, Xiaogu was hit multiple times in the back and collapsed as if he had been cut in half. Just moments ago he had been laughing like a flower, but suddenly Xiaogu stiffened. "Jin, kill them. Don't let those three bastards escape." Though Chen Jin desperately pulled Xiaogu onto the vehicle, Xiaogu only had time to shout that before he lost his breath. Chen Jin suddenly held a crayed card fragment in his hand, and his eyes turned red. He leaned halfway out the car window, wildly shooting at the spot where Tony and the others were hiding. Tony's crew, not to be outdone, immediately opened fire in retaliation. Chen Jin originally wanted to fight them to the bitter end, but Wei and the others had already wet themselves in fear. The two didn't care about avenging Xiaogu anymore and rushed over to tightly hold onto Chen Jin. Taking advantage of this, the driver slammed the steering wheel, turned around, and fled. Their vehicle had barely gone a short distance before the Flying Tiger team reinforcements arrived. Seeing that Chen Jin and the others had escaped, Tony quickly turned his eyes and realized that he had only one last trick to survive, taking Ma Jun, who was closest to them, as a hostage. Tony tossed his empty gun to the ground, saying, "Ma Jun, I know you've been eyeing us three brothers for a while now, but unfortunately, you haven't caught a single hair of us. If it weren't for that waste Chen Jin getting in the way, we would have escaped long ago." Now I'm giving you a chance to catch me yourself and show me what you're made of. To lure Ma Jun into the trap, Tony even pretended to shout, Jagu, hu Huashan, come out. Throw down your weapons, you won't get away with guns in your hands. Surrounded by so many armed police officers, Tony remained so arrogant. Ma Jun had been keeping a close eye on the Vietnamese gang, and Tony understood Ma Jun's temperament. If it were any other officer leading, it might not have worked, but it just happened to be Ma Jun, and this plan might actually succeed. Although Ahu didn't understand what Tony was up to, he obediently threw down his gun and slowly crawled out from the overturned prison transport, standing next to Tony. Jagu was far more composed than Ahu, casually moving out from the prison transport, leaning against the vehicle and sitting cross-legged, not caring at all about the surrounding police. Even though his wrists were still shackled, he had his legs crossed casually, a carefree smile on his face, as if he were resting in his own yard, completely unfazed by the situation. At this moment, Huashan quietly emerged from the back of the vehicle. Like Jagu, he was still shackled at the wrists, but this kid didn't throw down his gun. Instead, he wrapped himself tightly in a tattered piece of clothing, stealthily sneaking up behind Jagu. Jagu had already noticed Huashan's little movements from the corner of his eye, but instead of exposing him, he was secretly praising the kid for being clever. If they were really pushed into a corner, the weapon hidden in Huashan's possession might just turn the tables for them. Jagu deliberately shifted his position, adopting a more comfortable sitting posture, while using his body to hide Huashan completely, even covering the gun barrel from view. The nonchalant demeanor of Tony's group infuriated Ma Jun. At this critical juncture, how could an experienced old hand like Ma Jun not see through their schemes? But looking at Tony's insufferable face, Ma Jun clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could just smash his head open on the spot. You really know how to provoke. Ma Jun gave Tony a thumbs up, his cheeks clenched tight. All right, Tony, I will fulfill your wish today. Saying this, he tossed his gun aside and quickly stripped off his bulletproof vest, striding confidently to an open area to take his stance. The radio immediately erupted with voices as colleagues shouted at him not to be reckless. But Ma Jun seemed deaf, clear in his mind. Though no one had died, many brothers were injured. Tony's crew had stirred up such a commotion. If they were merely sentenced to life imprisonment, it would be too lenient for those scoundrels. Seeing this, Tony grinned savagely and charged forward with a fist the size of a pot. The two instantly became a tangled mass, exchanging blows that created a gust of wind. The arriving flying tigers were dumbfounded, but their leader Huang Dash was a clever man. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Clear the area. Collect the guns. Let these two duel it out." Turning, he pulled two teammates aside to whisper. Higher-ups had already instructed that certain matters required special handling. Once everything was arranged, Huang Dash simply crossed his arms and watched the spectacle reminiscent of watching martial artists duel in a theater. Meanwhile, Chen Jin's van had driven far away, allowing him to catch his breath. Away, stop. Huh. Away was bewildered, gripping the steering wheel. Brother Jin, the cops haven't left yet. Away scratched his head, stammering, I only managed to get 2 motorcycles. Lead the way. Chen Jin clicked bullets into the magazine. Though he didn't say it outright, anyone could see he was planning to strike back. Away was sweating nervously. Brother Jin, think twice. The flying tigers are here. Going back now would be suicide. Brother Sean is already down if you dare to. He couldn't finish his sentence before being silenced by Chen Jin's knife-like glare. That look from Brother Jin was like poison, sending chills down Away's spine, making him hesitate to say another word. In the end, Away did let Chen Jin out of the car. However, worried about his safety, he took Brother Sean's AK with him, riding the motorcycle to follow, not allowing Chen Jin to act alone. Chen Jin didn't foolishly ride straight back to the scene. He arrived at a small hill about 500 meters from the location. Here he could clearly see the situation below. 2 motorcycles were parked by the roadside. Away was puzzled as to why Chen Jin chose this spot. Hadn't he been shouting about avenging Brother Sean just moments ago? Could it be that he was afraid of danger, just coming here to put on a show? As Away pondered whether to help Chen Jin save face, Chen Jin had already found a position and squatted down. He unzipped the handbag and took out the components of an AWP sniper rifle, starting to assemble it. He had put it together once before and then stored it in the bag. However, when he took it out of the bag, he had deliberately disassembled it into several large pieces, so it wasn't much trouble to put it back together now. Watching Chen Jin quickly assemble the sniper rifle, attach the magazine, and lay down, Away was completely stunned. Away came to a judgment. This Brother Jin was much more ruthless than Brother Sean used to be. It seemed he would have to honestly follow him in the future and dare not entertain any crooked thoughts. Through the scope of the sniper rifle, Chen Jin saw the situation below clearly. He found it strange. What had happened in such a short time since he left? How did Ma Jun and Tony end up in a fight? Everyone else was just watching. Even the flying tigers stood by, possibly afraid of interfering with their fight, dragging away the surrounding vehicles. Not wanting to bother with too much, Chen Jin began adjusting the scope. He hadn't received any professional training. He had only heard a bit from teachers during police academy. However, the distance wasn't too far, and Chen Jin felt he still had some hope. Coming back here, one reason was to avenge Brother Sean, and the other was to silence witnesses, preventing Tony and Ahu from revealing their transaction. More importantly, Tony had a great card on him and Ahu had a great card. These two valuable items were not something Chen Jin planned to let go. As for Xiaogu, it didn't matter if he succeeded or failed. A trade card was something Chen Jin had already lost interest in. Watching Ma Jun use grappling techniques on Tony, Chen Jin felt quite annoyed. Ma Jun also had a grade card, but Chen Jin absolutely could not kill this person. Otherwise, not to mention Li Wenbin, and surely even he would look down on himself. But with these two entangled together, Chen Jin wasn't confident he could kill Tony without harming Ma Jun. After watching them for a while, Chen Jin decided to give up. First, he needed to deal with Ahu standing nearby. He had to secure that grade card from Ahu. Plus, Ahu was posing right beside him, not knowing what he was thinking, standing so conspicuously. With a large target and low difficulty, what else was there to choose? Aiming the gun at Ahu's chest, Chen Jin took a few deep breaths, suddenly holding his breath. Bang! The AWP sniper rifle roared loudly. Chen Jin's shooting skills were indeed lacking, and his aim was, however, none of that mattered. The bullet directly took off half of Ahu's neck, and he dropped dead on the spot. Ahu had consistently trained in boxing, perhaps imagining what his final fate might be, but he certainly never expected to meet his end like this. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. The Flying Tigers quickly reacted and took their positions while the cops responsible for escorting immediately ducked down. Tony and Ma Jun, who were in a tussle, were also startled by this sudden attack. In a moment of distraction, Tony broke free from Ma Jun's hold, lunging forward to grab the handgun that Ma Jun had just thrown on the ground. Seeing Tony's movement, Xiaogu sitting nearby became excited. Hua Sheng moved quickly. As he shouted, Xiaogu lunged at Ma Jun. They had to capture Ma Jun to have a chance to escape. Xiaogu's idea was good, but the outcome was far from what he envisioned. Hua Sheng indeed moved and fired, but his gun was aimed at Xiaogu's back, and that shot pierced straight through Xiaogu's heart. Chen Jin's grade card was shattered just like that. On the other side, Tony had just picked up his gun and aimed it at the down Ma Jun. After seeing Hua Sheng shoot Xiaogu, he raised his gun again to aim at Hua Sheng. He truly hadn't expected Hua Sheng to be a traitor. Ahu was dead, and Xiaogu was also dead. Knowing his own fate, Tony made a choice. He certainly wouldn't be able to escape now. The one who killed Ahu was the AWP sniper rifle undoubtedly fired by Chen Jin. What infuriated Tony the most was that this gun was one he had brought back from Vietnam and personally handed to Chen Jin. But at this moment, seeking revenge on Chen Jin was no longer realistic, so he aimed his gun at Hua Sheng. With both brothers dead, he had no intention of surviving alone. Chen Jin, who had played a trick on them, wouldn't get his revenge. Among the remaining people, Tony chose to eliminate the traitor Hua Sheng. Avenge Xiaogu was one reason, or more importantly, Tony didn't want a mole like Hua Sheng stepping over the bodies of his three brothers to rise up. Unfortunately, after killing Ahu with one shot, Chen Jin had already aimed his gun at Tony. Before Tony could pull the trigger, Chen Jin's sniper rifle roared again. A bullet blasted off half of Tony's head, and without a doubt, he dropped dead on the spot. The remarkably skilled and exceptionally composed Tony met his end just like that. Seeing his accomplishment, Chen Jin immediately sprang up from his prone position. Away, let's go. We need to leave immediately. Hand me the gun. Away naturally listened to Chen Jin getting up and running to where the motorcycles were parked. At this moment, he didn't dare to linger. He certainly didn't plan to duel with a dozen fully armed Flying Tigers. Handing over the AK to Chen Jin, Away had no objections. He did quite like this gun, but such a large weapon was difficult to hide, and he didn't dare to flaunt it around. It was still better to obediently hand it over. Chen Jin packed both the sniper rifle and the AK into his bag, slinging it over his shoulder, and swiftly got into the car. After driving for a while, the two arrived beside a car that had been prepared in advance. They poured gasoline to burn the motorcycle clothes and shoes, changed into the new clothes they had prepared, and drove back. With Brother Sean dead, a multitude of matters awaited processing in the company. Chen Jin's rise was swift, but he hadn't been in the company for long and wasn't sure if anyone would rise up to create trouble for him. Moreover, the three, Four Eyes, Hero, and Baldy, were dead, and he had to quickly take over their territory. There were still many tasks ahead. Driving, Chen Jin directly instructed Away, when we return to the company, you and Ollie take people to seize the territories of Four Eyes, Hero, and Baldy immediately. Move fast and do it cleanly. After handling this matter, gather all the brothers. With Brother Sean gone, someone had to manage the company he left behind. By the way, inform everyone that no one is allowed to bring any weapons, especially handguns. Having such a big incident, the police will definitely be watching us. If we gather a bunch of people in the company, it's likely that the cops will come snooping around. Understood, Brother Jin. Although Chen Jin wasn't the decision-maker in the company, yet Away had no objections. Having witnessed Chen Jin's ruthless demeanor in killing Away, dared not harbor any other thoughts. Besides, he was originally with Chen Jin, and with Chen Jin rising, their positions would surely rise too. Also, Away was clear about the remaining people. There was no one in the company who could rival Chen Jin for this position. They couldn't find anyone capable of holding up the fort. Chen Jin made another phone call, passing his earlier orders through Ollie to other middle management. The purpose of this was simple. He wanted to see if anyone would jump out to oppose at this time. If someone dared to, he would deal with them specifically. If no one spoke up, and everyone followed his lead, then the company left behind by Brother Sean would belong to Chen Jin. Arriving at the company, everyone he encountered treated him politely. No one opposed the orders he initially issued. Away and Ollie took their people out to handle matters while everyone else only carried iron rods or knives, making sure all guns were collected and carefully hidden away. At this time no one dared to be careless. A few stayed behind to handle Brother Sean's affairs while all the others mobilized. Only Chen Jin remained in the large office that once belonged to Brother Sean. He wasn't idle at all, starting to rummage around in Sean Guest's office. He knew that Sean Gu had hidden good things here. It didn't take long before he discovered a safe. Don't know the password? No worries. Chen Jin simply shoved the safe into the package area, causing everything inside to fall to the ground. After tidying up the contents, he returned the safe to its original place. Done. A large sum of cash, several bags of drugs, 2 handguns, a box of bullets, and several tapes left by wiretaps. Those were the ones previously installed in Chen Jin's house. He pocketed the cash, handguns, and bullets. The drugs were tossed back into the safe. The tapes. They were... After finishing these tasks, Chen Jin meticulously inspected Sean Guest's spacious office inside and out before leisurely sitting down in the genuine leather executive chair. He was perfectly aware that with such a commotion the police would surely come knocking. At that moment he was holding a teacup, sipping it absent-mindedly, just waiting for the police to arrive. However, the situation unfolded quite differently from Chen Jin's expectations. By the time Wei and Ali had taken care of things and brought everyone back, there was no sign of the police. As Chen Jin pondered over this matter, deciding to gather his brothers in the office for a meeting, a little brother rushed into the conference room in a panic, saying the police had arrived, and it was quite a force. Before Chen Jin could speak, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Leading the charge was Ma Jun with a bruised face, followed by Hua Sheng, who had already changed back into his police uniform, and a group of familiar-looking police officers trailing behind. Ma Jun grinned at Chen Jin and said, "Brother Jin, with Sean Gu on, the burden of the Sea-High gang falls on your shoulders now, huh? Quite impressive. Your actions are swift. Our police haven't even dealt with the matters of Si Yin, Xia, and Baldy, yet you guys have already swallowed their territory. From the looks of it, Brother Jin is ready to make a big move." As he spoke, Ma Jun stepped forward. "Let me introduce myself, Ma Jun, Senior Inspector of the West Kowloon Anti-Organized Crime Unit. From now on, I will be keeping a close eye on you every day." As he said this, Ma Jun's eyes were like hooks, staring intently at Chen Jin's face, trying to detect any sign. The reason Ma Jun showed up so late was due to the chaos at the scene. Just dealing with the aftermath was already a hassle. After returning to the police station, he was scolded mercilessly by his superiors. Even though there were no casualties among the police during this operation, so many people died on site, and not a single key figure was left alive. In the end, that dangerous Tony managed to escape with a who, which made Ma Jun's situation quite serious. Not to mention, he made a rookie mistake. He rashly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Tony. Looking back now, he felt that this was unprofessional. After being severely reprimanded by his superiors, Ma Jun deliberately stalled for several days before taking action. In fact, he had already received wind of it. Fully armed, the Flying Tiger team was on high alert. The blank bullets that hit his arm hadn't even broken the skin. Even more suspicious was that the cleanup at the scene was strictly handled by professionals, and they weren't allowed to intervene at all. Piecing together these clues, it was clear that the fat man wearing a Zhu Beiji mask was definitely not simple. After the incident, his superiors didn't give him even the slightest hint, which further convinced Ma Jun that there was a major operation hidden behind this action. Only when he heard that the remaining territories of Si Yin and the others had all fallen into Chen Jin's hands did Ma Jun bring his men to confront him. As a seasoned player in the game, Ma Jun maintained a poker face when he saw Chen Jin, not betraying any emotion. As for the sudden appearance of a sniper, Ma Jun never connected it to Chen Jin. At that time, Chen Jin was hiding far away, and they had seen him leave with their own eyes. Who would have thought he would come back with a vengeance? "Master, even though you are a senior inspector." Chen Jin lazily slouched in his chair, not even lifting his buttocks, merely shrugging casually, "But I can still sue you for defamation if you speak recklessly. We are a legitimate registered company, Sea-High Trading Financial Co., Ltd. with our business license for..." Chen Jin was completely unaware that Ma Jun was acting and had already begun to harbor suspicions. He simply maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Seeing him so arrogant, Ma Jun hadn't said anything yet when a few police officers behind him couldn't hold back any longer. "Chen Jin, stop playing dumb," Hua Sheng yelled, his eyes reddening with veins bulging on his neck. This unfortunate Undercover had been getting into trouble during his assignment, and recently he had killed Jia Gu, who was handcuffed right in front of everyone. At that time, the Flying Tiger team had surrounded the scene tightly. Jia Gu had no chance to escape, and Hua Sheng's actions were indeed suspicious. Although Ma Jun and Hua Ser vouched for him, the internal investigation team continued to keep a close watch on him. At that moment, Hua Sheng's eyes were sunken, and his stubbly appearance made him look like a stray dog. "Oh, isn't this Brother Hua from the Vietnam gang?" Chen Jin couldn't even be bothered to raise his voice, leisurely rotating his teacup. Tony and the others would have never guessed that a henchman who spends all day chasing girls and gambling would actually be a police informant. He suddenly broke into a playful smile. "How does it feel to personally send a brother on his way?" Before Huasheng could explode, Chen Jin straightened his face and said, seriously, if you gentlemen want to arrest someone, you need to present evidence. I'm always ready to cooperate with the investigation, but first I need to contact my lawyer. After saying this, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at Huasheng, completely disregarding this flustered undercover agent. After all, Chen Jin currently held multiple significant case leads. Even if he resumed his police status, he would still outrank Huasheng considerably. Chen Jin had no idea that his words had brought Huasheng a lot of trouble. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If you lack ability, whom can you blame? Huasheng was so furious from Chen Jin's remarks that he trembled all over, but before he could do anything, Ma Jun had already grabbed him from behind. Chen Jin looked at Huasheng's demeanor and felt a bit puzzled. Although he had indeed provoked him, wasn't Huasheng being a little too impatient? On the surface, Chen Jin still appeared to be lazily leaning back in his chair, but he was already mentally prepared. If Huasheng dared to charge over, he would certainly not sit idly by and take a beating. He would definitely teach him a lesson. There were so many people watching on site, and besides, Chen Jin wasn't without backing. If he really beat Huasheng, it would be a wasted effort. Don't act impulsively. He's deliberately provoking you. If you charge over, you'll be playing right into his hands. Ma Jun held Huasheng tightly, not allowing him to move. Ma Jun knew that Huasheng's lack of composure today must have some reason behind it. Coupled with Chen Jin's deliberate provocation in front of so many people, it was understandable that Huasheng would lose his temper. However, Ma Jun would never allow Huasheng to charge over. As long as Chen Jin remained calm and composed, it meant that the matters behind this weren't over yet. Moreover, Huasheng's situation was already precarious. If he were to be reported again, it would be entirely over. Ma Jun turned his head and glared at Chen Jin, his words carrying a warning. Chen Jin, you'd better not let me catch anything on you, otherwise I will make sure you regret it. After saying this, Ma Jun turned to the police officers behind him and shouted, let's go. This group of officers arrived quickly and left just as quickly, making it seem like there was a lot of thunder, but little rain, leaving everyone present slightly bewildered. Ali was a bit confused and approached to ask Brother Jin, are these police just leaving like this? They can't be planning something, can they? Chen Jin scoffed disdainfully. What else could they do? Do you want to keep them here for dinner? I know precisely what I've done. Today is the first day I take over Sea-High Financial Company. As long as the police aren't deliberately setting me up to trip me up, not to mention Ma Jun, even if the police commissioner himself came, I would be completely clean with no flaws to find. Chen Jin spoke with such confidence without the slightest blush. If it weren't for Wei and Ali knowing about the things Chen Jin had done with Shan Gu, they might have actually believed his nonsense. All right, with these people stirring things up, this meeting can't continue. Chen Jin stood up and continued, you all saw the police's attitude. Pass it on, make sure to take care of Shan Guest's funeral in the next few days. Oh, let's all be honest about other matters. If anyone gets caught by the police at this critical moment, don't blame me for turning hostile. Wei thought for a moment and asked Brother Jin, what about the territories we just took from Yin to Xia and Baldi? How should we handle them? Chen Jin looked at Wei in surprise. I just told you not to sell merchandise for the next few days. Of course, the territories we took are still ours. Anyone who dares to stir trouble inside, break their legs and throw them out. He instructed his subordinates not to sell drugs and to keep a low profile during this time, but that didn't mean other activities needed to stop. In this day and age, it's perfectly normal for street thugs to have a little scuffle or minor conflicts. Now that they had just taken control of Yin to Xia and Baldi's territories, Chen Jin would definitely not allow anyone to cause trouble in that area. He intended to collect what was due, but that didn't mean he wouldn't get angry. Besides, having a few incidents like this is quite normal. Managing such a large operation across 3 to 4 streets, if there weren't any minor issues, that would be strange. Chen Jin's declaration served as a morale booster for his subordinates, and everyone understood the rules for the Having stirred up such a huge mess, everyone was well aware that the police would definitely be watching them. 240. Chen Jin made it clear. If anyone dared to act recklessly and break the rules, he wouldn't even wait for the police to come. He would be the first to deal with them. None of the underlings dared to speak up. The new boss was certainly much harsher than the previous Shango, and as long as they got through this storm, there would be plenty of good days ahead. Once everyone had been sent away, Chen Jin returned to the luxurious office that now belonged entirely to him. Slumping into the genuine leather sofa, Chen Jin finally calmed down to count the spoils of this battle. The shiny golden card of Tony, a husk grade card, 2 grade fragments contributed by Brother Jia and Brother Shan Xian's grade card, and the 2 grade fragments from the hero and the bald man. Aside from these treasures, the Sea-High Financial Company was now entirely under his control, with Brother Shan's wealth being substantial, not to mention, he had also recruited so many little brothers. Looking at the list of gains, Chen Jin couldn't help but smack his lips. These fragments required 3 to synthesize a complete card. Now with 2 grade and 2 grade, it made his heart itch. Without hesitation, he first fused the cards from Tony, Hu, and Xian. His height quietly increased by 1 centimeter, now standing at 174. Unfortunately, the beer belly stubbornly remained. It seemed relying on the cards to lose weight was out of the question. However, gaining height was still a good thing, as Chen Jin dreamed of breaking the 180 mark. Brother Sean's grade card was the most useless, surprisingly, granting a poison-making skill. Chen Jin shook his head at the skill. This thing was merely a decoration in his hands. A Husk grade card was quite practical, increasing both speed and physique by 1 level, and also granted a grade close combat technique and a grade shooting skill. Tony's grade card was like a complete upgrade for him, all attributes shooting up, and it unlocked new attributes, charm, and super hearing talents. Now his data panel looked completely refreshed. Strength A, Speed B, Physique A, Spirit A, Charm D. The skill slots contained close combat technique A, street fighting B, shooting B, and that annoying poison. The newly awakened super hearing could be useful within a 10-meter range, but for now it was only grade. The inventory expanded to 10 slots, but that Lust B weakness looked rather conspicuous. A massive influx of memory fragments suddenly surged into his mind, but thankfully Chen Jin had experienced this before and was steady as a rock this time. The close combat technique particularly appealed to him. Although he was still slumped on the sofa, the skills in using various close-range weapons felt as if they were instinctively etched into his muscle memory. If he were to fire a gun again, now he would ensure he wouldn't miss like last time, aiming for a Husk chest, but hitting his neck instead, shooting at Tony's heart, and ending up with a headshot. Chen Jin stared at his acquired super hearing ability, feeling puzzled. This broken system didn't even provide a manual, leaving him completely in the dark. However, looking at the skill description, he could roughly guess that he wouldn't miss any movements within a 10-meter radius. Although this skill was only grade now, and its coverage was not too extensive, if it upgraded in the future, the listening range would definitely expand significantly. By then he would practically be a human radar, unable to miss any commotion. What puzzled him the most was how his spirit attribute suddenly turned into a. He clearly remembered that the highest attribute level was grade. How did an A suddenly appear? Unfortunately, there was no customer service for the system to answer his questions, so he could only accept this setting in confusion. After this round of enhancements, the originally silly and laughing fat man now underwent a complete transformation. Thinking back to the trouble caused by Chun Haonan earlier, he no longer needed to worry. That kid was merely a street punk. Now, with just a flick of his finger, Chen Jin could easily take care of him. Not only had Chen Jin's attributes significantly improved, but just looking at the eclectic equipment in his inventory, if Chun Haonan dared to stir up trouble again, Chen Jin would surely beat him to the point where even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Just as Chen Jin was pondering his next plan, while leaning back on the sofa, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Di stormed in, excitement written all over her face, asking Jingu, "I heard you're now the decision-maker of the Sihai gang." "What decision-maker?" Chen Jin waved his hands repeatedly. "I am now the proper general manager of the Sihai Financial Company." Seeing Xiao Di arrive, Chen Jin's eyes lit up. "You're just in time. From now on, don't go to the nightclub anymore. Come directly to the company to be the deputy general manager. First, we need to hire an accountant, then find 2 receptionists to set up the company's framework. Our business direction also needs to be adjusted." Hearing that the business would be adjusted, Xiao Di's face instantly blossomed with joy. When she first came in, she was anxious, fearing that after Chen Jin became the boss of Sihai Company, they would be under tighter police scrutiny. If anything went wrong, it would all be over. Having spent over a month at Sihai Company and mingled in the nightlife for so long, Xiao Di had connections with many people in the underworld and had some knowledge of Brother Sean's previous business dealings. In her view, running a financial company to lend money was 100 times better than continuing to deal drugs. Meanwhile, Ma Jun and his group, just back from Sihai Company, wore grim expressions. Hua Sheng glared angrily at Ma Jun. "What were you stopping me for just now?" Ma Jun remained unfazed. "If I hadn't stopped you, what were you planning to do? Go beat up Chen Jin. Don't forget you are still being watched by the complaints department. You haven't even resolved your own." Mentioning the complaints and internal investigation department made Hua Sheng even angrier. "Those people from Sihai were present earlier. As long as we control them, I don't believe we can't find any evidence in their company." "Control? Search?" Ma Jun's eyes widened. "Do you know what you're saying? Do we have a search warrant? Have we received orders from our superiors? Even if you really find evidence, what then? Sihai was previously Ashan's territory, and I could easily come up with hundreds of reasons to push all the responsibility away. Besides, haven't you seen Chen Jin's file? He used to be a police officer, so he knows the regulations of the police force inside and out. It wouldn't take much effort. A single complaint call could lead to your downfall. You are already being closely monitored by the investigation department. Isn't that enough trouble for you?" Hua Sheng's anger still couldn't be suppressed, and he spoke a bit forcefully. "What do you mean by that? You don't trust me either." Ma Jun waved his hand. "It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't see how trusting you will help. In that situation, why did you fire your weapon? You shot Aja dead with 1 shot. Speaking of this, Ma Jun himself felt a bit uncomfortable. Hua Sheng's shot had also brought him a lot of trouble. The two of them had teamed up for so long, and this operation had encountered quite a few mishaps. During that critical moment, Ma Jun had actually gone to duel Tony, while Hua Sheng inexplicably shot and killed Brother Jia. Neither of their explanations had been accepted by their superiors. However, the higher-ups still trusted Ma Jun a bit more, believing he wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Moreover, there was a sniper on site who shot Ahu with 1 shot and Tony with another. The police were still searching for this person worldwide. Mentioning this made Hua Sheng's anger instantly deflate. I didn't know what was happening at that time. Suddenly, Ahu was shot dead, blood splattering all over my face, and then Brother Jia yelled for me to shoot quickly. My mind went blank, and instinctively I fired a shot at Brother Jia's back. Who would have known I would be so unlucky and shoot him dead with one shot? Ma Jun sighed, I believe what you said, but if you want the higher-ups to believe you too, you need to think carefully about how to explain it. Also, I've heard rumors that someone at the top is speculating whether you intentionally killed to silence him, wanting to cover up what you did while undercover. Hua Sheng's head began to spin upon hearing this. Going undercover and trying to stand out among a group of small-time thugs, how could one possibly remain spotless? If someone was totally righteous, making no mistakes, and having no issues, then what would they do as a gangster? They might as well become a doctor or a lawyer. Having reached this position, Hua Sheng had indeed gained quite a few advantages from Tony Brother Jia and the gangs. Thinking that these things might be exposed and used as evidence to accuse him of killing Brother Jia, to silence him, Hua Sheng felt overwhelmed. In fact, Hua Sheng wasn't lying, he had indeed been a bit stunned at that moment, and he had fired instinctively. Who would have guessed Brother Jia would be so unfortunate and die from a single shot? This time, following Ma Jun out, Hua Sheng was looking to find criminal evidence against Chen Jin and the others to make amends for himself. But as Ma Jun said, with Brother Shan dead, Chen Jin could completely wash his hands of the matter, pushing everything on a Brother Shan. They currently had no way to deal with Chen Jin. Hua Sheng still couldn't swallow his frustration. We can't just end it like this, can we? So many people stormed in, and as a result that Chen Jin just said a few words, and we left in disgrace. Wouldn't that just make them swell with pride? Ma Jun shook his head and revealed his plans. Our purpose this time is to make it clear to Sihai that the police are already watching them. For a while, Chen Jin will definitely have his men keep a low profile. They may be able to hold back on delivering, but those addicts can't wait. If Sihai doesn't deliver, they will naturally seek others. We will keep a close watch on Sihai for these few days, then loosen up a bit after a while, shifting from overt to covert, and let our informants raise the prices a bit, throwing out some bait. It won't be long before someone can't resist. Seeing customers running away with high prices tempting them, someone will definitely sneak out goods. When that time comes, we will just wait to catch them. Once these gangsters are in the police station with the evidence of their dealings in our hands, why would we fear they wouldn't? Although he had doubts about Chen Jin's identity, Ma Jun didn't dismiss other possibilities. If someone really fell into his hands, he would definitely be ruthless, without hesitation. After hearing Ma Jun's plan, Hua Sheng's previously grim face finally squeezed out a bit of a smile. He even deliberately shot a scrutinizing glance at Ma Jun, teasing, "I never expected you, a guy full of muscles, to come up with such a good plan." There was no joy on Ma Jun's face as he said in a deep voice, "Now, there's still a problem that hasn't been resolved. The sniper who took out Tony and Ahu is still unaccounted for, and such a dangerous killer poses a significant threat to the security of our Hong Kong island." Upon mentioning this, Hua Sheng's brow furrowed. A sniper rifle isn't something just anyone can handle. This person looks like a professional assassin. However, to my knowledge, the group, led by Si Yin, including Shan Ge, wouldn't hire a professional assassin to deal with Tony. It's all the fault of that Flying Tiger squad. They still have the audacity to claim to be the best in Asia. If they hadn't dawdled and lost track of the target, we wouldn't have to take the blame for this. When that assassin first appeared, the Flying Tiger squad did react quite quickly, but they didn't deploy everyone. Most stayed behind to clean up the mess, sending only a few to chase after him, and the result was predictable. The man had long since vanished. Alright, Ma Jun didn't want to dwell on the Flying Tiger squad any longer. Let's leave it at that for now. We should focus on our own matters first. While Ma Jun and Hua Sheng were entangled in troubles, Chen Jin was living quite comfortably these days. Shan Ge's funeral was handled promptly, but without any negligence. Chen Jin made sure to honor Shan Ge in every way necessary. With Shan Ge leaving behind such a substantial inheritance, Chen Jin was more than willing to spend some money to ensure the funeral was conducted properly. The business of Sihai Company had been temporarily halted at Chen Jin's insistence. However, their financial company had officially opened for business. This financial company was not the kind that engages in use. Chen Jin set the loan interest rates quite low, certainly higher than bank rates, but compared to those of loan sharks, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Moreover, he didn't impose any ridiculous terms like 9 out of 13 returns. He simply lent out what was borrowed. According to the law at the time, as long as the loan interest did not exceed 4 times the bank's rate, such a loan contract was legal and valid. Chen Jin established his rules based on this standard. Compared to bank loans, the interest he charged was indeed considerable, but compared to loan sharks, it was significantly lower. As for Chen Jin's decision, Wei and Ali didn't voice any. They were originally there to follow the lead, so for such major decisions, it was only right for the boss to make the call. Besides, they believed that Chen Jin set such rules likely to attract clients since the company had just opened. After some time, once the customer base stabilized, the rules would surely change. Even the loan shark peers thought this way. It's normal for a new company to run some promotional activities. Everyone in the industry knew what Sihai used to do, and they would never believe that Sihai had suddenly turned to benevolence. Regarding these rumors, Chen Jin didn't plan to explain anything. He would continue to do what he needed to do, and others could speculate as they wished. Opening this financial company, or rather a microloan company, Chen Jin never intended to get rich from it. With his capabilities, relying on such means to make money would be a gross underestimation of himself. Hong Kong Island was a mingling pot of good and bad, chaotic and disorderly. Chen Jin specifically targeted criminal gangs, taking advantage of their infighting to reap the benefits. With his extraordinary capabilities, he managed to gain substantial profits each time. After some promotional efforts, Chen Jin's loan company finally opened its doors. One day, Awei led several young men inside, and the one at the front looked particularly familiar. Awei quickly introduced Brother Jin. This is Defei, the owner of Maoli Financial on the 9th floor. Defei, this is my boss, Brother Jin, the decision-maker of Sihai Company. It turned out that Sihai Financial was on the 18th floor of this building, while Defei's Maoli Financial was conveniently on the 9th floor, neighbors going up and down. With a beaming smile, Defei reached out. Hello, Brother Jin. Since we're neighbors, we should interact more in the future. Chen Jin saw Defei's face, and upon hearing he ran a financial company, he immediately understood. He put on a friendly smile and warmly shook Defei's hand. You're too kind, Brother Defei. I'm new to this field and don't understand anything. You're the senior, I hope you'll guide me. Since Awei only introduced Defei as the owner of a financial company, Chen Jin pretended to know nothing more. To him, Defei was simply an experienced peer in the same business. However, Chen Jin was secretly delighted. Defei coming in person and being so polite likely meant he needed something from him, and it seemed that Sihai's first business deal would fall to this individual. What made Chen Jin even happier was that the system showed Defei was a clever character. If he could establish a connection with him, whether directly or indirectly, he could obtain clever cards. Chen Jin still had 2 clever fragments in his package. Obtaining one more would allow him to synthesize a complete card. Moreover, he knew all about Defei's background. Such a social parasite was an opportunity to eliminate harm from society. If he could extract his card, it would be even better. Seeing Chen Jin referring to him as Brother Defei so affectionately, Defei felt quite pleased. However, seeing that Chen Jin treated him as an ordinary peer, thinking he was there to gather information, Defei felt a bit conflicted. He had ulterior motives for this visit. After pondering for a while, Defei slapped his chest and said, You're absolutely right, Brother Jin. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Defei will surely help. Of course, he wouldn't voluntarily disclose his shady dealings. It was better for Chen Jin to think he was just running In reality, Defei was well aware that his activities couldn't remain hidden for long. The shady dealings of Maoli Financial were clear to the veteran employees of Sihai Company. In the past, when there was a shortage of goods, he often sought Shangu for supplies, and Awei had dealt with him before. Defei rubbed his hands and smiled, being in the same building as fate. Brother Jin, I booked a private room at a hotel tonight. Would you do me the honor of joining? Chen Jin was clearly taken aback upon hearing this, thinking why not just state the purpose directly instead of all this pleasantry. However, he still readily agreed. All right, thank you, Brother Defei, for treating us. Although he didn't know what Defei was up to, Chen Jin wasn't the least bit intimidated. His confidence was quite high, and if Defei dared to play any tricks, he could reveal his trump card at any moment. But what puzzled him was why they would go to such a place for a meal instead of a proper restaurant. This felt more like an afterparty. Being so direct right from the start made even someone as worldly as Chen Jin feel a bit embarrassed, and his ears began to flush. Seeing Chen Jin's reaction, Defei felt even more amused, thinking tonight's plan was likely to work out. He wasn't just throwing money around, he barely knew Chen Jin, and if he didn't need something from him, he wouldn't dare spend so much. Just the meal plus the subsequent full service would cost thousands. Recently, he had been encouraged by his little brothers to start a new business, and he was short on funds. Originally, he planned to borrow some money from other lenders for a quick turnaround, expecting to make a significant profit when these goods sold. Coincidentally, he heard that Sihai Financial had just opened a new business with interest rates considerably lower than the market, which made Defei quite excited. Savings were profits. But what troubled him was that although the interest rates from Chen Jin's side were low, there were numerous additional conditions. Defei had nothing to offer as collateral and couldn't find a guarantor. He could only seek alternative solutions. He had already planned to arrange for 2 well-endowed girls to accompany them. Once the drinks were flowing and the atmosphere was right, he didn't believe Chen Jin would still have the face to refuse. Before coming, Defei had done his homework, deliberately avoiding Chen Jin's own venue. He had heard that when Chen Jin used to manage nightclubs, he wouldn't even dare touch the waitresses, and now that place was still run by his associates. Wouldn't it be awkward to bump heads? Moreover, there were many rules at Chen Jin's place, making it less enjoyable. Defei had brought 2 trusted followers, while Chen Jin also requested leave from Chiu Di, bringing only Awei along and leaving Ali in charge of the company. As they walked into the extravagantly decorated nightclub, Chen Jin secretly scoffed at the vulgar taste compared. As soon as they entered the private room, Defei shouted for the headwaiter, stating that any girls would have to come through her. Soon the responsible Ma Jie slithered in with a sultry sway. This woman wasn't particularly beautiful, but her heavy makeup made her alluring. In her 30s, she maintained a good figure, walking with a captivating sway. Though she was introduced as the headwaiter, everyone in the underworld knew Ma Jie was the true leader of this nightclub. Regular customers could hardly afford to have her personally attend to them. They would usually just send a lackey to handle things. However, since Defei was in a notable small-time gang leader, Ma Jie had no choice but to personally greet him. After a brief exchange with Defei, Ma Jie's gaze fell on Chen Jin. Though Chen Jin was not tall and appeared a bit bloated, his distinctly handsome face was highly recognizable. Wasn't this the very person running the neighboring Dream Paris nightclub? Back in the day when Shan Gu was still around, Ma Jie had profited handsomely from Dream Paris. But ever since Chen Jin took over, he had cut her business by more than half, not even allowing her to set up a base, leaving her to only occasionally take on odd jobs. What's more infuriating was a person named Chiu Di from Dream Paris who treated her like a plague. Gradually, that place's business dwindled. She hurriedly leaned close to the waiter and whispered a few words. The waiter nodded and rushed out. Looking at the seating arrangement in the private room, it was clear that Chen Jin was the main guest tonight, and even Defei had set this up primarily for him. Sure enough, Defei shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sister Ma, I've finally managed to invite Brother Jin tonight, so you must bring out your best girls later." He pointed at the others present and added, "Each of these brothers deserves one as well. We cannot be unfair." Sister Ma covered her mouth, laughing. "Brother Defei, you can rest assured every girl under my wing is a beauty. Everyone drink up. I'll make arrangements right away to ensure everyone has a good time." She was clear in her mind. Chen Jin needed to be arranged with two top girls, and Defei's side couldn't be neglected either. As for the others, they could just be dealt with casually. In no time, Sister Ma let in 7 or 8 girls dressed in revealing outfits. Each of these girls was heavily made up, their faces painted as if they had been plastered. Chen Jin couldn't distinguish one from the other. However, the two sitting next to him were indeed striking. Not only were their figures graceful, but even the scent of their perfume exuded an air of sophistication. The once dull private room instantly became lively. But everyone understood the rules, knowing that the two leaders needed to discuss serious matters, and no one dared to shout or howl. After all, with warm charm and soft beauty in their embrace, who still had thoughts of singing? Isn't it more enticing to secretly take a little advantage? Defei toasted Chen Jin twice, and seeing the moment was right, he quickly got to the point. He looked at Chen Jin's refined demeanor, fearing that if he drank any more, this esteemed guest would directly lay his head on the table, rendering tonight's gathering a wasted effort. Brother Jin, Defei rubbed his hands together, displaying a rare, bashful expression. "I've been a bit tight on cash lately, and would like to borrow some money from you to tide me over. The amount is a bit large, and I feel really embarrassed to ask." Hearing Defei asking to borrow money, Chen Jin had already anticipated this. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, he replied casually, "Brother Defei, why are you being so polite with me? Our Sea-High Finance Company specializes in this business. Your borrowing is a sign of respect for me, and I can earn a little interest from it. Isn't that a win-win? What amount are you considering borrowing, and when do you need it?" Chen Jin asked while calculating in his mind. From Defei's sudden invitation to dinner, he had guessed that he must have something to request. Chen Jin suddenly recalled hearing earlier that Defei had borrowed money for smuggling a batch of goods, and was later. From this perspective, it seemed Defei would soon need to restock. Moreover, Defei's affair with director Huang Bingyao regarding the lost firearms was also somewhat related. He definitely had to help. Seeing Chen Jin so readily agree, Defei immediately climbed onto the bandwagon. "Brother Jin is indeed generous. This time I'd like to borrow 1,500,000 Hong Kong dollars for half a month." After saying that, he added a bit shyly, "However, I can't provide any collateral this time, nor can I find a guarantor." After saying this, Defei stared intently at Chen Jin's face, eager to gauge his reaction. Chen Jin cheerfully accepted the drink handed to him by a girl beside him, and downed it in one go. "What's the big deal? Just for your sake, Brother Defei, this 1,500,000 is absolutely no problem. Come to my office tomorrow morning to sign a contract, and remember to bring 2 brothers along. You can take the money directly then," Chen Jin said readily. With a ding, their glasses clinked together, followed by a handshake. Such an important matter as borrowing money was settled with just a few words. Defei was straightforward, and Chen Jin was equally agreeable. With the serious business concluded, it was now time for endless enjoyment. The younger brothers could hardly contain themselves, and seeing the bosses finish their discussions, they immediately began howling and making a ruckus. Chen Jin suddenly noticed that the 2 girls next to him were particularly enthusiastic towards him. At first he thought it was due to his own charm, but soon he realized the underlying reasons. The behavior of these 2 girls was actually quite understandable. Defei was a regular here, and they all knew him. Given his status, they had to treat this Brother Jin with utmost respect, and even asked to borrow money from him, indicating that Brother Jin was no ordinary person. Most importantly, Defei mentioned borrowing 1,500,000, and Brother Jin didn't even furrow an eyebrow before agreeing, which indicated what? It meant that he wasn't lacking for money at all. Wealthy and powerful, he was also quite handsome. Although he had gained a bit of weight, this minor flaw was negligible compared to his advantages. Such a golden patron is certainly worth fawning over. If one could be favored, even being an unnamed lover would be worthwhile. Even if one couldn't go home with him, earning a bit of extra tips would be good. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Although Chen Jin wasn't a paragon of virtue, he also had no interest in collecting women from pleasure houses. Occasionally having fun was fine, but bringing one home was a definite no. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, these two girls were no match for Chiodi. Why would he forego the exquisite dishes crafted by a five-star chef to nibble on street food? Chen Jin wasn't that foolish. In the end, he neither spent the night there nor took these two girls with him, even though they would certainly have been eager to follow if he had just said the word. The two girls didn't leave empty-handed, although all the expenses for the night were covered by DeFei. Chen Jin still slipped each of them a wad of cash, the thickness of which equaled half a month's wages for them. Just accompanying him for drinks and songs, occasionally resting a shoulder or wrapping an arm around a waist, without even any clumsy harassment, they easily earned so much money that the other girls in the private room were left staring, wishing they could rush in and push them aside to take their place. When Chen Jin returned home reeking of alcohol and perfume, Chiodi had long been waiting in the living room. Upon smelling the scent on her husband, she wasn't angry at all. Men socialize outside, and it's inevitable they might pick up these things. What mattered was that Chen Jin not only remembered to come home, but also returned early, which was already enough to satisfy Chiodi. This thoughtfulness made Chen Jin feel particularly warm inside. Before crossing over to this world, he had never even dared to dream of having such an understanding wife. After a refreshing hot shower, Chen Jin comfortably embraced Chiodi and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, as soon as Chen Jin and Chiodi arrived at the company, before he could even settle into his boss chair, DeFei rushed in anxiously. "Brother Jin, I'm here." DeFei greeted him with a beaming smile. The fact that Chen Jin didn't take home any of the accompanying girls from last night made DeFei's heart pound. Fearing that time would slip away, he immediately brought his younger brothers over when he heard Chen Jin was at the company. Seeing DeFei so anxious, Chen Jin thought nothing of it, assuming he was waiting for this money to make a deal. Chiodi draft a contract and have the finance prepare 1,500,000 in cash. Chen Jin always acted decisively, and since he had made up his mind, he proceeded without hesitation. When a box full of cash was placed in front of DeFei, Chen Jin handed over the signed contract to Chiodi and joked, "Brother DeFei, if you find any money-making opportunities in the future, you must bring along your little brother." DeFei weighed the heavy box of money and replied casually, "This time we've already negotiated with the other party, and any sudden changes might affect the deal. Next time I'll definitely remember to bring Brother Jin along." Although this sounded nice, DeFei was clear in his own mind. How could he possibly bring Chen Jin into the fold for such money-making ventures? Moreover, Chen Jin's influence was now greater than his. If he were to get intercepted, that would be a massive loss. Borrowing money from Chen Jin was merely about getting a lower interest rate. Paying him back on time was all that mattered. Thinking about going into business together? No way. Chen Jin appeared oblivious to DeFei's perfunctory tones, still smiling as he replied, "All right then, it's settled. Next time, Brother DeFei, must remember your little brother." When the money was in hand, DeFei's attitude immediately changed. He exchanged a few casual words before quickly leaving Sea-High Finance with his subordinates. Having achieved his goal, who would want to linger here? His mind was now filled with thoughts of quickly finding the seller to make the deal, exchanging cash for goods. There were still a bunch of troublesome matters waiting, figuring out how to smuggle the firearms into the island and contacting buyers. In this day and age, no matter what industry you're in, making money requires effort. Even the smuggling arms trade is no exception. After DeFei and his crew left, Chen Jin and Chiodi stayed at the company for the whole morning. As noon approached, Chen Jin took Chiodi downstairs for lunch. Suddenly, Chiodi said she wanted to eat hot pot. Such a simple request, Chen Jin naturally agreed without a second thought. They didn't go to any upscale restaurant, but casually found a regular hot pot place on the street. Although life was much better now than before, Chen Jin and Chiodi were not the type to fuss over appearances, and they enjoyed their meals at the street-side eatery. As soon as they ordered, the waiter brought the broth to the table, and Wei and Ali came over. Upon seeing them, Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh. "You two didn't time your arrival perfectly, did you?" He turned and asked the waiter for 2 more sets of chopsticks. Since they often worked together, Chiodi was also familiar with them. 4 people sitting at a table was just right. Chiodi even specifically called the waiter back. "Could you please show us the menu again? We need to add a few more dishes." Seeing Chiodi so enthusiastic, Wei happily thanked her. "Thank you, sister-in-law." However, he hadn't forgotten the serious matter. While stirring the meat in the pot, he asked, "Brother Jin, that DeFei guy asked to borrow 1,500,000 Hong Kong dollars with no collateral, just signed a flimsy contract. Are we really just going to give him the money like that?" Although he was brought here by Wei after hearing this, he was still a bit anxious. They had played too late last night, and he arrived at the company just before noon. Hearing about DeFei's matter made him restless. Chen Jin picked up a piece of beef, replying unhurriedly, "We've signed the promissory note, so of course we have to give him the money. Even though he has no collateral or guarantor, we all operate in the same building. We still need to give him this face." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly became sharp. "Moreover, is my Chen Jin's money so easy to owe?" With the conversation reaching this point, what could Wei say? Exactly. Our Sea-High's money is not something anyone can just default on. Although DeFei had some ability, he was far from being a match for Sea-High Company. Furthermore, Chen Jin was no pushover. They truly weren't afraid that DeFei would pull any tricks. Chiodi handed the finalized menu to the waiter and cheerfully invited everyone. "Come on, dig in. I heard the beef here is exceptionally tender. I ordered several plates. Just as they were enjoying their hot pot with lively chatter, a group of young men seated at the neighboring table, each sporting crisp short hair, stared utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged covert glances, then resumed eating with feigned nonchalance. Away and Ollie devoured several plates of meat in ravenous haste, filled their stomachs, and promptly slipped away. Chen Jin and Xiao Di fed each other morsels, bite for bite, unwilling to be mere bystanders. Watching the two flee like startled deer, Chen Jin and Xiao Di shared a quiet, knowing smile. After they left, Chen Jin turned to Xiao Di and said, "Once we finish dinner, let's go buy a new car. The Santana we're driving now belonged to Brother Sean, a vintage model. We'll drive the new one ourselves. This old one can go to Away and his crew." Xiao Di lifted a slice of perfectly cooked beef and placed it gently into Chen Jin's bowl. "You decide. It's all up to you." After a hearty meal, Chen Jin and Xiao Di strolled arm in arm toward the office. It wasn't far, just the right distance for a leisurely post-dinner walk. But no sooner had Chen Jin and Xiao Di stepped out of the hot pot restaurant than he sensed something amiss. He felt an unsettling presence, an unseen figure trailing them stealthily. That creeping sensation prickled his skin. In truth, even back at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Jin had noticed something off about the 5 youths at the adjacent table. Of those 5 young men, 1 appeared to possess rank cultivation strength, while the remaining 4 ranked at level. Recall that within the entire Sea-High Corporation, only Away and Ollie held rank status. For so many young elites to suddenly appear, how could such a coincidence not raise suspicion? Though unfamiliar, unknown names, unrecognizable faces, Chen Jin hadn't dwelled on it at the time. Yet now these same individuals were brazenly tailing them. His brows knotted sharply into a deep Chuan character. They were certainly not law enforcement. If police intended surveillance, their methods would be far more refined and far less detectable. Their identities shrouded in mystery, their movements furtive and predatory. Clearly they harbored ill intent. Chen Jin's irritation mounted. Had anyone and everyone now grown bold enough to shadow him? If he failed to deliver a stark warning, would he soon become everyone's easy target? Though these 5 posed no real threat, he dismissed them outright. The presence of Xiao Di beside him changed everything. What if she got caught in the crossfire? That possibility unsettled him deeply. Worse still, were they armed? The street bustled with pedestrians. Though Chen Jin carried numerous weapons concealed in his satchel, drawing a firearm openly would invite immense complications, not least of all cleanup. After brief deliberation, Chen Jin steered Xiao Di into a nearby cafe, ordered her a cup of coffee, and asked her to wait there. "Stay here and enjoy your coffee. I'll just step out back to use the restroom." "I'll be right back," Chen Jin murmured softly. Oblivious to the pursuit, Xiao Di nodded obediently. "All right." Chen Jin cast a glance toward the distant group of peering youths, and for an instant crimson light flickered deep within his eyes. He ambled casually toward the restroom, then slipped out through the rear exit, circled wide, and reappeared behind the 5, silent, unseen, and utterly unexpected. "You followed me all this way. What exactly do you intend?" Chen Jin's voice cut through the air, startling. They'd watched him enter the cafe. Xiao Di remained seated inside sipping coffee. Yet in the blink of an eye he stood behind them. How? Flustered, they hastily closed in attempting to surround him. "Don't move," Chen Jin warned coldly. "Should I sense danger, even a hint, you'll regret it dearly." Though outnumbered 5-to-1, Chen Jin's aura alone pressed down upon them, suffocating their breath. The leader forced a nervous chuckle. "Brother, you've misunderstood. We're merely passing by. Pure coincidence," Chen Jin scoffed. "Do you truly take others for fools? From the moment we entered the hot pot restaurant, you sat at the next table. You've tracked us relentlessly along this entire route, and even lingered outside the cafe after we entered. If every one of those incidents qualifies as coincidence, then coincidence has grown astonishingly prolific." Yet Chen Jin abandoned the matter without pressing further, nor did he demand their true motives. Instead, he shifted tone entirely. "You served in the military, didn't you? Recently arrived from the mainland. My name is Chen Jin. Yours?" The abrupt pivot caught them off guard, but they answered. The leader spoke first. "I'm Wang Jiangwo. Yes, I served. Arrived in Hong Kong yesterday." The others introduced themselves in turn. Dahai Dachuan, De Jiang De He. All had come with Wang Jiangwo, his subordinates and fellow townsfolk. Chen Jin scanned them briefly and gave a slight nod. "Chen Jin." Then Dahai, standing behind Wang Jiangwo, interjected, "Mr. Chen, do you need capable hands? We'd be honored to serve under you." The sudden proposal gave Chen Jin pause. Was there truly some hidden aura of sovereignty radiating from him, drawing loyalty at first sight? Seeing Chen Jin's puzzled gaze, Dahai hastened to explain. "The two one claimed he'd secure us work, but I suspect either grueling labor or recruitment into Triad violence. Or worse, he might connect us with someone plotting something far more dangerous. And the 2-1, greedy to the core, he's already demanded placement fees and lodging charges before securing us a single job. I don't trust him." As Dahai finished speaking, Wang Jiangwo and the others nodded in silent agreement, clearly sharing his The 2-1 was someone they'd met upon arriving in Hong Kong. Impressed by their military background and combat prowess, he'd sworn to land them lucrative employment. Naturally, his assistance came at a steep price, fees and commissions levied without hesitation. Chen Jin studied them once more, assessing sincerity, then replied deliberately, "I acknowledge your skill, but serving under me demands more than martial prowess. I run a company, but unlike ordinary enterprises, entry isn't casual, nor is departure. Think carefully before committing." These 5 were rare talents, and Seahai Corporation desperately needed manpower. Their enlistment would be an unambiguous boon. Wang Jiangwo fell silent for a long moment, then resolved, "Mr. Chen, our sole assets are the battlefield-hardened skills earned during years of service. Beyond that, we possess little else. Our family struggled to survive. We came to Hong Kong solely to earn money. Please accept us." Wang Jiangwo sensed a faint, unmistakable aura of lethality emanating from Chen Jin, the kind forged only in bloodshed. He bore one himself, the brutal calculus of war where survival meant killing or being killed. Wang Jiangwo hesitated, then added, "In fact, the 2 when approached us this morning, offering 5,000 Hong Kong dollars per head to eliminate 2 targets." He revealed this not as leverage, but as declaration. Given sufficient reward, they would undertake any task, however perilous. Though newly arrived in Shenzhen, Wang Jiangwo had already researched local wages. Ordinary laborers earned barely 1,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly. With the HKD-RMB exchange rate soaring, that income dwarfed anything possible back home, like heaven compared to earth. Chen Jin stroked his chin, pondered briefly, and nodded. "Very well. You'll accompany me from now on." Dahai and the others were unknown to him, but Wang Jiangwo rang a distant bell. So young, yet battle-tested, plus that cryptic reference to a special mission, Chen Jin began to piece together the picture. If he hadn't misjudged, Wang Jiangwo likely had an elder brother named Wang Jianjun, whose martial prowess surpassed even his own. With Wang Jiangwo already at rank, Wang Jianjun must rank at least a rank, perhaps even rank. Now that Wang Jiangwo and his team had pledged allegiance, Wang Jianjun would inevitably follow. Chen Jin operated thus, relentlessly identifying and recruiting talent. Securing them as allies was ideal, but even if they became adversaries, they'd still serve as valuable assets. Every card, even fragmented, held worth. Having swiftly acquired 5 formidable lieutenants, Chen Jin felt buoyant. "Perfect. I'm taking Xiao Di to buy a car shortly. Who among you drives?" In sheer capability, Wang Jiangwo's team eclipsed Seahai Group's hundreds. Ruthless, disciplined elite. Naturally, Chen Jin would deploy them immediately. As for betrayal, Chen Jin dismissed the notion for now. Should treachery arise, he'd personally ensure their demise. "No more Mr. Chen, call me Jinj. And since you all drive, you'll each receive a vehicle." Watching their stunned expressions, Chen Jin smiled. "Don't stare so wide-eyed. First, memorize a Hong Kong map thoroughly. These vehicles won't be gifts. They'll carry assignments. With abilities like yours, lingering at my side would be sheer waste." At the prospect of personal vehicles, their excitements, Wang Jiangwo thumped his chest. "Jinj, rest assured. Any order, any peril. We'll face it without flinch." Though Chen Jin voiced no promises, they intuitively grasped serving such a magnate meant fortune lay ahead. The 2 wins special assignments paid handsomely, tens of thousands per job, but such windfalls came with steep costs, exorbitant broker cuts, and scarce opportunity. Each operation demanded painstaking cleanup, far less reliable than steady service under Jinj. Hong Kong's police force was no idle bureaucracy. Should a hitman stir constant chaos, embarrassing high-ranking officials, not even Wang Jiangwo and his brother bound together could escape annihilation. One must adopt a long-term perspective in both life and work rather than being consumed by immediate trivial gains. While following Chen Jin may carry risks, after all the dealings under his command are hardly above board, it is still significantly safer than being a killer. Furthermore, for a wealthy boss like Chen Jin with assets exceeding 100 million, it would be unreasonable to expect him to resolve personal matters with mere 30 or 50,000, as if they were crumbs. After making up his mind, Chen Jin led Wang Jiangwo and the others into a cafe. As the financial vice president of Seahai Group, it was only natural for him to go through her for the onboarding procedures of these newcomers. Their salaries would be processed through her. "Hello, big sister." Wang Jiangwo and the others greeted Xiao Di respectfully. Since they decided to follow Chen Jin, they certainly had to treat this boss lady well. Fortunately, Xiao Di was not one to flaunt her status. Seeing their respectful demeanor, she smiled and replied. As for Chen Jin going to the restroom and returning with 5 burly men through the front door, Xiao Di didn't give it a second. It was not unusual for her man to have 100 brothers under him. Adding 5 more was no big deal. True to his word, Chen Jin left the cafe and headed straight to the car dealership. They drove away with 2 new cars on the spot. One for himself to take Xiao Di for a spin, and the other handed directly to Wang Jiangwo. However, there is no free lunch in the world, and shortly after, Chen Jin assigned them their first task. This was also a test for their initiation. There was a student named Johnny at Shenjukiang High School rumored to be in possession of a service pistol obtained from Chen Jin's task for them was simple. No matter what methods they used, they must not cause any fatalities or alarm others, and they had to retrieve that police gun. Upon receiving this task, Wang Jiangwo and the others felt a sense of relief. Having just made their debut without showcasing their skills, their boss had already provided them with a car and money, which felt strangely odd. Now that they had a legitimate task, they finally felt a sense of security. Although Chen Jin indeed had some feelings for teacher He Min from Shinjukiang High School, given his current status, he could not just imitate Zhou Xingqi and go undercover as a teacher. The immediate priority was to help Huang Bingyao resolve the issue of the lost police gun. As for the subsequent arms smuggling case, as long as they kept a close watch on Defei, solving it would be a matter of minutes. As for whether Zhou Xingqi would end up unable to attract women or get promoted because of this, Chen Jin couldn't care less. Given that kid's ability to fight, he would surely have his day. Wang Jiangwo and the others were determined to make a good impression in front of their new boss, and were genuinely putting in the unfortunate Johnny had just returned from a visit to the police station, having teamed up with a lackey named Xiao Yao to steal a police gun. Before he could even warm it up at home, he was confronted by 5 fierce-looking men who burst through the door. Poor kid didn't even have time to unzip his backpack before being pinned to the ground, unable to move. The series of actions he had performed just before being subdued had already revealed everything. Wang Jiangwo yanked his backpack and upon opening it indeed found a police gun tightly wrapped in newspaper. With this task completed so smoothly, Wang Jiangwo and the others naturally felt elated. However, at the same time, they increasingly felt the immense pressure of Chen Jin's inscrutable demeanor. Just as Johnny had returned home after visiting the police station, Chen Jin already knew about their theft of the gun. The extent of his intelligence network and information gathering sent chills down their spines. Johnny's family conditions were quite decent. While Wang Jiangwo and the others were not exactly saints, they still adhered to certain rules. Chen Jin had instructed them not to cause too much commotion, so Wang Jiangwo and the others refrained from committing burglary. They simply knocked Johnny out and swiftly exited with the police gun. All of them wore medical rubber gloves, leaving no fingerprints, and wore masks similar to those used in wrestling, ensuring their identities remained concealed. Even if Johnny were to wake up, he would have no idea who had attacked him. Just after assigning the task, and before it was even time for dinner, Wang Jiangwo delivered the goods. Brother Jean, the matter is settled. Wang Jiangwo and the others moved so swiftly that they actually surprised Chen Jin. He genuinely hadn't anticipated that these guys would be able to accomplish things this efficiently. Chen Jin opened the package Wang Jiangwo handed him, confirming it contained a police gun with all the bullets intact before nodding in satisfaction. This first task is a test for you all, and you did well. I'm quite pleased. Next, I have a more dangerous job for you, Chen Jin said as he placed a small suitcase on the table. Take what's in this bag, but don't create any mess for me. Chen Jin was always generous. This time, he handed out 100,000 yuan. The bag also contained 5 handguns. These are the tools for your next mission, along with some operational funds. You should know that Defei from Maoli Financial Company borrowed 1.5 million from me. This guy used to lead people in drug trafficking, but now it seems he has switched to smuggling arms. Your task is to keep an eye on Defei's every move without him noticing and figure out where he hides the arms after this bag. When Wang Jiangwo and the others peered into the bag, their eyes widened in shock. Guns and bullets didn't faze them. They had seen much more formidable weapons. But the 100,000 yuan truly stunned them. Chen Jin had clearly stated that the first task was a test for them, and this sum was the operating budget for this run. They were of course overjoyed to receive money from their boss. But when has a task ever started with such a hefty advance for operational expenses? If Chen Jin was sending them to blackmail and seize this batch of goods, then offering 100,000 yuan would make sense. But this was just for surveillance and investigation, so the amount felt excessive. Wang Jiangwo boldly asked, Brother Jin, isn't this 100,000 a bit too much? Not at all. Chen Jin waved his hand, not in the least bit mocking them for their naivety. You guys should go get some gear like walkie-talkies and pagers, get everything you need. Besides the weapons I provided, you need to figure out how to acquire any other items you might need. Be careful while tailing Defei and his crew are not to be trifled with, they carry weapons. In a truly desperate situation, remember that our brothers' lives are the most important. As long as you don't bring trouble back to me, don't hesitate to act. Handing out 100,000 as operational funds is indeed a considerable sum. But when it comes to procuring equipment, this amount is hardly sufficient. They can't even afford slightly higher grade items. With Chen Jin having said all this, Wang Jiangwo and the others had no room for dissent. Thank you, Brother Jin. We'll make sure to handle this beautifully. In fact, Chen Jin had already provided them with cars, and now he was throwing out such a large sum of money. With everything laid out before them, despite the risks, Wang Jiangwo and the others had to find a way to get it done. After Wang Jiangwo and the others left, Chen Jin smiled as he stored the police gun in his system package. Noting that it was getting late, he planned to return the items to the police station tomorrow, treating Huang Bingyao to a surprise. It wasn't the best time to contact Huang Bingyao, as there were not many who knew Chen Jin was undercover, but as the chief, Huang Bingyao surely had a clear understanding. Having helped him with such a significant favor, it would certainly make things easier for Chen Jin when he went to the police station in the future. With this in mind, he happily contemplated inviting Qiu Di out for dinner. Unexpectedly, Qiu Di directly rejected him. She had run into her rare friend, He-min, in Hong Kong Island that afternoon, and the two girls had been shopping and dining, completely forgetting about Chen Jin. Seeing Chiu Di decisively hang up the phone, He-min blinked in surprise from across the table. "You're doing quite well, now even using a mobile phone." She knew Chiu Di had a boyfriend and couldn't help but remind her, "Isn't it a bit inconsiderate to leave your boyfriend hanging like this?" After all, mobile phones were quite rare in those years, especially Chiu Di's model, which was the latest Motorola, far more compact than the old brick-like mobile phones. Humph. Chiu Di proudly tucked her phone into her bag and lifted her chin. "I'm different now. Oh, I bought this phone with my own earnings. Now I manage over 100 people. Brother Gene is fine. Oh, it's just dinner. He can handle himself. You know, when one becomes successful, if they don't show off in front of old friends, what's the difference from walking through the night in new clothes?" Back in the day when Chiu Di was struggling, He-min had helped her a lot. Later, coincidentally, Chiu Di had rented a place near He-min's home. Although they didn't meet often, they gradually became. Afterward, when Chiu Di encountered some trouble and changed jobs, she met Chen Jin by chance through her move. Though they hadn't been together long, Chiu Di had undergone significant changes. Previously, she had only worked as a sales assistant in a clothing store or a cashier in a restaurant, but now she had transformed into management at Dream Paris nightclub and the vice president of Sihai Financial Company. To support Chen Jin, she studied diligently, managing more people and gaining more power. With her broadened horizons and elevated status, Chiu Di seemed like a completely new person, her spirit vastly different from before. Oh, He-min initially thought Chiu Di's recent splurge on a new car was because she had found a wealthy boyfriend. But hearing her speak, it seemed the situation was more complicated. "Wow, that's impressive. You must treat us tonight." He-min and Chiu Di shared a long friendship, and now that her best friend had become successful, she felt the need to treat her to a lavish meal. "No problem." Chiu Di agreed without a second thought. Although the restaurant they were dining in was quite upscale to her, it was merely a meal and hardly a significant expense. He-min was particularly curious about Chiu Di's current situation. "Chiu Di, what kind of work are you doing now?" As a teacher at Xinyu Strong High School, He-min's job sounded quite respectable, but the salary was indeed low. Living day by day was not a problem, but living comfortably was another story. From what she knew about Chiu Di, this girl definitely wouldn't engage in any illegal activities, nor did she have the capability to do so. If there were suitable money-making opportunities, He-min certainly wouldn't want to miss out. Who wouldn't want to earn some extra cash? Chiu Di gently shook her head. It's better if you don't inquire. The way I'm making money now isn't suitable for you." Pausing for a moment, she lowered her voice and said, "Actually, my significant change is all thanks to Jean Guest's help. I'm currently in charge of finance at Jean Guest's Sihai Trading Company." She hesitated to mention that she was actually the vice president and that the office and finance were directly entrusted to her by Chen Jin. "But I do have a project here that you might consider participating in." "What project?" He-min immediately perked up at the mention of making money. Chiu Di did not hold back. "It's a financial management project. You can think of it as a fund or a bank's financial product. However, the interest rates here are higher than those at banks, approximately 8 to 10 annually." During this time, she had been researching Chen Jin's new microloan business and had her own plans in mind. If Chen Jin didn't plan to raise interest rates and the Sihai company didn't move in that direction, relying solely on her own limited funds for lending would yield very little profit. If she could use other people's money to make money, it would be a different story. Now, there were plenty of people lacking money who wanted to borrow as long as Chen Jin could follow the rules and not lend out 150,000 carelessly like last time with DeFei. Making money wouldn't be a problem. Thinking about Chen Jin and his associates at Sihai Company, Chiu Di couldn't help but smile. With these people around, she truly wasn't worried about anyone daring to default on loans. Moreover, not everyone could borrow money from Chen Jin. DeFei's case certainly had other motives. He-min was a bit surprised after hearing this. "Can you make the call on this? It won't bring you any trouble, will it?" She wasn't worried about Chiu Di deceiving her. She was just afraid it would have some adverse effects on Chiu Di. Chiu Di thought for a moment. "Wait for me, I'll call Jean Gu to ask." To give He-min a definite answer, she immediately took out her phone, which she had just put in her pocket, and dialed Chen Jin's number. After hearing Chiu Di's suggestion, Chen Jin agreed, without hesitation, saying that the project was completely fine and that he would leave it entirely to Chiu Di. After a brief conversation, the call ended. Upon hearing Chen Jin's approval, both Chiu Di and He-min were overjoyed. The matter was settled. The specific details needed Chiu Di to return to the company to gather the team for discussion, while He-min was responsible for preparing the funds at home. It wasn't that Chiu Di hadn't invited Chen Jin to dinner which made him angry, rather he was indeed encountering other matters at this time. Originally, Chiu Di had a dinner appointment with her girlfriends, while Chen Jin planned to casually find a place for dinner himself. However, before he could even step out of the office, Ali walked in with someone. This newcomer was also named Ali, but he was much more handsome than the one following Chen Jin. He was sent by Lin Kuan specifically to relay a message. "Jean Gu Kuan, Gu wants to invite you to go fishing together tomorrow morning." Faced with this sudden invitation, Chen Jin couldn't help but furrow his brows. He remembered clearly that this Ali was not only Lin Kuan's confidant, but also an undercover agent placed by the police. Chen Jin harbored a deep-seated disdain for Lin Kuan, this drug dealer. Although this person looked like his favorite star from before this wasn't a movie set, the Lin Kuan in reality was a ruthless drug lord who killed without blinking. Nevertheless, Chen Jin still agreed. Sure, what time? Where shall we meet? If he could establish a relationship with Lin Kuan, it would be dangerous, but the benefits could be substantial. Seeing that Chen Jin agreed, Ollie smiled brightly. Jin, good, just give me the address, and I'll come pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. No need. Chen Jin directly refused. Just tell me the time and place, and I'll go myself tomorrow. Ollie didn't insist, obediently providing Chen Jin with the time and location arranged by Lin Kuan. After all, Chen Jin was also a leader of a faction now. Although the Sihai gang couldn't compare to the established gangs like Hung Hing or Dongxing, it was always wise to be cautious. Once Ollie left, Chen Jin directly called Li Sir from his office. Here he was in charge, and no one dared to enter without his permission. Moreover, Chen Jin had already checked, and there were no surveillance devices in the office, so he felt particularly free to speak. Once the call connected, Chen Jin said with a smile, Li Sir still working overtime at headquarters. Li Sir frowned. Chen Jin, be serious, get to the point. When it came to serious matters, Chen Jin immediately dropped his playful tone. Just now Lin Kuan sent a subordinate to find me, inviting me to go fishing at the dock tomorrow morning. In the past, more than half of Lin Kuan's goods were handled by Shan Ge. Now that Shan Ge was gone and the territory was taken over by Chen Jin, even the territories of Si, Yindixia, and Guangtu were under his control. Recently, he had been claiming that the police were keeping a close watch and managed things strictly, which made Lin Kuan restless. He knew that with Ollie as an undercover agent, the police would definitely receive news that Lin Kuan was looking for him. By pretending not to know Alice's identity, proactively reporting it would instead make him seem more reliable. Without waiting for Li Sir to respond, Chen Jin continued, Lin Kuan, this drug lord, is certainly being monitored by the police. Since he took the initiative to reach out, it was a golden opportunity that had come to him. Li Sir indeed hadn't received this news yet, and after hearing it, he cautioned, be careful, Lin Kuan is very... From what I know, our people have been keeping an eye on that guy for years, but he has been tight-lipped, leaving no trace behind. He is definitely a tough character. You've been thriving lately, so remember to keep your identity hidden. Don't rush forward recklessly for a trivial achievement. When they first approached Chen Jin, they only wanted him to infiltrate the Dongxing society as an undercover agent. But who would have thought that this kid's talent was extraordinary, and by a twist of fate, he had actually made a name for himself in the underworld. Not only had he taken over Shan Ge's Sihai company, but he had also absorbed the territories of Si, Yindixia. Now he had at least 100 subordinates following him, making him quite a notable figure in Hong Kong. The greater Chen Jin's influence, the more significant his role could be. The higher-ups' expectations of this kid, although Lin Kuan was a well-known figure in the drug lord circles of Hong Kong, exposing Chen Jin's identity just to catch him was not worth the risk. The upper management had already received wind of it. The police had successfully infiltrated Lin Kuan's inner circle and had gained that guy's trust. Therefore, taking down Lin Kuan's drug den was only a matter of time. Hearing how much his superiors valued him, Chen Jin couldn't help but smile. Although the admonition to be cautious might have deeper implications, he genuinely felt the concern. Just like last time when dealing with the Vietnamese gang, I won't take direct action, but will provide intelligence. Since we already have brothers keeping an eye on Lin Kuan, working together will make things more convenient, right? Mentioning the Vietnamese gang reminded the leader of another matter. Jin, do you know if Shan Ge or anyone else has dealt with professional killers? On the day you had the shootout, after you left, a professional killer with a sniper rifle suddenly appeared. That guy acted swiftly and cleanly, taking out Tony and Ahu with just 2 shots. This mysterious killer had been causing headaches for the police high-ups lately. His actions were skilled, and after completing his tasks, he vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. He was definitely a formidable character. The leader had ruled out all possible suspects, even Chen Jin, but quickly dismissed his involvement. Before sending Chen Jin undercover, they had already thoroughly investigated his background. Afterward, when Chen Jin took over Shan Ge's influence, he had reviewed all his files again. During police academy training, Chen Jin's shooting skills were only average, and given that he had just started in the underworld, he didn't seem like someone who could connect with such top-tier killers. More people believed that this killer was hired by Si Yin and the others. Tony had pressured them to rescue Jia Ge. How could these old demers swallow that humiliation? This theory had the most traction, but unfortunately with Si Yin and the others dead, the killer vanished, and the case could only remain unresolved. I've heard about this too, but I really don't know the details, nor have I heard of such a character. Chen Jin shook his head calmly. Seeing that Chen Jin was genuinely unaware, the leader stopped questioning. It was just a casual mention, and it was normal not to get any answers. Li Wenbin changed the subject and continued to instruct. All right, let's settle on this for now. When dealing with Lin Kuan, you must be vigilant. Report to me immediately at any sign of trouble. This guy is among the top drug lords, I'll say it up front. Don't act recklessly for the sake of credit. I know what I'm doing. Chen Jin suddenly lowered his voice. But boss, I always feel that Ma Jun from the West Kowloon Major Crimes Unit is a bit off. Recently the cops have indeed been watching me closely, but it's all just bluster. Ma Jun warned me specifically after I took over Shan Ge's territory, and thinking back, his attitude that day was quite strange. During this time, the police had been relentlessly pursuing Chen Jin. Under Ma Jun's leadership, the Major Crimes Unit, especially the newly reinstated police officer Hua Sang, acted like wild dogs, scenting meat, hovering around Chen Jin's turf all day and occasionally pulling off some entrapment stunts. But what was the effect? It was laughable. A few of his subordinates were indeed caught, but if the gang members were smart enough to know their limits, who would still come out to do something illegal? Even if Chen Jin issued repeated warnings, those eager for money still dared to sneakily deal drugs. Losing a few small-time thugs was not enough to take down Chen Jin. On the surface, it seemed like many people had been apprehended with great fanfare, but in reality, they were merely insignificant characters detained for a few days before being released. What was even more outrageous was that Ma Jun not only arrested Chen Jin's men, but also seized the henchmen from other gangs who were dealing at the scene, effectively turning the police station's guest house into a gathering center for gangsters. Thanks to him, Chen Jin's control over his territory had actually become even more solid, and the way his underlings looked at him now carried a hint of respect. Given Ma Jun's experience, he shouldn't be making such a rookie mistake. This guy had solved more cases than Chen Jin, had meals appearing reckless on the surface, but actually meticulous. When Chen Jin expressed his concerns to Li Wenbin, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "They'll look into this. You focus on dealing with Lin Kuan." Li Wenbin's voice suddenly turned serious. "Remember, safety is always the top priority." After hanging up, Chen Jin sank into the leather seat, exhaling smoke rings. He wasn't worried at all about the professional killer matter. So long as he kept his lips sealed, who would think of him? At the time of the incident, A Wei was right there watching, and Chen Jin had no intention of silencing anyone. Leaving a survivor could instead intimidate other underlings, making it more effective for him to issue orders in the future. Besides, even if he killed A Wei and replaced him with someone new, could he really wash his hands clean and become a law-abiding citizen? If he had that ability, why would he have gone undercover in the first place? The key point was that A Wei was at best just a witness. Even if he ran to the police station to testify that Chen Jin had killed brother Tony without evidence, who would believe him? As for the location where the sniper rifle was hidden, Chen Jin sneered. Unless he nodded, even the King of Heaven couldn't find it. Regarding Lin Kuan, Chen Jin also needed to give it some serious thought. Huang Sir was right. Lin Kuan, that old fox, had managed to stay out of trouble for so many years precisely because of his cautious nature. Dealing with someone like him required a level of patience. However, Chen Jin was at least in a favorable position. He had no particular needs from Lin Kuan, but Lin Kuan seemed to have some ideas about him. This way, Chen Jin didn't have to deliberately cater to Lin Kuan's temperament, completely holding the initiative. Coincidentally, he had recently recruited Wang Jiangwo and a few others. These tough characters who had been soldiers and seen battle were not at all like the small-time thugs on the street. Lin Kuan had chosen the perfect time to meet. Chen Jin was just right to bring them out to show their faces. Thinking of this, Chen Jin immediately sent a message to Wang Jiangwo's pager telling them not to rush handling the business with DeFei and to accompany him tomorrow morning. He specially reminded everyone to stay alert. The person they were going to meet this time was not simple. After making the arrangements, Chen Jin finally felt at ease. In terms of self-defense capabilities, he now had class skills, and there were still plenty of weapons hidden in his trunk. However, these were all his trump cards. A mere Lin Kuan wasn't worth him revealing his entire arsenal. Moreover, he was now at least a decision-maker in a gang. Although Sihai Company still had a gap compared to those old gangs, he couldn't be expected to handle everything himself. As the boss, could he? The purpose of recruiting underlings was to get work done right. If the big brother was always at the forefront, not giving the others a chance to shine, would the brothers feel satisfied? Early the next morning, Chen Jin brought the prepared Wang Jiangwo and others to the dock, where he had agreed to meet. From a distance, Lin Kuan saw Chen Jin arriving with 2 trucks full of people, and his brows immediately furrowed. "Ah, Jin, are you bringing so many people to fight?" He had only brought Li as his henchman, but unexpectedly Chen Jin had brought 5 sturdy men with him. Just by their presence, it was clear to anyone that they were seasoned fighters. According to their underworld lingo, these were all individuals who had taken lives. Chen Jin suddenly displaying such an arrangement inevitably raised suspicions. Today, Chen Jin wore a loose casual shirt, looking as though he had come to fish and relax. This style, capable of hiding a beer belly, had become his favorite. Of course, with his taste, he couldn't pick out such fashionable clothes. They had all been coordinated by Chiu Di. He sat down next to Lin Kuan with a fishing box, having hastily bought this fishing gear last night. "Since Brother Kuan invited me, shouldn't I bring a few more brothers to support?" As he spoke, Chen Jin clumsily threaded the hook and line according to the tutorial he had reviewed last night, while gesturing for Wang Jiangwo and the others to step back. Seeing that it was impossible to drive people away, Lin Kuan had to get straight to the point. "Ah, Jin, I called you here today to discuss a deal. Brother Shan had ordered 8 million worth of goods from me before the incident. When do you plan to pick them up?" "Huh." Chen Jin's hand shook, almost jabbing the hook into himself. "Brother Kuan, you know that the cops are keeping a close watch on me. How can I focus on this?" This was news he had never heard before. Brother Shan had never mentioned a word about it while he was alive. Did Lin Kuan think that just by exchanging a few words he would obediently cough up 8 million to take over? Although he indeed wanted to extract some information from Lin Kuan, agreeing to such an obvious setup to be the fool was something he would never do. Lin Kuan impatiently curled his lips and said coldly, Brother Sean had indeed paid a solid 5 million deposit to me back then. The Seahai company he left behind is now in your hands, so naturally this deal falls to you. If you don't want to take this on, I can immediately transfer this batch of goods to someone else. Just to be clear, I will not refund a single cent of the deposit. Lin Kuan said, cigarette in mouth, narrowing his eyes. Everyone in the underworld knows the quality of my goods. They are of high purity and never lack buyers. Chen Jin stammered and couldn't find a satisfactory response. Lin Kuan didn't bother wasting more breath on him. After all, he had said everything that needed to be said, and the purpose of calling him out today had been achieved. As for the quality of Lin Kuan's goods, Chen Jin was well aware. This price was indeed a bargain, especially for big clients like Brother Sean. Turning 8 million worth of goods could easily yield 40 to 50 million. Kuan brother will go with you to pick up the goods right away. Chen Jin suddenly became spirited. No matter what it was, as long as he could secure 8 million worth of goods with 3 million, he couldn't afford to miss such a golden opportunity. If this batch of goods were turned over to the police, Huang Sir would definitely reward him handsomely. At the very least, shipping them abroad, whether to the East or America, would make him a fortune. If someone else got their hands on this batch of goods, who knows how many civilians would be harmed. In Chen Jin's hands, no matter how he handled it, it would be better than letting it flow into the market. He had a responsibility to prevent these things from harming Hong Kong Island, let alone flowing into the mainland. As for other places, sorry, Chen Jin didn't have the time to manage that. Seeing Chen Jin change his expression faster than flipping a page in a book, Lin Kuan couldn't help but be amused. After so many years in the game, he had truly never seen someone so shameless. Fine, I'll give you this batch of goods. But if you want to get goods from me again, next time you'll have to follow my rules. Chen Jin smiled broadly. Kuan brother, don't worry, I understand this principle. Doing business with you, of course I have to abide by your rules. He said it beautifully, but inside he was scoffing. Who had the time to study Lin Kuan's ridiculous rules? Once this batch of goods was in hand, who knew when their next transaction would take place? Lin Kuan might very well be in jail by then. As Lin Kuan began packing up his fishing gear, Chen Jin looked baffled. Kuan brother, weren't you supposed to take me fishing? Are you preparing to leave already? Lin Kuan replied, once the business talk is over, what fishing is there to be done? He tossed Chen Jin a phone. Ali will take you to pick up the goods shortly. Keep this phone safe, it'll notify you of the payment location. From now on, use this for contact. Lin Kuan's gear was ridiculously simple, just a fishing rod and a small plastic bucket. What was even more absurd was that when he cast his rod, there wasn't even a bait on the hook. In contrast, Chen Jin had brought a whole bunch of gear, and within moments of meeting, he started setting up an umbrella. Lin Kuan truly couldn't understand it. Did this kid really think he was here to fish? Fishing? How boring. It wasted both time and life. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to a restaurant for fish? Lin Kuan had no interest in fishing whatsoever. Chen Jin was equally exasperated. He had been considering using the opportunity to bond with Lin Kuan over fishing, hoping to arrange another outing together. Little did he know Lin Kuan was just using fishing as an excuse. Had he known this, he wouldn't have rushed to buy so much fishing gear last night. In truth, he wasn't even fond of fishing. He'd be better off spending that time shopping with Chiodi. Perhaps if he pleased his girlfriend, he could unlock some new experiences that night. Chen Jin scratched his head in frustration. Kuan brother, why didn't Ali just bring the phone over yesterday, when he came? At the very least, leaving a number would have sufficed. Why go through all this trouble so early today? Lin Kuan lazily lifted his eyelids, carrying the bucket and fishing rod, turning slowly to leave. He was clear-minded. No matter how much Ali was his most trusted brother, he couldn't entrust such a critical matter entirely to his subordinates. What if Ali had some ulterior motives, installed a bug in the phone, and recorded all his conversations with Chen Jin? Then they would both be done for. After so many years in the business, Lin Kuan had adhered to one principle: caution ensures longevity. Watching Lin Kuan's swaying figure walk away, Chen Jin gritted his teeth in anger. He had gone through so much effort to prepare everything, only to have it all amount to nothing. Wasn't this just playing him for a fool? However, when Ali actually arrived, he quickly repacked the newly unboxed fishing gear. He decided to grasp what benefits he could first. They could settle other accounts slowly later. In his heart, Chen Jin had already noted a debt to Lin Kuan. There would always be a time for reckoning. Ali walked over in an orderly manner. Brother Jin, Kuan brother has given the instructions. You can send someone with me, and I'll take them to the place to pick up the goods and inform them of the specific location. When the time comes, Kuan brother will call, and you place the money at the designated location, and we will conduct the transaction simultaneously. Nonsense. Chen Jin directly waved his hand to interrupt. These few brothers of mine have been with me for less than 3 days. You want me to hand over several million worth of goods or cash to them? What a joke. He waved his hand, and Wang Jiangwo brought his men over, surrounding Ali in the middle. The situation was clear. Now it was a matter of who was in charge. Let's go. Chen Jin finished packing up and threw an arm around Ali's shoulder, leading him towards his car. They had driven 2 vehicles today, and there was plenty of space. Alice's face turned green. Jin Gu, this is against the rules. Kuan Gu has always insisted on separating money and goods in transactions. Isn't that a coincidence? Chen Jin laughed heartily and patted him on the back. This is also separating money and goods right. You see, I didn't bring any money. We take the goods first and settle the payment afterwards. Isn't that perfect? Kowloon just said to take me to get the goods. Don't worry, I Chen Jin keep my word. I won't shortchange you a single cent. Without caring whether Ollie was willing or not, he hooked his neck and stuffed him into the car. Wang Jingwo immediately followed suit and sat down next to Ollie. Just before they set off, Chen Jin deliberately rolled down the car window and shouted, "Ah, hi. Make sure to pack my fishing gear. Next time we still have to invite Kowloon to go fishing." Being taken away half-pushed and half-invited, Ollie had no choice but to lead them to the underground parking lot of the mall. Jingu, the goods are in the white sedan at parking space A91 on the first basement level, and the key is on the right rear wheel. After giving the instructions, he quickly added, "I need to call Kowloon to see how to arrange the next steps." With the matter settled, Chen Jin didn't stop Ollie from taking further actions. He waved his hand casually. "All right, go ahead and call Kowloon. Just remember not to hide anything. Tell him everything about the whole affair. Once you clarify the specific location, I'll have you switch to another car." He knocked on the car window and instructed Chuan and Dahai inside the car, "Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him slip away. But if he behaves and makes the call, don't mistreat him either." Dahai patted his chest and assured, "Jingu, you can rest assured, my brother, and I will definitely handle it perfectly." After arranging things for Ollie, Chen Jin signaled Wang Jingwo to drive the car into the underground parking lot. Finding where Ollie hid the goods was quite easy. Following this passage down leads to Area A, and not far along the signs the conspicuous white Santana at parking space 91 came into view. Chen Jin thought to himself, isn't this Santana usually black? Suddenly, a white one pops up looking really out. He had Wang Jingwo parked beside it, and after getting out of the car, he quickly retrieved a large box from under the passenger seat. There's no doubt this is the goods Lin Kuan asked Ollie to hide. As soon as he stuffed the goods into his pocket, the phone from Lin Kuan rang. The familiar voice on the line said, "Jin, you got the goods right. Now have your people take the money to the Xinglong bowling alley on Jordan Road. Stuff the money into their temporary storage cabinet, and put the receipt and key in cabinet B13. Lin Kuan was not at all worried that Chen Jin would default in this area. No one dared to cheat Lin Kuan out of money. Of course, he wasn't so trusting of everyone. The main reason was that Chen Jin had the backing of the Sihai company, and this sum of money was just a drop in the bucket for them. Chen Jin readily replied, "All right, no problem. But Kowloon, you have to give me a few minutes. It's my first time dealing with this, and I need someone knowledgeable to check the goods." He paused and added, "Don't take it the wrong way, but it's not that I don't trust Kowloon's goods. It's just for reassurance. I can't spend 2 million to buy a bag of flour, can I? Isn't that not a bad rule?" On the other end, Lin Kuan's face darkened, but he didn't explode. "Do as you wish. Go find whoever you want to check." He glanced at his watch. "It's 8:25 a.m. I'll give you 4 hours. If the money hasn't reached the designated place by 1230. Before he finished speaking, the intensity in his tone made even Wang Jingwo, who was driving, feel a chill down his spine. "Rest assured, I guarantee the money will be delivered on time." Chen Jin replied straightforwardly, but his words carried a hidden meaning. He only mentioned that he would pay, but didn't promise to deliver it to the bowling alley. The implications in his words were for Lin Kuan to figure out. As the car just exited the parking lot, Ollie leaned in. "Jingu, I've finished all my tasks. Can I leave now?" Chen Jin smiled and shook his head. "What's the rush? There's still an important matter that I need to trouble you with." He put his arm around Alice's shoulder and said, "Kowloon said the transaction went smoothly and specially spent a lot of money to buy a bluefin tuna, insisting on inviting me to his house for dinner. But how would I know where Kowloon lives? I still need to trouble you, brother Ollie, to lead the way." Off. Ollie was momentarily bewildered, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to comply. After pondering for a long time, Ollie ultimately decided to trust Chen Jin's words. He thought to himself, if Chen Jin was pulling some trick, this lie would immediately be exposed once they reached Lin Kuan's house, so there was no need for such petty schemes. In Alice's view, the Sihai company was no different from before. When Brother Shan was in charge, all the goods were supplied by Lin Kuan, and Brother Shan showed Lin Kuan great respect. Now that Chen Jin was in charge, could he truly change everything and stop dealing in this business altogether? That would be simply ridiculous. The more Ollie thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Chen Jin was not a lone commander. The Sihai company had 100 or so people. How could it just stop operations at a whim? Besides, many of the little brothers below had already developed drug addictions. Once you get involved with this, unless you die, it's impossible to quit. Ollie had never seen a junkie who could quit solely by willpower. Seeing Ollie nod in agreement, Chen Jin immediately smiled broadly and let Alice's car lead the way. But once the car window was rolled up, the smile on Chen Jin's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a stern expression. He immediately took out his phone and called Wei. Wei quickly picked 2 of the most knowledgeable inspectors from the company. "You and Ollie bring them to Lin Kuan's house to find me." On the other end, Wei was confused. "Okay, Jingu, are we going to get goods from Kowloon again? But didn't you repeatedly say that the police are keeping a close eye and no one is allowed to touch this?" Though Wei was one of their own, Chen Jin still patiently explained, That's right, I plan to bring in a batch of goods from Lin. It's true that things are tense right now and we can't act, but that doesn't prevent us from stockpiling the goods first. After finishing, his tone turned serious. No more nonsense, hurry up and get them here. Understood. Awei immediately perked up and hurried off to arrange it. To be honest, when Chen Jin suddenly ordered a ban on all goods, the underlings had long been grumbling. Even though he set up a financial company and started collecting protection fees like other old gangs, none of that could compare to the quick profits from selling goods. Looking at it now, Chen Jin wasn't really planning to wash his hands of the business. It was likely due to the situation with the Vietnamese gang, and the police were keeping a tight watch, so he was just temporarily laying low. Once this storm passes, things would surely return to normal. After Awei contacted Ali again, he found 2 experienced inspectors, and the news quickly spread throughout the Sihai company. Those little brothers who originally wanted to make a move suddenly became completely loyal to Chen Jin again. A leader like Chen Jin, who had both skills and connections with many loyal brothers and knew how to adapt to the times, was truly a tough character capable of achieving great things. Now their territory had expanded quite a bit. As long as they endured through this period of frenzied police investigations, it would be a great opportunity for the Sihai company to rise again. The police couldn't keep their eyes on them forever, especially after investing a lot of manpower and resources without yielding any results. Those brothers who had been caught due to their inability to control their own actions were initially thought to be treated too harshly by the company. But now everyone understood that not only did they not sympathize with those caught, but they also began to gloat, and some even started to openly curse. If it weren't for these people who only cared about immediate benefits causing trouble, the company wouldn't be under such intense scrutiny from the police. If it weren't for these troublemakers, the police might have already backed off. You don't take the leader's orders seriously, and you almost messed up the company's plans. You're so careless that you could easily be caught by someone else. For such useless individuals, it's perfectly normal for the company to not help them. Many brothers privately discussed that if they were in Chen Jin's position, they might have already gotten rid of these incompetent fools. Everyone is now holding back their energy, just waiting to get through this period. With Chen Jin leading them, the Sihai gang will surely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those old gangs, and nobody will find them intimidating. Awei and Ali were quick on their feet. Just as Chen Jin's 2 cars stopped in front of Lin Kun's house, Awei and the others arrived. Jin Gu. As soon as Awei saw Chen Jin, he hurried forward to greet him. Chen Jin nodded slightly. Whom are the people here? They're here, Jin Gu. Awei turned around and pointed to 2 lean men behind him. This is Wu Ji and De Yen, our most experienced inspectors here. When Brother Shan was around, he entrusted all important deals to them for inspection. All right. Chen Jin looked the 2 over. Let me see your skills. This opportunity is rare. For a while we may have to hold back and not make any moves. But you all must remain calm. No one is allowed to leak a word about this, not even to our own brothers. The most important thing in doing big things is to be able to endure. The police are watching closely right now, and it's not the time for us in the Sihai gang to show our strength, so remember this. The words made the eyes of the little brothers present light up. They guessed correctly. Jin Gu was already planning something big. Kuan-ji's goods are always reliable, but this is the first time Jin Gu is trading with him, so we must show our best skills and never let anyone look down on our Sihai gang. Chen Jin responded with an and turned to open the trunk to take out a black leather case. Everyone follow me. Wang Jiangwo and the other newcomers were so excited that their palms were sweating. Having followed Jin Gu for just a few days, they could participate in such a big deal, which showed that Jin Gu truly regarded them as his own. As for what they were trading, they hadn't given it much thought. Wasn't it natural for the gang leader to conduct such business? As the 3 cars came to a stop, Lin Kuan in the house sensed something was off and hurriedly prepared his trembling wife and children to escape through the back door if things went awry. He steeled himself and welcomed them out alone. As soon as Chen Jin arrived with a large group of people, Lin Kun's face instantly turned pale. Chen Jin, what are you doing barging into my home with so many people? However, Chen Jin seemed unfazed by Lin Kun's anger as he casually looked around and remarked, Brother Kuan, you truly live up to your name. This mansion and luxury cars are enough to make anyone envious. But speaking of which, for someone as important as you, isn't the security a bit lacking at home? I think you should have at least a dozen bodyguards, otherwise if something unexpected happens it would be too late to react. Suppressing his anger, Lin Kuan knew that turning hostile wasn't wise. Stop wasting time. What exactly? Chen Jin still wore a cheerful smile. Brother Kuan, don't be nervous. I'm just here to say hello on behalf of my younger brother. He added, Brother Kuan instructed me to settle matters before 12 o'clock, and the money needs to be placed at the designated location. Although I am still somewhat of a novice in this line of work, I brought along a certified appraiser to ensure everything goes smoothly, and I've prepared the money as well, even bringing the goods straight from the parking lot without tampering with them. Chen Jin glanced at his watch. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. If these 2 appraisers aren't just boasting, we'll be done in no more than half an hour. Lin Kuan understood that he had no choice in the current situation. Follow me, we'll verify the goods in the living room. As Chen Jin gestured, his group swaggered into Lin Kun's villa. Since they had come this far, Chen Jin was not polite and directly had his men start working at the coffee table in the living room. Lin Kuan approached Ali with a dark expression. Ali, what on earth is going on here? Ali looked aggrieved, saying, Brother Kuan Jin said you were happy about making a deal and called him over to enjoy bluefin tuna. I had no idea he would deceive me and just brought him along. Just as Lin Kuan was about to explode at Ali, Chen Jin chimed in with a grin. Brother Kuan, don't blame Ali. I'm just being cautious, and besides, this saves time. Later we can settle the money and goods quickly. How delightful. Looking at the smirking Chen Jin, Lin Kuan felt a throbbing in his temples. In our line of work, safety comes first. With this kind of stunt you're pulling now, if the cops show up, we're all finished. Lin Kuan didn't doubt Chen Jin's identity, but right now he regretted his choices deeply. Had he known this guy would be so reckless, he would have preferred to return Sean Guest's $3 million deposit rather than do this deal with him. Initially, when Lin Kuan mentioned this batch of goods, Chen Jin hadn't taken it seriously and appeared disinterested. But when Lin Kuan revealed that Sean Ge had already prepaid a $3 million deposit, Chen Jin's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. To put it simply, Chen Jin might not have been particularly interested in this batch of goods, but he had too much inventory on hand, and he could always sell it slowly. However, Lin Kuan was determined not to take such risks again. Chen Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. Brother Kuan, don't worry. We're all family here, nothing will go wrong. Lin Kuan eyed him with skepticism. Just an hour ago this guy had said that Wang Jiangwo and the others had only been with him for less than 3 days and didn't even dare to entrust $2 million to them. Now he was acting like a trusted insider. Who knows which of his words are true or false? Lin Kuan was only hoping for one thing: to quickly verify the goods, collect the money, and get this group of troublemakers to leave as soon as possible. Ah Wei and Ali weren't exaggerating. The appraisers they brought were indeed professionals. They casually pulled out a packet from the box, examined its quality, sniffed the aroma, and gave Chen Jin a thumbs up. Jin Ge, the purity is high, top-notch stuff. It's settled. Chen Jin cheerfully closed the box containing the goods and took the briefcase from Wang Jiangwo, placing it on the coffee table. Brother Kuan, the $2 million is all here. I also brought a counterfeit detector. Would you like to check? Lin Kuan had no time to count the money. No need, I trust you, Jin. Now that we're settled, I have to go out for business later, so I won't keep you for lunch. As Lin Kuan directly issued the dismissal order, Chen Jin wasn't upset. He understood clearly that he had indeed angered Brother Kuan this time. No problem. Chen Jin readily nodded. Then I'll take my leave now, Brother Kuan. Let's make our cooperation as swift as possible. With a command from Chen Jin, the group of brothers he brought immediately stood up in unison, nimbly following Chen Jin towards the front door. To speak of efficiency, Chen Jin's group was remarkable. From their grand entrance into Lin Kuan's home to now preparing to leave it had barely taken 10 minutes. Strangely enough, just as Chen Jin reached to push open Lin Kuan's front door, he suddenly discovered that the outside was already surrounded. At the door stood a throng of people, and upon closer inspection, there were quite a few plainclothes officers followed by more fully armed uniformed police officers, all ready with their weapons. Chen Jin narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the situation, and noticed that these officers seemed to belong to 2 different systems. In the crowd, Chen Jin immediately recognized Huasheng, and also saw a familiar senior inspector. Although he couldn't recall his name, he felt he had seen him somewhere. However, to his surprise, Huasheng's partner Ma Jun was absent this time. This sudden turn of events shocked Lin Kuan, who was now contemplating how to shift the blame to Chen Jin. If there's anyone to blame, it would be this troublemaker. If he hadn't shown up today, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Facing the police, Chen Jin's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He smirked and said to Huasheng with sarcasm, "Oh, isn't this our undercover officer, Brother Huasheng? I heard last time you fell into Jia Guest's hands because you embezzled several million dirty money from the Vietnamese gang. Now you're back in the field leading a mission. It seems you've sorted out your troubles." This remark was like a loud slap, causing Huasheng's face to flush with anger. Chen Jin, don't you dare slander me. Don't think that by causing a ruckus you can escape. I'm telling you, you're finished this time. Finished? Chen Jin pretended to touch his face. I'm living while sleeping soundly, feeling great. How could it be that Brother Huasheng has changed professions and learned fortune-telling? It seems this undercover experience has indeed made you more capable. Seeing Chen Jin's arrogant demeanor, Huasheng was seething with rage. Chen Jin, our police have been keeping an eye on you these days. Don't think that your transaction with Lin Kuan went unnoticed. We've already gathered all the evidence. We intentionally caught some small fry to let you lower your guard. Now that we have you red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself? If it were someone else saying this, Chen Jin might have thought twice. But seeing the agitated Huasheng, he only found claiming that arresting small fry was meant to keep him off guard. Who can clarify whether it's a case of feigning capture or alarming the snake? Chen Jin still didn't take Huasheng seriously. You have me red-handed. Officer Huasheng, are you still dreaming? I've been a police officer too, and I know the police force isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. What you've just said has seriously damaged my reputation, and my lawyer will be at the police station shortly, and I will sue you for defamation. Huasheng sneered. Chen Jin, you really don't know when to quit. Instead of thinking about how to sue me, you should let your lawyer ponder how to defend you in court. Now hand over the briefcase you're holding. Chen Jin gently shook his head, a resigned smile on his face. Brother Hua, Sheng, to be honest, I used to wear a police uniform too. According to the rules, if you want to search someone else's belongings, you must first present a search warrant. Only in urgent situations can you make exceptions without showing your credentials. Stop the nonsense. Hua Sheng retorted, stretching out his hand. If you have a search warrant, show it, and I'll immediately return the briefcase to you. Seeing Hua Sheng's attitude, Chen Jin sighed. Just by looking at your demeanor, I can tell you didn't bring any credentials. I say Hua Sheng, breaking the law is a serious offense. You should understand this principle, right? Before Hua Sheng could respond, a senior inspector nearby stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Chen Jin. You are Chen Jin from Sihai Company, right? I've heard a lot about you recently. Seeing you in person today, you truly are remarkable. He introduced himself. My surname is Chen. If it weren't for some rotten apples ruining the rules, perhaps we could have been colleagues. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin laughed even more heartily. Sir Chen, it's not too late for us to cooperate now. As long as you don't touch this briefcase today, I, Chen Jin, am willing to act as an informant for the police. Although Sihai is not large, some of our information channels might be even more reliable than yours. He said this with a teasing glint in his eyes, but those around felt that Chen Jin was showing signs of weakness and was looking for a way out. Sir Chen still wore a friendly smile. I'm sorry, Chen Jin, but I can't help you with that. Hearing his superior refuse, Hua Sheng couldn't contain his glee. Haha, Chen Jin, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Weren't you asking for a search warrant? Now let's see how you end up. Saying that, he charged forward, reaching for the briefcase in Chen Jin's hand. Seeing Hua Sheng act aggressively, Wang Jiangwo and the others who were behind Chen Jin immediately surrounded him, each prepared to fight. At their movement, the police outside raised their weapons. Wang Jiangwo and the others felt a wave of dread. It wasn't that they regretted clashing with the police, it was mainly because Brother Chen had specifically instructed them not to bring any weapons before they left. If they had guns, even if they couldn't escape, they could at least take a few down with them. But even unarmed against so many armed police, they weren't planning to back down, exchanging glances and preparing to fight to the death. Seeing this, Chen Jin quickly reached out to stop Wang Jiangwo. Don't act impulsively. Collaborating with the police in their investigation is our duty as citizens. Standing at the back, Lin Kuan and Ali were utterly confused, completely unable to decipher what Chen Jin was up to. Lin Kuan had initially planned to shift all the blame on Chen Jin, but seeing his demeanor, he swallowed the words back down. Chen Jin's series of actions left everyone present baffled. Even Hua Sheng, who was connected to the box, was stunned. The box had no password set. Hua Sheng simply pressed the latch with one hand, and it popped open. However, he didn't hold it steady. As he lifted the lid, an object tumbled out. Hua Sheng was quick to react, immediately throwing the empty box aside and pouncing on the item like a hungry tiger. Thanks to Hua Sheng's training and agility, despite taking a hard fall on the steps, he managed to catch the object that flew out of the box. Only then did the crowd see what Hua Sheng was holding. A plain ceramic teacup. Oh my! Chen Jin slowly squatted down and took the cup, which had almost met its demise, from Hua Sheng's hands, saying, Hua Sheng, your skills are impressive. I was initially planning to take advantage of this opportunity to swindle you, but it seems I miscalculated. A young police officer standing behind couldn't help but interject. You want to swindle someone over this broken cup? Do you think you're a judge? Chen Jin casually picked up the leather case from the ground, pulling out a stack of documents. This is the certificate from the Cultural Relics Appraisal Institute, and this is the appraisal from Sotheby's. The broken cup you mentioned is actually a blue and white lotus-patterned cup from the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, which was once used by Emperor Yongle himself. Currently, the market value is, he deliberately elongated his tone, approximately 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Being a police officer is an honorable profession. You should broaden your horizons. Chen Jin squinted as he admonished, don't speak so carelessly like a street thug. Wearing that uniform, every word and action represents the image of the Hong Kong police force. You must act with restraint in speech and deed. After making the young officer blush, Chen Jin turned back to Hua Sheng with a grin. Hua Sheng, consider yourself lucky. If this cup had been damaged, I would have had my lawyer sue you until you sold your house and car, and even stripped you of that police uniform. Hua Sheng suddenly felt a fiery pain in his jaw. He had cut it on the steps while trying to catch the cup. Yet upon hearing Chen Jin's words, he felt a chill run down his spine from the tips of his hair to the heels of his feet. He couldn't even feel the pain from his wound anymore. That was close. Hua Sheng thought in fear. I almost fell for this guy's trap. If that cup had broken, my life would have been over. Seeing such a treasure in the box, everyone's expressions changed. Chen Jin, with a sarcastic tone, poked fun at Hua Sheng a few more times before turning to Officer Chen. Officer Chen, it seems you all have meddled with my box after all. It appears that I am truly at odds with the police force. He slowly explained. I came to discuss business with Lin Kuan. Having just taken over the company, I needed to sell my ancestral treasures due to cash flow issues. I heard Brother Kuan is fond of such items, so I brought it along. He continued, unfortunately we couldn't agree on a price, and the deal fell through. He carefully placed the teacup and documents back into the leather case, and handed it to Wang Jiangwo for safekeeping. Then he suddenly shifted gears. It's strange, this transaction was a spurothermic decision. How did the police get wind of it so quickly? And why did you bring so many heavily armed officers to block the door? Chen Jin's eerie laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. It seems one of us here is a police. He meaningfully scanned his subordinates behind him. After all, I've worn a police uniform myself. These days you've all been calling me Brother Jin. How about this? He deliberately elongated his tone. It'll give you an opportunity. Officer Chen is standing right beside me. Oh, anyone who is the police informant can step forward now without hesitation. I believe everyone understands that I am vastly different from those gang leaders outside. However, if anyone dares to act as a mole beside me and betray me, I assure you, I will not let it slide easily. Come on, don't worry that I will pull any tricks. Officer Chen is right here with so many police officers present. What kind of tricks could I possibly play? At this point, Lin Kun's gaze towards Chen Jin had grown complex. How long had this kid been with the Sihai gang? Once Shangu got into trouble, he could take over his territory without a hitch, or indeed, he was not to be underestimated. Recently, Chen Jin had tightened his grip on his subordinates, suddenly halting all the brothers who relied on selling goods for a living without even giving them an explanation. This had to be suspicious. This time, Chen Jin breaking the rules with such a stunt indeed indicated he had ulterior motives. He wanted to use this opportunity to root out the police informant lurking around him. What bothered Lin Kun the most was that he had unwittingly become a pawn in Chen Jin's game. However, to be fair, if Chen Jin had consulted him beforehand, the current effect might not have been achieved. Not only Lin Kun, but at this moment Officer Chen and Hua Sheng also looked at Chen Jin with a hint of wariness. Chen Jin was right. They had indeed received news from above and rushed over. It was evident that there was indeed a police informant hidden here. However, no one expected that this was a carefully orchestrated trap by Chen Jin aimed precisely at exposing the informant beside him. In this way, Officer Chen and Hua Sheng's actions ended up backfiring. Without making a sound, Officer Chen glanced at Ali, and seeing him standing there in confusion, he let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as the information wasn't leaked by Ali and it didn't endanger his safety, if others didn't step forward voluntarily, Officer Chen would be powerless. Chen Jin was right. With so many police officers present, if the informant dared to step out, he indeed wouldn't have the guts to play any tricks in front of so many people. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the scene, lasting for several minutes. Seeing that no one moved, Chen Jin couldn't help but frown. I am giving you an opportunity right now. If you step forward voluntarily, we can part on good terms. He continued, I have also been a police officer and still hold great respect for this profession, which is why I am willing to give you this opportunity. But if you refuse to appreciate the kindness and continue to act as an informant beside me, it won't be that simple when I find out later. Believe me, while I can't directly take your life, I have plenty of ways to make you regret stepping into this world. As he spoke, Chen Jin had already turned around, facing away from Hua Sheng and the others, his gaze sweeping between his subordinates and Lin Kun and Ali. The atmosphere fell once again into a suffocating silence, with even the sound of breathing becoming cautious. Yet until now, no one had stepped forward. Watching this scene, Chen Jin suddenly chuckled. Officer Chen, do you have any other matters? Should I go to the police station to assist with the investigation? Although this was in Lin Kun's home, Chen Jin's words were clearly an eviction order. Officer Chen's face was dark enough to drip water. If they took Chen Jin and his crew back to the police station now, they probably wouldn't be able to extract even a hair. Even if they could arrest Lin Kun, the backers and the entire drug trafficking network behind Lin Kun would remain untouched. Arresting just Lin Kun would be easy for them, especially since Ali was an informant beside Lin Kun. Now Officer Chen was more concerned about the slippery Chen Jin. However, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he forced a smile as he stalled for another 10 minutes. Seeing that no one had stepped forward to admit anything, Officer Chen reluctantly waved his hand, disband. It was unclear whether the informant was overly confident or had other hidden motives. Since they were determined not to reveal themselves, Officer Chen could only give up. Chen Jin, on the other hand, waved at them with a playful grin. Officer Chen, take care. If you need any information, feel free to contact me. Whether it's cash or information, I'm up for a trade. Let's meet for tea another day. Just as Officer Chen was about to get into the car, he nearly twisted his ankle upon hearing this, cursing inwardly at Chen Jin for having a thicker skin than a city wall, but he still led his team away without looking back. Once the police cars had driven far away, Lin Kun, who had been hiding behind the crowd as a transparent person, finally stepped forward with a serious expression. He glared at Chen Jin. Ah, Jin, you've got some skills, daring to create such a scene on my turf. Chen Jin shrugged nonchalantly. It just happened to be an opportunity. I figured I'd test the waters. It seems the effect is quite good. My apologies, Brother Kun. Though he said he was sorry, there wasn't a hint of remorse on his face. After dealing with Lin Kun, he turned to survey his own people, his previously smiling face instantly turning cold as ice. I had given an opportunity earlier, but some didn't cherish it. Chen Jin's gaze was like a knife slicing across everyone's faces. If I have to pull out the traitor myself, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Wang Jiangwo was the first to jump up and pledge loyalty. Brother Jin, we've only been in Hong Kong for a few days. How could we possibly be moles for the police? Dahai and Dachuan quickly nodded in agreement. Away Anxious rubbed his hands. Brother Jin, ever since you joined Sihai, I've been following you. Even if I had the guts of a bear and leopard, I wouldn't dare betray you. Ali chimed in right after, Brother Jin, you can see my loyalty. I absolutely have no issues. The ones responsible for inspecting the goods Wu Ji and De Yin also swore, Brother Jin, we've been with the company for so many years. Our backgrounds are clean. Colluding with the police would be seeking our own death. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Jin slowly applauded. What you all said makes sense. Each one has a perfect alibi. As he spoke, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan was provoked by that look, his anger flaring up as he slammed the table and stood up. Chen Jin, don't hint at me here. I've been in this business for so many years, and I've never feared anyone. He pointed his finger at Chen Jin, his chest heaving heavily. If you really find out who the informant is, just go ahead and don't take your anger out on me. Chen Jin leisurely leaned back against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his tone laced with mockery. Brother Kuan, don't be anxious. I never said it was you. He scanned all the people present, saying, after all, you just lost your drug factory, and I've been blocked by the police at the door. If you say no one leaked information, who would believe that? He recalled the training at the police academy when the instructor repeatedly emphasized the principle of solving cases when all possibilities have been eliminated. The remaining option, no matter how unbelievable, is very likely the truth. Following this logic, could it be that the most suspicious undercover among us is actually me, Chen Jin? Although Chen Jin spoke with a smile, the mirth clearly did not reach his eyes. Everyone present felt the low pressure emanating from him, causing them to unconsciously lighten their breaths. In this suffocating silence, Away suddenly slapped his thigh. Brother Jin. Actually, there's another possibility. The fact that we came to Kuan Guest Place isn't known only to us. Oh. Chen Jin turned his head sharply, his eagle-like gaze piercing towards Away. That gaze was so sharp it seemed capable of penetrating hearts, causing Away's neck hairs to stand on end. He swallowed hard and forced himself to continue. At that time you were in a hurry on the phone, so I went directly to find Wu Ji and De Yin. When we went out, there were still 7 or 8 brothers present. Chen Jin's face instantly darkened, his knuckles tapping a dull rhythm on the table. Away, Ali, since the problem might lie with you too, this matter will be left for you to investigate. He paused, his voice dropping suddenly. Remember, don't make too much noise. Understood, Brother Jin. Away and Ali felt as if a weight had been lifted, their anxious hearts finally settling down. The two exchanged glances, seeing a determination to fight to the end reflected in each other's eyes. This time, they had to root out the traitor among them. After the 4 left, Chen Jin turned to Wang Jiangwo and the others. After we return, split up. Jiangwo, stay with me, Dahu, and Dachuan, go handle what I instructed yesterday. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, squinting through the blue-gray smoke. Dajiang and Dahua, keep an eye on Away and the others from the shadows, and report any unusual movements immediately. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback by this. Is Brother Jin trusting us? Although you haven't been with me for long, Chen Jin slowly exhaled smoke rings. It's too flattering to say you were sent by the police. He suddenly laughed. If it only took 3 days for the police to track you down and for me to actively recruit, you should be teaming up with Lianxing as the dual red sticks instead. The cigarette end flickered in the dark, illuminating his chiseled profile. More importantly, I've never misjudged people, Chen Jin. Away and the others were loyal enough, but they couldn't accomplish much. This statement was like a hot iron, igniting Wang Jiangwo and the others' blood, making them eager to express their loyalty on the spot. In this chaotic world of the Hong Kong underworld, encountering a leader who is both capable and willing to delegate power is as rare as winning the lottery. At this moment, Chen Jin seemed to radiate a halo in their eyes. However, this performance seemed to carry a different meaning in Lin Kun's eyes. He coldly observed Chen Jin's attempts to win hearts, fully aware that this young man was clearly cultivating his own faction. Yet the fact that he was going to such lengths to win them over indicated that these young men indeed had some weight. Looking at this group of spirited youngsters, Lin Kun suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his old injury. He ran his fingers along the rim of the teacup, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Ollie beside him. If this clever and capable young man could marry his little sister-in-law, that would be quite nice. Chen Jin completely ignored the dazed Lin Kun and Ollie at the side, and after giving these instructions, he swaggered back to the coffee table. With a snap, he opened the suitcase and casually tossed the so-called Ming Dynasty Yongle period blue and white lotus tray with 8 treasures and dragon patterns onto Lin Kun's tea table, bending down to fish out several tightly wrapped white bricks from the inconspicuous trash bag beside him and restacking them back into the suitcase. After tidying up, Chen Jin straightened his back and waved to Wang Jiangwo and the others. Let's go, we still have a pile of work to do. Dahai stared at the lonely cup on the coffee table, his eyes wide, his tongue tied. Brother Jin, this 2 million Hong Kong dollar treasure is just left here. It's strange, usually too lazy to even read the newspaper. Dahai actually pronounced the awkward name blue and white lotus tray with 8 treasures and dragon patterns fluently this time. Huff! Chen Jin burst out laughing. What are you talking about? This is just a water cup I swiped from that cabinet. He pointed to the display cabinet in the corner of the living room. Those police are so silly, I just casually made up a few words, and they took it seriously. If it were really worth millions as an antique, would I dare to use it to swindle a little cop? He shook his head and added, "You need to study more to be a cop." The room fell silent. It wasn't until Chen Jin broke this illusion that everyone realized they had been tricked. Following Chen Jin's direction, everyone noticed that the display cabinet neatly held 5 identical cups, and the empty space was just enough to place the one on the coffee table. Someone even expressed doubt, could it actually be an antique? But thinking again, having 6 identical cups displayed together clearly indicated they were a set of everyday porcelain. Lin Kuan finally caught on. No wonder he felt the cup was familiar earlier, it turned out to be the one used for drinking. But at that time Chen Jin's serious demeanor, pulling out appraisal reports and auction house certificates, had completely Watching everyone's jaws drop, Chen Jin stroked his chin and chuckled. I heard some noise outside while in the inner room, so I kept my guard up. He suddenly sobered up, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. However, this also indicates that the police have figured us out so thoroughly there is indeed a mole in the ranks. After Chen Jin and his group left, Lin Kuan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. This reckless rascal was surprisingly cautious and had a remarkable ability to adapt on the spot. Cooperating with such a cunning old fox made one feel at ease. The more clever the partner, the safer one felt. Ollie, standing in the corner, was breaking out in a cold sweat. While Officer Chen was present, he had almost jumped out several times to point out, but Chen Jin's unusual behavior had made him swallow his words. This time the intel was genuinely not from him, and he had originally hoped another undercover colleague would secure concrete evidence. Looking back, he was truly fortunate not to act impulsively. When Huasheng opened the box and saw it was completely empty except for the cup, Ollie nearly turned to stone on the spot. After listening to Chen Jin's grand explanation, Ollie was completely bewildered. He never expected that Chen Jin had managed to fool everyone with just a broken cup given casually by Lin Kuan. Before Chen Jin revealed Li Wenbin's identity, Ollie had foolishly thought that it was indeed a priceless treasure. Watching Chen Jin turn the situation around effortlessly and maintain control, Alice's heart raced. This guy was simply too cunning, a downright dangerous person. He secretly resolved to quickly return and report to Officer Chen, urging the police to keep a close watch on Chen. After leaving Lin Kuan's house, Chen Jin casually sat in the back seat of the car, and in front of the driver Wang Jiangwo dialed a number. "Hey brother Ben, are you still in a meeting? You're quite the busy person now. Let's have lunch at noon. Longfeng Restaurant VIP room no. 8th, of course there's business to discuss. Alright, 11:30, see you then." After hanging up, Chen Jin instructed Wang Jiangwo, "We'll go back to the company first, I'll drive the car. Jiangwo, you stay at the company and handle anything that comes up. By the way, the Defei Maoli finance company that I had you keep an eye on is right below our company, so pay extra attention to it." Now Chen Jin is the boss of the Sihai company, and he doesn't need to report to anyone about where he goes or whom he meets. "Understood, brother Jin." Wang Jiangwo nodded in agreement, showing no signs of abnormality. Although Chen Jin currently valued them, he could not possibly explain all his connections. This is completely normal. If Chen Jin did explain everything to him, that would indeed be a problem. Promptly at 11:30, the other party appeared on time in the private room. Seeing the table filled with exquisite dishes, the other party couldn't help but frown. "Ah Jin, this table isn't cheap, is it?" Although there weren't many dishes, each one was presented elegantly, clearly high-end. Chen Jin grinned as he pulled out a chair and poured a glass of wine. "Lisa, don't worry, this is all for confidentiality. If we just order a few small dishes in the VIP room, wouldn't that obviously tell others we have problems?" Seeing Chen Jin's playful demeanor, the other party felt helpless and pushed the wine glass aside after sitting down. "I won't be drinking, I have a meeting this afternoon. So what's the rush in calling me over?" Since they were seated, the other party was not polite, directly unpacking the chopsticks to get ready to eat. Wine can be skipped, but this table of good food must not be wasted. Seeing he wasn't drinking, Chen Jin didn't insist and moved the wine glass in front of himself. "Weren't you meeting Lin Kuan today? I got a batch of goods from him." Saying that, he placed a suitcase on the table. "The purchase price is 5 million, and it can be sold for 2 to 3 times that." The other party was well aware of Chen Jin's meeting with Lin Kuan. This intel was passed on to Officer Chen through him. Seeing the suitcase full of goods, the other party was not surprised how after opening and checking they closed it. "Alright, I will arrange for the funds to come over later." Chen Jin waved his hand. "Forget about the money, after taking over Sean Guest's business, I can still afford this small amount. Lisa, actually I came to you today to ask for a favor." Chen Jin picked up the teacup and took a sip, carefully choosing his words. "Now that the brothers of the Sihai gang are increasing, we can't let them continue engaging in those shady dealings, can we?" He set down the teacup, his expression sincere, as he continued. "Sihai now has over 100 members, all young and strong men. But these people are just loafing around on the streets all day, which isn't a sustainable approach. You know, many of them have criminal records, and a slight misstep could lead them down the wrong path again. When I was with Brother Sean, this group of people only knew how to deal drugs. Now that they call me Brother Jin, I have to find a legitimate path for them." At this point, Chen Jin's gaze became resolute. Officer Lee stared at Chen Jin for a long while, then suddenly slammed his chopsticks down and frowned tightly. "Jin, have you forgotten what your identity is? You've only been with the 4Cs for a few days, and you're already calling them brothers. Are you getting carried away just because someone calls you Brother Gene? Officer Lee's tone was severe. Those who follow Ashan, which one of them isn't a drug dealer? Do you think they are selling candy or biscuits? If you're thinking of leaving them a way out, who has ever left a way out for those who have been forced to lose their families? Facing Officer Lee's reprimand, Chen Jin had long anticipated this. He calmly spoke out his plan. I heard that the government is going to issue a batch of taxi licenses in the urban area, and I want to apply for some to establish a taxi company. I will need your assistance, Officer Lee. Additionally, Chen Jin continued, I recently acquired a cargo ship and would like your help to smooth out the customs relations. Rest assured I will operate legally, and I will pay all the taxes without fail. However, on the surface, I want people to think that I am involved in smuggling. I will transport ordinary goods like vegetables and fruits. Of course, if the police have any special transport needs, I will cooperate at any time. Chen Jin knew very well that taxi licenses in Hong Kong Island are highly sought after. Given the limited space in Hong Kong Island, the issuance of licenses will eventually cease, and each one will be worth its weight in gold. As for the freight business, he had also thought it through carefully. Backed by the mainland, this business was definitely promising. Moreover, with a legitimate freight company as a cover, the police might be even more focused than him. With his current background coupled with the police's covert support, it would be easy for him to make a name for himself in the smuggling circle. In that case, when the police send someone to supervise, it would not only prevent him from going astray, but also allow them to handle cases through his channels. Ultimately, Chen Jin was indeed finding legitimate work for his subordinates, but the greatest benefits still fell into his own hands, while others were merely secondary beneficiaries. Officer Lee was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. I knew this meal wasn't so simple. You little rascal have given me a task. However, I cannot make decisions on these two matters. I will bring them up for discussion in the meeting this afternoon. Since you arranged work for me, Officer Lee changed the subject. I also have a task for you: find out the drug trafficking network behind Lin Kuan, especially his drug production factory and sales channels. With the serious business discussed, the two could finally enjoy their meal in peace. The signature dishes of the Long Fong restaurant were indeed well-deserved, and the meal was a delightful affair for both host and guest. Recently, Chen Jin had been a bit troubled. He noticed that after indulging in excess food and drink, his already round belly had become even more prominent. His work was usually too busy, and the time he could spare for fitness was truly limited. He wondered how long it would take to achieve his dream of 8-pack abs. After a hearty meal, Chen Jin lazily leaned back in his chair and suddenly remembered something. Officer Lee, the last time I asked you to inquire about Ma Jun, do you have any news? Officer Lee nodded slightly. You guessed right, Ma Jun indeed discovered some clues. During the skirmish that day, he was shot in the arm, and guess what happened next? The bullet didn't even break the skin on his arm. Chen Jin was bewildered. I specifically raised the gun barrel when I fired. How could that hit someone? Officer Lee sighed helplessly. You need to practice your shooting skills. I've checked your shooting scores from the police academy. They are indeed not very impressive. The tasks you will be executing in the future will become increasingly dangerous, and the opponents you face will not be simple. A bit of accuracy with your gun could save your life in critical moments. However, there's something I must remind you of. Although I said your life is more valuable than 100 gangsters, you must not be reckless. If anything happens, report to me promptly. Chen Jin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Officer Lee, I definitely won't be reckless. After being criticized for his poor shooting, Chen Jin could only accept it. However, as for the latter part of the conversation, he nodded in agreement on the surface, but didn't take it to heart. What a joke. Chen Jin's life was worth more than 100 gangsters. In his opinion, even 1,000 or 10,000 gangsters couldn't compare to his life. Officer Lee continued. I've had a brief chat with Ma Jun. If you need anything in the future, you can directly reach out to him. Chen Jin frowned. So now I have another superior. Officer Lee smiled and waved his hand. Not exactly. You still report directly to me. Although your rank is lower than his, he has no power to command you. On the contrary, if you need support, you can ask him for help. Important matters still need to be reported to me first. However, if the situation is urgent, I authorize you to directly mobilize him and his team. Officer Lee handed over a note. This is Ma Jun's contact information and the secret code for rendezvous. Remember, use it cautiously. Chen Jin patted his chest and assured, you can rest assured, Officer Lee. Officer Lee shot him a sideways glance. You little rascal have guts bigger than the sky. I will keep an eye on the taxi company matter. I do not oppose you developing your own career while undercover, but there is one prerequisite. You must ensure that the money used to buy the taxi licenses is completely clean and can withstand repeated scrutiny. Otherwise, once you resume your identity, all these industries will be confiscated. My personal suggestion is that you can place these assets under the name of a trustworthy person. The source of funds must be legal, and it's best not to use your own name. Unregulated industries have unregulated ways of handling, but legal businesses must also follow the rules. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. Understood, I will arrange this properly. In fact, he had thought that as long as he still had value, having some legitimate industries under his name shouldn't be a problem. It now appeared that things were not that simple. After being reminded by Li Wenbin, Chen Jin immediately corrected his attitude and decided to adjust his future plans properly. However, the most troubling thing at the moment was that finding someone completely trustworthy was indeed not easy. He completely trusted Xiao Di, but their relationship was obvious. Moreover, Xiao Di did not have much savings under his name, so if it were to be investigated, it would definitely be exposed. As for Wang Zhangwo and his gang, it's better not to mention them. Using their names to do things would be less secure than handling it personally. The matter of choosing a candidate could only be put on hold for now, as he had more pressing matters to deal with. Wang Zhangwo and his crew retrieved the police gun. Chen Jin did not just meet with Li Wenbin for lunch today, he also had a team meeting scheduled with Chief Huang Bingyao in the afternoon. Chen Jin deliberately arrived an hour early at the appointed tea house, only to find that Chief Huang Bingyao had already been waiting inside. As soon as the door closed, Huang Bingyao couldn't wait to shout, "A Jin, has my gun of justice been retrieved?" Chen Jin didn't keep it a secret and directly took out a somewhat worn handgun from his pocket and handed it over. "It was stolen by a student named Johnny. This kid was boasting to my subordinate that he was going to sell it for money. I sensed something was off, and when I saw the gun it looked familiar, so I suppressed the matter." Ha ha ha. Huang Bingyao stroked the recovered sidearm, as if it were a treasure, laughing broadly. "Well done. As long as you don't violate principles, feel free to come to me when you have matters." Actually, this news came a bit late. Just this morning, Huang Bingyao had sent an undercover named Zhou Xingxing into Edinburgh School to investigate this case. However, that kid looked quite reckless. Now that Chen Jin has directly retrieved the gun, it actually saved him some trouble. Huang Bingyao thought it was just right to let Zhou Xingxing investigate another arms smuggling case. To be honest, Huang Bingyao never expected Chen Jin to solve this case. In his impression, Chen Jin was just a rookie who had just graduated from the police academy, ordinary to the extreme. It now appeared that the higher-ups indeed had vision. Even through a few minor matters, it was clear that this kid was not simple. Appointing him as an undercover was truly the right choice. With Huang Bingyao promise, Chen Jin was overjoyed. Li Wenbin's rank was too high, bothering him with trivial matters only made him seem incompetent. As for Ma Jun, Chen Jin temporarily did not want to engage too closely. He viewed Ma Jun as a brawny but simple-minded guy, and being too close would lead to exposure. Now linking up with Huang Bingyao was extremely important. He was the head of the Wanchai police station, and the streets Chen Jin managed were all within his territory. With the chief covering him, it would be much more convenient for him to work in the future. Chen Jin had previously worked under Huang Bingyao, and now after experiencing this incident, their friendship was bound to deepen. When he returned to the company, Chen Jin felt refreshed. This time he had successfully achieved all the goals he set, and was ready to turn his attention to that guy Lin Kuan. Although he could get help from the higher-ups, they would not help for free. The premise was that Chen Jin had to complete the assigned tasks properly. In plain terms, he had to show the higher-ups his capabilities and prove he was worth increasing the investment. Originally, Chen Jin only planned to have a casual interaction with Lin Kuan and help Ollie complete a task. But given the current situation, he had to be fully focused and get personally involved. Compared to Ollie, Chen Jin held a natural advantage. What if the goods he procured from Lin Kuan did not circulate in the market? In any case, the transaction of money and goods was settled, and he didn't need to report to Lin Kuan where the goods ultimately went. Even if he claimed he consumed them all, what could Lin Kuan do to him? However, if he wanted to uncover the major players behind Lin Kuan, that would be a tough nut to crack. Although Chen Jin knew that the one supplying Lin Kuan was General Chachai from the Golden Triangle, what good was just knowing the name? The key was to find the right talent. That guy held armed forces and was entrenched deep in the mountains of the Golden Triangle. How could he be dealt with easily? While pondering, Chen Jin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lin Kuan had a fatal weakness. This guy was not in good health, otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to find a successor in his prime and took Ollie as his disciple. If his health were robust, with his suspicious nature, even if he favored Ollie, he would never easily hand over the territory he fought so hard to build. According to Lin Kuan's style of doing things, he needed to train Ollie for at least 10 to 20 years and make him sign several loyalty agreements to completely sever his escape routes before he could feel at ease. Now that Lin Kuan had exposed a flaw, Chen Jin was like a hungry wolf that had caught the scent of blood, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Brother Kuan, you can't blame us for being ruthless. After all, you are a drug dealer, and I am a police officer. It is only right for the police to catch thieves." However, Chen Jin did not rush to take action. Having just assigned tasks to his subordinates, it would be too unkind to turn around and arrange new assignments. Moreover, him sending people to investigate the clues was not just for show. After this matter passed, he could dispense some favors, and naturally the loyalty of his subordinates would rise. 2 days later, Alwei and Ollie walked into the office with their heads down. Alwei rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "Brother Jin, we are incompetent. We couldn't find out who tipped off the police back then." Ollie quickly added, "But it's not that we found nothing. We discovered that many people are being two-faced, secretly still dealing goods. Some even complain that Brother Jin is too strict and are considering jumping to another gang." The two spoke in increasingly hushed voices, and not only had they failed to complete their tasks, but they had also uncovered these troublesome issues. Several younger brothers secretly colluded with members of other gangs, leaking information about the company's territory, and even helped outsiders to poach 2 stable merchants who paid protection fees. There were also those who, taking advantage of their position guarding the warehouse, secretly resold miscellaneous goods. And what was even more infuriating was that a veteran who had been following Chen Jin for many years actually incited newcomers to jump ship, claiming that following Chen Jin had no future and that it would be better to side with Dong Xing for more profit. These people appeared respectful towards Chen Jin on the surface, but behind his back they were engaged in treacherous activities. Of course, not everyone was that impulsive. Especially after the news spread that Chen Jin was doing business again with Lin Kuan, many originally restless individuals became particularly well-behaved. These people were shrewd, realizing that if the Sea-Hai gang could operate with the same prestige as those established gangs, then the little brothers following them would truly have a bright future. At that time, they would walk down the street without anyone daring to say a word, and when it came to doing business, they would stand tall and straight. Chen Jin, however, did not hold it against them. He waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand everything. Don't hang your heads, I had already anticipated this outcome." He noticed the incredulous expressions on Wei and Ali's faces and added, "If there really is an undercover agent arranged by the police, they must be carefully selected experts. How could such people casually reveal their flaws?" He continued, "Let's put this matter aside for now. I have more pressing tasks to assign to you." Chen Jin's words left both of his subordinates stunned. Was there something more important than rooting out moles? Seemingly reading their thoughts, Chen Jin smiled and said, "Actually, this investigation wasn't entirely fruitless. In the past few days, I had someone conduct a basic check on you both. At least now, we can be sure that both Wei and Ali are completely clean." He paused. "Since you have passed the test, I will now assign you more important tasks. I want you to utilize all of your skills." Being secretly investigated was certainly unpleasant, but hearing that the boss trusted them so much and wanted to assign them important responsibilities, Wei and Ali instantly became energized. "Brother Jin, you can give us any orders. We guarantee to handle things splendidly." Just as they were speaking, Wang Jiangwo pushed the door in and Chen Jin began assigning tasks. "Now we have control over the territories of 5 streets. Wei and Ali, you will jointly manage 1 street, while Jiangwo and your group will be responsible for another." He suddenly darkened his expression. "However, let me make it clear from the start, if the tasks assigned are mishandled, I can elevate you just as easily as I can bring you down." Looking at the 3 of them appearing excited, Chen Jin continued to arrange. "Jiangwo, with your group's skills, managing a street should be a piece of cake. But don't forget to keep a close watch on that Defei from Maoli Financial Company. This arms deal fell through, and he still owes me money. More importantly, I have great use for that batch of goods in his hand." Chen Jin narrowed his eyes. He needed to deal with Lin Kuan and General Cha Kai of the Golden Triangle next. Relying solely on the few broken guns left by Shan Go and the goods obtained from the Vietnam gang was simply insufficient. He needed something more powerful. He couldn't just go to the police for equipment, could he? Even if Chen Jin could swallow his pride, they would never give it to him. So the unsold arms in Defei's possession had become a coveted prize in Chen Jin's eyes. He turned and assigned tasks to Wei and Ali. "While managing your territories, find me a skilled doctor. I've heard that Lin Kuan's health is failing. Go check out his situation. Also let Wu Ji and De Yin follow you. Recently, everyone should be low profile, just like before, and no one is allowed to touch the goods." Chen Jin's tone suddenly turned cold. "Right now, the police from Huaxing are definitely keeping a close eye on us. If anyone gets caught for secretly dealing goods, don't blame me for being merciless. Whoever delays my major plans, I will make sure they pay dearly." Upon hearing that they were going to take action against Lin Kuan, Wei and Ali were not afraid at all. Instead, they were excitedly rubbing their hands. If Chen Jin could handle Lin Kuan and have the source of goods firmly in his hands, then the future development of Sea-Hai would be smooth sailing, no longer needing to look to Lin Kuan's face every time they restocked, nor would they have to give up a large portion of their profits. Currently, Lin Kuan still had his subordinates suppressing the goods, but no one in Sea-Hai had any objections. After all, Chen Jin had already obtained a batch of goods from Lin Kuan, and in addition, Shan Go must have had a considerable stockpile as well. With so much inventory sitting idle, it was clear that Chen Jin was plotting something significant. As little brothers, they just needed to follow the boss arrangements. Even if Sea-Hai currently did not rely on selling goods, they could still earn a considerable amount every month, and Chen Jin also paid his subordinates monthly, allowing them to live quite comfortably. If someone were to act out during this time and got caught by the police, it would be their own fault. They would deserve their misfortune. Wei and Ali left first, while Wang Jiangwo and the others stayed behind. Wang Jiangwo approached Chen Jin and reported quietly, "Brother Jin, the information you received was correct. Something has indeed happened at Maoli Financial Investment Company. This Defei has some skills. He recently brought in a batch of arms, and it's quite a significant amount. But the problem lies here. The buyers he contacted cannot handle such a large quantity at once, and the deal fell through. I heard that during the transaction, the other party not only didn't bring money, but also wanted to lower the price, and even proposed installment payments. The 2 sides couldn't come to an agreement, and ended up falling out, even getting into a fight. It was quite a messy scene." Upon hearing this news, Chen Jin's heart burst with joy. He had long anticipated that Defei's transaction would encounter problems, and for the next while it would be hard for Defei to find new buyers. More critically, Defei still owed Chen Jin a considerable debt. At this moment, if Chen Jin hinted at all, Defei would surely jump at the chance to use goods to offset his debt. Indeed, Chen Jin's predictions were spot on. Defei was now regretting it deeply. The deal had failed and a life was lost. In his rage, Defei had ordered his subordinates to take out the other party, but once he calmed down, he realized the severity of the problem. This batch of goods consisted of heavy weapons, and finding buyers on short notice was no easy feat. An AK-47 is not like those other weapons. It's too conspicuous when carried around, and if taken out to the streets to cause trouble, the police would definitely pursue it relentlessly. Despite the numerous gangs in Hong Kong Island, the true power still lay with the armed police. Once the authorities decided to act, no gang could withstand it. Defei had invested all his working capital into this batch of goods, and had also borrowed a sum from Chen Jin. Although the interest was lower than that of loan sharks, failing to repay on time would lead to considerable trouble. Chen Jin had anticipated that he would stumble, which was why he had set a trap when lending him the money. The interest during the loan period was indeed low, but once overdue, the penalties and punitive interest would be shockingly high. Defei had originally planned everything well: reliable source of goods, buyers already contacted, and a quick turnover to make a substantial profit. Little did he expect that at the last moment he would capsize, now caught in a dilemma that was driving him to the brink of insanity. Chen Jin's Sihai company was now far stronger than Defei's Mali company. Although Defei had weapons, Chen Jin's side was not to be underestimated. In this line of work, who doesn't have some hard goods on hand? Defei calculated in his heart that with no other options left, he could only grit his teeth and pull out another sum of money. He thought he should treat Chen Jin, well, take him out for some fun, hoping to negotiate a few extra days of grace from Chen Jin, or at least lower the interest after the due date. Meanwhile, Defei was not idle either. He quickly sent out several of his capable subordinates to hustle for clients. After arranging these matters, Defei adjusted his collar, plastered a smile on his face, and walked into the elevator, pressing the button for the floor where Chen Jin's Sihai company was located. He was well aware that although it wasn't yet time to repay the debt, the earlier he took action to establish rapport, the better. If he waited until the debt was overdue to show up, the effect would be significantly diminished. Defei still remembered that last time Chen Jin had casually mentioned a profitable business opportunity for collaboration. Thus, he made a special trip to find Chen Jin to discuss this matter. However, Defei already had a plan in mind. He absolutely could not reveal his bottom line when discussing cooperation with Chen Jin. If Chen Jin found out that he couldn't sell this batch of goods, the deal would collapse. While pondering this, the elevator chimed, and Defei stepped towards the entrance of Sihai Company. The two new receptionists at the company were not very old, but anyone capable of working at Sihai Company had undergone rigorous training. Upon seeing Defei enter, one of the girls immediately picked up the phone and called Wang Jiangwo. Chen Jin rose with a cheerful smile to greet him. "Brother Defei, you're far too polite. I've recently stumbled upon some good fortune. My spirits lifted, and I feel utterly refreshed." He then turned to Wang Jiangwo and instructed. Jiangwo asked Xiao Li at the front desk to brew 2 cups of coffee. "No, just bring me an ice-cold bottle of Pepsi instead." Ever since ascending to leadership, Chen Jin had no intention of compromising his comfort. He neither liked tea nor coffee. His true indulgence was this so-called happiness soda for homebodies, which he kept stocked in abundance in a large refrigerator specially installed in the office. After all, as the boss, he could drink whatever he pleased. No need to read others' moods. Though excessive consumption wasn't ideal for health, an occasional bottle to satisfy a craving posed no real harm. He certainly wasn't one of those who treated cola as daily water. Hardly had Wang Jiangwo stepped out when Xiao Li from the front desk entered bearing 2 steaming cups of coffee, and of course a frosty condensation-beaded bottle of Coke for Chen Jin. Defei sipped his instant coffee with practiced gravitas, even raising a thumb in earnest praise of its flavor. Chen Jin watched silently, offering no correction. Chen Jin drained half the bottle in 2 loud gulps, sighed contentedly with a soft belch, and finally asked, "Brother Defei, what brings you here today? Any advice you'd care to offer? Or perhaps, do you have a profitable opportunity you'd like to share with your junior brother?" Defei, sipping his coffee while mentally drafting his reply, seized the opening. "Brother Jin, it's like this. You mentioned last time that if any money-making venture arose, you'd welcome my call. Well, just such an opportunity has surfaced. I thought I'd come straight to you to see whether you'd be interested in joining the venture. I've connections with an arms dealer in Syria. We can secure a shipment of weapons, and the logistics are already arranged. Brother Jin, given our relationship, I won't beat around the bush. Recently, I brought in a consignment from Thailand, but law enforcement has tightened inspections drastically. The goods remain stuck in inventory, straining my cash flow. Truth be told, I'd originally planned to borrow more from you to tide me over. Yet I still haven't repaid the last loan. Asking again felt uncomfortably unseemly. You helped me without hesitation last time. That kindness remains etched in my heart, Brother Defei." Privately, he'd already decided if Chen Jin agreed to join, he'd effortlessly secure another loan on top. In a few days, once he delivered both cargo and funds, he could settle his prior debt and clear the new shipment entirely. He'd even devised an exit strategy. Should Chen Jin agree to partner, he'd offload the heaviest, most unwieldy long guns onto him. After all, only he knew the true nature of the stock. Later he'd simply claim it all came from Thailand, and price it low enough that even Chen Jin would find no fault to pick. A modest profit would suffice. For now, surviving the immediate crisis mattered most. Hearing De Fei's explanation, Chen Jin concealed his quiet astonishment. He hadn't expected such cunning, but then again it was hardly surprising. Anyone who rose to leadership in this world was no fool. Raw sincerity would have been devoured whole long ago. Chen Jin kept his face wreathed in smiles, feigning obliviousness to De Fei's stratagems. Brother De Fei shows me such generosity. I, Chen Jin, could never refuse your face. Just tell me, how much do you need? In truth, Chen Jin had long eyed De Fei's cargo and would never decline. 2 million, Brother Jin. De Fei rubbed his palms together. He'd initially considered asking for 5 million, but that figure seemed too transparent. Factoring in accrued interest on the previous loan, 2 million fit perfectly. Chen Jin nodded briskly. Money is no issue, but I have one small condition. De Fei, now past bargaining, replied eagerly. Name it, Brother Jin. Whatever I can manage, I'll deliver. No second word. I happen to have several retired veterans under my command. Chen Jin pressed the intercom button on his desk. Once Wang Jiangwo entered, Chen Jin instructed, I intend to form a special operations unit, trained and equipped to elite military standards. You understand gear well. Draft a full equipment list: bulletproof vests, tactical uniforms, and both long and short firearms. Understood. Wang Jiangwo responded crisply. Watching them discuss with fervor, De Fei broke into a cold sweat. His inventory held only basic ordnance. No bulletproof vests, no tactical uniforms, and many of the listed items were utterly unfamiliar. When handed Chen Jin's requisition list, De Fei's back soaked through. Brother Jin, these items, I simply cannot procure them. Off. Chen Jin feigned surprise. Is this truly so difficult? He sighed, voice tinged with gentle resignation. I suppose I oversimplified things, assuming everything could be acquired in one go. Brother De Fei, if certain items prove impossible to source, omitting a few won't matter. De Fei fidgeted awkwardly. Brother Jin, it's not merely a matter of omitting a few items. Chen Jin's brow nodded instantly. Is the arms dealer you engaged truly so weak? Most items on this list are standard issue, surely obtainable even in Syria. Ah. Chen Jin suddenly brightened as if struck by revelation. Brother De Fei, is my order simply too cumbersome, delaying your timeline? Then I'll add another 500,000. Consider it my personal favor to you. And henceforth, should you ever require urgent liquidity, my lending terms will guarantee the lowest interest rate across all Hong Kong. Chen Jin's proactive raise unsettled De Fei further. Drawing 2 deep breaths, he steeled himself to explain, Brother Jin, you've misunderstood. This arms dealer differs markedly from those we usually deal with. Not a question of price, but of inflexibility. Their shipments arrive pre-packed, non-negotiable. We take what they give, or walk away. Precisely because of this, the unit price is exceptionally low, though freight costs run higher. De Fei gritted his teeth, resolved to sacrifice margin to close the deal and clear the immediate hurdle. Chen Jin's expression darkened, visibly edged with displeasure. Take what they give. If they ship us scrap metal, must we accept it blindly? Is this how business is conducted? De Fei offered an embarrassed, apologetic smile. Brother Jin, yes. Yet I sent men to inspect the consignment. It consists entirely of long rifles, AK-47s, carbines, and the like, but the ammunition, bulletproof vests, and laser night vision optics you requested. To spare Chen Jin further speculation, De Fei finally revealed the truth. Chen Jin's face lengthened sharply. AK-47s. What use do I have for those? Granted, they're rugged and powerful, but their short effective range and poor accuracy remain undeniable flaws. Moreover, I'm no perpetual combatant. Why demand decades-long service life? Nor do I plan bank heist. In Syria, 100 U.S. dollars buys an AK-47 plus live rounds. 2 million could fill a truck. What purpose would such firewood sticks serve me? I seek to forge a razor-sharp covert strike force, a hidden ace up my sleeve. Suppose I cross paths with Jiang Tianxing of Hung Hing. I want him extinguished before dawn breaks tomorrow. Dispatched tonight, without trace. That is the effect I demand. I require firepower that delivers maximum impact with minimal signature, compact, silent, and easily concealed. Your warehouse brimming with AK-47s. Heavy, conspicuous, deafening. The moment one fires, the entire street trembles. You're inviting trouble, not solving problems. Our trade thrives on discretion. When action is unavoidable, such bulky hardware is impossible to hide, nearly impossible to liquidate, and guaranteed to draw police scrutiny. I need tools that erase complications without sound or spectacle. Suppressed pistols, micro-submachine guns. Fail to supply those, and this partnership ends before it begins. Though Chen Jin coveted the shipment deeply, his face radiated unmistakable disdain, his tone dripping with contempt, leaving De Fei profoundly unnerved. Such skepticism was hardly unfounded. Outside of desperate criminal state militaries or specialized paramilitary units, few sane individuals regarded AK-47s as desirable assets. Their thunderous report echoes like firecrackers, guaranteeing immediate police response. Should such devastating weaponry fall into dangerous hands, authorities would pursue relentlessly across continents, if necessary. After acquiring the shipment, Defay had indeed entertained darker fantasies, robbing gold shops for instance. Yet after sober reflection he recoiled. Perhaps reckless mainland gangs dared such audacity, but Defay lacked that nerve. As Chen Jin's enthusiasm plummeted, Defay hesitated. Then, unwilling to expose his dire straits, fully muttered vague excuses and hastily departed. Revealing his complete predicament now would weaken his negotiating position later, costing him dearly. Besides, repayment remained over 2 weeks away. Perhaps fortune would smile, yielding a buyer and securing handsome profits. Still, Defay set a firm boundary. If no buyer emerged 3 days before repayment, he'd return honestly to Chen Jin, proposing settlement via cargo transfer. Better to lose face than watch interest compound into astronomical sums. Watching Defay slink away, Chen Jin and Wang Jianguo exchanged glances and shared cold, knowing smiles. They understood Defay's plight perfectly. To persist in deception at this stage invited ruthless retribution. Chen Jin would soon exact steep penalties. Wang Jianguo leaned in and said, "Brother Jin, my elder brother Wang Jianjun called. He'll arrive in Hong Kong shortly. Might he join our Sihai organization? My brother surpasses me in every way. Marksmanship, physical prowess, and intellect. With him aboard, your capabilities would multiply exponentially." Wang Jianjun. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow. "Are you blood brothers?" Wang Jianguo nodded vigorously. "Yes, full brothers." Chen Jin paused in thoughtful silence. "Very well, he may come. But let me be clear, all current members underwent rigorous evaluation. Even your elder brother must begin at the foundation level. I'll personally mentor him initially. Should he prove, as you claim, to possess exceptional skill and unwavering loyalty, know this: under my leadership, merit alone dictates advancement. Seniority means nothing. Excellence commands recognition, and promotion follows without delay. In fact, Wang Jianjun is much more difficult to deal with than Wang Jianguo. This guy has greater ambitions." However, Chen Jin is confident that if Wang Jianjun dares to have any ill intentions, he has plenty of ways to handle it. Now Chen Jin has manpower and firearms, and with that magical space backpack, dealing with Wang Jianjun is merely a piece of cake. Despite Chen Jin's claims that ability is paramount in his heart, loyalty is the most important. Ability can only come second, and as for seniority, that is entirely dispensable. It's a pity that his broken system cannot display each person's loyalty, who otherwise Chen Jin would confidently guarantee that the 4 Cs under his command could definitely become the most formidable gang in Hong Kong. Wang Jianjun arrived much faster than expected. Originally, it was said he would come in a few days, but on the very night that Wang Jianguo finished reporting to Chen Jin, Wang Jianjun hurriedly arrived in Hong Kong. As soon as he disembarked, Wang Jianguo hurriedly brought his elder brother to meet Chen Jin. These past few days, Chen Jin has been incredibly busy, but today he finally managed to carve out some time for a romantic dinner with Chiodi. The candlelight dinner was all set, and the follow-up events were prepared, but just as the steak was not yet fully cut, Wang Jianguo rushed in to report. Seeing that Chen Jin's expression was not good, the perceptive Chiodi took the initiative to speak. "Brother Jin, business is important. Just have Dehai take me back, don't let it delay your matters." Chen Jin helplessly stood up, casually ruffling Chiodi's hair. "Be good, wait for me to finish up, and then I'll be back. We haven't tried out that massage bathtub in the new house yet. Let's have a good experience tonight." Chiodi's ears turned red, playfully pushing him, "Hurry up and get busy." "No need to trouble Dehai," Chen Jin said, while putting on his coat. "It just so happens that in going your way, it'll drive you back." After settling Chiodi, Chen Jin headed straight to the company. In the conference room, Wang Jianguo was sitting with a lean man. Upon seeing Chen Jin enter, Wang Jianguo immediately stood up. "Brother Jin, this is my elder brother Wang Jianjun." Wang Jianjun also stood up and cupped his fist. "I have long admired your great name, Brother Jin." Chen Jin smiled and waved his hand. "We are all family, no need to be so formal." As he spoke, he led the two into his office and personally brewed a pot of fine Longjing tea. "Jianjun, Wang Jianguo has often praised you in front of me. It's truly a relief that you are here to help this time." In the fragrant tea mist, Chen Jin got straight to the point. "Since you are Jianguo's elder brother, I won't beat around the bush. Currently, the 4 Cs is in dire need of talent, and I have a tricky task I would like to entrust to you." He raised a finger. "Our current target is Lin Kuan. By the way, Jianjun might not be aware yet, but Lin Kuan is one of the top drug lords in Hong Kong, with many ruthless men under him controlling nearly half of the drug trade. However, the one I need you to deal with isn't Lin Kuan." Chen Jin lowered his voice. "I have found that Lin Kuan's supply source comes from General Chachai in the Golden Triangle. I need you to make a trip to the Golden Triangle, find a way to connect with the intermediary who can reach Chachai, and arrange for me to meet the general." As he spoke, he turned and opened the safe, pulling out several bundles of cash. A full 1 million Hong Kong dollars was stacked on the coffee table. "This is the operational budget. Manpower and firearms are negotiable. Once the task is accomplished, we will have a bond that could save our lives. As long as I, Chen Jin, have a meal to eat, your brothers will never go hungry." To deal with a character like Lin Kuan, sending Wang Jianguo with a few henchmen would suffice. There is no need for someone as ruthless as Wang Jianjun to take action. Chen Jin is now a legitimate leader of a gang, so he naturally does not have to act restrained like the police. To deal with Lin Kuan is as simple as pie for Chen Jin. As long as he sends someone to capture Lin Kuan and his wife using a few tactics, he can ensure that this pregnant woman will confess all the dirty money Lin Kuan has earned over the years. Women, especially those carrying children, have no hard bones, while little intimidation will surely make them open their mouth. As for the drug trafficking network, Lin Kuan has operated for many years with Ali as the undercover support from within. Coupled with Chen Jin's ruthless methods, they can work together, and even if Lin Kuan hides the drugs cleverly, he will eventually be uprooted. What truly gives Chen Jin a headache is General Chai from the Golden Triangle. That guy is not to be trifled with. He has established a stronghold abroad and maintains an army with excellent equipment. For so many years, even the local government has been helpless against him, demonstrating this person's capabilities. However, even the fiercest tiger has times when it dozes off, and Chai's Achilles' heel is his son studying abroad. As long as one is willing to spend time and money, they will eventually be able to lure this kid out. However, now is not the time to take action against Chai. Chen Jin only wants to seize Lin Kuan's share of drugs from Chai. Wang Jianjun listened in shock. He had just arrived in Hong Kong and was meeting Chen Jin for the first time, and yet the other party entrusted him with such an important task. He truly could not understand why Chen Jin would trust a complete stranger so much. Wang Jiangwo, standing aside, was also secretly astonished. Logically speaking, Chen Jin's willingness to accept Wang Jianjun into the Four Seas Company was already a huge favor, yet to immediately assign him such a heavy responsibility completely exceeded the normal scope of testing a newcomer. Brother Jin, Wang Jianjun could not help but ask, "We are meeting for the first time, and you trust me this much. Aren't you afraid he'll take this million and just run away?" Chen Jin chuckled lightly. "Jianjun, if you were to run away for $1 million, it wouldn't be me who suffers." He leisurely flicked the ash from his cigarette. "$1 million is nothing to me, but for you, taking this $1 million means giving up on potentially dozens of millions in the future. How to calculate which is more lucrative you can ponder for yourself." Chen Jin added meaningfully, glancing at Wang Jiangwo, standing nearby. "Your younger brother is here, and there are so many comrades in the Four Seas. If you put them in danger just for $1 million, they would no longer respect you as they do now." Even though Wang Jianjun still felt that something was off about this, he gritted his teeth. "All right. Since Brother Jin holds me in such high regard, I will take this task." Chen Jin dared to entrust him with such an important mission. How could Wang Jianjun not dare to accept it? Seeing Wang Jianjun agree so readily, Chen Jin showed a satisfied smile. "This task is crucial to the success or failure of our subsequent plans. You must succeed, and failure is not an option." Chen Jin understood clearly in his heart that the Wang Jianjun before him is indeed a rare talent, $9 million exceptional individual. Spending $1 million to test his worth is certainly worth the price. As for whether Wang Jianjun would join the Four Seas, Chen Jin did not mention it at all. Since he could connect with Wang Jiangwo, and specifically came to meet, it indicated that he had already made up his mind. Otherwise, he would not have sat here talking for so long. If Wang Jianjun could complete this task beautifully, it would conveniently allow Chen Jin to promote and raise his salary. In truth, Chen Jin's requirements for loyalty are not high as long as Wang Jianjun does not stab him in the back and honestly does his job. Chen Jin is willing to support him to rise in rank. However, precautions must still be taken. If Chen Jin senses even a hint of Wang Jianjun wanting to betray him, he would undoubtedly take action against this kid without a second thought. That mysterious card is no joke. If it can be obtained, Chen Jin's strength will surely rise significantly. As long as Wang Jianjun follows him faithfully, Chen Jin is not the kind of petty person. The benefits due will never be less. Not only will the Wang brothers enjoy the good life, but their escape routes will also be arranged clearly. After all, being a gangster is not a long-term plan, and Chen Jin himself is an undercover agent. He will have to return to the police force eventually, so he must leave a way out for his subordinates. With the addition of a fierce general like Wang Jianjun, Chen Jin feels that the territory of the Four Seas should also expand. Currently managing only 5 streets is simply embarrassing. Although Chen Jin is highly skilled, even better than Wang Jianjun, he has no intention of personally wielding a knife to seize territory. Being a boss requires the demeanor of a boss, and just setting goals and strategizing is sufficient. A dirty work should naturally be left to the younger brothers. More importantly, Chen Jin does not want to expose his true skills. Having the younger brothers take the heat allows him to continue playing the role of the cheerful fat boss, which is the safest. Wang Jianjun's joining significantly boosted the strength of the Four Seas, allowing many thoughts that were previously too daring to act on to now be executed freely. After arranging matters with Wang Jianjun, Chen Jin did not hurry to leave. He sat in the office and dialed Li Bin's number. "Brother Bin, are you still awake? I want to ask you about something." Li Bin had long since gotten used to Chen Jin's casual way of addressing him. "Speak directly. If I answer your call, it means I'm awake. I want to inquire about the undercover agent next to Lin Kuan." Chen Jin got straight to the point. "Don't worry, I'm not looking to contact him. I have a plan that needs coordination." There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. "This is not in accordance with the rules. Whatever plan you have, I can help convey it. Whatever coordination is needed is fine." Chen Jin suddenly laughed. "It's Ali, right? The energetic young guy next to Lin Kuan." You're absolutely right. You guys are too calm about Lin Kun's situation, which is abnormal. He definitely has your eyes on him, and there are only a few people who can follow Lin Kun around. Surely they wouldn't let his wife and kids be undercover, right? So it must be Ollie. A few days ago Lin Kun called me to go fishing, and by the time I hurried to the appointed place, I didn't even see a shadow of him. I remember Lin Kun usually loves fishing and often takes Ollie with him. From this perspective, Ollie must have already become Lin Kun's right-hand man, right? Brother Ben, am I right? At the beginning of Chen Jin's speech, there was still some hesitation, but the more he spoke, the more confident he became, until his tone was as certain as nailing it to the board. Li Wenbin neither nodded nor shook his head, but with a serious face said, "Ah, Jin, I've told you before, this is not in accordance with the rules." Chen Jin grinned. "All right then, just consider it a fart from me. Brother Ben, please let Ollie cooperate a bit. I plan to spread a rumor that when Brother Sean was alive, he was already unwilling to be Lin Kun's errand boy, letting a large amount of cash slip through his fingers. He has been secretly investigating Lin Kun's supplier, wanting to bypass Lin Kun and directly connect with the big boss. Now that I've taken over Sean's territory, this matter has finally taken shape. The latest news is that Lin Kun's supply source is in the Golden Triangle, likely connected to those local warlord military leaders. There's another important piece of information. Lin Kun's health has always been poor, and he has been visiting the hospital frequently. It's said that he has congenital diabetes, and now his kidneys are failing, requiring a transplant to survive. I plan to find the doctor treating Lin Kun and exaggerate his condition. Simply put, I want to frighten him into thinking that if he doesn't undergo surgery soon, he might not make it through the year. With problems on the supply side and his health deteriorating, Lin Kun will surely be anxious. If he doesn't want to watch his hard-earned business fall apart, he must quickly find a successor. Let Ali show off his skills lately, and I will set the stage for him to shine. Once Lin Kun trusts Ali completely, he will surely reveal his entire network of connections. Then the police will be able to uproot these malignant tumors. Li Wenbin frowned as he listened to Chen Jin, always played by his own rules. Though he claimed not to guess, he couldn't help but mention Ali 3 times, clearly implying that he suspected Ali was an However, since this was his own deduction, it wasn't against the rules. Li Wenbin decided to play dumb. "Alright, I got it. I'll inform you when it's ready." Chen Jin laughed like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Meanwhile, on the other side, brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo were leaving the office with a black plastic bag given by Chen Jin. The two stopped to buy some marinated snacks and returned to Wang Zhengwo's residence with 2 bottles of white liquor. With a loud smack, Wang Jianjun tossed the money bag onto the sofa and sat down. "Zhengwo, you came to Hong Kong Island before me and have been with Chen Jin for some time now. What do you think of this guy?" Upon hearing his brother's question, Wang Zhengwo pondered for a long time and then slowly replied, "If you ask me, Brother Jin is like a dragon crossing the river. He's capable, ambitious, quick-witted, ruthless in action, and importantly, quite considerate of his subordinates. With him at the helm, the Four Seas gang is bound to achieve great things. Do you remember when we first arrived? We overheard them chatting at a food stall, thinking we had stumbled upon a rich target to make a quick buck. However, just after following them for a street, Brother Jin saw through us. Not only did he not hold it against us, but he also assigned us some work. Honestly, it was quite sudden. We all knew that we hadn't accomplished anything significant and hadn't been with him." Wang Zhengwo rambled on about his dealings with Chen Jin during this period. Wang Jianjun, while eating, listened. When his brother finished, he put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "If what you say is true, then this Chen Jin is indeed no ordinary person. However, I think you've missed quite a few details." Wang Jianjun frowned. "Though I've only met him once, my impression is that he's like a smiling tiger. It's not that he's two-faced, but deep down he's a fierce tiger, just hiding it well most of the time." Wang Jianjun said, touching his wrist, "Don't be fooled by his constant smiling and slightly pudgy figure. Ever since I broke through in my martial training, my instincts tell me that he's particularly dangerous. This intuition has saved my life several times on the battlefield." "Huh?" Wang Zhengwo was taken aback. "Are you serious, bro?" He slapped his thigh. "I believe you. It seems that Brother Jin is quite deep in the water. With this in mind, I have even more confidence in the Four Seas gang's prospects. Alright, since you have such a good feeling about it, I'll join you in taking some risks. We brothers must turn Hong Kong Island upside down." He glanced at the bag of money casually tossed on the sofa, his gaze somewhat dazed. Originally, they had come to Hong Kong Island after much struggle, driven by poverty to the point where they couldn't afford to eat. The skills learned on the battlefield were easy to apply in fights, but asking them to work humbly was truly taxing. Not to mention that even working themselves to the bone wouldn't earn them much money. Wang Jianjun was originally contemplating whether to pull off a big score for some startup capital, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. The money given by Chen Jin was far more than he had anticipated. "Isn't it just a trip to the Golden Triangle?" Wang Jianjun raised his head and downed his glass of liquor. "I'm in." While the brothers were whispering their plans, Chen Jin had already finished his call in the office and was now heading home to Char. Within a couple of days, good news arrived. With Weiss maneuvering and some covert assistance from certain individuals, Lin Kun received a shocking message from his attending physician. His kidneys were in critical condition. It's important to know that the kidneys are vital organs in the human body, and any issue here is no laughing matter. It could lead to death. After receiving the test report, Lin Kuan felt completely defeated. He had been in severe pain lately and had hoped to postpone things a bit longer, but the doctor made it clear he needed surgery immediately for a kidney transplant. Lin Kuan didn't doubt that the doctor was lying to him. Ever since discovering this problem, he had been visiting this public hospital for checkups and was well aware of his condition. However, for some reason the condition had suddenly worsened recently, and the pain was much more intense than before. But for Lin Kuan to set aside everything he was doing right now and run abroad for surgery was clearly unrealistic. Lin Kuan learned from his old partner that Ashan had been harboring resentment over the years for taking the majority of the profits and was always thinking about how to get rid of the situation of sourcing from Lin Kuan. Now that Ashan's influence was taken over by Chen Jin, the situation had become even more troublesome. This kid was bolder than Ashan and was more generous with his spending. It was said he had already made significant breakthroughs. Not only did he send people to the Golden Triangle, but even General Chachai's name had come from him, making Lin Kuan feel. Although Lin Kuan had been cooperating with General Chachai for many years, their relationship was purely business and not very solid. Over the years, the market had become increasingly difficult with tight police checks, making it hard to do business, forcing Lin Kuan to lower prices. If Chen Jin came knocking with a pile of cash, General Chachai would definitely cooperate with him without hesitation. If Lin Kuan went to have surgery now and disappeared for a few months, Chen Jin would likely replace him directly. Once Lin Kuan's supply channels on Hong Kong Island were cut off and Chen Jin could provide a large amount of high-quality goods at low prices, those downstream would undoubtedly flock to Chen Jin. In this industry, relationships are superficial. A profit is what truly matters. If one blocks another's financial path, even the closest partners will turn against each other. If Ashan were still around, Lin Kuan might have been able to yield some profits to keep him in check. But now with Chen Jin, the little fatso, things were uncertain. In simple terms, if Lin Kuan couldn't supply goods, and Chen Jin snatched the channel away by the time he returned from surgery, he might really be able to retire directly. He slowly moved into the restroom, tore the examination report into shreds, and flushed it down the toilet. Then he dialed Ali's number, his voice hoarse. "Ali, I'm at the hospital, come over now." Without waiting for Ali to ask further, he hung up the phone. Lin Kuan hadn't planned to hand over to Ali so soon. He thought he could still work for a few more years. But the current situation was pressing, and Chen Jin, this ambitious guy, was making him restless, leaving him feeling. Ali was indeed reliable in his work, but Lin Kuan was still not entirely at ease with him facing off against. However, fortunately, he was only having health issues, and he wasn't dead yet. With him controlling the overall situation from behind, and Ali charging ahead, he believed they could handle this. Chen Jin. Receiving this sudden call from Lin Kuan, Ali felt uneasy, but at the same time a bit excited. Just last night, his superior Sir Chen informed him that due to the significant threat posed by Lin Kuan's drug trafficking group to Hong Kong Island, the higher-ups decided to intensify efforts to eliminate the entire gang as soon as possible. Although Sir Chen didn't reveal the specific plan, he asked Ali to be prepared, as he might be cultivated by Lin Kuan for a more important role. Indeed, once the higher-ups took notice, the efficiency was different. Just received the notice last night, and today Lin Kuan's call came in. Although Lin Kuan didn't say anything on the phone, Ali had already sensed something unusual from his tone. Ali quickly finished up his tasks and set off for the hospital without delay. He made his way to Lin Kuan's ward, pushed the door open, and called out, "Brother Kuan, I'm here." Lin Kuan looked him over. Although he had come in a hurry, Ali still looked fresh and tidy with his hair neatly combed and wearing a clean white t-shirt and jeans. Lin Kuan nodded in satisfaction. "Help me up. Take out the SIM card and remove the battery. I'll later come with me to." Understood. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. In the factory, a batch of goods encountered a problem, but Lin Kuan, a seasoned expert, swiftly resolved it. The goods were completed on time and transported smoothly. In fact, Lin Kuan brought Ali along not only to meet Lao He, but also with a hidden intention, to set a trap for Ali as a final test. Upon hearing that Chen Jin had already sent people to the Golden Triangle, Lin Kuan realized that his time was short. This time he decided to take a gamble to see if Ali was reliable. While his mind was calculating clearly, Lin Kuan showed no signs on his face, still smiling, as he repeatedly reminded Ali of various precautions, emphasizing the need for caution. Early the next morning, a buyer suddenly placed an urgent order. Coincidentally, Lin Kuan was unwell at home, so he could only call Ali to run an errand. Having been to the factory once, Ali quickly contacted Lao He to expedite the work. Watching the surveillance footage, Lin Kuan's face suddenly broke into a sinister smile as he saw Ali along with Lao He and his subordinates. He took out a new SIM card and dialed the police. "Hello, Customs. I want to report." Initially, the customs officer who answered the call thought it was a prank, who would call customs to report a drug deal. However, upon hearing the caller provide detailed information, including specific locations and circumstances, he immediately became serious and quickly reported to his superiors. The customs response was swift, immediately organizing a team to act. Lin Kuan did not wait long in the monitoring room. Within 10 minutes, a team of fully armed customs officers appeared on the screen. He stared intently at the screen, witnessing the scene of customs breaking in. Through the internal surveillance cameras, he saw Lao He and his subordinates frantically destroying evidence. They were dumping bags of white powder into the drain and throwing it out the window. When the footage showed Ollie and Lau, he cornered and forced to jump from the 8th floor balcony, struggling to escape via the air conditioning units on the outside wall. A faint smile finally appeared at the corner of Lin Kun's mouth. He murmured to himself, "Ollie, well done, you've passed this final test." Lin Kun paid a considerable price for this test, but compared to the grand plans he was about to execute, this loss was not. On a dilapidated fishing boat, Lin Kun, Ollie, Lau He, and a middle-aged man with long braids whom Lin Kun had assigned to manage the warehouse sat together. The atmosphere in the cabin was so tense it felt like it could squeeze out water. Lin Kun's face turned ashen as he roared at Lau He, "Over 40 million. More than 40 million worth of goods just went down the drain. Explain to me how customs suddenly showed up there." Lau He was equally perplexed. "Brother Kun, I truly can't make sense of this. I've been using the Kuntong Chonghui industrial building for years. The two guys working there are my nephews. There have never been any issues over the years. How could this happen this time?" Although Lau He didn't say it outright, the implication was clear. He was definitely not an undercover for the police, and if his two nephews wanted to betray him, they had ample opportunity long ago. The only new outsider was Ollie, and it was precisely when he appeared that the factory was raided by customs. Even more bizarre, one of Lau He's nephews died from a fall, while the other was shot dead by customs on the spot. However, to say that Ollie was an undercover agent didn't make sense to Lau He. If he were truly a cop, why take the risk of jumping from the 8th floor? He even saved his own life while jumping. Wouldn't it be more convenient to cooperate directly with customs to catch people? That would earn him more credit. Seeing everyone staring at him with suspicion, Ollie was sweating profusely. "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Are you suspecting I'm a cop?" "Lau He, if I were really a police officer, why would I save you? Wouldn't it be simpler to watch you die?" Ollie was indeed flustered. When Lin Kun had called him to retrieve the goods in the morning, he had indeed called his superior Chen Sir to report. At the time, he was thinking that since this batch of goods required on-site processing, if the police acted quickly, they could catch them red-handed. However, he never expected that it would be customs personnel who arrived. Even more unexpectedly, the customs officers opened fire as soon as they entered. He watched as Lau He's nephew rushed up with a hammer, only to be turned into a sieve in an instant. At that moment, the customs officer had his gun pointed at him with red eyes, and in that critical moment he had no choice but to jump out the window to escape. Ollie was clear-minded. Explaining now would be futile, and it might even add fuel to the fire and provoke the other side, risking his own life. Seeing the window as his only escape route, he gritted his teeth and dashed toward it. In fact, a thought flashed through Alice's mind: why not just surrender and let customs take him away? After all, Chen Sir would definitely come to rescue him. When the time came to reveal his identity, not only would he avoid taking the blame, but he might even gain credit. But as soon as that thought arose, he extinguished it. Having been undercover beside Lin Kun for 7 years, Ollie was not targeting a mere drug maker, but aimed to uproot Lin Kun and his drug trafficking gang. Not to mention the surveillance cameras in the factory. When customs burst in, Ollie didn't dare to breathe, well aware that the surveillance footage would be transmitted in real time to whoever was watching. If Chen Sir was leading the team, he believed his old superior would definitely find a way to handle the situation. But the armed customs officers in front of him were complete strangers, leaving him with no option but to run. Seeing Ollie suddenly explode with rage, Lau He immediately shrank his neck and fell silent, and the air in the room instantly became tense. Lin Kun's cold gaze shifted from Ollie to the middle-aged man managing the warehouse. That guy immediately shook his head like a rattled drum. "Brother Kun, it really wasn't me. I don't even know where the factory is. Why, I just managed the warehouse. If it weren't for today's incident, I wouldn't even know that our factory is hidden in the Kuntong Chonghui in everyone has their reasoning." Lin Kun suddenly grinned, but his eyes were icy. "So you're saying there are no insiders here, and customs just happened to come knocking?" Ollie suddenly had an epiphany. "Brother Kun, I was thinking, could it be that Chen Jin, that bastard? Didn't you say he has been investigating our sources lately?" Seeing Lin Kun's pupils shrink, he quickly added, "Chen Jin doesn't seem like a cop, but he could definitely use customs to cause us trouble. Cops have rules to follow when investigating cases, but the 4C's gang are a bunch of wild ones. It's possible they found out about the warehouse and immediately informed customs." The more Ollie thought about it, the more it made sense. Last time at Lin Kun's house, he felt Chen Jin was like a venomous snake, and the blame being shifted onto him felt all too natural. Lin Kun stroked his chin and nodded. That makes sense. Just as he was worried about finding a way out, a ready-made scapegoat had presented itself. He decisively stated, "Money can be earned again as long as people are safe. We'll settle the score with Chen Jin slowly. Lau He, find a new factory. Don't tell me the address. Coordinate with Ollie over the phone." Lin Kun turned around and pulled out a stack of plane tickets. "Ollie, you're flying to Thailand with me tomorrow. We've been having bad luck lately. We need to go to the temple and burn some incense." Since the blame had been shifted onto Chen Jin, the atmosphere in the room became noticeably lighter. The previously suspicious individuals gradually lowered their guard and started to chat casually. Chen Jin naturally heard about Lin Kun taking Ollie to Thailand from his superiors. This important operation would undoubtedly prompt Ollie to look for an opportunity to report upward. When Officer Chen received the intelligence, he immediately reported it to his superiors. Since the superiors were already aware Chen Jin, being the subordinate, would naturally catch wind of it as well. When Ollie reported, he specifically mentioned the sudden appearance of customs personnel. He emphasized that this incident was likely instigated by Chen Jin behind the scenes. Officer Chen immediately launched an investigation and indeed discovered that customs had received an anonymous tip-off. However, it was made using a disposable SIM card, making it impossible to trace the caller. When reporting to his superiors, Officer Chen relayed the investigation results verbatim, even including Alice's suspicions. When Chen Jin heard this news, he was completely bewildered. Although he had indeed been secretly manipulating things, he had never called customs to report. He had long known that Lin Kuan had a drug manufacturing den on the 8th floor of the Kuntong Changhui Industrial Building, but he never had the time to make such a report. If he truly wanted to deal with Lin Kuan, wouldn't it be simpler to just call his superiors directly? Why go through so much? Chen Jin never expected that this tip-off call was actually made by Lin Kuan himself, and he was even forced into it. As for Lin Kuan taking Ollie to the Golden Triangle, Chen Jin was currently unable to intervene. He was unfamiliar with the area, and although Wang Jianjun was highly capable, it had only been 3 days since he arrived. Expecting him to turn the situation around so quickly was unrealistic. What's more troublesome was that the goods from Defei hadn't been settled yet. If they charged into General Chachai's territory with just a few broken guns, wouldn't that be seeking death? At that time, he would probably not even know how he died. General Chachai was, after all, a local warlord with thousands of armed followers under his command. Even if Wang Jiangwo and the others were skilled fighters, if a real fight broke out, it would be a losing battle. If Chen Jin wanted to deal with General Chachai alone, he might be able to come up with a plan. But why go through so much trouble to eliminate him? A losing business like this was not something a shrewd person like Chen Jin would engage in. Although he was temporarily unable to seize the initiative, Chen Jin was not anxious at all. Ollie was indeed playing the undercover role well. The more Lin Kuan thrived, the closer his death approached. However, Chen Jin had kept a wary eye. Once Lin Kuan fell, he planned to take over the Golden Triangle line. Such a deadly business was best kept in his own hands. If General Chachai found a new agent, who knows how many more people would be harmed. Chen Jin had long calculated that once the network was established, he would report directly to his superiors. This hot potato was better left for the higher-ups to handle, to avoid suspicion that he was profiting from it. Drug trafficking was no laughing matter. If mishandled, it could lead to disaster. At that point, it would be best to obediently follow orders. Simply preposterous. Yet Chen Jin had no intention of proceeding this way. The matter of Defei smuggling arms had long been under the police's scrutiny, and the case was being handled by Chen Jin's former superior, Huang Bingyao. If this batch of goods were to suddenly vanish, it would definitely attract a dual investigation from both Defei and the police. Although Wang Jiangwo and his team were known for their meticulousness, such actions inevitably left traces behind. After all, they were not like Chen Jin, who had a system backpack that could give him an edge. Chen Jin had already calculated that he only needed a small portion of this batch. Though the Sihai gang had plenty of manpower, there were hardly any who could carry weapons with him into the Golden Triangle. The case still had to be solved by the police. His task was to stealthily take a part of the arms during their operation. In recent days, Defei's subordinates had contacted several buyers, but the results were still disappointing. It was precisely during this opportunity that Wang Jiangwo and his team managed to locate the arms depot. 2 consecutive failed transactions had pushed Defei to the brink of a meltdown. The first batch of buyers merely wanted to drive the price down, but the second batch was even more absurd, leaving without even discussing the price after inspecting the goods. Thinking back, it was understandable. Just a few brash kids, having watched too many gangster movies, gathered together thinking they could form a gang. These small-time groups were bullied by the larger gangs as soon as they emerged, hence their desire to purchase weapons for courage. But when they actually saw the goods, these kids were instantly terrified. How could they dare touch such things? Even more laughable was that after much effort, they could only scrape together a few $1,000s, and they thought that little amount could buy arms. Simply preposterous. Defei was furious, berating the intermediary subordinate mercilessly. How could Defei take such cowards who would wet their pants at a mere glare to inspect the goods if he hadn't been blinded by the urgency of the situation? Not only did they lack money, but even if they had it, they couldn't sell. If such weaklings were caught by the police, they would surely sell him out immediately. Engaging in transactions with such useless individuals was simply courting trouble. As the repayment date drew closer, Defei, having wreaked havoc in the office, finally calmed down. Fine, he should just invite Chen Jin to dinner. When Defei arrived, Chen Jin was in the office, sweetly flirting with Qiu Di. Fortunately, the receptionist informed Defei to knock when leading him in, or the situation would have been quite awkward. Seeing Qiu Di hurriedly adjusting her clothes with a flushed face, Defei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I've interrupted the boss? Good fortune. Brother Genome, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I came in a rush and didn't notice. He secretly thanked himself for having knocked on the door properly. Had he barged in and stumbled upon something inappropriate, that would have been disastrous. Chen Jin waved his hand lightly, a casual smile on his face. Defei, did you come here for the previous business The last business deal that Defei had discussed had ended up unresolved, and Chen Jin suspected he was using this as a pretext again. He turned to Chiu Di and waved, "You go wait in the office for me. I need to talk business with Brother Defei." Some matters Chen Jin didn't want Chiu Di to know too much about, so it was better for her to stay out of it. Chiu Di was also perceptive, nodding obediently, "Okay." After Chiu Di left the office and the door was securely closed, Defei leaned in and said, "Brother Jin, I booked a private room at that nightclub last time. Shall we gather there tonight?" Defei was trying to pull off the same trick again. Last time Chen Jin had cheerfully agreed, but afterward Defei discovered that Chen Jin hadn't taken anyone away at all. This time he planned to invest a bit more to make the act seem more genuine. Chen Jin shook his head. "Brother Defei, last time you hosted, this time it's my turn." He patted Defei's shoulder. "You know I also have my own venue, let's have it there tonight. You can't refuse, this meal is definitely on me." Defei pondered for a moment and found the idea quite good. Who pays doesn't matter as long as Chen Jin was willing to give him the opportunity. Besides, he had been financially strained lately, it would truly hurt to spend a lot. Now that Chen Jin had taken the initiative, he went along with it. "Alright, I'll follow Brother Jin's arrangement." With Chen Jin organizing things in his own territory, everything would naturally be in order. Other than not having invited any hostesses, all the food and drinks were of the highest standard. It wasn't that there were no women at all. Chen Jin had specifically brought Chiu Di along. He had been extremely busy lately, so it was a good opportunity to relax. Not only Defei, but Wang Jiangwo and others were also invited. Since Defei was here, there was no need to keep an eye on the other side for the time being. Unfortunately, Wang Jianjun was still busy in the Golden Triangle and couldn't join in on the fun. Tonight's proceedings were somewhat different from usual. Chen Jin let everyone eat, drink, and sing, putting the serious matters aside for now. He did this intentionally to keep Defei from stirring up any trouble. But in this world, things often happen by coincidence. Just as Chen Jin was embracing Chiu Di and singing loudly at the central VIP booth, Chun Haonan suddenly burst in with a dozen men. These people had a clear target. As soon as they entered, the Tian Air emerged from the front desk, leading Chun Haonan directly to Chen Jin's table. This incident was purely coincidental. Ever since Shanji was dealt with by Chen Jin, Chen Haonan had plotted to drive Chen Jin out of the police station. They had been searching for Chen Jin's whereabouts all this time. Coincidentally, the Tian Air had business in Yuanlong today. The business didn't go through, so he thought of finding a bar to have a couple of drinks. After inquiring around, he heard that this nightclub had the most beautiful women at night, so he came. Who would have thought he would run into Chen Jin as soon as he walked in? Chen Jin, being in his own venue, naturally sat in the most prominent spot. Because of this, the Tian Air spotted him as soon as he entered. Chen Jin looked the same as before, his chubby figure unchanged. However, after being dismissed from the police station, this guy was doing quite well, drinking and singing with a group, and even had a beautiful girl in his arms. Seeing this, the Tian Air quickly slipped out to call Chun Haonan from a convenience store. After muttering for a while, he returned, keeping a close watch, afraid that Chen Jin would suddenly leave, causing Chun Haonan and the others to miss out. In a bar in Yuanlong, Chun Haonan was clinking glasses with Boss B, chatting enthusiastically. Suddenly, he heard his subordinate report that Chen Jin's whereabouts had been discovered, instantly igniting his bloodlust. He slammed the table and was about to charge over with a few brothers. It was still Boss B who was more composed, grabbing him and advising him to bring more men, just in case. It wasn't that Chun Haonan was afraid of Chen Jin, the dismissed police officer. It was just that Yuanlong was not their territory, and bringing more brothers was certainly safer. Chun Haonan charged into the bar with a group of men, instantly causing a commotion, and Chen Jin immediately noticed the disturbance. Upon seeing Chen Jin, Chun Haonan's eyes flared with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chen Jin, today I finally caught you. Oh, let's see where you can run." Seeing that the incoming party was not friendly, Wang Jiangwo and the others immediately surrounded Chen Jin to protect him. The bar was instantly thrown into chaos, with many guests left bewildered by the commotion. Chen Jin furrowed his brow. He had just been singing with Chiu Di, still holding the microphone in his hand. He raised it and said in a deep voice, "Turn on the lights. Stop the music." As the bar owner, the staff naturally complied immediately. The originally noisy bar fell silent at once. Chen Jin surveyed the room and said loudly, "Dear friends, I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment tonight. All expenses here are on me. I need to handle some private matters, so please leave for now." Upon hearing this, the guests whose enjoyment had been disrupted felt quite relieved. The timid guests took the opportunity to leave, but many onlookers stayed, retreating to the sides to clear the central area. It was evident to the discerning that something big was about to go down here tonight. Seeing Chen Jin could command the entire venue with a single sentence and generously cover the expenses, it appeared that this dismissed police officer was doing quite well. However, Chun Haonan paid no mind to this, viciously declaring, "Chen Jin, tonight is your death day." Watching the threatening Chun Haonan, Chen Jin pretended to be confused. "Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is?" As the night was still young, it was just right to tease Chen Haonan. On his own turf, Chen Haonan had brought a dozen men, while he had Wang Jiangwo, Defei, and a group of subordinates, completely overwhelming him in strength. Moreover, Chen Jin indeed wasn't familiar with Chun Haonan, They had merely crossed paths during a previous altercation and had no further interactions, so it was reasonable to say he didn't know him. Chen Haonan, gritting his teeth in anger, shouted, "I am Chen Haonan. Remember to bow and apologize to Chen Jin when you get down there. Just tell him that I Chen Haonan sent you down to make amends." After shouting, he turned to the crowd and yelled, "Where's the person in charge here?" This Chen Jin is a police officer and undercover agent. Self-satisfied with having exposed Chen Jin's identity, Chen Haonan sneered, "No wonder you suddenly disappeared. When we were investigating you, it turns out you succeeded in framing Chen Jin and were dispatched as an undercover agent. Chen Jin, today marks your end." Chen Haonan's mind raced as he assessed the situation clearly. Chen Jin had been mingling here quite well. Just a casual shout had immediately drawn a large crowd. Although Chen Haonan was not afraid to seek retribution for Chen Jin, he knew that if a fight broke out, his dozen brothers would likely suffer greatly. He definitely had to handle this personally. If the boss of this venue did not interfere, it would be a tremendous advantage for Chen Jin squinted, looking at Chen Haonan with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Oh, isn't this Chen Haonan? Whatever you say goes. My words are the law." Chen Haonan grinned, revealing his white teeth. He noticed the skeptical gazes of those around him and added, "I Chen Haonan am the head horse of Boss B from the Hongxing Society. If you don't believe it, you can call Boss B now to verify. What I Chen Haonan say is as solid as a nail." He confidently proclaimed the name of the Hongxing Society. This golden signboard still held considerable weight in this territory. After saying all this, Chen Haonan fixed a deadpan stare on Chen Jin, as if he could already envision the tragic end that awaited him once his identity was exposed. Behind him, De Tian Air, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai were equally smug. At that moment, Away walked over with a group of people from the bar. This gang exuded a fierce aura, clearly not. Chen Haonan thought it was the venue manager arriving and quickly shouted at Away, "This Chen Jin is a cop. He's an undercover." Away looked dumbfounded, thinking that Chen Haonan must have lost his mind. He looked awkwardly at Chen Jin. "Brother Jin, this." "Brother Jin." Chen Haonan sharply caught onto this title, his heart racing. Could it be that Chen Jin has already infiltrated the upper echelons of the gang? Logically, Chen Jin had only recently left the police force, and it was impossible for him to rise so quickly in big gangs like Hongxing or Dongxing. However, in small factions with the police's covert support, it was indeed possible. He hurriedly explained to Away, "He really is a cop. I am Chen Haonan from Hongxing." Given Away's demeanor, he estimated that this person was the head of the venue, at least a small leader in the gang. "I remember this is Sea Heist venue, right? You can report this to your boss and let him decide. You can verify my identity with Hongxing anytime." Chen Haonan appeared quite resolute. Ever since taking out Ba Bai, he had recently gained momentum on the streets due to the promotion from Boss B. Though he couldn't say that everyone in Hongxing knew him, as long as he invoked Boss B's name, there would be no problem. Before coming, he had specifically inquired, and this venue belonged to Sea Hai. In such a small gang of a few hundred people, the territory was limited. Although their petty business was quite large, it was nothing compared to Hongxing. Away sighed helplessly and asked Chen Jin again, "Brother Jin, what do you think about this?" Chen Jin glanced at the onlookers still watching the spectacle and raised his voice, saying, "I'm closing the doors. If everyone insists on wading through this murky water, you will need to present a token of loyalty later." Chen Jin's words were merely a joke, but the current situation was indeed precarious. The venue, which was originally packed with onlookers, had already seen quite a few run out, and it was likely that someone had already called the police. The arrival of law enforcement was imminent. However, Chen Jin still wanted to quickly send these spectators away. He had no interest in being watched like a monkey while they enjoyed snacking on their gossip. Although it was normal for people to gawk once they heard that a loyalty token might be required later and that it could lead to serious consequences, everyone's interest immediately waned. Since tonight's expenses were all on Chen Jin, everyone saw it as a small advantage and decided it was wise to leave early. In the blink of an eye, the guests who had intended to stay and watch the show had all fled. At this moment, Away also instructed his subordinates to close the front door, while a few lackeys stood at the entrance, preventing other guests from entering. Seeing this situation, Chen Haonan and his group immediately sensed that something was wrong, and the atmosphere in the entire venue turned tense. Chen Haonan still wanted to struggle and shouted at Away, "Chen Jin is really a cop." Chen Jin shook his head helplessly. "So you're Chen Haonan from Hongxing. You really don't know what's going on. That Chen Jin you mentioned, you want to take revenge on him, right? Is he the one with the bleached hair whom I took down outside the sauna that night?" Chen Jin waved his hand. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you about this. Just take them down, or I really don't want to stand here and talk." With Chen Jin's command, Wang Jiangwo and Away, who had been itching to move, immediately charged in. To Chen Jin's surprise, someone moved even quicker than Wang Jiangwo and the others, and it was the big guy who had been sitting next to him, Defei. Seeing a group of people rushing towards him, Chen Haonan's heart sank, knowing that tonight's situation was going to be troublesome. However, he felt no fear at all. He didn't even care about the big Tian Air behind him, directly pulling out an iron chain from his belt and charging towards Chen Jin. Chen Haonan's thought process was clear. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage, and the only way to turn the tide was to take down Chen Jin, the big fish. Recently, while working for Boss B, he didn't know if it was due to the experience from taking out Ba Bai, or because of his rising status, but he felt that his skills had indeed improved significantly. Taking down Chen Jin was their only chance. Chen Haonan now regretted that when he received the call from Tian Air, saying they had found Chen Jin's whereabouts, he had acted impulsively and brought people over. If he had brought more people, perhaps they could have taken down the entire Sea High. But now on someone else's territory, they could only fight to the death. Seeing Chen Haonan charge directly at Chen Jin, Wang Zhengwo immediately rushed to intercept him. He had just completed a small task and was eager to show off in front of Chen Jin. This was the perfect opportunity for him to shine. Moreover, Chen Haonan was clearly the leader of this group, and capturing him would earn much more credit than dealing with the small fry behind him. De Fei, who turned with Wang Zhengwo, even moved a step faster. Compared to their first meeting, Chen Haonan had indeed grown, having elevated from class combat strength to class. But let's not forget Wang Zhengwo was also a capable class fighter. Although both were at class level, there was still a notable gap between Chen Haonan and Wang Zhengwo. Chen Haonan seemed like someone who had just broken through to class, whereas Wang Zhengwo had clearly been entrenched in class for a long time, ready to push for a higher level at any moment. Not to mention, there was also De Fei, whose strength was close to class assisting. Under the joint assault of the two, in less than 5 minutes, Chen Haonan was beaten to a pulp, collapsing to the ground like a stray dog. His once handsome face was now covered in bruises, his nose crooked, blood smeared all over his face, several of his front teeth knocked out, and even a chunk of scalp was ripped off by De Fei. The gang that came with Chen Haonan fared no better. Da Hai, De Chuan, De Jiang, and De He were all present, eager to make a good impression in front of Chen Jin. Although the little brothers of Sea Hai did not have a clear hierarchy, dealing with equally unranked opponents with superior numbers was as easy as chopping vegetables. De Tian Air and his group were sprawled all over the floor. A few who had come with knives were particularly targeted. The worst off had a deep cut on his wrist, exposing bone, tendons were definitely severed, and blood was pooling everywhere. This arm was completely ruined. He would probably struggle to even hold chopsticks in the future. Though the scene was bloody, even Xiao Di, who leaned against Chen Jin, showed no sign of sympathy. Having been in the underworld for so long, she was accustomed to violence. Moreover, these people were here to cause trouble for Chen Jin. If he didn't strike hard, it would be her man lying on the ground. In Xiao Di's eyes, anyone who opposed Chen Jin was an enemy. Someone like Chen Haonan, who sought revenge, should be sent directly to the crematorium, with his ashes scattered to relieve her hatred. Chen Jin leisurely walked over to Chen Haonan, squatting down. So you're Chen Haonan from Hongxing. They say Hongxing produces fierce generals, but it seems not so much. Seeing Chen Jin's confident demeanor, Chen Haonan was so furious he trembled. What does it matter to rely on numbers? If you have guts, fight me, Onion. Chen Jin chuckled. Sorry, I Chen Jin survive in this world by relying on my brothers. More people is also a strength, oh why can't I take advantage of the numbers? Chen Haonan remained unconvinced. How many people do you see Hai have? Can you compare to Hongxing? Today I admit defeat, but you guys have stirred up big trouble for Sea Hai. Just wait to be handed over as a scapegoat by your higher-ups. By then I want you to kneel and beg for mercy. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh. Chen Haonan, you still haven't grasped the situation. Right now you are the fish on the chopping board. Oh, I can cut you however I want. With your current state, you still dare to make threats. You should first think about how to survive tonight. He stood up and patted his pants. De Chuan, take the sister-in-law home first. Zhang Wo, clean this place up and find another location to settle accounts with our esteemed guests from Hongxing tonight. He then turned to De Fei and nodded. Thanks to Brother De Fei for the help today. I originally wanted to invite you for drinks and singing, but I have some family matters to deal with, so let's gather another day. De Fei smiled broadly, repeatedly waving his hands. Brother Jean, you flatter me. With so many talented people around you, even without my help, this little matter is a piece of cake for you. From the previous fight, De Fei had already seen Chen Haonan's skills, and noticed Wang Zhengwo, who was always stern-faced behind Chen Jin, and felt he had a grasp of their power. How about we meet another day? To be honest, my small business really can't withstand the commotion. I can't afford to provoke a giant like Hongxing. De Fei rubbed his hands, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. His reasoning was sound. He had helped out of respect for Chen Jin, but he didn't intend to get involved in the matters to be discussed next. Although Maoli Finance Company had plenty of staff in front of an established gang like Hongxing, they didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. There was no need for the leader of Hongxing, Jiang Tianxing, to personally intervene. Oh, just Boss B alone could easily handle De Fei. Chen Jin was not angry. Instead, he readily said, "All right, Brother De Fei, thank you for your help this time. How about this? I'll waive the interest on the loan you borrowed from me last time." Then he suddenly broke into a smile. "By the way, could you help me out with that principal and get me a batch of goods the same kind we discussed last time?" After De Fei left, Chen Jin instructed Wang Zhengwo to take Chen Haonan to Tian Air and the two brothers Chao Pibao to leave the scene. As for the other little brothers who had come with Chen Haonan, Chen Jin did not let a single one go, instructing a way to lock them all in the upstairs private room waiting for his call to decide their fate. Chen Jin specifically instructed a way that if anyone dared to act rashly before receiving orders, they were to be dealt with, swiftly taken to the crematorium and burned. This place could not be stayed in any longer. It wouldn't be long before the police arrived, which would affect Chen Jin's upcoming plans. However, he did not intend to hide in some obscure corner. It must be said that Chun Haonan was quite tough. He truly was the protagonist. Few had managed to retain their lives after falling into Chen Jin's hands over the years. After Chen Jin got Chun Haonan into the car, he slipped one hand into his pocket and quietly retrieved a locator from his system pack, pressing it once. When the car arrived at Sea Company, he pressed it twice in succession. This was a secret signal agreed upon with the first press sent a signal, and upon arriving at Sea Company and pressing it twice, the person on the other end immediately understood, a smile unconsciously appearing on their face. A call immediately reached Ma Jun. Officer Ma, there might be a situation over at Sea Company with Chen Jin. You need to take a team and investigate. On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause before adding, after checking the scene, go to Sea Company in an hour. Understood, sir. Ma Jun felt a surge of energy upon receiving the call. Although this wasn't his direct superior, given the other party's rank, he had to obey the orders. Moreover, the call mentioned Chen Jin. Last time, due to Chen Jin's incident, this officer had specifically sought him out for a talk. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Ma Jun understood the implications. Despite his burly appearance, Ma Jun was quite sharp. When he led a team to Chen Jin's venue, the scene was already under police control, but the situation was not optimistic. Bloodstains remained on the floor, clearly not yet cleaned up, and the people at the venue were extremely uncooperative with the police inquiries, which infuriated the leading officer Hua Sheng, especially Wei, who immediately began to speak sarcastically the moment he saw Hua Sheng bringing his team over. He had always harbored a dislike for the police, not to mention Hua Sheng had been an undercover. Moreover, with the existing animosity between Chen Jin and Hua Sheng, Wei felt emboldened and was completely unrelenting with his words. However, he also knew that he was merely indulging in verbal sparring, and Hua Sheng had no real way to deal with him. He could not stir up any real trouble. Just as Hua Sheng was about to teach Wei a lesson, he wouldn't forget Ma Jun appeared in time and blocked him. Enough, Hua Sheng, don't act impulsively. Ma Jun lowered his voice. There are too many people here, don't do anything reckless. Hua Sheng's face turned dark with anger. So what do you suggest we do? Should we just let them be so arrogant? Didn't you see his face just now? I have every reason to arrest them for obstructing justice. That's enough. Ma Jun patted Hua Sheng on the shoulder. You know very well that these are minor players. What do you gain by clashing with them other than making yourself angry? Ma Jun scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the few surveillance cameras still operational on the hall's ceiling. He directly addressed Wei. These cameras should have captured the entire hall, right? I want to see the surveillance footage. Isn't Chen Jin always boasting about being a law-abiding citizen? Don't give me excuses about broken cameras. Ma Jun spoke firmly. If you dare say a single no today, from this moment on I will personally lead a team to protect all venues under the Seahai Group 24 hours a day. Ma Jun was quite clear in his thoughts. Since his superiors sent him to handle this, it meant Chen Jin had likely cleaned up the scene thoroughly. On the way here, he had already understood the events leading up to this point. Now he needed to see the surveillance, and the other party likely wouldn't refuse. Chen Jin needed to maintain the dignity of the gang leader, while Ma Jun also had to showcase the authority of the police. Regardless of the truth, he would never allow the police to be overshadowed by a group of thugs in broad daylight. His words were delivered with conviction, laden with threats, leaving no room for the other party to save face. Indeed, Wei's face changed colors from pale to flushed, and ultimately, he lowered his head. Follow me, the surveillance room is on the second floor. If it were Hua Sheng, Wei would have definitely tried to hold his ground for a few more words. But facing Ma Jun was different. He had already heard of Ma Jun's way of handling things. This officer was not one to provoke. Moreover, Chen Jin was currently executing a grand plan, and if he caused trouble, Wei had no doubt that Chen Jin would toss him into the sea to feed the fish. It wasn't that the boss was lacking in loyalty. Any big brother, when faced with a subordinate causing trouble for the gang, would not let it go easily. Besides, Wei had been present for the entire incident just now. It was clearly Chen Haonan's gang that initiated the conflict. They were merely acting in self-defense. Self-defense was a term Wei had recently learned, and it fit perfectly in this context. What would showing them the surveillance footage achieve? Wei felt that their side was entirely in the right. The moment Ma Jun appeared, he swiftly subdued the previously arrogant Wei, much to the delight of the police present. Just now, Wei's arrogant demeanor had infuriated them greatly. Now, seeing him in this cowardly state, everyone felt immensely relieved. Ma Jun indeed had some skills. His reputation was not just for show. Hua Sheng, standing by, watched Wei's humiliating display with a sense of satisfaction. He felt that Ma Jun's earlier assertiveness was clearly a show of support for him. Though this brother often spoke harshly and had a penchant for resolving issues with his fists, when it came down to it, he was always the first to stand up for him. After watching the surveillance footage on the second floor, Ma Jun directly told Hua Sheng, "Hua Sheng, make sure to copy all the surveillance footage from here to take with you." "No way. Away immediately jumped up upon hearing this. The surveillance footage absolutely cannot be taken away. Having them see the surveillance was already embarrassing enough. If the police took the footage and something inappropriate was seen, wouldn't that just bring more trouble to Brother Jean? Ma Jun glanced at Away with a cold smile. If I'm not mistaken, before the fight broke out, it seemed like someone was conducting a weapons transaction in the left corner. Are you sure you don't want me to copy this surveillance? He paused, his tone growing more severe. Hua Shang was right. If you dare obstruct justice, I can take you back to the station right now. And by the way, do you really think you still have the final say here? If I want to copy the footage, you dare to stop me? Away was left speechless and quickly pulled out his phone to call Chen Jin. Brother Jean, I think I might be in trouble. He hurriedly reported the entire situation to Chen Jin, waiting for the boss to respond. On the other end, Chen Jin's calm voice came through. Away put it on speaker. After a few seconds, Chen Jin continued. Officer Ma, long time no see. Let's have tea another day. Feel free to copy the surveillance footage, and if you need any cooperation, just let Away know and he'll assist fully. Hearing Chen Jin say this, Ma Jun's tense expression relaxed. Brother Jean, you're too polite. Just cooperating with the work is enough. There's no need for tea. Let's have coffee at our homicide division next time. Our coffee is exceptional. He intentionally raised his voice for Chen Jin to hear. Hua Shang, did you hear that? Brother Jean has spoken. Hurry and get the brothers to get to work so we don't delay their business. We can't afford to compensate for our meager salaries. By the way, Brother Jean, when watching the surveillance footage, it seems that Chun Haonan and his gang were taken away by you. I wonder if you're inviting them for a late-night meal or tea. Brother Jean, as a former officer, you should know that illegal detention or causing personal injury is against the law. How about coming to our homicide division for coffee tonight? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Chun Jin's leisurely voice responded. Officer Ma, don't worry. I'm a law-abiding citizen. But as you can see from the surveillance, my friends and I were just peacefully drinking and singing in our venue when Chun Haonan led a large group with weapons to stir up trouble, which scared me quite a bit. I'm just asking for some compensation for emotional distress. Isn't that too much to ask? Ma Jun nodded. Compensation is certainly possible, but I hope to be present as a witness. As night deepened, the city under the neon lights remained bustling. Brother Jean glanced at his watch. The hour hand had pointed to late night, and that hurried dinner clearly hadn't filled his stomach. Officer Ma, with keen eyesight, quickly understood and smiled. Brother Jean, it's already late, and you didn't eat well earlier. How about this? Let's set aside the coffee for now, and you give me an address if I'll bring you some hot late-night snacks right away. On the other end, Chen Jin's gentle voice came through. Sure, just right, a few of my brothers here haven't eaten enough either. I haven't tasted Officer Ma's late-night snacks, so please bring a few extra portions. Before the words fell, he added, oh no, my phone is almost out of battery. Let me charge it and contact you again. With that, he decisively hung up the call. Ma Jun was not angry. He casually returned the phone to Away beside him, and then changed the subject. I remember a few of Chun Haonan's gang were taken to the second floor by you. Hand them over to the police for processing. Away took the phone, snorted through his nose, and turned his face away in silence. This attitude infuriated Hua Shang, who slammed his hand on the table. What are you acting dumb for? In this tiny place, do you believe I'll personally drag them out? If so, you'll be adding another count of obstructing justice. All right. Ma Jun chuckled as he placed his hand on Hua Shang's shoulder. They are good citizens cooperating with the police. Your attitude is not right. Saying this, he waved to summon a young officer. Go to the second floor box, find the people, and wait for my instructions. He turned back and took Hua Shang outside. Let's go first buy late-night snacks for Brother Jean, and we can have a bite ourselves. Hua Shang looked puzzled. Aren't we going to deal with those people? Ma Jun lowered his voice. Do you think they are good guys? Good people wouldn't be bringing knives to nightclubs. You've seen the surveillance. The Hongxing gang is just fighting amongst themselves. We just need to ensure that innocent bystanders aren't affected. At this moment, they might as well be negotiating. Why waste our energy worrying about it? He rubbed his stomach. I've been busy enough that I haven't eaten dinner. I'll fill my stomach first. Before leaving, Ma Jun suddenly turned around and said to Away, by the way, Brother Jean just told you to cooperate. Arrange a late-night snack for each of my brothers. He raised 3 fingers. Each person's standard should not exceed 30. He mumbled to himself as if to find an excuse. I'm treating Brother Jean to late-night snacks, and he'll treat my brothers back. That's very reasonable. Away was stunned in place. He had never encountered such a situation. But thinking about Brother Jin's instruction to cooperate, coupled with the fact that everyone had heard Ma Jun mention bringing late-night snacks for Brother Jean, he thought no more on the matter. Soon takeout after takeout arrived, and an unprecedented scene unfolded in the nightclub. The previously confrontational police and thugs now sat together at a table, silently eating the same late-night snacks. Though no one spoke, the tense atmosphere had eased considerably. Everyone was waiting for that crucial phone call. The atmosphere in the nightclub was peaceful, but the scene at Sihai Company was utterly different. The conference table in the meeting room was pushed aside, and Chun Haonan did tea on air, and the others were sprawled in the corner, as if drained of strength. Chun Haonan was under the direct watch of Wang Jiangwo, with no chance to move at all. Chen Jin stood to the side holding the phone. He had searched from Chun Haonan, flipping through to find the number of Boss B and dialed directly. Hello, Haonan. Has the matter with Chen Jin been taken care of? As soon as the call connected, a rough voice came through. Not yet. Chen Jin's tone was light and laced with mockery. So it's Boss B from the Hongxing Society, right? He leisurely reported the address of the Sihai company. Boss B, you need to hurry over. I'm waiting here for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jin suddenly grabbed the ashtray from the tea cabinet and without a word smashed it hard onto Chen Haonan's head. Chen Haonan, already injured, had another wound opened on his head, blood gushing out like it was free. On the other end of the phone, Boss B clearly heard the dull sound of the blow, and Chen Haonan's pained groan. Instantly understanding what had happened, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you have guts. I'm coming right now. If anything happens to Haonan, I will ensure that everyone from your Sihai company pays for it." Chen Jin didn't take Boss B's threat seriously at all. Instead, he cheerfully reminded, "Boss B, you'd better hurry. Chen Haonan is bleeding profusely. If we're late getting him to the hospital, I'm afraid he won't make it." After saying this, he coldly hung up the phone. Standing in front of Chen Haonan and the others, Chen Jin was in high spirits looking down at them. "Chen Haonan, do you think Boss B will come to save you? Will he bring a large group of people with him? How about we make a bet?" He tilted his head, a sinister smile on his face. "If Boss B really comes alone, I'll let you all off the hook today. But if he comes with a group of people into the Sihai company..." Chen Jin suddenly tossed a gun to Wang Jiangwo. Jiangwo later, "Besides Chen Haonan, you can pick anyone to kill." "Sure." Wang Jiangwo caught the gun, checked it skillfully, and then tucked it into his pocket. From then on, all anyone could do was wait. The meeting room was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere, and everyone held their breath waiting to see how Boss B would appear. Especially De Tian-Er, Chow Pai, and Bao Pai, whose hearts were racing. The number of people Boss B brought directly determined who among them would face the consequences today. Usually when they went out to attack, they were all fierce characters, but when it came to being attacked, that was a different story. Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo chatted leisurely, and before long a little brother guarding the door rushed in to report, "Jin, Go, Boss B from Hongxing has arrived." "Okay, bring him in." Chen Jin nodded. After a pause, he asked, "How many people did he bring?" As soon as this question was asked, the entire conference room fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on the little brother. Even Chen Haonan, whose eyes were so swollen he could barely open them, managed to raise his head with difficulty. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the little brother swallowed hard and answered, "Jin, good to have come." Thud. Bao Pai was so scared that he slid off his chair and landed on the ground. De Tian-Er and Chow Pai next to him were no better off, slumped in their chairs, as if their bones had been removed, their faces pale. The little brother added, "But I heard they came together. Boss B left the driver waiting at the door, and he came in alone into our company." As soon as this was said, De Tian-Er, Chow Pai, and Bao Pai instantly revived, their eyes brightening, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Clap, clap, clap. Although Chen Jin was not on the same side as them, he genuinely admired Boss B's bravery. "Gotta go, bring him in." Before long, Boss B walked into the meeting room alone, guided by the little brother. As soon as he stepped through the door, he closed the door at Chen Jin's signal. Boss B didn't even look back, directly getting to the point. "You are Chen Jin. Where's the leader of Sihai? I'm afraid what you say doesn't count. I'll let your boss come out to talk to me." Chen Jin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Indeed, like master, like apprentice. I just praised Boss B for being loyal, daring to venture alone into the dragon's den, and before I could say two sentences, your heroic image has already diminished in my mind. I really don't understand the people from Hongxing. I don't know whether to praise your audacity or to say you act without thinking. You dare invade someone else's territory without even understanding the basic situation." At this point, Chen Haonan finally understood. His uninjured left eye widened in shock. "What? You're the boss of Sihai?" Boss B was also taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Since you are the boss, let's speak plainly. What conditions must be met to release the person? Since you didn't directly act, and even called me over, isn't it to discuss conditions, eh?" Boss B understood this point. Chen Jin specifically called him over, and he certainly wouldn't do anything to Chen Haonan. As for his own safety, Boss B was not the least bit worried. He had no grievances with Chen Jin, and there was no conflict of interest between Sihai and Hongxing. Moreover, Sihai only had about 100 or 200 people, while Hongxing had over 10,000 brothers. They were simply not on the same level. Chen Haonan next to him still found it hard to believe, muttering, "Impossible. Although Sihai is not large, it is an established gang. You just came out of the police force a month or so ago. How could you possibly become the decision maker?" Looking at Chen Haonan, who was on the floor in disbelief, Chen Jin shrugged. "It's actually quite simple to climb the ranks in a gang. You just take out the boss, and you can take their place." As soon as he said this, everyone in the meeting room stared at him in unison. The people on Boss B's side were dumbfounded, while those on Sihai's side were not surprised. After all, everyone was aware of what happened with Shan Go, and they all knew that Chen Jin was deliberately teasing Chen. Indeed, Chen Jin continued to say to Chen Haonan, "When I was driving you over in the car, I casually inquired about you. Chen Haonan, you've been in the underworld since you were in diapers, and after so many years you still can't find a decent position, always trailing behind Boss. Be like a lowly lackey. Sure, killing Bob I gave you some fame, but who doesn't know that it was Shan Ji who did it? And yet you, Chen Haonan, shamelessly shout about brotherhood, when in reality, you just took advantage of Shan Ji's hard work. You're always shouting about avenging Chen Jin, but what do you actually do? All day long you either drink or chase after women or stir up trouble everywhere. Anyway, since Chen Jin is dead, you just need to put on an act, shout a few words about revenge, and this matter can be brushed aside, right? I haven't hidden my thoughts. You were able to find this place only because the Tian heir happened to see me and secretly informed you before you brought people here. If I had a brother like you, I would be so infuriated that I'd rise from the grave. You're talking nonsense. Chen Haonan trembled in anger, yelling at Chen Jin. Chen Jin. Since the day you caused Chen Jin's death, I've been dreaming every night about how to find you and tear you to pieces. As Chen Haonan was about to charge at him, Wang Zhangwo, standing beside him, quickly kicked him in the waist, sending him crashing back down. Chen Jin didn't bother with Chen Haonan anymore. He turned to Boss B. Boss B, I've long admired your name. Whether it was during my time in the police or now in the underworld, you are a renowned figure. I invited you here today out of necessity. You also saw it. Chen Haonan came with a dozen thugs armed with knives ready to take my life. This kid is always thinking about how to kill me. With tonight's ruckus, not only has it delayed my business, but more seriously, it has caused me immense mental distress. Boss B impatiently interrupted Chen Jin's lengthy monologue. Stop with the useless talk. Since you have me here, just say what conditions you want. Chen Jin nodded. All right. Boss B is indeed straightforward, so I'll speak plainly. Just when everyone thought Chen Jin was about to start discussing conditions, he suddenly picked up the heavy, decorative, pure steel pink baseball bat in the meeting room. In a swift motion, he charged in front of Chen Haonan and swung the bat, with all his might, smashing it hard against Chen Haonan's calf. Chen Jin's current strength was frighteningly great, and combined with the weight of the solid steel bat, this blow directly broke Chen Haonan's shinbone. With a crisp crack, Chen Haonan's right leg was instantly rendered useless. Not only was his calf oddly bent, but the broken bone also pierced through his flesh, causing blood to gush out. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. By the time Boss B snapped back to reality, he rushed forward, pushing Wang Zhangwo aside, and supported Chen Haonan. Chen Jin, are you out of your mind? Do you really think Hongxing is easy to bully? Facing the furious Boss B, Chen Jin remained unfazed. Boss B, I don't care about Hongxing's affairs. Since Chen Haonan is your man, the trouble he caused naturally falls on you to clean up. My conditions are very simple: 1 million Hong Kong dollars plus the lives of 2 people from here, and this matter will be otherwise. Chen Jin smiled ominously. Tonight, Boss B, you won't be able to leave the Sihai company alive. Boss B pressed Chen Haonan down in the chair, straightened his back, and stared fearlessly into Chen Jin's eyes. Just based on you, you dare to touch me? I'm not underestimating your Sihai gang. He looked around with a disdainful tone. With just your 100 or 200 people, if even a single hair on any of us is harmed today, I guarantee none of you will live for 3 days. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Chen Jin laughed out loud, threatening me. Boss B, this time you've really miscalculated. Chen Jin strolled leisurely to the display case, carefully placing the baseball bat that had earlier interrupted Chen Haonan's leg back in place, and then he pulled out a black suitcase from the drawer below. He flung open the suitcase, tossing its contents one by one to Da Hai and Dechuan. He picked up a weapon himself, weighing it in his hand, and said, Brother B, you seem to have made a slight mistake. Our 4C's gang is different from other factions. You guys are just hoodlums in the river, while we are desperate outlaws who lick blood from blades. Saying this, he grabbed the collar of Bao Pai and tossed him aside like a sack next to Chen Haonan. The Tian heir and Xiao Pai quickly crouched down, huddling together. Chen Jin methodically attached the silencer, the click signaling that it was loaded. Brother B, today, I'm giving you a choice. I've already divided the people for you. All you need to do is make a choice and send over 1 million. You can take the remaining 2 with you. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. Of course, you could also choose the second option. If the money doesn't arrive today, none of you 5 will leave. By the way, outside you have more than 10 of your little brothers waiting. They will also accompany you to the grave. He declared, to put it bluntly, I'm not afraid of your Hongxing retaliation. Chen Jin sneered. All of us brothers came out from the hail of bullets. If a war breaks out, it'll make sure they specifically target the high-ranking members of your Hongxing gang. What with Jiang Tianxing and all the leaders of the various halls, I don't believe you are all made of iron. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Haonan, who was slumped in the chair, grunting. Chen Haonan, aren't you curious how I became the decision-maker of the 4C's so quickly? In this underworld, I, Chen Jin, rely on 3 things: brothers, cash, and this. He shook the weapon. Finally, Chen Jin's gaze fell back on Brother B. Brother B, now it's your turn to choose. Brother B stared intensely into Chen Jin's eyes, searching for any weakness, while still trying to maintain his composure. Chen Jin, I don't believe you dare to move against us. Also, I detest it when others point guns at me. Before he could finish, Chen Jin suddenly grinned and raised his hand. The silenced gunshot was not loud, its power slightly diminished, but it did not prevent the bullet from creating a hole in a person's body. In the shocked gaze of Brother B and Chen Haonan, a bullet accurately drilled into Brother B's belly. Looking at Brother B, who was slumped on the ground, clutching his abdomen, Chen Jin showed no trace of mercy. He stepped forward and tossed the phone he had searched from Chen Haonan onto the ground in front of Brother B. Brother B, I heard you brought a driver with you. Have him go get the money. He added, you have 10 minutes. If the money doesn't arrive, Chen Jin made a slicing motion across his neck, then he'll choose for you. With a gesture from him, Wang Jiangwo and the others immediately raised their guns. The cold barrels pressed against the back of Chen Haonan, de Tian-Er, Chow Pai, and Bao Pi's heads. At first, de Tian-Er and the others showed some courage, not taking Chen Jin's threat seriously at all. They thought that the worst outcome would be getting beaten half to death and lying in the hospital for a few months. It couldn't possibly cost them their lives. But after Chen Jin made a bet with them, their hearts sank. However, just when they were about to despair, Brother B suddenly, seeing this big brother show up, everyone felt hope spark again. In their eyes, Brother B was a formidable figure. As long as he intervened, there was no issue that couldn't be resolved. Who would have thought that the sound of bang from Chen Jin's weapon would shatter everyone's hope? In this place, what Chen Jin said was the decree, and everyone had to follow his rules. If anyone was to be the most cowardly, it would be Bao Pai. With the cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head, he trembled uncontrollably, and soon his pants were soaked with urine, a foul smell spreading through the air. However, Brother B was an experienced old hand. Even after being shot in the belly, he maintained his composure. He pressed down on the bleeding wound, his voice steady, as if nothing had happened. 10 minutes isn't enough. If I call the driver to go home to get the money and rush back, it will take at least half an hour. Looking at Chen Haonan and the others, he continued, aren't we in this for the money? Chen Jin, you saw it. After this lesson, they will definitely not dare to provoke you again. So how about 500,000 each, and he'll pay an extra 1 million to redeem these two. He added, I guarantee this matter will end here, and I will absolutely not trouble you again. Hearing that Brother B was willing to pay to settle things, the people present were all excited. Chen Haonan and the others were particularly moved, thinking how valuable it was to follow such a loyal leader. 500,000 is no small sum, as Brother B said, aren't we in this for the money? Now that he had saved face and provided a dignified way out, Chen Jin really had no need to make an enemy of Hongxing. Not only did Chen Haonan think this way, but even the guns in Wang Jiangwo's hands unconsciously retreated slightly. However, this madman Chen Jin refused to play by the rules. He wouldn't take the path Brother B had arranged. Without even blinking, he refused. Since 10 minutes for a round trip isn't enough, a one-way trip should suffice, right? Brother B, remember to tell the driver clearly when you call, he'll send someone to follow him to get the money. Also, when I Chen Jin say something, it's like water spilled on the ground. Ooh, I will never take it back. Brother B, I must remind you, over 20 seconds have already passed. If there are any delays on the way, don't blame my men for being merciless. Seeing Chen Jin show such a lack of respect, Brother B's heart was filled with anger. This madman who had suddenly emerged would surely make him pay if given the chance. Brother B did not take the phone Chen Jin offered, but instead pulled out his own phone and called the driver, who had just brought him, relaying Chen Jin's demands in detail. Brother B did not play any tricks on the call. He was completely under Chen Jin's control now. If he wanted to stir up trouble, he could only wait for another opportunity. This time, he could only concede. The matter of the money seemed settled, but the most critical question remained. Brother B's choice presented by Chen Jin was no easy task. Chen Haonan had been with him for years, practically a son to him. But now this kid had lost a leg. Even if he recovered, he would be left crippled. Bao Pai, who was grouped with him, was even more of a burden. No skills, no courage, and typically could do nothing but call. If it weren't for Chen Haonan, Brother B would never have taken in such trash. In contrast to Tian-Er and Chow Pai, though not as good as the peak, Chen Haonan at least had some fighting ability. With a few more years of training, they might even reach a higher level. Chen Jin was forcing Brother B into this. Originally, Chen Jin had no intention of provoking Hongxing, but since Chen Haonan had delivered himself to his door, he had to take advantage of this great gift. Seeing Brother B's troubled expression, Chen Haonan suddenly spoke up. Brother B, choose to Tian-Er and the others. With me like this, I won't be able to help anymore. Bao Pai, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Once we get downstairs, let's find Shanji and continue playing football. As he spoke, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Chen Haonan's words were resolute and powerful, not only stirring Brother B's heart, but even causing the Tian-Er and Chow Pai, who stood beside him, to redden their eyes. Although Bao Pai was inherently cowardly, always shrinking back at this moment, he displayed unprecedented determination. He recalled how he had been scared into wetting his pants by Chen Jin earlier, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He wiped away his tears with force and choked out, Brother, Nin'll still follow you in the underworld. These heartfelt words ignited the atmosphere like a spark. The Tian-Er and Chow Pai could no longer hold back, tears streaming down their faces. Chow Pai even shouted hoarsely, no. Brother B, you can't choose Brother Nan. If anyone should die, it should be me. His choice was perfectly natural. On one side was his longtime leader, and on the other was his blood-related brother. This choice required no hesitation. If he could exchange his life to keep them alive, the loyal Chow Pai would not hesitate for a second. More importantly, Chow Pai was now terrified of Chen Jin. He understood that even if he miraculously survived, how could he seek revenge for Chen Haonan, Bao Pai, and Shanji? It was impossible. Among this group, only Chen Haonan could truly achieve something. After suffering such a great loss this time, Brother B would definitely not let Chen Jin off easy, but the timing was not right. This madman Chen Jin had already laid down harsh words. If he acted recklessly, he might not escape with his life. Rather than live in cowardice, it was better to let Brother Nan and his brother live. The Tian heir was also anxious, pulling at Chao Pi's arm to support him. Brother Nan, you must survive. These brothers had played together since childhood, their bond closer than that of blood brothers. Now that the mountain chicken had already fallen into Chen Jin's hands, it seemed 2 more lives were about to be lost. If Chen Jin was not eliminated soon, the remaining ones would inevitably meet their doom. Everyone shut up. Chen Haonan slammed the table. If you still consider me your big brother, then do as I say. He pointed at his injured leg, his voice trembling. Even if this leg heals, it will merely be a decoration. Oh, from now on I'll walk with a limp. Chen Haonan would rather die a quick death than drag this broken body around as a burden. Chao Pi was so anxious he began to stomp his feet. Brother Nan, don't be stubborn. Boss B looked at this group of young men, eager to throw their lives away, his heart a tumult of emotions. They were all good seeds, heavy on loyalty and righteousness, but Chen Jin, that loser, forced him to make a choice, otherwise all 5 would be doomed. Many people in the conference room were moved to tears by the scene, but Chen Jin, with his legs crossed, watched like it was a show, sarcastically addressing Boss B. Brother B, since Chen Haonan is so loyal, why not just grant him his wish? Stop talking nonsense. Boss B's forehead throbbed. Chen Jin, I'll add another 500,000 for each, 1 million each. I guarantee with my life that they will not trouble you in the future. Isn't that acceptable? Chen Jin sighed, deeply envy evident in his eyes. Hongxing truly lives up to its name. Any few brothers pulled out are so loyal and righteous. Looking at us, the 4 Cs, just the other day, I ordered not to move any goods, and what happened? Not only did some people feign compliance while secretly making small moves, but when things went wrong they even turned around to blame me. He shook his head and resolutely rejected Boss B's proposal. In this line of work, keeping one's word is the most basic rule. If I hadn't set conditions from the start, I would have accepted 50,000 per person, let alone 100,000. But now it's not possible. Chen Jin patted his chest. My ability to stand firm in the underworld relies solely on those 4 words. What I say goes. Brother B, you better make a decision quickly. I'm not rushing you, but watching their brotherhood has already wasted quite some time. Let me remind you, time is truly running short. Finally, Boss B made a difficult choice. I choose Chen Haonan and Bao Pai to stay. Although these few were his subordinates, there were still distinctions in closeness. Chen Haonan had followed him since childhood, and after all these years, he was practically like a son to him. In Chen Haonan's heart, Boss B was not just an older brother, but a father-like figure. As for Bao Pai, Boss B originally did not want him, but Chen Jin had already set the terms, leaving him with no choice. In truth, if allowed to choose himself, Chen Haonan and the Tian heir would be the best combination, both top-notch in ability and loyalty. Bao Pai and Chao Pai were biological brothers. Either both lived or both died. Although they spoke beautifully now, once things settled down, their thoughts would surely change. No matter who was chosen, the other would harbor seeds of resentment. This was clearly a trap set by Chen Jin, but Boss B could only accept his fate. Thinking this way, choosing Bao Pai seemed more prudent. This kid was originally a coward lacking in skill. Even if he held a grudge, he wouldn't stir up much trouble. Seeing Boss B make his choice, Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction. All right, once the money arrives, this matter will be settled. Brother B, you can take your revenge however you wish afterward. However, if you fall into my hands again. Chen Jin sneered, raised his hand to check the time, and pointed at the Tian heir and Chao Pai on the ground. Jiangui, take care of these 2. Make it quick and clean, don't get blood all over the conference room. Understood. Wang Jingwo was about to draw his gun, but upon hearing the reminder, he put it back. He expressionlessly bound the Tian heir's hands behind his back, securing his legs tightly, and stuffed a towel into his mouth. Chao Pai was handled similarly by the Hai. The 2 struggled desperately, but at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board. No matter how they floundered, they could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. Besides receiving another beating, it was of no use. Wang Jingwo took out 2 well-made black bags from the conference room. The bags were thick and sturdy, capable of holding a living person without issue, clearly professional equipment used for handling certain unsavory matters. He skillfully unzipped the bags and stuffed the Tian heir and Chao Pai inside, as if loading cargo. When these 2 black bags appeared before everyone, Boss B and Chen Haonan were all taken aback. These people from the 4 Cs gang were indeed all lunatics, who would keep such things in their own company. This scene clearly showed it was premeditated. After dealing with the Tian heir and Chao Pai, Wang Jingwo did not draw his gun again, but instead revealed a glimmering sharp knife. It looked like he intended to finish these 2 off with a blade. Just as Boss B, Chen Haonan and Bao Pai closed their eyes, resigning themselves to death, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A young subordinate rushed in a panic to report, Brother Jin, 2 cops are outside. Before he could finish, he was rudely pushed aside. Ma Jun strode in with Hua Sheng holding a takeout box in his hand. It was the late-night snack he had promised to bring Chen Jin over the phone. Ma Jun glanced around the scene and smiled widely. Hey, Brother Jin, are you filming a movie? Do you want me to be your... Seeing Ma Jun's sudden appearance, Chen Jin immediately frowned. Officer Ma, weren't you investigating the case of my attack tonight? How did you get to my company so fast? Ma Jun laughed even louder. Isn't the efficiency of the police high? If I hadn't acted quickly, how could I have caught such a thrilling performance? He placed the takeout bag on the conference table. Brother Jin's late-night snack is not something I dare to neglect. I specially added beef fried rice noodles and brought a can of ice-cold cola. How about that? Pretty considerate, right? He even kicked Bao Pai, who was lying on the ground. What are you dazed about? The show is over. Hurry and bring out those two from the bag. These words seemed to give Bao Pai a shot of adrenaline. He suddenly lunged towards the bag containing Chow Pai. Though his movements were clumsy, he managed to open the zipper and remove the towel from his mouth, but it took him a long time to untie the ropes. Wang Jiangwo had tied the knots too tightly, and Bao Pai had no scissors, so he even resorted to using his teeth, struggling for a long time before finally getting it undone. Throughout the whole process, no one interfered. Wang Jiangwo did give Chen Jin a glance, but when he saw Chen Jin slightly shake his head, everyone stepped back and stood aside. A few perceptive ones even quietly hid their guns behind their backs. When Bao Pai finally managed to free both Chow Pai and Tian Air, Chen Jin's phone rang. It was He calling to inform him that Boss B's driver had brought the 1 million. Everyone present, including Ma Jun, heard this phone call clearly, but everyone tacitly pretended not to hear. After a busy while, Chun Haonan and his brothers finally helped each other stand beside Boss B. Looking at Ma Jun and Hua Sheng at the door, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, Boss B and Chun Haonan's group would act like mice confronted by a cat when they saw the police, not only feeling frightened, but also harboring deep-seated hatred. But today they surprisingly felt an unusual sense of security with the police present, as if they had gained As Chun Haonan and the others staggered to their feet, Ma Jun didn't care whether these men were injured. He only smiled widely at Chen Jin. Brother Jin, I'm taking this person away. Chen Jin stared at Ma Jun for a good, while finally resigning himself to grab the takeout box on the conference table. Officer Ma, this late-night snack of yours is quite a windfall. He opened the ice-cold cola and gulped down a large mouthful. When he lifted the lid of the takeout box, he smacked his lips. This beef fried rice noodles were perfectly cooked. Ma Jun had a good eye for choosing restaurants. Seeing this, Ma Jun was about to smile, but just as he turned around, something unexpected happened. Bao Pai, who was supporting Chun Haonan, suddenly yelled, "Officer Ma, wait. I want to report." He pointed at Chen Jin and shouted, "Not only are they hiding weapons, but the wound on Boss B's belly was also caused by this loser." Bao Pai was quite clever. He didn't mention Chen Jin breaking Chun Haonan's leg, but focused on the serious crime of illegal possession of a weapon. After all, an injury to the leg could be covered up with excuses, but the charge of possessing firearms was enough to land Chen Jin in serious trouble. At this moment, he was purely trying to make things difficult for Chen Jin. After all, this guy had nearly taken their lives and had scared him to the point of wetting his pants. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. Boss B and the others turned pale. At this critical moment, Bao Pai the fool actually dared to challenge Chen Jin. Chen Jin slammed his chopsticks on the table and scanned Boss B's group with a dark expression. He, guarding the door, immediately stepped forward to block Ma Jun's path. The originally cornered Wang Jiangwo and the others also silently surrounded the scene. Seeing the situation tense up again, Ma Jun and Hua Sheng exchanged glances. Was Bao Pai really out of his mind? Who would dare to stir up trouble at this moment? Hua Sheng had kept a low profile since entering the conference room. He knew better than anyone that if they angered Chen Jin, no one would leave here unscathed tonight. Boss B slapped Bao Pai across the face, turning to Ma Jun with a smile. "Officer Ma, please don't take offense. This kid just has a skewed view of things." Ma Jun stepped down gracefully. "As long as it's a misunderstanding, that's fine. It's already late. I should head back to rest." Until Chen Jin waved his hand to signal them to leave. He stepped aside to clear the passage. After this group of people left in disgrace, the Tian Air immediately grabbed Bao Pai by the collar and scolded, "What the hell were you thinking? Do you know that because of your rash words we nearly all ended up there?" Although Chow Pai felt Bao Pai's words were inappropriate, he was still his own brother and couldn't help but defend him. Bao Pai just speaks his mind. He doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted to help Brother B and Brother Nan. Boss B looked at his subordinates arguing amongst themselves, shaking his head helplessly. He turned to Officer Ma and said earnestly, "Officer Ma, I truly owe you this time. I've been in this business for so many years, and I always keep my grievances clear. I will remember this favor." Officer Ma was not swayed by Boss B's heartfelt words and replied coldly, "I have no interest in the troubles between your Hongxing and the Sihai gang. I know that tonight Chun Haonan and his crew brought into my jurisdiction. And not only did someone report it, but our police also obtained clear surveillance footage. You must give me an explanation for this, Boss B." "Don't worry, Officer Ma, I will handle it properly," Boss B assured Pat. Shortly after, Officer Ma and Boss B parted ways. Officer Ma took his team back home, while Boss B rushed Chun Haonan to the hospital. Hua Sheng made a phone call, and the police who were originally on standby in Dream Paris withdrew. Tonight's task was probably the easiest job this group of police had ever faced. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hua Sheng suddenly had a thought. "Old Ma, do you think we could catch Chen Jin in the act of hiding weapons if we make a surprise return?" Officer Ma shook his head while gripping the steering. Well, don't be foolish. That guy Chen Jin is more slippery than an eel. Even if we turn the Sihai gang upside down, I can guarantee we wouldn't find a single bullet shell. I specifically reviewed Chen Jin's file over the past few days. You have no idea how cunning that kid is. He will definitely be a tough opponent in the future. He'll hand the information over to you when we get back so you can ponder it. Sure. Huasheng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Boss B and Chun Haonan were not so fortunate. The two severely injured men were hurriedly taken to a black clinic exclusive to Hongxing by the returning driver. For a large gang like Hongxing, fighting and killing were commonplace, so having their own clinic was indeed convenient. However, this black clinic could not compare to a proper hospital. It could handle knife wounds and gunshot wounds, but Chun Haonan's leg injury was beyond their capability. Chen Jin's attack was truly ruthless. He directly shattered Chun Haonan's leg bone, a type of orthopedic surgery that the black clinic could not handle. With a large gash on his forehead and 2 broken ribs, he ultimately had to be sent to a regular hospital. Fortunately, Chun Haonan was not shot, otherwise going to the hospital with a gunshot wound would have been even more troublesome. Boss B called over 2 younger brothers and sent Daitian Air to take Chun Haonan to the hospital. Brothers Chow Pai and Bao Pai were also sent back to rest. These guys had not only been beaten up, but had also suffered significant psychological stress and needed to recuperate. However, the events of the night were far from over. After finishing surgery at the black clinic and removing from his abdomen, Boss B lay on the hospital bed, making one phone call after another. After so many years of navigating the underworld, it was quite embarrassing to have to rely on the police for rescue today. But Boss B, being an old hand, did not take it too much to heart. What truly bothered him was the huge favor he owed off. The most pressing task now was to find a few younger brothers to shoulder this matter. Officer Ma had made it very clear that he had surveillance footage of Chun Haonan and his crew attacking with weapons, irrefutable evidence that could not be denied. Yet Boss B still wanted to protect Chun Haonan. Although Chun Haonan was gravely injured and unable to move in the hospital, that alone was not enough. To ensure his safety, Boss B needed to put in more effort. After pondering for a while, Boss B suddenly had an idea. He picked up the phone and called back Daitian Air while sending 2 younger brothers to the hospital to keep watch. Daitian Air rushed to the black clinic and saw Boss B with thick bandages wrapped around his belly, quickly asking Boss B waved his hand while lying on the hospital bed. Fortunately, I wasn't seriously injured. Just a simple bandage will do. Suddenly Boss B changed the subject. Daitian Air, how many years have you been with me? Daitian Air paused for a moment and answered honestly, I don't remember the exact number. We've been with Brother Nan and you since back then. We were still in school, so it's been at least 10 years, right? Boss B nodded. Yes, it's been over 10 years. It's time for you to step up. Before Daitian Air could react, Boss B bluntly said, you heard earlier at the Sihai company that Officer Ma has surveillance footage of you guys attacking. You and Haonan grew up together, sharing a brotherly bond. Now I need you to step up and take the fall for Haonan. He is badly injured and cannot go back to prison. This can at most be considered a public disturbance. The other party is not seriously injured, and you will probably only spend a month or so in there. Once this matter is settled, it'll let you and Haonan both rise to power, and you'll take charge of 2 venues under me. Upon hearing the prospect of rising in status, Daitian Air instantly perked up. Don't worry, Boss B, I will turn myself in at the police station first thing tomorrow morning. Boss B nodded in satisfaction. Good, it's settled then. Having Daitian Air take on this matter was the most fitting choice. As long as Chun Haonan was not the mastermind, and considering his severe injuries along with a substantial bail, Officer Ma should not be too persistent. As for Chen Jin, other matters could wait. Boss B was still thinking of letting Chun Haonan handle it personally once he recovered. What troubled Boss B now was that Officer Ma had indeed helped him out tonight. In the underworld, one must be clear about debts of gratitude and enmity. However, repaying this favor to Officer Ma was not an easy task. Just when he was worried, Boss B suddenly thought of Liang Kuan, who had been troubling Mr. Jiang recently, and an idea flashed in his mind. This way, not only could he help Jiang Tianxing resolve his troubles, but he could also repay Officer Ma's favor and even suppress Liang Kun's arrogance. Truly a plan with multiple benefits. While Boss B was busy, Chen Jin was not idle either. Upon hearing that Away had treated the police to late-night snacks, Chen Jin did not scold him, but instead thought the kid was quite resourceful. He waved his hand, not only reimbursing the company for all the late-night snack expenses, but also giving away a bonus on top. Naturally, no one dared to oppose Chen Jin's decision. Although it was Chun Haonan's gang that caused trouble, Sihai was the real victim. Facing a hard confrontation with the police was definitely not wise. Handling it this way was actually the most prudent approach. Other matters went on as usual. Right now, Hongxing was too busy dealing with its own issues to cause trouble. By the time they sorted out the mess, Chen Jin would no longer be the same Chen Jin, and Sihai would not be the same size it is now. After finishing the late-night snack sent by Officer Ma, Chen Jin and Wang Jingwo wandered into Boss BS territory. At a large stall in Xian Mountain, news came from the executing agent. Dahai Chow Pai was alone in a private room, hot pot. After confirming the location, Chen Jin entered without hesitation. The noise startled Chow Pai, who did not even lift his head, and shouted angrily, "Didn't I say it before? If all the dishes are served, don't bother me. Why are you so angry?" Chen Jin leisurely sat down across from him. Tisk, the Hongxing little brothers are treated quite well. While I, a person of Sihai, only have a bowl of dry fried beef, ho fun with cola for late night snacks, you're enjoying such a feast all by yourself. What a coincidence, I just happen to be a bit underfed. Come let me drink with you. Zhangwo, don't be shy. Saying this, he skillfully prepared the dipping sauce, while Wang Zhangwo boldly took a seat beside him. Hearing that voice, and seeing Wang Zhangwo's face, Chao Pi's eyes instantly filled with blood. Just over an hour ago, one of these two had threatened to take him out while the other had directly attacked him. How could he swallow this grievance? After seeing Wang Zhangwo's skills, Chao Pi knew he was no match. Trying to catch the king to deal with Chen Jin was even more impossible. Could Chen Jin show up so boldly, without preparation? Chao Pi was not a mindless fool. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you dare to intrude on Hongxing's territory? Are you not afraid of returning empty-handed?" Chen Jin continued to dip beef, slathering it in sauce, and stuffing it into his mouth. "If you don't say it, who would know? Why should I not say it?" Chao Pi was thrown off by this. "You guys almost took my life." "It's simple," Chen Jin replied with a smile, "because I know you want die in the conference room. More importantly," he suddenly stopped smiling, "if you call for help now, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow." Chao Pi looked at Chen Jin in confusion, completely not understanding what he meant. Chen Jin did not care about Chao Pi's reaction, and continued, "On the way from the nightclub to my company, I received a call knowing the police had arrived at the nightclub. When I was on the phone, you were in the car, so you should have heard what I was saying. If I really wanted to kill you tonight, I wouldn't have taken you. In the middle of the night, finding an uninhabited beach or a small forest to deal with you would be as easy as pie. Officer Ma is too slow, he even wouldn't have late-night snacks. If it weren't for me finding all sorts of excuses to stall for time, this matter would have been much harder to handle." Chao Pi was dumbfounded. He had never thought of it this way. "So, why would you do this? How do I know you're not just fooling me?" Chen Jin chuckled and shook his head. "It's simple. Chen Haonan brought you guys to trouble me, and this feud has been established. This matter cannot just end like this. In the end, either I, Chen Jin, am killed by you, or I, Chen Jin, will wipe you all out. If I kill Chen Haonan, it will definitely alert the big shot behind him, Boss B. If I take out Boss B as well, Jiang Tiansheng will definitely not let it go. So from the moment Chen Haonan brought people to my nightclub, our opponents in Sihai were no longer just a few minor characters. I admit the current Sihai is indeed far behind Hongxing. Although we have enough muscle, the power gap is too significant. It's simply not on the same level. However, since I have given up my identity as a police officer to enter this world, I believe that one day my name, Chen Jin, will resonate throughout the entire Hong Kong island, and Sihai will not be inferior to Hongxing." Chao Pi remained silent, staring intently at Chen Jin. "What exactly do you want from me? Are you planning to deal with Hongxing? Do you really think I, Chao Pi, would be a traitor?" Chen Jin chuckled and waved his hand. "Use you to deal with Hongxing? Huh? Chao Pi, you really overestimate yourself. With your current status, do you believe what you just said? Of course I'm not a deity. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Perhaps one day you, Chao Pi, will truly have a say in Hongxing society. After Chen Haonan came looking for trouble, I immediately leveraged connections to investigate your backgrounds. Chen Haonan to Tian Air, Chao Pi Bao Pai, and that Shan Ji whom I have already dealt with. These 5 of you have been brothers since childhood. Upon a simple analysis among the 5 of you, I hold the highest regard for Chen Haonan, with you coming in second. Shan Ji to Tian Air and your brother Bao Pai all have too many obvious shortcomings. Shan Ji is lecherous, to Tian Air is impulsive, and Bao Pai is timid. Only you and Chen Haonan value loyalty, know how to conduct yourselves, and have decent skills. Due to Shan Ji's death, I have formed a grudge with you all." Chao Pi still didn't understand. "Since Shan Ji is dead, and we are already enemies, why do you still come to find me?" Chen Jin replied leisurely with a smile, "Don't rush, there's plenty of time. Let's take it slow and chat." Chen Haonan has always publicly claimed to have a life-and-death friendship with Shan Ji. Within their small group, his relationship with Shan Ji is indeed the strongest. But think carefully, since Shan Ji had his incident, has Chen Haonan truly done everything in his power to help Shan Ji? As far as I know, he hasn't done that at all. At that time, Chen Haonan was busy climbing up with the support of Boss B, spending his days either fighting for territory or collecting protection fees. When I moved away from here, I actually had no idea that my rival would be Chen Haonan. But I always felt that someone had bribed high-level police to frame me and got me kicked out of the police force. I must have offended someone. There was no choice. I could only start over in a new place. To be honest, I haven't been in a position here in Sihai for long. If you had found me a week earlier, things would not have developed to this extent." Without giving Chao Pi too much time to think, Chen Jin continued, "After you left, I specifically sent someone to monitor your movements. According to the information I received, you and Bao Pai have already been driven back home by Boss B. However, De Tian Air has now received an opportunity to rise up. I heard that Boss B has promised De Tian Air that as long as he takes the fall for Chen Haonan this time, he will support him to rise up afterward. Even if Chen Haonan recovers from the hospital, he will still be a cripple. Thus Boss B must support someone else to help him. Why choose De Tian Air and not you, Chao Pi? There are 2 reasons for this. First, Bao Pai is your younger brother. The incident that just occurred almost caused all of you to be unable to return. Boss B slapped Bao Pai across the face right there. Second, Chen Jin raised his second finger. Because you are calmer than Tian Air and think faster, you are not so easily fooled. Today, under my pressure, Boss B chose to abandon you in favor of Tian Air because he feared you would hold a grudge afterward. Seeing Chao Pi's bewildered expression, Chen Jin added, "Don't worry, I don't need you to provide any intelligence. I just wanted to tell you that if you are dissatisfied with your current situation or need help, remember to call me. However, one thing must be made clear in advance: gaining help from me is not free. There must be a return for what you give. Think about this slowly." Looking at the self-assured Chen Jin, Chao Pai felt that this matter was utterly absurd. Just over an hour ago, Chen Jin had intended to have someone take him out, yet now he came to say that all of this was just an act, that he had merely been intimidated and was not in any real danger. But Chao Pai clearly remembered the cold gun barrel at the back of his head and the ferocity of Wang Jiangwo's actions, which radiated murderous intent throughout his body. Chen Jin was enjoying his food. "Chao Pai, I came here today to let you know that you actually have other paths to take. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. Among the brothers you hang out with, aside from Chun Haonan, you are the most intelligent and skilled. Are you really willing to watch those around you do better than you?" Before Chao Pai could respond, Chen Jin stood up to leave. "I'm off. Tonight's hot pot was really good. I enjoyed it." After saying that, he stuffed a piece of freshly cooked beef into his mouth. The 2 plates of beef in front of him were already completely cleaned up, and even Wang Jiangwo next to him had finished 1 plate. Just like that, after leaving a business card with only his phone number written on it, Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo left Chao Pai's private room without looking back. Chao Pai was still a bit dazed. He simply couldn't understand what Chen Jin's sudden visit was all about. However, even though he couldn't figure it out, Chao Pai kept an eye out and didn't report Chen Jin's visit to Boss B. After leaving the place where Chao Pai had his late-night snack, Chen Jin followed Wang Jiangwo and climbed up to the rooftop of an old tank-style building. According to the information from his subordinates, after Bao Pai left Boss B, he neither returned home to sleep nor looked for Chao Pai. Instead, he stealthily came here alone. Since it wasn't far, Chen Jin decided to drop by and take a look. Bao Pai's reaction was indeed quite dull. Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo didn't deliberately lighten their footsteps, but even after Chen Jin sat next to him, this guy still acted as if nothing was wrong. Only when Chen Jin casually picked up an unopened can of beer that was next to him did Bao Pai finally realize something. As soon as Bao Pai turned his head and saw Chen Jin's smiling face, he let out an "ah" and fell off his stool, landing on his back. Seeing Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo suddenly appearing beside him, Bao Pai stammered in fear, What do you want? This is our Hongxing territory. I am not afraid of you." Chen Jin had no intention of scaring him. Instead, he pointed to the bag of unsealed marinated snacks in front of him. "What did you buy? Pig trotters or chicken feet?" Bao Pai instinctively replied, "There are roasted chickens, marinated beef, and half a braised duck bought for drinking." "Oh." Bao Pai actually obediently handed over the plastic bag containing the roasted chicken without stuff. Chen Jin was not polite, tearing open the bag and pulling out a chicken leg. He took a big bite of the chicken, washed it down with a sip of beer, and then leisurely spoke. "What are you standing there for? It's your own purchase. Do you expect me to treat you?" Not knowing what was wrong with Bao Pai, he suddenly stood up from the ground and defiantly shouted at Chen Jin, "What exactly are you here for? I am not afraid of you." To prove he wasn't lying, this guy actually pulled back the bag containing the roasted chicken and in front of Chen Jin tore off another chicken leg and took a big bite with a fierce expression. Looking at Bao Pai's appearance, Chen Jin couldn't help but smile, narrowing his eyes. He didn't say much more, casually dragging the bag of marinated beef into the middle and stuffing 2 slices of beef into his mouth. As for Bao Pai, he stared at Chen Jin, quickly finishing off the chicken leg in his hand. After eating, he gulped down half a can of beer in one go, letting out a loud belch. Once Bao Pai settled down, Chen Jin finally spoke. "You know, tomorrow morning Tian Air is going to the police station to turn himself in, taking the blame for Chen Haonan." Bao Pai's eyes widened immediately. "So what? It's still your fault." Chen Jin was not angry, still smiling. He said, "This incident isn't too serious. Tian Air will probably only spend a month or 2 inside." Hearing this news, Bao Pai visibly relaxed. "Isn't that great? He'll be out in a couple of months." Chen Jin shook his head helplessly. "You still don't understand what this means. Boss B has already promised Tian Air that once this is over, he will arrange for him to rise up, at least letting him manage a few venues. I really can't be bothered to beat around the bush with you, Bao Pai, to put it bluntly, because you are a liability. Your brother Chao Pai has missed an opportunity to rise up. From now on, he shouldn't expect to climb higher. Boss B has already labeled him as a piece of rotten mud that can't be propped up." Although Chen Jin's words were somewhat exaggerated, he did clearly lay out the stakes for Bao Pai. Yet Bao Pai still had that deadpan expression, as if those words had merely gone in one ear and out the other. Tian Air is also my brother. I would be happy for him to rise up. Stop trying to sow discord. Either kill me now, or once I'm free, I'll immediately report everything about you coming here to Brother B. Bao Pai held his head high, fully aware that Chen Jin was up to no good. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, hating himself for being too weak and lacking capable subordinates. Otherwise he would have definitely dealt with this bastard Chen Jin for Shanji. Seeing Bao Pai play deaf and act like a rogue, Chen Jin was too lazy to waste his breath. Fine, believe what you want. Before leaving, he not only picked up the leftover beer, but also casually grabbed 2 slices of marinated beef. Where did you buy this marinated food? It's much better than the hot pot we had at Chow Pi's place. After throwing down this ambiguous remark, Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo leisurely descended from the rooftop. Bao Pai was dumbfounded. He had originally planned to report to Boss B as soon as he got free, but what did Chen Jin just say? He actually had hot pot with Chow Pai before coming here. Bao Pai may be a coward, but he was quicker-witted than anyone. Chen Jin's parting words were clearly intended for him. He jumped up, abandoning his drink. The immediate priority was to find Chow Pai and clarify the situation. Having just stirred up such a commotion with Chen Jin turning around to make contact in secret, if Chen Jin was truly malicious, as long as he leaked the news of their secret dealings, Boss B would definitely become suspicious. Though there is no solid evidence to take their lives, how could a brother of the Jianghu act without true proof? Just a hint of suspicion is enough to seal their fate. Don't even mention climbing up the ranks. Who knows when Boss B might take a dislike to Chow Pi's hairstyle and send them off on a death mission, causing the 2 brothers to vanish from existence. Who in Boss B's position isn't a ruthless character? If this were to happen to Chun Haonan, perhaps Boss B would investigate thoroughly, but for these 2 brothers, they might not even know how they died. After dialing the phone 7 or 8 times, Chow Pai finally answered. Bao Pai urgently asked, "Where are you?" Bao Pai spoke with an unusually grave tone as he conversed with Chow Pai, who, confused by the question, obediently reported his location. "Just wait there without moving, we'll be right over," Bao Pai hurriedly said before hanging up the phone. Before long, the 2 brothers met at the hot pot restaurant. Chow Pai looked at the panting Bao Pai, filled with confusion. "What's the rush?" Bao Pai stared at him intently. "Wasn't Chen Jin from Sihai just here having hot pot with you?" Chow Pai was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his chair. How do you know?" Bao Pai replied. "That guy wanted to buy me off to be his informant in Hongxing. Oh, how could I agree to such treachery?" "What?" "He left me and went to find you." Chow Pi's eyes widened. Bao Pai nodded heavily. "Exactly. That guy even swiped a can of beer for me, gnawed on a chicken leg, and took a good amount of beef slices." Chow Pai slammed the table in anger. "That bastard. He's already become a decision-maker in Sihai and still has no shame. Just now he devoured 2 plates of fatty beef here." Bao Pai waved his hand, his expression gradually darkening. "How much food he ate is trivial. The key issue is whether you reported your meeting with Chen Jin to Boss B." Chow Pai shook his head. "We just chatted casually. I didn't say anything important, so why report it? Besides, what time is it now? Calling him would just invite trouble." Bao Pai replied. "That old fox Chen Jin is very cunning. If he dared to come looking for you, he must have thought out his escape route. Even if I wanted to block him, it would be too late. Anyway, I clearly didn't agree to any of his conditions, and that's enough." Bao Pai was so anxious he began stamping his feet. "If someone goes to Boss B tomorrow and complains that you secretly met with Chen Jin tonight, and you use this excuse to explain, do you think Boss B will believe you?" This time Boss B nearly risked his life over Sihai. Chow Pai immediately fell silent, and Bao Pai also closed his mouth. The private room suddenly fell silent, with only the bubbling sound of the hot pot and the heavy breathing of the 2 men. Meanwhile, driving in the car, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jin, why do you value Chow Pai so much?" Chen Jin leaned back in his seat and nodded. "He's not one of us. He is more suited for local gangs like Hongxing. You guys like me have a temperament for vengeance. If anyone provokes us, they'll have to find a way to kill them. But such gangs can never grow large in Hong Kong Island because they are too dangerous. If they truly develop, the police will be the first to object. To put it bluntly, Jiangwo, if you gather some capable hands and equip them well, that would be a top-tier mercenary force, not inferior even to the Flying Tigers. Do you think the police would allow such uncontrollable armed forces to exist?" Chen Jin patted Wang Jiangwo on the shoulder. "To survive in Hong Kong Island's underworld, one must abide by the local rules. But you guys are different. You should look further ahead. Hong Kong Island is just a small place. The world is vast. You are a pack of wolves not meant to be trapped in such a small area." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Chen Jin chuckled. "Actually, I'm more curious about what surprises Bao Pai can bring me than Chow Pai. It would be interesting if a timid guy suddenly turned bold." Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't they childhood friends?" Chen Jin scoffed, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Good friends? Huh. Just a bunch of small-time thugs who band together and bully others. They loudly proclaim brotherhood in their daily lives, but when it comes down to life and death, see how loyal they really—" Chen Jin paused before continuing. "Chun Haonan and his group are not like you. You are brothers who truly fight side by side in the rain of bullets and share life and death on the battlefield. As for them..." Chen Jin didn't finish, but his disdainful tone made Wang Jiangwo understand. At present, Chen Jin decided to put Chun Haonan's matters aside. Hongxing has a massive influence, and dealing with them is not something that can be accomplished with mere words. Moreover, the timing is not yet ripe. To deal with an established gang like Hongxing, one must have enough patience and wait for an excellent opportunity. And that opportunity will soon present itself. Currently, Chen Jin's primary focus is still on Lin Kuan. If it weren't for this time, when Chun Haonan and a group of younger brothers suddenly barged into Chen Jin's nightclub, he might have nearly forgotten about this group of people. Chen Jin instructed, "Contact your elder brother Janjun tomorrow and ask him about the progress in the Golden Triangle." He added, "I heard Lin Kuan has already taken people to the Golden Triangle. We need to speed up our progress." Capturing Lin Kuan is of great significance for Chen Jin. Not only will he gain crucial conditions promised by Li Sir, but it will also earn him merits to help him get promoted. More importantly, he can make a substantial amount of money. Although he inherited Brother Shan's assets, Chen Jin has been spending money like water lately, and the remaining funds, the most valuable batch of arms, has become a hot potato for him. He has already handed it over to Li Sir to handle, fearing that he might be tempted to sell them for cash. In Hong Kong Island, and even all of Huahua, Chen Jin absolutely will not touch drugs. But if he could send these items to harm the little cherry blossom country or the Koreans, he would be more than happy. Especially since he has special methods to ensure the goods reach their destination without a hitch. After all, drugs are the most strictly controlled items at customs. But Chen Jin's packages can pass through without issue, and he can carry unlimited quantities of the same type of goods. This ability is terrifying to think about. Chen Jin knows very well that this door cannot be opened. Once he indulges in the temptation of money with his methods, he could easily plunge the world into chaos and fall into complete depravity. As a transmigrator, there are plenty of ways to make money, but most of them Chen Jin does not intend to use. Furthermore, to make money, one must have capital. The primitive accumulation of capital is often stained with blood, whereas Chen Jin plans to extract money from drug lords, which is much cleaner than most capital. As long as he deals with Lin Kuan, secures that sum of money, and adds the funds from the two conditions promised by Li Sir, then find a suitable candidate, Chen Jin dares to guarantee he will never have to worry about money again. The Sihai Company can quickly recruit and expand its scale. Wang Jingwo immediately replied, "The progress on my brother's side isn't going too smoothly, but this morning he sent a message saying that a big fish might be on the hook. This time my brother went over there presenting himself as a big drug lord wanting to make a fortune in the Golden Triangle. He deliberately showed off his abilities and strong financial backing in front of others. Indeed, many people became very interested in such a character. But we still have to wait for my brother's call for specific progress. We agreed to contact each other precisely at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Wang Jianjun is indeed quite capable. If he had recklessly gone alone to that unfamiliar place, trying to find a local snake, like General Cha Kai, it would be like a headless fly crashing around, potentially alarming the snake and offering himself up as a live target. Although Wang Jianjun is skilled and ruthless compared to a general with armed forces, it's like throwing an egg against a... But this time it's different because he's disguised as a drug dealer. Who wouldn't want a wealthy buyer with a lot of cash? Moreover, Wang Jianjun is not a cop. His style is worlds apart from the police, so no one would suspect he is an undercover agent. If anyone were foolish enough to test Wang Jianjun's background, checking if he was sent by the police undercover, he would definitely let them taste what real suffering is. Alright. Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction. By the way, when you contact him tomorrow, remember to remind him not to act like a drug dealer. Just say he's looking for sources for our Sihai group in the Golden Triangle. This identity is legitimate and has no flaws at all. Make it clear to your brother that in the Golden Triangle a den of dragons and tigers, safety comes first. If he needs help, Jangwo have Dachuan and Daz bring a few brothers to support him. The reason Chen Jin wants Wang Jianjun to increase the pressure in the Golden Triangle is that he wants to push Lin Kuan even harder. If the plot had proceeded as originally intended without Chen Jin's interference, it would likely have dragged on for another year or two. By the time Lin Kuan's body could no longer endure, and after Ali had passed through severe tests, he would finally take Ali as his successor. In the end, Lin Kuan could not escape the clutches of the law, dying in the police station after being apprehended. However, the immense wealth he had accumulated over the years through drug trafficking had long been secretly hidden away by his wife. What infuriated people the most was that apart from Lin Kuan, the rest of his family remained completely unscathed, and they might continue living a life of luxury. Chen Jin felt extremely dissatisfied with this outcome to the point of loathing it. Why should a drug lord who harmed countless people be allowed to escape unscathed just because he died? What right did his family have to enjoy this blood-stained dirty money with a clear conscience? There is no such thing as an easy deal in this world. Since Chen Jin is here, he will never let this matter end so simply. Not only must Lin Kuan pay the price, but his family should not expect an easy time either. Chen Jin is a complex person. 99% of the time, he is a good person, but once he unleashes the inner demon within him, he can be more ruthless than most people in this world. 2 days later, Wang Jianjun returned from the Golden Triangle looking travel-worn. The news he brought back was neither. Upon seeing Chen Jin, Wang Jianjun handed over a bulging bag. "Jin-gu, this is the cargo I obtained over there, costing 900,000. The remaining money was spent on a gun for self-defense and expenses on the road." Since he decided to follow Chen Jin, Wang Jianjun didn't feel awkward calling him Jin-gu. Moreover, he keenly sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the man before him. Being able to acquire this batch of goods in the Golden Triangle and safely bring it back to Hong Kong Island indicated that Wang Jianjun indeed had some skills which surprised everyone. After briefly introducing the contents of the bag, Wang Jianjun continued, "I've gotten in touch with a drug dealer named Bobby, who is said to be an underling of the general. Through him, you can contact General Chachai." However, he scratched his head awkwardly. The other party made it clear that to meet the general, it can't be just a small fry like me. It requires Eugene Gu to step in personally. Although the 1 million activity fund provided by Chen Jin was considerable, Wang Jianjun understood that a nameless person like him, no matter how skilled, could not meet such a prominent figure as the general. Fortunately, Chen Jin had only sent him to scout. To establish this connection, Wang Jianjun had no choice but to purchase this batch of goods, treating it as a necessary investment. Overall, he was quite satisfied with how this task was completed. Bobby. Chen Jin frowned slightly. Though he felt unfamiliar with the name, he didn't doubt it too much. "Well done. Let's keep this batch of goods here for now, though I'll collect another million from the finance office later." Chen Jin was not familiar with the underlings of General Chachai, but he believed that Wang Jianjun would not simply fabricate a name to fool him. Currently, he did not intend to personally go to the Golden Triangle. It was enough to let Lin Kuan know that he was serious about tracing the source of the goods, and that he was not just speaking lightly. Lin Kuan knew better than anyone that there was no relationship to speak of with General Chachai. As long as there was money and a willingness to do business, one would be treated as a guest. General Chachai had more than just Lin Kuan as a buyer. He produced so many goods each year that relying solely on Lin Kuan could not sustain his private armed forces. Lin Kuan did not have such a significant status that would allow him to dictate that General Chachai supply goods only to him and not do business with Chen Jin. As long as Chen Jin could connect with General Chachai, any personal relationships would become meaningless in the face of green American dollars. In simple terms, as soon as Lin Kuan became anxious, this plan would be set in motion. However, this message could not be conveyed through a Li. Chen Jin needed to find a new candidate. Lin Kuan's 3 most capable subordinates: a Li who managed the cars, a Lao he who managed the factory, and Zhang Mao who managed the warehouse, were currently being particularly cautious. After the last factory was raided by customs, they had cut down on many of the identities they used for cover, fearing exposure. A Li was definitely not an option. He could not let Lin Kuan suspect him at such a critical moment. Lao he had little interaction with Chen Jin, leaving Zhang Mao as the only option. Zhang Mao had always been responsible for receiving goods and had connections with people from the Golden Triangle, making it reasonable for him to accidentally hear some rumors. Even better, the batch of goods Wang Jianjun brought back this time could be put to good use. Reporting to the higher-ups was a must, but Chen Jin did not intend to hand over this batch of goods directly. He planned to let his brothers from the 4 seas spread out. These brothers had been suppressed for too long and needed to stretch their legs. However, the ones receiving the goods would not be ordinary drug addicts, but undercover police officers, and in the end the goods would all be returned. Just by circulating outside like this, Chen Jin could guarantee that the news of his connection with the Golden Triangle would soon reach Lin Kuan's ears. With leaks from Zhang Mao's side and new goods appearing on the market, they would employ a double-pronged approach, and Chen Jin did not believe Lin Kuan could remain calm. If that was not enough, they could further push from the hospital side to create fake news about Lin Kuan's worsening condition. If after all these tactics Lin Kuan could still maintain his composure, then Chen Jin would truly have to give him a thumbs up and respect him. After making up his mind, Chen Jin immediately summoned the mid-level management of the 4 seas for a meeting. The lower-level brothers had to watch the venue, and there were not many present. In the conference room, those who could sit down included a Li Wang Jianjun and a few oldtimers left from the era of Shangu, while everyone else stood. Chen Jin glanced around the meeting room, his brow furrowed. There were a bit too many people present. But it didn't matter. He got straight to the point. "I called you all here today to discuss a few matters. The 4 seas are no longer what they used to be. I informed the brothers below that no one is allowed to privately distribute goods anymore." Chen Jin tapped the table. "All those small dealings done secretly in nightclubs and mahjong parlors must stop. The way the 4 seas will make money in the future needs to change. It can't be like before. Now that we have our own territory, we must abide by the rules of the underworld. The days of making a fortune solely based on boldness and having goods without a territory are now completely over." As soon as these words were spoken, the mid-level cadres standing behind began exchanging glances, and the few seated elders had unhappy expressions on their faces. Although no one dared to confront Chen Jin directly, everyone was harboring resentment in their hearts. Back when Shangu was leading everyone, it was precisely this tactic that had allowed them to thrive. Many brothers had made a fortune from this business and had earned some recognition in the underworld. Now, with a single word from Chen Jin, the rules were to be changed, which was essentially denying everyone's original trade. A few days ago, when it was heard that Chen Jin had made a deal with Lin Kuan, many were secretly pleased. The strict regulations had been due to police scrutiny, but now that the storm had passed, it was the perfect time to unleash their efforts. With the territory expanded, if they could manage to get more goods, would the money not flow into their pockets? Yet Chen Jin insisted on continuing the ban. Wasn't that cutting off their livelihood? However, at this moment Chen Jin had yet to finish speaking. The few confidants in the front row, a Li, were silent, and everyone else naturally did not dare to speak up for fear of being targeted by Chen Jin. Chen Jin simply did not care what the others thought. In his eyes, these were all insignificant figures not even worthy of his attention. The purpose of this meeting was merely to inform them he had no intention of discussing anything with anyone. Jiangui, your elder brother, will manage that street's territory with you. Chen Jin then announced, although you two brothers have considerable skills, your manpower is still too few. While taking good care of your territory, continue to recruit more men. Jianjun, you also need to gather a team. Don't recruit those brutes who only know how to throw punches. I want capable individuals with special skills. This statement drew disdainful looks from the others below. How long had Wang Jiangua and his brother been in the Four Seas? Just being assigned to manage a street had already made people envious, and now with the emergence of Wang Jianjun, it was clear that Chen Jin was again elevating newcomers. Would this sit well with the old-timers of the Four Seas? Chen Jin couldn't care less about their feelings. Offering no explanations, he turned to the front row and said, Wei, Li, you two are to form a specialized team. You must be selective, each must be an outstanding talent. The last time that Wu Ji and Da Yin could be considered. From now on, you each manage your own territories and gather when I call for you to handle matters. There's one more thing. Chen Jin paused. The new finance company has been operating quite well. This will be under Qiu. The operational model of the finance company is completely different from that of the Four Seas. If any brothers wish to change their way of life and believe they have some skills, they can give it a try. The meaning behind this statement was crystal clear. Chen Jin's Four Seas was entirely different from the time of Shan. Everyone was well aware that in the future those who could have a say in the Four Seas would be Chen Jin, Wei, Li, and the two brothers from the Wang family. These factions' influence would only grow. That finance company was the escape route Chen Jin had left for certain individuals. After finishing his words, Chen Jin slowly scanned every person in the conference room, taking in all their expressions. Then he leisurely picked up a bulging travel bag from beside him and casually tossed it onto the conference table. Away, Li. Chen Jin's voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. You two will be responsible for selecting a team. This task will be entrusted to you. How to operate specifically and who the trading partners are, I will notify you over the phone. After pausing, he turned his gaze to the other side. Jin will come to my office after the meeting. There's something I need to explain to you privately. After saying this, Chen Jin left the conference room without looking back, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. As soon as the door to the conference room closed, the previously quiet air was immediately broken by whispers. Some furrowed their brows and muttered softly, while others outright complained loudly. An old member who had been in the Four Seas for many years reached for the travel bag on the table, only to be stopped by a Wei who stepped forward. TCH, what's the matter? The veteran member scoffed. We are all brothers of the Four Seas. How could we harm Brother Jin? Without a word, Wei directly brought the travel bag to his seat, his attitude resolute. No means no. Without Brother Jin's approval, no one can take a look. Ollie also stood up and patted Wei on the shoulder. Let's go, we still need to pick people, and we can't waste time here. Unlike the other members who looked displeased, Wei and Ollie were already overjoyed inside. Being valued by Chen Jin was already a tremendous opportunity, and what excited them even more was that this task was clearly different from the petty squabbles of the past. From the looks of it, Chen Jin was genuinely planning to expand the Four Seas, even forming a dedicated action team. Wait, you all need to clarify. Someone shouted insistently. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were not interested in joining the commotion. As soon as Chen Jin left, they stood up and left the conference room. Wang Jianjun intended to roam around his own territory, while Wang Jiangwo headed straight for Chen Jin's office. Before long, Wang Jiangwo was standing at the door of Chen Jin's office. Chen Jin got straight to the point and assigned the task to let Changmao know that Wang Jianjun had already established connections in the Golden Triangle. With so many people in the Four Seas, such a task of running errands should naturally be delegated to subordinates. Would Chen Jin personally deliver the message? When Wang Jiangwo came out of the office, the entire Four Seas was already in an uproar. Various rumors were flying around. Some people swore that Chen Jin was planning something big, while others speculated whether a leadership change was on the horizon. Supporters were rubbing their fists thinking about how to share the spoils in this new situation. Opponents were lamenting, feeling that Chen Jin was cutting off their source of income. Those old-timers who had followed Chang'e were furious. They knew Chen Jin had ambitions, but taking away the business of selling goods was tantamount to taking their lives. Relying solely on protection fees and venues was nowhere near enough for them to squander. Moreover, some began to think actively. Recently, the friction between the Four Seas and the Hongxing Society was no secret. The Hongxing Society was one of the top gangs on the island, while the Four Seas felt like a toddler learning to walk in comparison. With Chen Jin's recent implementation of new rules, many people's thoughts began to stir. On this island, there wasn't just the Four Seas making a living. There were countless gangs larger and more powerful than the Four Seas, and those who wanted to jump ship didn't necessarily have to go to Hongxing. There were plenty of choices. These rumors soon reached Chen Jin's ears. After learning of these matters, he didn't take them to heart at all. No matter how these people stirred things up, or if they had other intentions, the resolve Chen Jin had set would not change. In his eyes, the Four Seas was just like running a company. Employees wanting to resign and switch jobs were fine as long as they submitted a resignation letter or said it face to face. But if someone wanted to act as a double agent undermining the interests of the organization, he would not be soft-handed in dealing with them. The disturbances on the 4Cs side quickly reached Lin Kuan. Although Wei and Ollie had kept quiet during their dealings, Lin Kuan was still Lin Kuan. After receiving the tacit approval of a certain big shot, he quickly obtained a piece of U.S. currency through special channels. Although it wasn't the usual Double Lion Earth brand they dealt with, the quality was still top-notch. Combining this information brought by Changmao, there was a group planning to transport goods from the Golden Triangle to the island. Lin Kuan immediately realized this kid Chen Jin must have found a new source in the Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle was notoriously impoverished. Since the fall of Kunsha, there were still several warlords like General Chachai who held armed forces and controlled a few villages. Chachai was merely one among many local tyrants. And Chen Jin was no ordinary small gang. He had people and money, and his ambitions were considerable. If he really managed to establish this line, Lin Kuan understood clearly that this matter could escalate significantly. Thinking of going after Chen Jin, that tactic wouldn't work. This guy valued his life greatly and always traveled with a group of bodyguards. Wang Jingwo's crew appeared to outsiders as ordinary henchmen, but in Lin Kuan's eyes they were clearly a mercenary team. Only they hadn't revealed their weapons. With such a group of fierce individuals protecting him, wanting to touch Chen Jin, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. What was even more troublesome was that if anything went wrong, given Chen Jin's vengeful nature, he would definitely retaliate fiercely. This guy always acted against the rules. If it came to that, it wouldn't just be him suffering, but even his family would be affected. After years in the underworld, Lin Kuan's top priority was family safety. That was his bottom line. So what about taking action from the Golden Triangle? Should he find General Chachai to deal with Chen Jin's partners? That tactic wouldn't work either. Firstly, the opposing forces might not be smaller than Chachai's. Secondly, if Chachai sought help first, that would be one thing, but coming to him for assistance, that would be an entirely different situation. Just when Lin Kuan was in a state of anxiety, a sudden sharp pain struck, and he curled up in agony. Seeing this, Ollie hurriedly supported him and rushed him to the hospital. The examination results were like a blow to Lin Kuan. His condition could not be delayed any longer and surgery was urgently needed. But such surgery couldn't be done with money alone. He had to wait for a matching organ. Watching Ollie running around in the hospital, Lin Kuan finally made up his mind. Since he had already introduced Ollie to General Chachai, it was time to hand over the business network on the island to him. However, before handing over the baton, Lin Kuan had a small request for Ollie. Lin Kuan was puzzled. His sister-in-law was clearly beautiful and charming, so why did Ollie always seem hesitant? Was it too much to ask for him to be connected to his wife's family? His wife nagged him daily, while his sister-in-law, this time was a perfect opportunity to let Ollie interact more with his sister-in-law during the family banquet. If it worked out, that would be wonderful. Becoming family would make future dealings easier. Amid the sounds of water splashing, Lin Kuan tore the physical examination report into pieces and flushed it down the toilet. He took out his phone and asked his wife to quickly arrange a table of good food. At the dining table, Lin Kuan didn't rush to matchmake the two. He intentionally let Ollie sit next to his sister-in-law. He leisurely savored his wine, occasionally chatting about trivial matters. The atmosphere was quite nice. Some things, after all, would come naturally. Ollie was clear-headed, knowing this was a crucial. In fact, he had thoughts about Lin Kuan's beautiful and naive sister-in-law. Since the opportunity had come, he might as well go with the flow. Consider it a sacrifice for the greater cause. Seeing Ollie coming around, Lin Kuan couldn't be more satisfied. The next morning after breakfast, he took Ollie around half of the island, introducing his connections one by one. On the way back, Lin Kuan suddenly began to cough severely. Ollie, from now on, this business will all be handed over, he said breathlessly. Aside from having to personally go to the Golden Triangle to meet General Chachai each time for supplies, try to communicate via phone and let the subordinates handle the errands. In our line of work, if something goes wrong, don't expect to get out for 20 or 30 years. Safety first, be extremely careful. Lin Kuan mentioned it 3 times for emphasis, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I donated some money to the hospital in the U.S. and will be going for surgery soon to match for a donor. As for that Chen Jin from the 4Cs, don't act against him for now. Be discreet during this time. Don't let anyone know that I'm leaving the island. Lin Kuan narrowed his eyes. We will talk after I finish the surgery. If all goes well, we will gather a team to confront the 4Cs. Heaton, if not. He paused. If I don't make it, you should save up some capital and avoid a heating clash with Chen Jin. Help me take care of the family and find a suitable opportunity to deal with him with the police. Don't feel ashamed to involve the police. We were never righteous people. The real business is to take down the opponent. I know Chen Jin well. He has great ambitions and doesn't play by the rules, so dealing with him requires bending the rules. Lin Kuan rambled on the whole way. Ollie held the steering wheel, feeling mixed emotions. Seeing Lin Kuan cough heavily, he quickly pulled the car over. Brother Kuan, you should take a break. He thoughtfully reclined the seat and took out a prepared pillow. You can take a nap. I'll drive slowly and wake you when we arrive. Good. Looking at the loyal Ollie in front of him, Lin Kuan felt a warm current surge in his heart. He had entrusted his entire fortune and life to him, yet Ollie showed no signs of neglect, but rather was more respectful than before. Lin Kuan couldn't help but deeply sigh. Is there an eye mask or sunglasses in the car? I want to take a short nap. Yes, I'll get it for you right now. Ollie quickly retrieved a brand new eye mask from the storage compartment. Coincidentally, he indeed had these items, and the car continued to drive smoothly on the highway. Lin Kuan leaned against the passenger seat and soon began to snore lightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, suggesting he was having a pleasant dream. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Kuan woke up groggily. He instinctively wanted to stretch, but as soon as he lifted his arm, he hit the roof of the car, and his legs couldn't stretch out due to the storage compartment in front. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was sleeping in the car and couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Lin Kuan rubbed his sore waist with his left hand. His waist had always been troublesome. After curling up in the cramped passenger seat for so long, it was now sore and swollen, making him very uncomfortable. He silently resolved that he would have to give Ollie a good lesson tonight. This guy didn't wake him when they arrived, causing him to sleep like this. As his eyes adjusted to the light, Lin Kuan pushed the door open to get out. But when he saw the surrounding environment, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he was frozen in place. Ollie had actually parked the car in front of the police station. At this moment, he was dressed in a crisp police uniform, surrounded by colleagues who had encircled Lin Kuan. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Kuan stared fiercely into Alice's eyes. So you are an undercover agent? Ollie remained silent. Officer Chen, standing beside him, gently patted his shoulder. You should take a rest, I'll handle the situation here. Officer Chen stepped forward, blocking Lin Kuan's view. It's too hot outside, let's talk inside. Although his tone was polite, it left no room for refusal. With no other choice, Lin Kuan shot a furious glare at Ollie and followed Officer Chen into the police station. At a desk, Officer Chen slid over a beautifully packaged box of chocolates. I heard you like sweets, so I specially prepared this for you. The implication in his words was crystal clear. Lin Kuan would never make it out alive, let alone undergo any kidney transplant. He might as well indulge while he could. Officer Chen pointed to the mountain of file bags on the desk. All the photos, videos, and phone recordings from all these years are right here. If you end up with a sentence of less than 30 years, Chen will chop off my head and kick it like a ball. If you know what's good for you, confess your accomplices, you might still live to see your wife's child or hold your grandchild. Officer Chen paused. Otherwise, you might as well save the money for a lawyer. Though he had gathered substantial evidence from Ollie, he knew that a cunning fox like Lin Kuan would surely have some tricks up his sleeve. If he could extract more from Lin Kuan, it would be a significant achievement. However, Lin Kuan evaded the question and suddenly said, I want to see my wife. She knows nothing about my situation, I need to explain things to her clearly. Having been caught, Lin Kuan understood that he was finished, but he wanted to leave some security for his family. Impossible. Officer Chen flatly rejected him. At this critical juncture, he could not allow Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan immediately became agitated, raising his voice. Brother, helping me with this will benefit you too. As soon as I open my mouth, I can guarantee you will achieve great merit. Lin Kuan was indeed a wealthy man, but given Officer Chen's current situation, trying to buy him off with money was simply a fool's errand. Not to mention that so many police officers were surrounding them. Bringing up money now was like seeking one's own death. Lin Kuan was keenly aware that if he wanted to leave a way out for his family, now was the last chance. Ollie had been an undercover agent beside him for so long, and Lin Kuan knew that his entire background had long been thoroughly understood by the police. Why did they choose to act today? It was because he had handed over the entire drug trafficking network to Ollie that morning. With the most crucial evidence in hand, he had lost all leverage. However, Lin Kuan still held on to several secrets that Ollie was unaware of. These were tangible accomplishments. As long as Officer Chen was interested, he would surely agree to his conditions. Moreover, considering his current physical condition, Officer Chen also feared that Lin Kuan might break down. If not for that, they would never pry a word from him. Officer Chen sat in his chair for a long time before finally standing up. Although he said nothing, everyone understood that he had made a decision. In fact, Officer Chen was well aware with Lin Kuan's current condition, brute force would not work. It might even cost. Furthermore, a seasoned player like Lin Kuan had seen all kinds of tactics before. Ordinary methods were useless against him. Lin Kuan wanting to see his wife was merely an attempt to leave a way out for his family. However, for Officer Chen, this was not the main point. As long as Lin Kuan was willing to cooperate and could help the police catch more criminals and prevent more crimes, letting his family off the hook was not out of the question. Upon comparison, Officer Chen felt that his choice was the wisest. The police acted quickly, and soon Lin Kuan's wife was brought to the police station. Under Officer Chen's arrangement, the couple finally had a chance to meet. Meanwhile, Chen Jin received the news, hearing that Ollie had taken Lin Kuan to the police station. He immediately picked up the phone and briefed his subordinates. After a few words, he set off with Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo in 2 cars. On the road, Chen Jin suddenly laughed and turned to the co-driver Wang Jianjun. Jianjun, we are going to the police station. Are you feeling nervous? Police station. Wang Jianjun was confused. Jinji, are we? Chen Jin patted Wang Jianjun's shoulder. That's right, it's the police station. Our brother Lin Kuan is inside. Isn't it too ungrateful of us not to send him off? Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo, who was driving, remained silent. but in their hearts they were thinking brother. With a brother like you who wishes for his death, Lin Kuan is indeed unfortunate. Sure enough, Chen Jin continued, Lin Kuan's wife is also at the police station. You guys stand guard at the entrance. When you see his wife come out, follow her and take control of her. Wait, not only his wife, but also his 2 daughters. It's a family affair, so we need to bring them all over. You guys don't need to wait here. Oh, just leave one car for me. Once I handle the matter, I'll drive back myself. Understood, Jin Ji. Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo replied in unison. Since Chen Jin had spoken, they naturally followed orders. No one would suspect Chen Jin's visit to the police station. After all, he had been in the police force before and had some familiar faces there. However, given his habit of capturing entire families, even if he claimed to be a police officer, Wang Jianjun and the others wouldn't believe him. If he were truly a police officer, he would definitely be a corrupt one. As the car approached a distance from the police station, Chen Jin spotted someone standing by the roadside. It seemed to be Chen Jiejun, who was arranged in advance. Zhengwo, pull over. With Chen Jin's command, Wang Zhengwo quickly parked the car steadily at the side of the road. Seeing Chen Jin get out of the car, Chen Jiejun hurried over with an anxious expression. Jin Ji, do you know how difficult this matter is, eh? Why do we need to go to the police station for no reason? Chen Jin cheerfully patted Chen Jiejun's shoulder. Lin Kuan has entered. As an old friend, I must see him off. Jun, just put your mind at ease. If you help me with this small task and take a little risk, I'll settle that 50,000 gambling debt you owe to the scoundrel right away. If it weren't for our police academy camaraderie, such a favor wouldn't be yours. It's really not a big deal. Oh, just take me to the restroom, then find a way to get Lin Kuan to drink more water and lead him to the restroom. He'll chat with him about small matters that won't take more than 10 minutes. Rest assured, I definitely won't cause trouble. I'm well aware of the rules here, but in this situation, causing a ruckus inside would only invite trouble for myself. Chen Jiejun looked disgusted. I knew that receiving a call from you, Chen Jin, would mean trouble. I could tell back in police academy that you were a slippery character with a lot of bad ideas. What do you mean by that? Chen Jin smiled broadly, wrapping his arm around Chen Jiejun's shoulder. I'm always the one who values loyalty. If I hadn't helped, that debt to the scoundrel would have stripped you of your skin right. If he keeps threatening you, who knows what trouble might arise in the future. By the way, did you bring the police uniform I asked you to? What the hell? Chen Jiejun replied irritably. With your body, can you fit into my police uniform? If you borrow from someone else, wouldn't that raise more suspicion? Come on, give me the car keys. They'll take you in through the police station's underground passage and go up through the lower corridor. Chen Jiejun reminded him with concern. Remember, try not to run into anyone inside. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Yes, sir. Chen Jin purposely acted playfully, saluting. Jun, you're becoming more and more impressive. At this rate, promotion and wealth are just around the corner. By the way, Jun, what is your current position? If there are any cases needing manpower, or if you want to inquire about any information, feel free to contact me. Together as brothers, I can't say, well, make you prosperous, but solving a few cases and earning some extra cash is a piece of cake, isn't it? Looking at Chen Jin's shameless demeanor, Chen Jiejun had no choice but to say, get lost after this time. If I keep getting entangled with you, I'm afraid that the higher I climb, the harder I'll fall. Even after being rebuffed by Chen Jiejun and criticized for his figure, Chen Jin didn't take it to heart. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he sincerely said, Brother Jun, after so many years, don't you know my kid? I also came from the police force, and I've always acted with discretion and boundaries. When I was in the Sihai gang, it was always Ashan calling the shots, and many things were beyond my control. Now you can see I just took over not long ago and have started to enforce strict regulations. Look at the streets I manage. Aren't they much more peaceful than before? Is there anyone in my territory who dares to shoot up, use drugs, or cause chaos? But saying more now is useless. As time goes by, you'll understand my character. Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo stood to the side watching Chen Jin and Chen Jiejun laughing and driving away, exchanging glances, feeling uneasy. They felt that the smiling Chen Jin before them was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. This guy truly has the qualities of a leader. His ability to lie with a straight face is masterful. Those insincere words coming from him seem so genuine and natural. In the end, the two of them decided not to think about anything unnecessary and hurried to get the tasks assigned by Chen Jin done. Oh, if they angered him, even a little tripping could be enough to get them into serious trouble. On the other side, Chen Jin followed Chen Jiejun into the police station's exclusive elevator. Everything was arranged flawlessly, and they didn't encounter a single person. Once they entered the internal area, Chen Jiejun seemed to turn into a different person. The tension from outside vanished, and his tone became cold. Wait here. Lin Kuan will definitely look for a chance to go to the restroom, and I will arrange it for you then. Chen Jin also put away his earlier familiarity, responding briefly, Okay, thank you, Officer Chen. Through the one-way glass of the second-floor office, Chen Jin clearly saw the touching scene of Lin Kuan and his wife embracing and crying downstairs. But what others didn't know was that this meeting completely shattered Lin Kuan. Because his wife had long known what he was up to, her first reaction after the incident was not to find a way to save him, but to hurry and transfer their assets. What was even more outrageous was that she actually used the child as an excuse, making Lin Kuan bear all the burden alone. To put it bluntly, the person who most wanted Lin Kuan dead was precisely the one closest to him. After watching this good show, Chen Jin leisurely waited in the office. Sure enough, not long after Lin Kuan downstairs requested to go to the bathroom, and Chen Jin promptly came to inform Chen Jin. Lin Kuan had just entered the bathroom for less than a minute when the two guards at the door were dismissed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jin slipped and hearing the sounds of coughing and flushing from the stall, immediately understanding what Lin Kuan was doing. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Jin politely knocked 3 times on the door, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Brother Kuan, it's only been a few days. How did you end up like this? I heard you were sent in directly by that kid, Ali. I'm particularly curious, what does it feel like to be stabbed in the back by the subordinate you trust the most? You know, although our forces can't compare to those big organizations, we still have 200 or 300 brothers. I should learn from a senior like you, just in case one day I encounter something like this. At least I'll be mentally prepared. Hearing Chen Jin's voice suddenly from outside the door, Lin Kuan was completely stunned and blurted out, Chen Jin, what are you doing here? Despite Lin Kuan still firmly closing the door, it did not hinder Chen Jin's enthusiasm for conversation. I've been standing here for quite a while, and I saw the emotional scene between you and your sister-in-law very clearly. However, to my shame, back in police academy, I specifically took a lip-reading course, and it just so happens that the angle I was standing at allowed me to see your sister-in-law's mouth movements very clearly. Alas! Chen Jin elongated his tone and sighed heavily. Thinking about this really makes one's heart feel cold. Brother Kuan, you are out there risking your life, ruining your health, just to make money, yet what about your sister-in-law? She only knows how to buy. All she does is spend money and ignore the household matters. This is fine, but what's most infuriating is that she can't even manage her own daughter. No, she hasn't managed her at all. Now that something has happened, she's only concerned about saving herself, pushing you out to take the fall. This woman with a heart like a snake, she's calculated even your death, Brother Kuan. You're going to die in the police station for nothing, and your sister-in-law will still be able to live her carefree life afterwards. She's still young and beautiful. Who knows, she might find a pretty boy one day. That kid really has struck it lucky, spending the money you risked your life to earn, hugging your woman and hitting your child. Brother Kuan, every time I think of this, I feel so sorry for you. Don't worry, we're brothers. I will definitely help you get your revenge. I've already sent someone to invite your sister-in-law away. I won't let her have a chance to betray you. The bathroom door was suddenly slammed open, making a loud bang. Lin Kuan's face turned pale, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Chen Jin. He clutched a piece of broken ceramic tile, his knuckles turning white. The sharp piece had already cut into his palm, blood streaming down, but he remained oblivious. Chen Jin. Lin Kuan squeezed out a cold voice between his teeth. How did you get here? Chen Jin, as if he hadn't seen Lin Kuan's menacing demeanor, leisurely replied, as soon as I heard something happened to you, I immediately used all my connections. To stand here and talk to you, Brother Kuan, I really spent quite a bit. 2 million Hong Kong dollars, just to buy 10 minutes. He suddenly clenched his fist, as if making a significant decision. Brother Kuan has been in this business for so many years, earning tens of millions every month. Borrowing 200 million from you isn't too much, right? Chen Jin's audacious request for 200 million was indeed outrageous. However, Lin Kuan's expression didn't change. He continued to stare at Chen Jin, his tone instead calming down. You think I'll believe you just because you caught my wife? Where's the evidence? Chen Jin glanced at his wristwatch. This was given to him by Chiu Di when they went shopping with her friend He-min. After estimating the time, he shook his head. There's no evidence yet. Your sister-in-law just left the police station not long ago. Jian Jun and Jian Gua should still be tailing her. They haven't invited your sister-in-law and niece over for a visit yet. Before he finished speaking, Lin Kuan lunged over, raising his hand, holding the ceramic piece high, aiming to stab it into Chen Jin's neck. Lin Kuan was indeed a capable person, but fighting was not his strong suit. Moreover, he was up against the skilled Chen Jin. Chen Jin easily dodged and delivered a heavy punch to Lin Kuan's stomach. The intense pain caused Lin Kuan to bend over like a shrimp. However, Chen Jin had no intention of stopping at this point. Since Lin Kuan initiated this conflict, when it would end was naturally not for him to decide. Chen Jin took a step forward, his left hand firmly grabbing Lin Kuan's shirt at the chest, effortlessly lifting him up. Then his right hand rose high, accompanied by a fierce wind, and slapped down hard. Smack! The resounding slap landed heavily on Lin Kuan's left cheek with such force that it turned his head to the side. This slap was not only powerful, but also carried a strong sense of humiliation. It should be noted that Lin Kuan had been in this business for many years. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation, let alone being slapped in public, which was a blow to his dignity? Although Lin Kuan felt unwilling and wanted to resist, in the end, he could only remain at the level of thought. Before he could regain his composure, Chen Jin delivered 2 consecutive slaps. At this moment, Lin Kuan felt dizzy, his stomach churning uncomfortably, not to mention fighting back. He couldn't even muster the strength to raise his arms. What are you doing? Suddenly, Ali's voice came from the bathroom door. He clearly did not expect to encounter such a scene, and upon seeing Chen Jin's face, rushed in. Chen Jin, how did you get here? Seeing someone intervening, Chen Jin finally stopped his actions. After all, Ali used to be Lin Kuan's subordinate, and he had to give him some face. He released his grip and Lin Kuan immediately collapsed like a puddle of mud. At this moment Lin Kuan didn't care about his dignity, barely leaning against the urinal to steady himself. When he saw that the person supporting him was Ali, Lin Kuan forced himself to gather his spirit. Ali, I haven't treated you poorly over the years, entrusting you with the most important business. No matter what trouble you encountered, I always stepped in to help you. Even if you betrayed me today, I could overlook that. But now I only ask you to help me with one thing, just this one thing. Chen Jin has already sent someone to capture my family. You know your sister-in-law is about to give birth and your younger sister is even your woman. My eldest sister is impulsive and my second sister is weak. I beg you to save them. Upon hearing this, Ali turned sharply to glare at Chen Jin. Chen Jin, you captured Brother Kuan's family. Chen Jin shrugged nonchalantly. Tisk, Ali, wearing this uniform really makes a difference. Yesterday you still called me Brother Jin, and today you call me by my name directly with such a bad attitude. Just a little over a month ago, I was also that upright and fair policeman in the police force. I solved a major case right after graduating from the police academy, and Lee Sir valued me greatly and my relationships with colleagues were very harmonious, and I was just about to be promoted. This statement left everyone present puzzled, completely unaware of what he was trying to express. Chen Jin continued, although I later left the police force due to various misunderstandings, I have always upheld the justice in my heart. Ali, Lin Kuan has been dealing drugs for so many years, causing countless families to be ruined. Once he is dead, his family can continue to enjoy wealth and luxury, spending the dirty money he earned through drug dealing. Do you think this is fair? That's why I'm here. I want to seek justice for those who have been ruined by him. Ali was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. Instead, Lin Kuan weakly exposed Chen Jin's hypocrisy. Nice words you have there. Weren't you the one just asking me for 200 million? Chen Jin showed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he spread his hands defiantly. I've been busy with so many brothers, spending so much time and effort. What's wrong with taking a little hard-earned money as compensation? Isn't that only reasonable? Ali finally came to his senses at this moment and shouted sternly, Chen Jin, how Brother Kuan is judged in the end is the court's business. But you kidnapped and extorted him while threatening the safety of others. Now that you dare to step into the police station, don't think you can walk out casually. Chen Jin didn't take Ali's warning seriously at all, scoffing. Oh wow, officer, what a grand official air you have. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the governor of Hong Kong. Police need evidence to arrest someone. Do you mean to say Lin Kuan can serve as a witness? Then go tell the judge. He had a look of confidence, clearly having prepared everything in advance. Since he could let Ali come in, he naturally made all necessary arrangements. Provoked by Chen Jin, Ali felt his face burn with shame, gritting his teeth. I'm sending someone to search Brother Kun's house right now. Oh, if I find someone missing, let's see how you spin this. Chen Jin helplessly shook his head, looking at Ali as if he were a fool. Officer, you wouldn't have been undercover for too long and forgotten the case handling process, would you? If Lin Kun's family is missing, are you going to pin it on me? Maybe they heard their boss was arrested and ran away in front. I think this is your fault. If only you had revealed Lin Kun's family sooner, perhaps they would have been caught long ago. Even if his identity was not exposed, Chen Jin was not someone to be trifled with. Since Ali insisted on confronting him, he did not mind letting this officer see what he was capable of. After dealing with Ali, Chen Jin shifted his focus back to Lin Kuan. After all, this was the main character. Brother Kuan, how have you considered the conditions I proposed earlier? Lin Kuan opened his mouth, but said nothing, seemingly unsure how to respond. He certainly loved his wife and children, even though his wife was clearly willing to abandon him to save herself. But he could not truly trust Chen Jin. Who knew if this guy, who could even resort to kidnapping and extortion, would really let people go after receiving the money? In this situation, Lin Kuan knew that he would never escape the police station. Even if he offered money, whether or not they would release him depended entirely on Chen Jin's conscience. But in Lin Kuan's eyes, a scoundrel who could harm his own family had no credibility left. Noticing Lin Kuan's hesitation, Ali suddenly stood up. Brother Kuan, just wait. I guarantee that nothing will happen to your wife and family. Chen Jin won't escape easily today. Over the years, Lin Kuan had treated him well, and Ali was not heartless, so he naturally felt grateful. Although he had sent Lin Kuan to the police station out of duty, he decided to do one last thing for this elder brother. Chen Jin looked coldly at Ali rushing out, and surprisingly did not stop him, as if he were not afraid of a large number of police rushing in shortly. He stared at the retreating figure of Ali and suddenly asked Lin Kuan with a smile, Brother Kuan, do you think a group of armed police will rush in and pin me to the ground? Without waiting for a response, he shook his head to answer his own question. I bet they won't. With 2 million Hong Kong dollars thrown in, and owing a mountain of favors if the matter did not go as planned, and he ended up getting caught, how would Chen Jin continue to survive in this world? The police have to follow rules too, right? Chen Jin said leisurely to Lin Kuan with a faint smile at the corner of his. Based on the abilities of those useless fools in the police station, do you really think they can find any dirt on me? Lin Kuan's expression changed frequently, his brows furrowed in a knot. It was evident that he was deeply troubled. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Kuan suddenly grinned, looking more miserable than while crying, Chen Jin, you really are ruthless. I admit defeat. This gamble is too risky for me, and I dare not take it. Now I can only hope that you, having been a police officer, are different from us desperate people, and that you still have some bottom line, even if you are mixed up in the underworld. My life isn't worth much. You can take it whenever you want. You can take all the money but my children. Lin Kun's voice suddenly choked. They are still young and know nothing. He then unhesitatingly recited a series of numbers. Anonymously held account at a Swiss bank. The password is. He paused and added, rest assured, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the ability to move against you. With my wife and children in your hands, how could I dare to play tricks? My wife knows there are some savings at home, but she doesn't know much more than that. Lin Kun shook his head with a bitter smile. Who in our line of work would lay everything out in the open? You have to leave yourself a way out. Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback. He never expected Lin Kun to concede so easily. Skeptically, he pulled out his phone and directly called Chiu Di. Hello Chiu Di, remember an account number and password right away. Log into the Swiss bank's official website to check the account now. Although computers were not very common at this time, Chen Jin had long equipped himself with the latest model. Chiu Di had been desperately learning finance and was very familiar with the operations. In less than 2 minutes, an excited voice came from the other end. Brother Jin, the account is real. There are over 340 million inside. Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Transfer it to our secret account immediately. Not a single cent should be left. He said this deliberately in front of Lin Kun. Since the other party had given up their entire fortune, there was nothing to be polite about. This secret account had been prepared before he went undercover, and even Brother Sean did not know about it. Chiu Di's fingers flew over the keyboard. It's done, Brother Jin. We just hit the jackpot. She didn't care where the money came from. Ever since Chen Jin became the decision-maker, Chiu Di firmly believed in one principle. Just follow Brother Jin. However, Chiu Di had her own calculations. She would never touch this money recklessly. If something happened to Chen Jin one day, this would be her lifeline. Of course, she never voiced these thoughts, as the 4C's gang was undergoing a transformation and life would only get better. Watching his life savings being transferred away, Lin Kun instead felt relieved. There is a backup account. There should still be tens of millions left. Whether it was because Chen Jin had been too harsh before or not, Lin Kun's voice was growing weaker. Ali had just helped him lean against the wall, but before long he began to slide down again. Seeing this situation, Chen Jin dashed forward and caught the staggering Lin Kun. He strained to catch the string of numbers Lin Kun was mumbling, but at that moment the bathroom door creaked open again. Ali, who had just run out, returned. Hearing the sound of the door, Chen Jin instinctively turned his head. Although Lin Kun was right in front of him, he had no concern that this half-dead person could pull any tricks. But just that moment of distraction, the seemingly limp Lin Kun suddenly sprang into action. Lin Kun did not use the shard of porcelain in his hand to stab Chen Jin. With Chen Jin's hefty figure, he looked like he was wearing a natural bulletproof vest, let alone the small shard. Even if a real knife was used, it would be impossible to take his life with a single blow without aiming for vital spots. Lin Kun suddenly grabbed Chen Jin's wrist and fiercely slashed the porcelain shard across his own neck. To say Lin Kun was ruthless to others, he was even harsher on himself. This time, he was wagering his life to play a big game with Chen Jin. He was fully aware of his condition and knew that if he did not die, his wife and children would surely suffer. Since he was bound to die anyway, he might as well drag Chen Jin down with him. Humans cannot escape the word greed. Lin Kun was counting on Chen Jin's insatiable nature to seize this opportunity. The anonymous account at the Swiss bank was indeed real, and the over 340 million was also substantial. Using such a large sum of money as bait, plus wagering his own life to set a trap for Chen Jin, this move was not something an ordinary person would dare to imagine. It can only be said that Lin Kun truly deserves his reputation. If Chen Jin, the hungry wolf, succeeded and took the money, would he spare Lin Kun's wife and children? Lin Kun could hardly believe that. On the contrary, Ali, although he had been deceived by his undercover identity for years, had indeed shown no faults in his usual conduct. Now putting his life on the line to keep Chen Jin occupied at the police station, allowing Ali to save his family, was Lin Kun's last resort, conceived at the critical moment. Ali had been able to stay undercover for so many years and collect so much evidence without revealing himself. He was undoubtedly a formidable character. Sending such a capable person to deal with the leaderless 4C's gang had to have a good chance of success. Indeed, Lin Kun was betting the lives of his entire family on Ali and the police. It was truly ironic that a drug lord who had fought with the police for half his life was ultimately relying on them to save his family. After giving a glance to the newly entered Ali, Lin Kun slowly slumped down. The beating he had received earlier had already taken a toll on him, and now with a gash on his neck, blood was gushing out like a fountain. Plus, he was already a sickly person with no place in his body that was well. All these factors combined, Lin Kun was truly at his end. Seeing this, Ali rushed up frantically, trying to press down on Lin Kun's bleeding neck, but Lin Kun tightly gripped his wrist, refusing to let him touch. This old fox, even in his final moments, was still using the last of his strength to play this life and death game. Chen Jin had never thought along these lines. Although he had also wondered that Lin Kuan, this old fox, would certainly not cooperate honestly, he was still caught off guard by this old trick. After arriving at the police station, Chen Jin found that he seemed to have gained a new ability akin to a sixth sense. As long as someone harbored malice towards him and approached, he could immediately sense it. If Lin Kuan truly intended to play any tricks on him, he would definitely sense it. But this time Lin Kuan was using himself as bait to trap him, which exceeded his sensing range. At this moment Chen Jin was clear in his mind, knowing what Lin Kuan was scheming. If this old fellow died in the police station, it would directly implicate Chen Jin. No matter how strong his connections were in the police station, even if the chief personally intervened, it would be impossible for him to walk out easily. Lin Kuan was trying to hold him back, so that Ali could take people to rescue them. With the police's manpower involved, they might really be able to retrieve them. At least there was a good chance. But Lin Kuan underestimated the two brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo. With these two fierce characters around relying solely on Ali to save people. Dream on. Even with the entire police station's manpower, this task would be easier said than done. The most crucial point was Chen Jin's true identity. Even if Lin Kuan set up such a childish frame, even if it was indeed Chen Jin who did it, even if he shot Lin Kuan on the spot, he could still swagger out of the police station. All this commotion had only resulted in soiling Chen Jin's clothes and shoes. Watching Lin Kuan lying in Ali's arms, still showing him a provocative smile, Chen Jin nearly burst out laughing. Brother Kuan, why go through all this trouble? Don't forget, Ali is a witness. He's a messenger of justice. Do you think he would help you hide the truth? Seeing Ali's confused expression, Lin Kuan weakly said to him, Ali, don't forget that Chen Jin is also a drug dealer, and his power is even greater than mine now. If he continues to develop, how many innocent people will he harm? Sometimes for the sake of justice, using a little trick is understandable. You don't need to do anything, just say you didn't see anything. Lin Kuan did not avoid Chen Jin at all. Although his voice was quiet, every word was clearly heard by Chen Jin. Chen Jin could no longer hold back his laughter. Brother Kuan, if I didn't know your background, just listening to this I'd think you were such a great police officer. Unfortunately, I bet Ali won't listen to you. He will definitely report your plan. Chen Jin was so certain because two more people suddenly appeared at the bathroom door. Ali's superior officer Chen and the unexpectedly present officer Li Wenbin. Seeing these two, Chen Jin's heart sank. Li Wenbin's appearance meant trouble. Sure enough, after a painful struggle, Ali spoke up. Brother Kuan, I can't frame Chen Jin. We are enforcers of the law and should uphold the rules. If the police can find excuses to overstep, how can they still call themselves police? Lin Kuan slowly released his grip on Ali's collar. Having lost too much blood, he no longer had the strength to speak, looking as weakened as if all his bones had been drawn out. Chen Jin squatted down, looking into Lin Kuan's eyes filled with unwillingness and regret, the corner of his lips curling up, revealing a cold smile. Brother Kuan, don't worry, I promise to ensure that your family will be reunited. Hearing this, Lin Kuan's hands finally fell weakly, but his eyes remained wide open. Even as he swallowed his last breath, he was still filled with regret, unable to close his eyes. After confirming that Lin Kuan had completely passed away, Chen Jin cast a contemptuous glance at his corpse and coldly snorted. Letting him die like this is truly too lenient. His words were not empty rhetoric. In Chen Jin's view, Lin Kuan's numerous crimes deserved to be punished in prison, enduring torment until death. However, ensuring that he died with regret could be seen as a small act of justice for those whose lives he had ruined. Ali opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just lowered his head in silence. He was different from Lin Kuan, at least his conscience was still intact. Ali was fully aware of Lin Kuan's nefarious deeds. Thus, even though Lin Kuan had treated him well, he did not hesitate to report him to the police. Still, he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. At that moment, Li Wenbin, who had been standing at the door, spoke up. Enough chatting, the smell in the bathroom is overpowering. Aren't you too bothered? The upstairs office is ready, you follow me. He turned to Chen Sir beside him and instructed, take care of this place. Although Lin Kuan is dead, the matter is not over. We cannot skip any procedures that need to be followed. With that, Li Wenbin turned and left Chen Jin, and Ali exchanged glances and immediately followed. In the office, Ali watched as Chen Jin sat leisurely across from Li Wenbin, sipping tea and chatting merrily, completely taken aback. His mind raced, and he quickly guessed Chen Jin's true identity. Once Ali collected himself, Chen Jin smiled and said, Li Sir, am I failing at being an undercover agent? Isn't it a bit too many people who know my identity now? Li Wenbin nodded. Indeed, it's a bit excessive, but fortunately those who know are all on our side, so there shouldn't be any problems for now. He turned his gaze towards Ali, his tone serious. Officer Li Ji, by the rules you technically shouldn't be privy to Chen Jin's identity, but due to the special nature of this task, we need your cooperation, hence you are here. Why, yes, sir. Ali immediately stood up and saluted properly. You may sit down now. Li Wenbin waved his hand and glanced at Chen Jin. Jin, look at how well he understands the rules, unlike you, always slacking off. With that said, his tone softened again. Jin, the upcoming task has some changes, it may require more effort. When Li Wenbin said this, he felt a bit guilty, as the new plan was certainly not an easy task for Chen Jin. This new plan was an idea that suddenly emerged during a discussion between Li Wenbin and Zheng Sir about Chen Jin's recent activities. Moreover, this plan could perfectly align with the condition that Chen Jin had mentioned earlier. To be honest, after perfecting this plan, Li Wenbin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If this plan were exposed, or if someone held onto a piece of evidence, he would definitely face considerable trouble. Chen Jin remained motionless in his chair, not even shifting in his seat, with a cold smile on his lips. Every time there's a change in the plan, it never bodes well. It seems this task is yet another hot potato. Li Wenbin suddenly chuckled, the wrinkles on his face crinkling together. You brat are quite clever. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, tapping his fingers on the desk. From today onwards, Li will assist you wholeheartedly. You need to stabilize the connection with Lin Kun's network. Ali came to headquarters dressed in police uniform, and very few people know he is one of us. I have already sent Lao Qin to handle the matters regarding the informed parties. Li Wenbin turned to Ali. Your task is to stay close to Chen Jin and transfer all of Lin Kun's sales network to him. Additionally, if this kid encounters any unexpected situations and is unable to get away, you will have to run errands and make contacts for him. Just as he was speaking, the office door was suddenly knocked on loudly. Qin Sir pushed the door open, standing upright. Li Sir, Ma Jun and Hua Sheng have arrived. Li Wenbin did not even lift his head, replying, let them in. Understood. Qin Sir saluted standardly, leading in two plainclothes officers, while he himself stood at the door like a sentinel. It's worth noting that this officer holds the rank of inspector. It is only Li Wenbin who possesses such authority to have an officer of this level stand guard. As soon as Ma Jun and Hua Sheng entered, they saw Chen Jin and Ali sitting on the sofa, their eyes nearly popping out. Ali was too familiar to them. Lin Kun's right-hand man, who would have thought this brat was an undercover. But on the other hand, in police uniform, this kid really does look the part. Looking at Chen Jin, who was lounging with his legs crossed, Ma Jun managed to stay calm, as he had long suspected this guy's identity. However, Hua Sheng, who was trailing behind, directly dropped his jaw, his fingers trembling, as if he had Parkinson's. Chen Jin, you are really a cop. Not expelled. It was obvious to anyone that Chen Jin's identity was not simple, being able to sit at the same level as high-ranking police like Li Wenbin. Thinking of how he had always been at odds with Chen Jin, Hua Sheng felt a burning shame on his face. Yet he couldn't help but admire. When he was undercover, he was always on edge, unlike this kid who acted like a true gangster. Everyone shut up. Li Wenbin slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to jump. Since everyone is here, find somewhere to sit. There is an important task to assign to you all. Li Zhili, I already told you earlier, now in front of everyone, I will say it again. Assist Chen Jin in taking over Lin Kun's drug trafficking network in the shortest time possible. Li Wenbin's gaze swept over Ma Jun and Hua Sheng. You two will be transferred to the drug enforcement team. Your task is to eliminate other drug dealers on Chen Jin's turf. The reason I called you here is that Ma Jun had already guessed Chen Jin's identity, and this operation requires your At this point, Li Wenbin suddenly smiled widely. To put it bluntly, it's to help the Ci-Hi gang grow stronger. The office instantly fell silent, with everyone wearing expressions of disbelief. Has the police become this odd? Li Wenbin couldn't care less whether these people could digest his plan, waving his hand to dismiss them. Ma Jun, Hua Sheng, you two go out and guard the door. Not a fly is allowed in. Understood, sir. Despite their confusion, they had no choice but to comply since their superior had spoken. Watching Ma Jun and Hua Sheng hurry away, Chen Jin couldn't fathom his leader's intentions. Was it really necessary to call people here just to get acquainted? But thinking further, perhaps it was his limited perspective that kept him from reaching that level. Once the two left, the leader turned to Ali and instructed, Ali, this operation must be executed cleanly and efficiently. Not a single flaw must be revealed. Once the task is completed, there will be new arrangements waiting for you. Seeing Ali's surprised expression, the leader added, don't be so shocked. Your upcoming work will still involve following Chen Jin. You will have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. All right, Ali, you can leave first. Yes, sir. Ali replied promptly, but his gaze hesitated as he glanced at Chen Jin. Officer Chen, about Lin Kun's family. Chen Jin smiled and waved his hand. Just call me Jin. Good, it sounds better that way. As for Lin Kun's family, you can rest assured. Now that you know my identity, do you think I would really want their lives? At this point, Chen Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. However, they must return all the dirty money Lin Kun has earned from drug trafficking over the years. I will hand them over to the police, and the sentencing will be left to the judge. Ali nodded. Thank you, Jingo. But Lin Kun's money is hidden very deeply. His wife and the others may not be aware. He paused, carefully choosing his words. Please be gentle when questioning. After all, my sister-in-law is... He originally wanted to say interrogation, but the words got stuck in his throat. Now that Chen Jin was in a police identity, and given the leader's attitude, it was clear he held a higher position than Ali, so he had to be cautious with his wording. In fact, Ali had investigated secretly. Just 2 months ago, Chen Jin was an ordinary officer at the police station, but now, connecting it with the recent major cases all related to Chen Jin, Ali no longer dared to speculate on his current position. Chen Jin suddenly laughed. Ali, you underestimate your sister-in-law. Lin Kun's wife has been fully aware of his drug trafficking activities all along. Let me give you a hint. When I met her at the police station earlier, that pregnant sister-in-law of yours managed to convince Lin Kun to willingly take the blame with just one sentence. What's even more astonishing is that she had already transferred all of Lin Kun's money. If you ask me, the sister-in-law is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Jin shook his head and sighed. Lin Kun is also pitiful. He worked himself to the bone, ended up with a body full of ailments, lost his money, and in the end was schemed against by the one closest to him, and I gave him a final blow, as well, leaving him unable to rest in peace. What could he have possibly gained from this? Chen Jin was confident that Lin Kun's wife definitely held a significant amount of dirty money. As a police officer, he had the responsibility to recover this ill-gotten gain. As for the Swiss bank account that Lin Kun mentioned, Chen Jin selectively chose to forget about it. What? Ali gasped in shock. He understood that Chen Jin would not joke about such matters. The seemingly gentle and virtuous sister-in-law had hidden so many secrets. Chen Jin nodded affirmatively. Though cruel, this is the truth. Speaking of Lin Kun's sister-in-law, the girl you have your eye on, you can rest assured. I have already checked her background, as she's just a naive little girl, pure and innocent. Once I arrange things here, I will signal you. You, Ali, can be the hero to rescue the beauty, and I guarantee she will be utterly devoted to you. Seeing Ali's lack of a particularly strong reaction, Chen Jin widened his eyes in surprise. No way, Ali. Have you already won that girl over? As the two became increasingly engrossed in conversation, Li Wenbin's face darkened to the point where it could drip water. If you want to chat, find another time. Now let's talk business. Yes, Li, sir. Ali jumped up suddenly, realizing he had been too caught up in conversation with Chen Jin and almost forgotten that Li Wenbin was still present. Seeing his superior lose his temper, he quickly stood up and headed for the door. Once Ali closed the door behind him, Li Wenbin turned to Chen Jin. Jin, this task will be very tricky. We are currently adjusting our undercover strategy. Li Wenbin lowered his voice. As you know, in a few years it will be 1997, and Hong Kong is about to return to the motherland. Recently, you must have sensed it too, all sorts of demons and monsters have surfaced in Hong Kong. Our police force isn't lacking in strength, but due to various reasons, we can't fully unleash our capabilities. In the past, your mission was to infiltrate the old gangs to gather evidence of criminal activities and assist the police in taking them down. But now the mission has changed. We want you to grow stronger and take control of these gangs. Make those thugs follow the rules you set. Li Wenbin continued. In recent years, some have turned a blind eye, and the gangs in Hong Kong have grown wildly like weeds. You might not believe it, but in some areas you can find several gangs on one street. Those little hoodlums gather a dozen people for a drink, and after paying homage to Guangdong, dare to call themselves a faction. If this continues, who will suffer the most? It's the ordinary citizens of Hong Kong. Li Wenbin sighed. I can't claim to be noble, but since I've put on this uniform, I have to do something substantial for Hong Kong. Li Wenbin sighed deeply. To put it bluntly, the best time for law and order in Hong Kong was during the era when Luo Ge was in power. Although it was still dark back then, at least there were rules, even if they were the rules of the underworld. But now, just last week's statistics showed that over 50 ordinary citizens lost their lives due to gang territorial disputes, and many more were seriously injured. We can't even count how many cases haven't been reported to the police. Li Wenbin suddenly stood up and walked over to Chen Jin, patting his shoulder firmly. At this critical juncture, everyone needs peace. Chen Jin's expression became grim. Li, sir, I have no objections to the new task, but you want me to take over Lin Kun's drug trafficking network. Isn't that a bit? Chen Jin clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. I can find a way to recruit for the Sihai gang and expand its territory. But to make my fortune through drug trafficking like Lin Kun, I simply cannot do that. Li, sir, I absolutely refuse to engage in drug trafficking that harms others. After hearing Li Sir's words, Chen Jin felt clarity in his heart. Such a significant decision surely wasn't something Li Sir or a few high-ranking officers in the Hong Kong police could decide. It must have been coordinated with the mainland. What kind of international joke is this? Chen Jin knew all too well that our country has a zero-tolerance policy for drugs. Smuggling, trafficking, transporting, and manufacturing drugs, any amount over 50 grams, is a serious crime that could lead to execution. If he truly took on this job, the goods coming through Sihai would far exceed 50 grams, more likely 5 kilograms, or even 5 tons. As the decision-maker of Sihai, he would be doomed. It's not that Li Sir and the others would cut off the bridge after crossing it. But even if his undercover identity were exposed, being too deeply involved in this matter would certainly lead to dire consequences. It's not just about not getting promoted in the future. If the task is completed successfully, he might even secure, but he would definitely be assigned to some idle post, and might even attract the attention of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, leading to endless trouble in the future. If Sihai were just an ordinary gang like the Hung Hing gang, the operational space would be much larger. Li Sir smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, we won't really have you do this. Once you take over these drug trafficking networks, we will create some accidents, and then with your cooperation replace all these people with our own undercover agents. Moreover, you're thinking too much. How could such an important network be entrusted solely to you? It's just for show under your name to make your influence seem larger and the flow of funds more reasonable. Chen Jin's expression remained grim. He understood perfectly well that this was a matter of reputation. Even with Li Sir and their endorsement, it wouldn't be a problem internally within the police force, but in the Hong Kong underworld his reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. To complete the task, he couldn't operate as discreetly as Lin Kuan, and who knows how many troubles would arise in the future. Agreeing now is easy, but how would he deal with the mess afterward? There are not many leaders in the police force who outrank Li Sir. Li Sir has his plans, and his political enemies surely have their schemes as well. Once he takes on this task, the number of people watching him will only increase, and the simple and crude methods of handling things in the past will no longer work. He won't know how many people will be waiting to cause him trouble. But refusing, that's even less possible. The police force is a place that values discipline. Orders from superiors must be carried out no matter what, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at Chen Jin lost in thought, Li Sir didn't rush him. He understood in his heart that this task was indeed a heavy burden. After devising the new plan, he had assessed many potential undercover agents, and ultimately Chen Jin was still the most suitable. Although Chen Jin had only left the police force for a few months, this kid was ruthless enough and lucky enough. Everyone who makes a living in the underworld knows that to get close to the boss as a follower, it usually takes at least 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8 years of undercover experience. Yet Chen Jin managed to ascend to the position of decision-maker in the Sihai gang in just over a month. If this isn't a reward from heaven, then it's a sign of good fortune. Li Wenbin pondered carefully. If there was still hope for this plan, then Chen Jin was most likely the only candidate. Chen Jin remained silent for a while before finally breaking the silence. Li Sir, people in this line of work always believe in making money quietly. While I can help Sihai gradually become more prominent, you must keep this business under wraps. If we want to elevate Sihai, relying solely on Ma Jun and Huasheng's drug enforcement team won't be enough. Other departments in the police force must cooperate with us as well. Chen Jin counted on his fingers. Officer Huang Bingyao from the Wanchai police station knows my background, and my former superior officer Li Xiaoxian can guess some of it too. I need more support. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Jin laid out his conditions. Sihai currently has a pitifully small territory, just 5 streets in total. I certainly won't rely on selling that stuff to support my men. To support people, I need more territory and more avenues. For instance, I plan to take over the 2 neighboring streets. But those streets are currently occupied by another gang, which requires the police to arrest their leaders on other charges, sentencing them as necessary. This way our expansion will become much easier, and there won't be too much commotion. Li Wenbin was left dumbfounded. You want the police to help you take over territory? Chen Jin waved his hands repeatedly. My idea is actually just a slight expansion based on your arrangement for Ma Jun and the others to do their jobs. How could the police help me take over territory? You are enforcing the law and combating crime. Chen Jin looked directly into Li Wenbin's eyes, his face calm and unflinching. The police have placed quite a few undercover agents in various gangs over the years, haven't they? When I need to deal with other gangs, these undercover agents can provide me with intelligence. When necessary, they can even bring their men over to Sihai. Isn't the police always inserting undercover agents into various gangs every year? I think these people can come to Sihai and polish their resumes, then find an excuse to leave after a while. It's perfectly normal for low-level lackeys to jump around. Oh, as long as they don't become decision makers, it's fine. Chen Jin's plan was coming together smoothly. The undercover agents sent out by the police are all elites. If he could get these people to help, it would be hard for Sihai. Moreover, Chen Jin made it clear since he took on this task, the police would certainly place undercover agents in Sihai. Rather than hide and keep things under wraps, it would be better to openly welcome them. These undercover agents are all talents. He would accept them all. Li Wenbin shook his head helplessly. I knew the conditions you offered wouldn't be simple, and each one is harder to fulfill than the last. If you want to handle this discreetly, that's fine. If this matter gets out, it won't be good for our police force. If you want to gather information on other gangs, that's definitely doable. But if you want all those already placed undercover agents to jump ship to Sihai, don't even think about it. Your task is indeed quite special, but other undercover agents also have their own missions. We can't delay others' work just for your sake, can we? Li Wenbin understood clearly that to get someone like Chen Jin to work hard, he must provide substantial benefits, and they had to be top-notch benefits. Additionally, I've already taken care of the 2 companies you wanted me to investigate. Those matters are straightforward. But one thing you must remember, none of the money from Lin Kun's wife can be touched. All that money must be handed over. The funds for investing in the taxi company and shipping company must have a clear origin. I must make it clear from the outset that in the future countless eyes will be watching you, and every penny must withstand scrutiny. However, don't be too anxious. I will give you a month to prepare these funds. As Li Wenbin spoke, he handed over a folder. All the detailed requirements are written in it. Study it carefully when you go back. Chen Jin nodded solemnly. Li Sir, you can rest assured, even if Chen Jin am broke, I would never embezzle Lin Kun's wife's money. Besides, Ali is so concerned about her and her daughter that he will definitely be watching when I go to ask questions. Given Ali's character, he would never help me cover up. Upon learning that Chen Jin was an undercover agent, Hua Sheng's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Having been an undercover himself, he knew all too well how difficult this line of work could be. Moreover, the task Chen Jin was currently undertaking was 100 times more challenging than what he faced back in the day, which left him in deep admiration for Chen Jin. Chen Jin smiled and patted Hua Sheng on the shoulder, saying, "It's fine, you'll need to keep targeting me like this in the future." Seeing Hua Sheng looking puzzled, Chen Jin explained, "Don't forget you are a police officer now, and I am the person in charge of the 4Cs on the surface. The more you target me, the safer I am. If a gang leader gets too close to the police, anyone could tell there's a problem. This is no longer the era where Lei Luo could cover everything alone." Stepping out of the police station, Chen Jin felt he had gained quite a lot from this trip. The substantial funds he secured from Lin Kuan were crucial for his next plan. Of course, many eyes were certainly watching now. To wash this money clean and use it, he would need a legitimate reason. Even more surprisingly, the system actually determined that Lin Kuan was killed by him, although it was Lin Kuan himself who had pulled the trigger while holding his hand. A complete grade card lay in his inventory. The forthcoming details were crucial. Not only did Chen Jin obtain the confidential new plan, but he also garnered full support from the higher-ups. This plan was extremely difficult to implement. Without a significant investment of time and effort, it would be impossible to complete, and the execution would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. However, high risks often accompany high rewards. With Chen Jin's unique abilities, he would undoubtedly reap bountiful rewards during the task. He was as clear as a mirror in his mind. As long as he executed this new plan excellently, it would provide immeasurable assistance for his own development. Honestly, developing an underground force with the police's covert support was an unprecedented operation that Chen Jin actually stumbled upon. This also indirectly reflected how terrible the security situation in Hong Kong Island had become. All sorts of nefarious characters were starting to make waves. If the situation weren't so severe, the higher-ups wouldn't have devised such an outrageous plan, nor would they have entrusted it to Chen Jin. Next, he would be busy again, and Chen Jin had to go all out to accelerate the expansion of the 4Cs gang. Now that Lin Kuan had fallen, it was time to set his sights on the next target. Not long after stepping out of the police station, Chen Jin's phone rang. The caller ID showed Wang Jiangwo. "Brother Jin, everything's settled. We are now at Warehouse No. 2. To facilitate operations, Chen Jin had previously arranged for people to purchase a number of dilapidated warehouses and factories across Hong Kong Island, and Wang Jiangwo was referring to the Warehouse No. 2. "Got it," Chen Jin responded briefly before hanging up the phone, then dialed Li Ji Li's number. "Ollie Lin Kun's family is now in my hands. I'm going over to deal with it. Do you want to come along?" Ollie couldn't possibly miss such an occasion. "Brother Jin, wait for me 10 minutes. I'll change my clothes and be right." Chen Jin directly gave the address at the old factory warehouse near Tin Shui Wai. "You don't need to ride with me. Drive yourself and follow along. Once we get there, we'll assess the situation and decide when to make our move." "Understood." Ollie immediately agreed. On the way to Warehouse No. 2, Chen Jin casually integrated the grade card he had just obtained from Lin Kuan. Although his physical attributes remained unchanged, he acquired grade drug manufacturing skills and grade chemical knowledge, while his mental attribute rose from A to A. Though his strength and speed did not increase, Chen Jin distinctly felt that his perception of the surrounding environment had sharpened and his control over his body had improved significantly. As soon as he stepped into Warehouse No. 2, he heard a commotion inside. A few people who had been captured were shouting, with Lin Kun's eldest daughter cursing the loudest, her foul language never stopping. The second daughter and the younger sister clung together, shivering. However, Lin Kun's wife sat in a chair with her large belly. Seemingly, Wang Jianjun and his brother had taken care of the pregnant woman, not making her stand like the others. Upon seeing Chen Jin, Lin Kun's eldest daughter immediately shouted, "I don't care who you are, let us go. When my dad comes back, you'll be sorry." Hearing this impudent question, Chen Jin was momentarily taken aback. He slowly approached Lin Kun's wife and asked in a low tone, "Sister-in-law, didn't you tell your daughter the truth? Brother Kuan has long been arrested by the police. According to normal legal procedures, with his charges of smuggling, manufacturing, and trafficking drugs, he wouldn't step out of prison for at least 30 years. What's strange is that ever since you visited the police station, who knows what you said to Brother Kuan? I received news that Lin Kuan actually committed suicide in the police station's restroom. I heard he cut his own carotid artery with a shard of porcelain, bleeding for over half an hour before finally succumbing in agony. Tsk tisk, that death was indeed dreadful." Lin Kun's wife suddenly shrieked, "What nonsense are you spouting? I've never interfered with Lin Kun's dealings. I know nothing. If you want to inquire about his business network, you've got the wrong person." Chen Jin gently shook his head. "I believe that. Brother Kuan has always been cautious in his dealings and cares for his family. How could he put you girls at risk? However, while Brother Kuan died a miserable death, my situation is even worse." Chen Jin suddenly raised his voice. "A few days ago, I just negotiated a deal with Brother Kuan and paid a 10 million deposit, but now he's gone and the goods are missing. I still have $5 million in deposit here. I need to get that money back right. It was originally mine, and now that Brother Kuan is dead, I can't be the one to fill this hole." Lin Kun's wife suddenly burst into tears. After Ah Kun was taken away, he left nothing behind. The four of us rely on those few tens of thousands in our account to get by. The second daughter is weak and surgery requires a lot of money. We are at a loss about what to do. As she spoke, her sadness deepened, tears streaming down her face, looking as pitiable as could be. Chen Jin nodded thoughtfully, and his tone suddenly softened. All right, I understand. Just when Lin Kun's wife was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Chen Jin suddenly spoke again. If you owe money, you must pay it back. If not, there are naturally ways to deal with those who can't pay. With a crisp snap of his fingers, he said, Zhang Wo, pack them up and send them to Thailand and Italy separately. Oh right, transporting a pregnant woman is inconvenient. Chen Jin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Call a doctor over later, have him perform a procedure to remove the fetus and dispose of it casually. At that time, remove all usable organs, eyes, kidneys, heart, whatever can be sold, so I can at least minimize my loss. This remark scared Lin Kun's family members pale. Still, the eldest daughter had the guts. She suddenly broke free from her little brother's grip and lunged at Chen Jin like a mad woman, wishing she could swallow him whole. Unfortunately, this little trick was nothing in Chen Jin's eyes. Smack! He mercilessly slapped her to the ground. Has this crazy woman been bitten by a dog? How come she's acting like she has rabies? Even a 3-year-old understands the principle of repaying debts. I'm already suffering a great loss, but what more do you... Looking at Lin's eldest daughter, who was still staring at him fiercely while lying on the ground, Chen Jin suddenly turned and walked out of the warehouse. Shortly after, he returned holding a delicate leather case, clearly retrieved from his car. Opening the case, several seemingly ordinary medical instruments were neatly arranged inside. Chen Jin took out a syringe and a small glass bottle containing a transparent liquid with no labels. Then Chen Jin's expression suddenly became particularly serious. Like a doctor, he carefully held the syringe and drew half a tube of liquid from the small bottle, saying, All right, hold her still, I'm going to give her a shot of sedative. Although Chen Jin claimed it was a sedative, none of the people present truly believed him. Seeing Chen Jin approaching, Lin Kun's eldest daughter began to struggle desperately, her eyes, having lost all their previous arrogance, now filled only with fear. As she showed no cooperation at all, twisting and turning even with someone holding her down, Chen Jin failed to insert the needle into her arm after 2 attempts. Now Chen Jin became impatient. Frowning, he stood up and unbuckled his belt, striking her hard as he did so, showing no mercy whatsoever. Surprisingly, Lin Kun's eldest daughter had quite a sturdy physique and could take a beating. After a round of strikes, Chen Jin crouched down again. This time, he simply flipped her over and pressed her onto the ground, finally managing to inject the transparent liquid. After finishing, Chen Jin signaled everyone to let go and stepped back a couple of paces, lifting his left hand to watch the time on his watch while observing the reaction of the person collapsed on the ground. What Chen Jin was waiting for soon arrived. The person lying on the ground began to convulse uncontrollably, their face turning pale as foam started to emerge from their mouth, completely losing consciousness. Eldest sister. Eldest sister. Seeing her daughter thrown on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, Lin Kun's wife, despite her pregnancy, rushed over to embrace her, constantly cursing, You're not human. You're not human. Chen Jin remained calm as ever. Don't look at me like that. I just gave her a shot of glucose, just added a little something to it. Lin Kun has been trafficking drugs for so many years, causing countless harm. And merely acting on behalf of... That's right. Chen Jin nodded again, as if affirming himself, in the righteous Robin Hood, specifically here to deal with scoundrels like you. As he spoke, Chen Jin's tone softened again. Don't worry, sister-in-law, it'll be fine. This is probably her first time, and her body just can't adapt so suddenly. Once she adapts, she'll see how wonderful the world is. When I entered this line of work, Brother Cohen told me that these things are not a big deal. As long as one has a strong will, they'll be. Brother Cohen's willpower was unquestionable. I believe his wife and children won't be any less than anyone else, right? Jianjun arranged for each of them to receive a shot. After all, I've already suffered a loss. I might as well make up for it a little to fill this hole. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive, why bother? Moreover, I trust Cohen Gu, that old fox. Even if something happens to him, he must have arranged a backup plan for his family. You only have a few tens of thousands of yuan in your hands, and I don't believe a word of it. Looking at Lin Kun's wife, who was crying on the ground, Chen Jin felt no sympathy at all. Instead, he revealed a cruel smile. If you can manage to hold on, then I'll accept it. At worst, I'll have someone give you a shot every day. If you can't hold on, Chen Jin laughed coldly. I don't care how much it costs you, I can take it all out. Oh dear. Chen Jin suddenly sighed, deeply leaning back with his leg crossed. I, Chen Jin, am really loyal. As soon as Cohen Gu got into trouble, I not only didn't ask his family for compensation, but also arranged for someone to take care of his wife and children. He turned to Wang Jianjun and said, Jianjun, after giving them the shots, send them directly to that villa by the sea. Remember, every meal must have meat. At least everyone should gnaw on a big chicken leg every day. Wang Jianjun squinted at Chen Jin for a moment, confirming that this brother was serious, and then silently nodded. This man, who crawled out of a hail of bullets, had long developed a heart of iron and stone. In his eyes there was no one, old or weak woman or child, worth pitying. He took the syringe handed to him by Chen Jin and didn't care about hygiene anymore. After all, just this one syringe was enough to give everyone in the room a shot. Just as Wang Jianjun was rolling up his sleeves to prepare for action, the warehouse iron door was kicked open with a bang. Stop! Ollie rushed in with a gun, sweeping the barrel back and forth among the crowd. Brother Jean. Ollie stared at Chen Jin with icy coldness in his voice. Kowloon guest corpse hasn't even cooled, and you're already targeting his wife and children. If this gets out, how will the brothers on the streets look at you? Chen Jin shrugged indifferently, smiling in a strange manner. Reputation. What I Chen Jin pursue in this underworld is just a straightforward life. Kowloon Gu owes me tens of millions. Do you think that just because he's dead the debt disappears? He suddenly leaned closer to Ollie. Besides, with Lin Kun's character, he must have left enough backup for his family. Moreover, Chen Jin suddenly grinned savagely. Ollie, you think you can just barge in alone and take someone away? Are you overestimating yourself? Without Chen Jin saying a word, Wang Jiangwo and several underlings had already formed a fan shape with 7 or 8 dark muzzles aimed squarely at Ollie. Wang Jianjun even quietly stepped half a step forward to Chen Jin's side. Since he followed this boss, ensuring his safety was his duty. With so many guns pointed at him, the sweat on Alice's back soaked through his shirt. He knew too well the nature of these desperate men. If one impulsive fool made a mistake, he would end up here today. Yet Ollie had no regrets. There are some things a police officer must do, just like he had no hesitation in sending Lin Kun to the police station, even if it cost him his life. Everyone, don't be nervous. Chen Jin smiled, patting Wang Jianjun on the back, and casually stepped forward, easily disarming Ollie. Ollie surprisingly did not resist, allowing him to take the weapon away. Put it away, put it away. Chen Jin waved his hand to his subordinates and turned to Ollie with a sinister smile. Ollie, if you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you might just leave here horizontally. In the corner of the warehouse, Lin Kun's wife had initially brightened when she saw Ollie burst in, especially her sister-in-law, who had a fling with him, trembling with excitement. But in an instant their hopes were shattered, and several women wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Before Chen Jin could threaten again, Lin Kun's wife spoke first. All right, Brother Jin, you win. We acknowledge that a Kun owes you money. Chen Jin scoffed and shook his head. This little money isn't enough. My brothers have been running around, putting in a lot of effort. Travel expenses and hard work must all be accounted for. When he said this, he didn't even glance at Lin Kun's wife, his gaze firmly locked on Ollie. Ollie, I was just looking for you, and unexpectedly you came right to my door. I have always appreciated you. Now that Lin Kun has fallen, why not come work for me in the Sea High Gang? What do you think? Sure. Ollie agreed readily, but then added, however, I have one condition. Brother Jean, you must guarantee that you won't harm my sister-in-law and the kids. Chen Jin nodded readily. That's easy to say, but my money must be returned intact. Alice's attitude was resolute. That's not acceptable. My sister-in-law will still rely on this money to live. I don't know how much Kowloon left with you, but I assure you I can help you earn back even more in the future. Moreover, what I have in hand is worth much more than a few tens of millions. Chen Jin sneered. This matter isn't up to you to decide. I must take all of Lin Kun's money. Besides, Ollie, you know very well that I'm not the only one with money deposited with Lin Kun. I can talk to you nicely, but others won't be so polite. Ollie fell silent for a moment and took a step back. I can take out a portion of the money, but I have one request. Brother Jean, you have to protect my sister-in-law and the others. Chen Jin shook his head directly. I'm not interested in supporting Lin Kun's family. You can take your woman away without any problem, and the younger one is fine too. But the other two can be left. We must keep a few people to draw the fire. Besides, even if you send them abroad, what good will it do? A woman with several children holding a large amount of cash, isn't that just inviting trouble? Those people abroad don't play by the rules. I can guarantee that none of them will survive. When Lin Kun was around, he could hold the fort, but now... Chen Jin shrugged. I can't possibly keep an eye on Ollie. Your idea won't work. Facing the open discussion of their family's fate by Chen Jin and Ollie, Lin Kun's family remained surprisingly calm, as if all of this was only natural. Ollie proposed several plans which Chen Jin rejected one by one. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Lin Kun's wife would voluntarily turn herself in. The two daughters would live with their aunt, and Ollie would take care of them in the future. Lin Kun's wife had no objections to this. Originally, she naively thought that as long as she had money, she could live a carefree life with the children. So after learning that Lin Kun was arrested, she immediately transferred all her assets. But unexpectedly, less than an hour after leaving the police station, Chen Jin showed up with people and invited the whole family here. In a short time, they experienced unprecedented fear and finally understood. Without a man to support the family like a pillar, the days ahead would be incredibly tough. Moreover, even if she went to prison, her situation wouldn't be too bad. Lin Kun bore the main responsibility, and her charges were not severe. The key was that she was currently pregnant. Even if sentenced, the child in her belly would be safe. Lin Kun's wife knew a little about the business he did over the years, but as for him dealing with those big drug lords, she had no idea at all. Now only Chen Jin had come knocking, almost taking care of them both. If it fell into the hands of others who were even more ruthless, wouldn't they be eaten clean to the bone? Just listening to what Chen Jin said earlier made her legs weak. If they encountered someone even more brutal than him, the outcome for her and her daughter was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, Chen Jin had strong connections in the police force. Since he needed Ollie to do his bidding, he would naturally arrange for someone to look after them. This way they could avoid entanglements with other enemies, have someone protecting them, and since they wouldn't have to stay in jail for too long, considering it this way, spending some time inside wasn't unacceptable. After all the details were settled, Chen Jin took out his phone and dialed. Hey Ajun, don't rush, of course I have good news. So here's the thing, I caught Lin Kun's wife packing up to run away, so I detained her. Calling you is just delivering a great— Alright, I also found out that the dirty money Lin Kun has been saving for years is all in his wife's hands. Just leave the specific amount for you to interrogate yourself. After some nonsense, Chen Jin arranged everything clearly. The next step was simple. Lin Kun's wife would soon be taken away by Chun Jiajun, and Ollie would handle the rest. This time Chen Jin really hit the jackpot, not only gaining Ollie as a capable aide, but also a talent who possessed a vast amount of resources. On the way back from warehouse No. 2 to Hai couldn't help but ask, Brother Jin, did the cops take all that money? Are we not keeping any? Chen Jin chuckled lightly. This credit should go to the police. Although I'm not clear on the specific amount, there must be tens of millions. But don't mention tens of millions, even a few billion has to be coughed up this time, letting Ajun take the credit. Seeing DeFei being so direct, Chen Jin also did not beat around the bush. Brother Fei, I've heard about that batch of goods you have recently. As soon as these words left his mouth, DeFei's face turned beet red. He wasn't surprised that Chen Jin knew about it. After all, he had been running around looking for buyers, and with the commotion he had caused, it would indeed be strange if Chen Jin didn't know. DeFei's expression became somewhat stiff. Brother Jin, rest assured, although I haven't found a buyer for this batch of goods, yet as soon as I make a sale, I will repay the money I borrowed from you with interest right away. He assumed that Chen Jin had come to collect the debt. Although Chen Jin had said at the door that they wouldn't discuss money, that was merely a formality. Chen Jin chuckled lightly. Brother Fei, I'm really not here for the money. Remember last month when you came to me saying you wanted to make a deal together? DeFei's face darkened further, thinking that maybe Chen Jin was here to settle this old account. Since it had been brought up, he might as well be straightforward. Brother Jin, I was wrong last time. Feel free to punish me as you wish. Chen Jin waved his hand. Brother Fei, don't be anxious. Let me finish speaking. I'm not here to cause you trouble. I want to say that the money can be directly invested in your business this time. After all, we are neighbors living above and below each other. Can't you think of me in a good light? DeFei was no longer embarrassed. Instead, he was overjoyed, hardly believing his ears. Recently, he was troubled by two things. One was that this batch of goods was stuck and couldn't be sold, and the other was the debt to Chen Jin. As the gang leader, if rumors spread about him not repaying his debts, it would be a huge loss of face. The younger brothers under him followed him out of a desire for power. If he were chased for debts, half of them would probably run away. Now that Chen Jin had actively proposed to invest, it solved his two major worries at once, making DeFei so happy that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly nodded. No problem, Brother Jin. This batch of goods cost over 3 million, so your 1.5 million counts as half the shares. Transportation and storage costs will all be on me. Hearing that Chen Jin wanted to convert the loan into an investment, DeFei not only did not feel he was at a disadvantage, but he was also overjoyed, even voluntarily offering to give up a large share of the profits. Deal. Chen Jin readily agreed. Just in time, I need this batch of goods recently, so I won't be polite with you. Hearing that Chen Jin had a use for them, DeFei's eyes lit up. Brother Jin, if you have any connections, you must include me. Rest assured, my brothers and I may lack other skills, but we are not afraid of death. As long as Brother Jin says the word, we dare to charge into any dangerous situation. Despite DeFei's seemingly glorious exterior, he was actually in a tight spot recently, almost unable to make ends meet. To acquire this batch of arms, DeFei had invested all his capital. The money originally meant for trading was diverted to smuggling, and with Lin Kun and Shanga recently having incidents, the supply in this area had suddenly been cut off. The goods were getting harder to procure, yet prices were skyrocketing, and DeFei's life was becoming increasingly strained. With this batch of goods stuck in hand and no buyer in sight, he was feeling anxious when suddenly he heard Chen Jin say he needed this type of weapon, and DeFei's mind immediately began to race. If he could partner with Chen Jin for this deal, even if it meant being a hired gun to earn some commission, wouldn't this deadlock become alive again? Hearing DeFei say this, Chen Jin's eyes brightened. All right, DeFei, you take these days to recover from your injuries, and I'll inform you before we act. He paused for a moment and added, but let me make this clear, this time we need elite troops, so don't bring any use. Since we are using such heavy weaponry, I don't need to explain the risks. If any of your subordinates are cowards, it's better not to bring them out to embarrass themselves. Chen Jin took out a cigarette and lit it. Of course, if this can be successful, I guarantee Brother Fei will make a fortune. With the capital I'm investing this time, multiplying it fivefold will be a piece of cake, and perhaps even more can be earned. Upon hearing this, DeFei was so excited he rubbed his hands together. Goodness, this could easily earn him a minimum of 8 million. He stared at Chen Jin with eyes gleaming like a starving wolf seeing a fat sheep. DeFei's suggestion truly resonated with Chen Jin. His sudden visit would have been inappropriate if he had simply opened his mouth to recruit. Although Chen Jin's power was stronger than DeFei's, DeFei was still the leader of a gang with a strong force under him. being so forceful would seem disrespectful. But Defei's proactive proposal to partner was perfect. This operation would naturally be led by Chen Jin, and afterward Defei would receive a share of the hard work. The major profits would still go to Chen Jin. Having had one successful collaboration, who would worry about a second? Once Defei tasted the sweetness, he wouldn't need Chen Jin to ask him to come forward. At worst, Chen Jin could directly poach the elite members under Defei. Oh, what waves could Defei still stir up then? Chen Jin had no intention of using such heavy firepower in Hong Kong. He was not robbing banks or heisting jewelry stores. These items were meant to be taken to the Golden Triangle. Once over there, he could do as he pleased. Since the higher-ups agreed for him to follow Lin Kun's old path, developing in the Golden Triangle was only natural. To deal with someone like General Cha-Chai and Old Fox, merely relying on words wouldn't suffice. When it was time to show muscle, it had to be shown. Chen Jin had no patience to spend 10 or 8 years ingratiating himself. Now that Lin Kun was dead, standing here was Chen Jin, who had money and manpower. If Cha-Chai was unresponsive, the Golden Triangle wasn't only occupied by him. Suddenly losing such a large market in Hong Kong would certainly cause that old man some pain for a while. This was Chen Jin's strategy, a hand of cash and a hand of goods, applying both soft and hard tactics. Seeing Chen Jin agree to involve him, Defei was so happy, he almost jumped up. This was great. Not only did it solve his 2 major problems, but he could also get involved in Chen Jin's new business. Although it hadn't been long since Lin Kun had his incident, those well-informed had already caught wind of it. Most of the goods in Defei's hands were obtained from Lin Kun's underlings, who occasionally he would get some from other small dealers, but ultimately all these people were connected to Lin Kun. Now that Lin Kun had suddenly fallen, Defei began to have doubts. Previously, Lin Kun had arranged for Ali to be his subordinate, but now that Lin Kun was gone, he wondered if Ali could gather enough goods within the trading deadline. Defei suddenly remembered that Sihai used to be in this business too. If Chen Jin needed to mobilize so many hands and resources, he slapped his thigh and immediately guessed Chen Jin's intention. If he could keep up with Chen Jin's rhythm now, it would be a stroke of good fortune. Unfortunately, Defei did not know that Ali had already allied with Chen Jin, and this news had not spread. Otherwise, when Chen Jin invited him today, they might really have struck a deal. After discussing the business, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Defei enthusiastically invited Chen Jin to hang out that evening, but Chen Jin declined. He had to hurry back to the company. Chiu Ti was still waiting for him in the office, and there must be something important. Chen Jin thought Chiu Ti needed to report on the matter regarding the Swiss bank. It was only later that he realized that the 340 million Chiu Ti mentioned was not in Hong Kong dollars, but in US dollars. To his surprise, after sitting on his lap, Chiu Ti didn't mention the secret account at all. "Brother Jin, do you remember the friend I mentioned a few days ago, He Min?" Chiu Ti hugged Chen Jin's neck and said, "She's the one who is a middle school teacher." Chen Jin nodded. "Yes, I remember. What happened? Did she run into trouble? If she needs help, you can directly arrange for the brothers to handle it." He recalled that He Min indeed seemed to have gotten into some significant trouble. Chiu Ti shook her head. "No. He Min has some spare money. I casually mentioned to her that our finance company has a wealth management project which, although the interest is not high, is quite stable." Chen Jin nestled his face in Chiu Ti's chest and rubbed. "I remember that. Did she invest a lot of money? Just when the company needs to use some funds?" Chiu Ti looked a bit embarrassed. "The problem is, now there's a bit too much money. He Min invested 200,000 herself, and I promised her a 1% interest. Later, when her parents found out, they also invested a sum. Then it somehow got around, and even people in the company want to buy this financial product." Chiu Ti bit her lip. "I calculated it. The total amount has already exceeded 30 million. Brother Jin, did I cause you trouble?" Chiu Ti looked at Chen Jin anxiously. The current Chiu Ti was no longer the silly girl who only knew how to. During this time, she not only enrolled in a finance training class, but also brushed up on a lot of legal knowledge, not to guard against Chen Jin, of course. After realizing the amount was so large, she specifically consulted someone. Companies like their small loan companies cannot casually issue financial products without specific projects. Hearing this figure, Chen Jin gasped. "More than 30 million. Are people really so wealthy?" Chiu Ti gently nodded, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Indeed, this amount is too shocking. At first we did collect some funds, but then I quickly called a halt. But stopping it only led to more complaints." She frowned and continued. "Those customers who had already invested were naturally happy, but those who missed out were all anxious and jumping around. If it were only 1 or 2 million, Chiu Ti could have made the decision herself to accept it. But with over 30 million suddenly appearing, it really scared her. Thinking about the need to pay over 3 million in interest every year made Chiu Ti feel a chill run down her spine. Although she was now considered someone who had seen a lot of money, just thinking about the deposits in Chen Jin's secret account was enough to keep her awake all night with excitement. But just 2 or 3 months ago, she was still a small employee earning just over 1,000 a month. The Sihai Small Loan Company had indeed opened, and the interest rates set were not too high. However, borrowing money from here was not so easy. The approval conditions were quite strict. Although many came to apply for loans, every day very few actually met the criteria and successfully borrowed money. Apart from the one 5 million from Mao Li Finance Company. The other scattered loans added up to less than. Chen Jin asked with a puzzled expression, do these people really trust our company so much? They just put their money here without a second thought. Is there really no one who suspects we might be frauds? Xiao Di pursed her lips and replied, there are indeed such people, but not many. Especially later when I made excuses and said the investment fund was temporarily halted, those who were originally skeptical became anxious instead. At this point Xiao Di shyly lowered her head. In the past few days, Brother Jin, you might have been busy handling other matters and didn't notice, but quite a few employees in our company have come to me trying to persuade me to let them invest their money in. Chen Jin was taken aback. This maneuver really caught him off guard. However, upon reflection, he could understand. This was simply human nature. At first, everyone harbored doubts, but upon seeing the project was about to stop, they hurriedly wanted to participate. Many even concocted various reasons to convince themselves. If Chen Jin truly intended to orchestrate a Ponzi scheme, this operation could indeed swindle a significant amount of money. However, what surprised him now was not the large sum of money, but that this funding came at just the right time, or in fact it could be said that it was still far from enough. Chen Jin wrapped his arms around Xiao Di and planted a heavy kiss on her cheek, saying, you truly are my lucky charm. He added, don't worry, we'll keep pushing forward with this. As for those with opinions, we need not pay them any mind. In our own company, we can choose who to accept money from. Chen Jin gently patted Xiao Di on the back, signaling her to get off his lap, then stood up and walked towards the safe to retrieve the 2 documents. Sitting back down, Chen Jin spoke with confidence. Now I have these 2 projects and the flow of funds is completely not. So, Chen Jin calculated the funding requirements listed on the documents. You go ahead and design this investment product, setting the total amount at 70 million. Set some thresholds as well, with a minimum investment of 100,000, giving priority to company employees. As for the concerns you have, well, bring in professionals to oversee them. If I need to coordinate, I'll figure it out myself. Xiao Di was also busy quickly flipping through the documents. Chen Jin handed over, her eyes brightening the more she read. Before long, she gazed at Chen Jin with admiration, saying, Brother Jin, you are truly amazing. Xiao Di had great confidence in this taxi company. However, she was a bit lost regarding the shipping business. But that wasn't a big deal when her eyes. Chen Jin was an extraordinary person, intelligent and capable, who wouldn't make a loss in any business he handled. Chen Jin smiled slightly and teased, not at all, it's our Xiao Di who is even more impressive. Isn't there an old saying that goes, only the overworked ox dies, but the field never goes bad? You idiot. Xiao Di immediately blushed, clenching her small fists and playfully hitting Chen Jin's chest. After all, the office wasn't a place for romantic exchanges. The two could only joke around, share a kiss, and engaging in further actions would be inappropriate. Chen Jin had considered leaving work early to spend some quality time at home, but both of them had piles of tasks to handle. Besides, they could continue after work, so why create any commotion in the office? Though it was quite pleasant to think this way, it ultimately wasn't appropriate. Amidst their banter, Xiao Di blushed and slipped out of Chen Jin's office. She had 2 important projects to follow up on, and staying any longer might lead her to lose control. The office's soundproofing wasn't great, and there were many colleagues still working outside. Xiao Di was fully aware of Chen Jin's charm. If any commotion arose, how would she face people in the company later? She was thinking far beyond just being Chen Jin's woman. She had been striving to improve herself, wanting to be a supportive partner to Chen Jin. This way, even if other women appeared around Chen Jin in the future, her position would remain unshaken. To be honest, from the first day she met Chen Jin, Xiao Di understood that he wouldn't have only her as a woman. At first it was fine. Even though Chen Jin was handsome, he had a slightly plump figure and was just a small-time thug without much background. But Xiao Di saw through his inherent charm and sense of security, and she was instantly captivated. Today's Chen Jin, however, was vastly different. He had money and connections. In Hong Kong, a man like him would surely be laughed at if he only had one woman by his side. Thus, since Chen Jin's career began, Xiao Di had reduced her shopping and tea outings with friends and started working hard to educate herself. A woman who is both beautiful and capable, while also knowing how to invest in herself, possesses an irresistible. Watching Xiao Di flee in a flurry, Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You run fast now, but when work is done and you return home, let's see where you can escape to." If Xiao Di were to hear this, she would definitely argue with him, wanting to see who would ultimately give in first. The development of the Sihai group was faster than expected, and the upcoming tasks were even more daunting as some of the original plans had to be adjusted. Just as Chen Jin called Wang Jianjun to discuss the Golden Triangle operation and how to deal with DeFei and his gang, Xiao Di rushed in through the door. Not caring that Wang Jianjun was still present, Xiao Di urgently said, "Brother Jin, He Min just called saying she needs your help with something urgent." Chen Jin looked surprised. "What happened? Is it about that investment product you mentioned earlier?" To be honest, he wasn't very familiar with He Min. Though he knew she was beautiful, they hadn't even met once since he arrived here. Chen Jin and He Min had no real connection, the only possible link being the matter Xiao Di had just mentioned. So Chen Jin thought that He Min was likely seeking his help regarding the loan company. However, Chen Jin felt puzzled. The situation with the loan company shouldn't be this urgent, and besides he had already discussed it with Qiu Di and they had settled the matter. It's not about the loan company. Qiu Di quickly waved her hands. Actually, one of He Mint's students named Zhu Wanfang has run into trouble. Without waiting for Chen Jin to continue guessing, Qiu Di spilled the whole story. That thug called Xiaosa along with a group of people kidnapped Zhu Wanfang. My. Chen Jin frowned. If someone has been kidnapped, shouldn't we call the police? Why did they come to me? Qiu Di sighed. Reporting it to the police is useless, they won't even take it seriously. Brother Jin, if you can help, please do. Otherwise this young girl's life will be ruined. Zhu Wanfang. Xiao. These names sounded familiar, and with a quick thought Chen Jin recalled. Since this was a hodgepodge world of Hong Kong films, it wasn't surprising for a few familiar characters to pop up. Alright. Chen Jin readily agreed. He'll take care of this. He'll send people to find that Xiaosa right away. Since it was Qiu Di asking, he had to help out. Moreover, with an innocent girl falling into Xiaosa's hands, that would indeed be worse than falling into a fire pit. Chen Jin had heard that this guy specialized in coercing women into prostitution. Furthermore, Sihai was recently planning to expand its territory and recruit more people. Having Xiaosa come to him, it would be a waste not to make an example of him. Qiu Di hastily advised, Brother Jin, you must hurry, but might be too late if you delay. Xiaosa was somewhat well known in the area, and after a few phone calls Chen Jin quickly found out about his hideout from Defei. When Chen Jin went downstairs, Defei was already waiting at the entrance with his underlings. Brother Jin, are you going to find Xiaosa to talk business? Defei understood the situation well. He would still need to rely on Chen Jin for future profits, and now was a good time to sell a favor and strengthen their relationship. Moreover, Xiaosa had been constantly encroaching on his territory at school, and they were already at odds. Chen Jin nodded. Yes, it's pretty hot today, and I'm going to chat with Xiaosa about some matters. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, coincidentally running into Brother Defei. I might as well pick up that batch of goods of yours. Let's test the new equipment on Xiaosa. Since he was going to make an example, it would be better to go big. Although it wasn't explicitly stated from above, Chen Jin had a good idea. So long as it didn't stir up too much noise, the police would turn a blind eye. Even if someone reported it, as long as there was no evidence left behind, there would naturally be someone to smooth things over from above. Defei was momentarily taken aback by this. What did the hot weather have to do with Xiaosa? However, he couldn't be bothered to ponder. As long as Chen Jin was going to find trouble with Xiaosa, he wholeheartedly supported it. Hearing that Chen Jin was serious, Defei instantly perked up. Although he didn't know how Xiaosa had offended this master, he could guarantee that this time Xiaosa had kicked the steel plate. Defei immediately expressed, Brother Jin, I'll bring a few brothers along with you. Noticing Chen Jin's puzzled look, Defei hurriedly explained, Brother Jin, don't misunderstand him, not saying you are unreliable in your work. Mainly we're going to team up for something big soon, so this is a good opportunity for the brothers to get to know each other better. Besides, I know exactly where Xiaosa frequently hangs out. I'm sure I can be of help. Chen Jin considered Defei's words were reasonable and nodded, saying, Alright then, let's go together. But I must emphasize, Brother Defei, everyone you bring must be reliable. If anyone can't keep their mouth shut afterward, it makes things difficult for both of us then. Defei pounded his chest, assuring, Brother Jin, you can rest assured. Anyone who comes out with me is carefully selected. If anyone dares to gossip outside, you don't even need to lift a finger, they'll handle it personally. Alright, then let's get moving quickly. Chen Jin waved his hand. Several cars sped off, heading straight to Xiaosa's hideout after picking up their gear from Defei's warehouse. No one wasted any time on the way. They pressed the gas pedal to the floor and raced ahead. Meanwhile, Xiaosa was enjoying himself after bringing Zhu Wanfang back to his territory. As soon as he brought her to his lair, he threatened in his usual style, Will you obediently accompany me, or shall I let my brothers have their fun? Only after forcing the girl to bow her head in tears did he satisfyingly drag her into the room. Anyone familiar with Xiaosa knew that he was adept at this trick, always ensuring that his victims ended up empty-handed. As Brother Xiaosa was about to lead someone into the room, a sudden uproar erupted outside, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. Xiaosa, who was in high spirits, immediately erupted in fury. Get lost. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Grabbing a long knife and ready to teach someone a lesson, he suddenly heard a loud bang as the door was kicked open and slammed back on him. The force was so strong that it sent him sprawling on the ground. Before Xiaosa could regain his senses, a figure rushed and kicked the knife out of his hand and followed up with a fierce whip kick to his chin. Xiaosa's vision went black and he fainted on the spot. By the time Chen Jin leisurely walked in, the situation was already completely under control. Xiaosa lay on the ground like a dead dog, while his dozens of loyal subordinates had also received a beating, all squatting in a corner with bruised faces. The abandoned warehouse was spacious enough that even with so many people pouring in, it didn't feel crowded, and there was still plenty of space around. Defei, who had come with Chen Jin, was astonished by the skills of Wang Jianjun and his men. These men didn't even reveal their weapons, and in a matter of moments they had subdued their opponents entirely. Defei and the others didn't even get a chance to show off, they were just there to fill the scene. Defei thought to himself, if these were my subordinates, I would have expanded and strengthened the gang long ago. But then he felt a twinge of fear. If he had such capable underlings, he would have to sleep with one eye open. What if, however, seeing Xiaosao in such a miserable state, Defei felt secretly pleased. Chen Jin glanced around and frowned, asking, "Which one is brother Xiaosao?" Step forward. When the group of subordinates shrank back, fearing to speak, Defei leaned close to Chen Jin and whispered, "Brother Jin, the one lying on the ground, is him. I'll wake him up right now." Chen Jin's face showed no change in emotion. Without a second thought, Defei rushed forward and slapped Xiaosao several times, soon waking him up. Defei was merciless. Our opportunities to openly slap Xiaosao were rare, and he vented all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over time. Xiaosao's cheek visibly swelled up as he groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing Defei squatting in front of him, he immediately bared his teeth and cursed, "Defei, you little rascal. How dare you come to my territory and cause trouble? Don't you know I have someone backing me?" Facing Xiaosao's threat, Defei was completely unfazed and even found it amusing. Whether Xiaosao would see the sun tomorrow was uncertain after tangling with a ruthless character like Chen Jin. Looking at Xiaosao's disheveled appearance, Defei nearly burst out laughing. "Don't misunderstand, brother Xiaosao. Today is not the day I'm looking for trouble with you. It's brother Jin from Sihai who wants to see you." Saying this, Defei grabbed Xiaosao by the collar and lifted him up like a small chicken, casually tossing him onto a nearby chair. He couldn't let someone talk while lying on the ground. It was too undignified. At this moment, Xiaosao noticed that Defei was merely standing to the side, and the real person in charge was a plump fellow among the group. Suppressing the pain, Xiaosao spoke in a low voice, "Brother Jin, I don't know where I offended you. Please be..." Chen Jin remained expressionless. "I heard you kidnapped a female student from school today." "Off." Xiaosao was clearly taken aback and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother Jin. I truly didn't know she was one of yours. I swear I haven't touched her. I'll make amends to you." Just then Wang Jingwo walked out from the inner room, followed by a trembling female student. Wang Jingwo was also holding a backpack. It seemed this was Zhu Wanfeng, a student of teacher He Min. She was indeed pretty, but Chen Jin's face still showed little expression. The girl's clothes were reasonably neat. It appeared that Chen Jin's arrival had been timely, and aside from being a bit frightened, she hadn't suffered any substantial harm. Chen Jin took a couple of steps forward, took the backpack from Wang Jingwo, and in front of everyone violently dumped its contents on the ground. There weren't many items in the backpack. It was immediately clear once dumped out. Just as Chen Jin was about to speak, De Chuan, who was guarding the door, hurriedly walked over to report, "Brother Jin, another group has arrived outside. It's East Stars Qi Long, Husidu Haonan, and the Smiling Tiger Wu Jiwei with more than 20 underlings. They seem to be coming here as well." My. Chen Jin truly hadn't expected East Stars people to come. He glanced suspiciously at Xiaosao and ordered, "Let them in," and continued to maintain control of the situation. This time Chen Jin and Defei also brought over 20 men, while Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo brought a few elite members from Sihai Gang. Defei also led 6 underlings. Although they were at a numerical disadvantage, they were all fully armed. With a glance from Chen Jin, 2 of his underlings immediately opened the duffel bags they had been carrying. In the terrified eyes of Xiaosao, in less than a minute, these more than 20 thugs transformed into heavily armed. Before long, a noisy conversation came from the entrance of the warehouse. Wu Jiwei walked in, not recognizing De Chuan guarding the door, thinking he was one of Xiaosao's underlings. He smiled and asked, "Where's Xiaosao? He asked us to come talk about the chicken stall business, and there's not even anyone here to welcome us." In Wu Jiwei's eyes, a small gang like Xiaosao's was hardly worth mentioning. Let alone comparing with the entire East Star. Even the strength of his own faction far surpassed the few hands. Situ Haonan shrugged casually, saying, "Isn't there someone waiting at the door? We'll be able to see that Xiaosao kid once we go inside. I really don't understand why you had to drag me along." He glanced sideways at Wu Jiwei. "What can I possibly contribute to your serious talk?" The 2 of them completely disregarded De Chuan at the door. As De Chuan pushed open the iron door, they swaggered inside. As Wu Jiwei walked in, he leaned closer to Situ Haonan's ear. "Brother Haonan, I heard you have some connections with Chen Jin from the recently rising Sihai Gang. After this is over, can you take the brothers to get acquainted? The other gangs have been stirring things up lately, and Boss Luoluo can't sleep from worrying. If we can bring Chen Jin into our East Star," Wu Jiwei rubbed his palms together, "Boss will definitely be overjoyed." Situ Haonan stroked his beard, saying, "I only found out after checking old records that Chen Jin's father Chen Wei was sworn brothers with my old man back in the day. Back then they were quite the duo in East Star, both formidable. Later Uncle Chen suffered a knife wound and retired from the scene to marry and start a family." "What?" Wu Jiwei's eyes widened. "So you're saying Chen Jin is still connected to us in East Star? Isn't recruiting him a sure thing?" He patted Situ Haonan on the back. "Brother Haonan, your influence is about to increase significantly. In the current underworld, it wasn't just Hongxing and East Star. Although Wu Jiwei had close ties with the Crows, he had no objection to strengthening the gang. Moreover, Boss Luoluo was robust and had no other intentions for the time being." Situ Haonan waved his hand. "We haven't even started yet. The guy is thriving right now and might not want to wade through our muddy waters." Just then the 2 had already stepped into the warehouse. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they sensed something was off. Xiaosa lay slumped in a chair like a lost dog while his subordinates were all bruised and crouching in the corner. On the other side, Chen Jin was coldly watching them, and the air was thick with tension. Before Wu Jiwei could speak, a brash young thug rushed out from behind Chen Jin shouting, "Which gang are you from? Don't you know East Star does business here? How dare you act arrogantly?" In fact, Chen Jin and his men were just standing still without saying a word. This thug was merely reacting. Bang! Without hesitation, Chen Jin raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet hit the thug square. Watching the thug clutch his stomach and fall, Chen Jin frowned and clicked his tongue. "My aim is still a bit off. Ooh, I need to find time to practice at the shooting range." He turned to Dahai and ordered, "Listen, if this waste on the ground dares to make another sound or annoys you," indicating a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb. Since eliminating the Tony brothers, Chen Jin had unlocked his shooting skills. Although it was only at level, hitting a target at this distance was absolutely no problem. His deliberate miss was intentional. Blood would be shed today, but if he could spare a life, he would. Moreover, these low-level thugs, barely even classed, didn't deserve to eat his peanuts. If that thug knew that he survived purely because of his incompetence, he might explode with rage on the spot. As Chen Jin raised his hand, his underlings immediately revealed their weapons from behind. It was quite a sight. In the blink of an eye, a row of dark gun barrels appeared. Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan were momentarily stunned, their heads buzzing. They had clearly received an invitation from Xiaosa to come talk business, yet how had they stumbled into a den of bandits? Given the situation before them with AK-47s, shotguns, and handguns all glaringly pointed at them, it was no wonder the East Star thugs were scared stiff. Even these two veterans of the Underworld were rendered mute, afraid to even breathe. This was just too over the top. After years in the game, they had never encountered such a blatant disregard for rules. Before they could exchange a few words, guns were drawn, more exaggerated than in movies. With a loud bang, Dechuan slammed the warehouse door shut. Two underlings holding AKs stood guard at the entrance, completely subduing the scene under Chen Jin's command. Seeing the situation back under his control, Chen Jin leisurely lowered his gun and grinned at the East Star group, saying, "So you brothers from East Star, huh? I don't care what business you came to discuss with Brother Xiaosa today. Right now, I have a personal matter to discuss with him. You can wait here for a bit, is that all right?" The way he asked this made Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan curse inwardly. With so many guns pointed at their heads, who would dare to say no? The unlucky fellow who had just been shot was now drenched in sweat, forcing himself to stay silent in pain. After all, Dahai was aiming the gun right at his forehead, and no matter how much it hurt, he had to hold it in. Chen Jin turned to Defei and instructed, "Brother Defei, I need you to keep an eye on those from Dongxing. If they dare to make a move, tell the brothers to open fire and take them all down." He raised his voice deliberately. "Don't worry, once it's done, we'll clean up the scene. By the time the police investigate, there won't be a trace left." Hearing this, Defei felt a surge of excitement. His Maoli financial company was like a small fish facing a big shark compared to established gangs like Dongxing. Usually, whenever he saw any of the 5 tigers from Dongxing, he had to nod and bow. But today was different. Standing next to Chen Jin, even the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei and the fierce tiger Situ Haonan had to look at his face. This feeling was more exhilarating than taking a powerful tonic. "Rest assured, Brother Jin." Defei patted his chest in assurance, "I will ensure these guys behave themselves and won't disturb you while you're discussing business with Xiaosa." Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Then I appreciate your help, Brother Defei." After saying this, he turned and walked up to Xiaosa, his smile gradually fading. "Brother Xiaosa, let's continue our previous discussion. In that backpack, there's a black metal box about this big." He gestured with his hands. "May I ask who took my belongings?" At this moment, Xiaosa's mood was akin to riding a roller coaster. Just before, when he saw Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan come in, he had been secretly pleased, thinking a savior had arrived. Little did he know Chen Jin immediately shot, without hesitation, instantly taking control of the situation and showing no regard for Dongxing's face. Now hearing about the black box, he was completely dumbfounded. "What box? Brother Jin, I really didn't take your stuff." Chen Jin's brows furrowed tighter, his expression growing increasingly grim. "It's just a black plastic box," palm-sized. "What's inside is useful to me, but to you, Brother Xiaosa, it's just a piece of scrap metal." He paced back and forth a few steps before stopping suddenly. "How about this? I, Chen Jin, always adhere to rules. Brother Xiaosa, if you return the box to me, I will offer 1 million Hong Kong dollars, just to calm everyone down." When Chen Jin said this, everyone present was stunned except for Wang Jianjun, whose face was filled with surprise. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what treasure could be in that little black box that Chen Jin wanted so badly. At this point, no one believed he would joke about something like this. Wu Jiwei, who was being threatened by the gun, was sweating profusely, shouting, "Xiaosa, what exactly did you take from him? Hand it over quickly. If there's a misunderstanding, can't we just sit down and sort it out?" Xiaosa was also a bit confused at this moment, frowning as he recalled, I really haven't taken any box, but I haven't been paying much attention to that backpack. Could it have fallen off somewhere along the way?" He suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something, turning to stare at Bai Finming. "I remember the backpack was always in your hands. Did you move any black box? If you took it, hand it over quickly." Bai Finming usually loved to take things, and when he brought Zhu Wanfang back, he even took her backpack with him. Xiao Sa recalled that Bai Finming had rummaged through the backpack, claiming he wanted to see if Zhu Wanfeng had hidden any money inside. With Xiao Sas mentioned, several little brothers squatting next to Bai Finming immediately began to chatter. Yes. Bai Finming, if you took Brother Jin's stuff, hand it over quickly, don't drag everyone down with you. I saw him sneaking around going through the backpack in the car. If something went missing, it must have been him. That's right. I even saw him putting something in his pocket, why not take it out quickly? Bai Finming, being pointed at and scolded by everyone, kept his head down, stammering, I did go through the backpack. But I only found more than 20 Hong Kong dollars. I really didn't see any black box. I truly didn't take Brother Jin's. Seeing Bai Finming still arguing before Chen Jin could speak, he had already walked over and grabbed Bai Finming. Just as Bai Finming wanted to struggle, he swung the butt of his gun and struck him in the face, instantly knocking him. Then he searched him from head to toe, only finding half a pack of cigarettes and about 100 Hong Kong dollars in his pocket. He turned to report Brother Jin. Nothing was found. Bai Finming collapsed on the ground, crying out, Brother Jin, I really didn't take any black box. From school to here, I haven't left for a moment. It's impossible for me to hide anything. Everyone can testify for me. Hearing this result, Chen Jin's previously slightly relaxed expression darkened again. But this time he didn't focus on Bai Finming, instead turning to Xiao Sa and coldly saying, Brother Xiao Sa, I don't care who among your men took it. Since no one has left, hand over the item quickly. 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Chen Jin extended 2 fingers, raising the offer again. Brother Xiao Sa, I don't want to repeat this for the 3rd time. Feeling the murderous intent in Chen Jin's words, Xiao Sa immediately turned to his subordinates and shouted, everyone search for it. Go through every pocket. In an instant, all the little brothers scrambled to search their pockets, with 2 even starting to lift the sofa and search the cabinets, while others ran into the inner room to look. Chen Jin watched coldly, thinking, if anyone thinks they can escape, they can certainly try. After searching for a while, looking at the sullen expressions of the little brothers, his face grew increasingly grim. Seeing this, Chen Jin's gaze suddenly sharpened. I see you all are tired of living. Just as Chen Jin finished speaking, Wang Jianjun, who had been standing next to him, suddenly moved. He took a step forward, and the triangular dagger in his hand lunged straight out. The closest little brother from Xiao Sa hadn't reacted to what was happening before his throat was pierced by the dagger. As Wang Jianjun pulled out the dagger, blood gushed from the wound, and that little brother collapsed lifelessly. Although Chen Jin and the others were all holding guns, no one present had expected them to kill without hesitation. Wang Jianjun's sudden action stunned everyone, including Wu Jiwei and Sidu Haonan. One reason was that this sudden strike took a life, and the other was the indifference Chen Jin and the others displayed afterward, which sent chills down everyone's spine. Regarding Wang Jianjun's abrupt action, Chen Jin was not the slightest bit displeased. On the contrary, he appreciated it. This lad was indeed clever, having seen through his true intentions this time. Chen Jin coldly glanced at the corpse on the ground, then raised his head to look at Xiao Sa and said, Brother Xiao Sa, this is just the first one. 2 million is the highest price I can offer. If you don't hand it over, I, Chen Jin, will say this. Today, including you, none of you will leave this warehouse alive. Just as Xiao Sa was about to plead for mercy again, a little brother suddenly jumped out from behind him. Brother Jin, the item you're looking for is with me. I hid it on the way here. My conditions aren't high. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. If you let me leave Hong Kong safely, I will hand over the item to you. This sudden outburst stunned not only Chen Jin, but also infuriated Xiao Sa. Xiao Sa couldn't hold back any longer and charged over, kicking the guy hard in the backside. Lan Minghui, if you don't hand over the item quickly, how dare you negotiate conditions with me? After being kicked, Lan Minghui wasn't afraid and stood his ground, stammering, Brother Jin, you can bring so many people here. The black box you're looking for must be extremely important. I only want 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Once I leave Hong Kong safely, I will have someone deliver the item right away. At this moment, not only Xiao Sa, but even Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan standing beside him couldn't stand it any longer. Because of this little bastard's reckless actions, they were now being held at gunpoint. Wu Jiwei directly shouted at Xiao Sa, you need to resolve this situation quickly. What kind of useless fools are you bringing with you? If I had such subordinates, I would have thrown them into the sea long ago. Xiao Sa was also filled with rage. Because of this Lan Minghui, he had been put into such a predicament, and it would be strange if he let this little bastard go easily. Xiao Sa rushed over and slapped Lan Minghui hard across the face. How dare you touch Brother Jin's belongings? Hurry up and call to have it delivered. Although Lan Minghui was beaten badly, he still gritted his teeth and refused to relent. The expressions of everyone present were not good. At this moment, Wu Jiwei turned to Chen Jin and said, Hello, Brother Jin, I am Wu Jiwei, the smiling tiger from Dongxing, and this beside me is Situ Haonan, the fierce tiger from Dongxing. You should have heard of our names, Brother Jin. Xiao Sa needed some time to pry this guy's mouth open. How about this? The two of us will guarantee that within an hour Xiao Sa will definitely find the item and return it to Brother Jin. Could you let your brothers put down their weapons for now? In case there's an accidental discharge, it would be hard to explain. The man beside me, Situ Haonan, has quite a connection with you, Brother Jin, we can be considered on the same side. Wu Jiwei was genuinely a bit anxious. Beside him, De Fei and the others were aiming their AKs at this side, and he noticed that several little brothers' gun muzzles were starting to sway. Clearly their arms were getting tired. If a finger twitched and an accidental discharge occurred, that wouldn't be a joke. At such a short distance, if hit by an AK, it would surely create a gaping wound. Hearing this, Chen Jin suddenly laughed coldly. Guarantee? Do you even know what I lost? Wu Jiwei, you just casually stepped forward to say you want a guarantee for him. I won't hide it anymore. What I lost this time are 4 chips that can control the Patriots. This thing is useless in your hands, but for me it can be exchanged for $1 million each from the military. Originally the chips were supposed to be delivered directly to me upon arrival in Hong Kong, but there was a hiccup this morning. The driver didn't know the stakes, and was speeding, even fighting with the traffic police, resulting in both him and the vehicle being detained at the police station, and the people in the backseat ended up going in as well. At the police station, my people spotted this student girl, and just to be safe they secretly stuffed the item into the small pocket of her backpack, and even zipped it up carefully. After dealing with the situation, we were just about to retrieve the item from the student girl when she was brought here by Yu Xiao. That's when I came over to discuss this matter with Yu Xiao. Chen Jin stared at the smiling tiger with a forced smile. If the items cannot be delivered safely and on time, then those 4 Patriots are just 4 pieces of scrap metal, and I will be hunted down by the military special forces. Wu Jiwei, can you take on this responsibility? When the Israeli special forces come knocking, should I say the items are with your Dongxing? This mess will fall on you, Dongxing society. Moi. Wu Jiwei's eyes nearly popped out. Brother Jin, we really need to think this through carefully. It's obvious that we arrived later, and the chip definitely isn't with us. We have nothing to do with this. What a joke. If we really attract the Israeli special forces, let alone the smiling tiger, even the entire Dongxing wouldn't be enough for them to fill their teeth with. If the camel knew that Wu Jiwei had caused such a huge trouble for the gang, he would surely skin him alive. If it weren't for Chen Jin and his armed group, and Wang Jiangwo and his crew wearing camouflage, Wang Jianjun killing like slaughtering chickens, it would be clear they were no ordinary thugs, but rather mercenaries. Wu Jiwei and his group would never believe this story. With this kind of intimidation, even if Chen Jin said he lost weapons, Wu Jiwei and the others would believe it. Chen Jin glanced at the mangled corpse of the unlucky Hui, showing no sympathy. Jiang Wo sent 2 people to bring his whole family here later. If the items are not handed over, I will let him die, he said, glancing at Xiao Sa, casually tossing a knife. Xiao Sa, you can't pry open his mouth just with fists. The conditions here are rudimentary and many methods can't be employed, but I don't care what means you use, I must get the items back. Since you are unwilling to hand over 2 million, then I won't waste my breath. Let's be direct. If I can't retrieve these 4 chips, Xiao Sa, I guarantee that you and your little brothers will all die here today, and your families won't survive either. Bang! After finishing his threatening words, Chen Jin raised his hand and shot through Xiao Sa's thigh. His bloody words suffocated everyone present. At this moment, not only were Xiao Sa and his subordinates terrified by the gun pointed at them, even Fei and the others holding guns were sweating profusely in their palms. This Chen Jin before them was no ordinary boss. He was practically a living Yama. Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan exchanged glances. Earlier they had been contemplating whether they could pull Chen Jin to their side, but now they had to reconsider that thought. This guy's methods were too ruthless, completely unpredictable. Being inexplicably shot like this under normal circumstances, Xiao Sa would have exploded in fury and fought back. But now all he could think about was that he had to skin the unlucky Hui alive. It was this scum that had caused him to be in such a miserable state. Now he could barely stand. Seeing Xiao Sa pick up the gleaming knife that Chen Jin had tossed over, rushing at him with bloodshot eyes, and hearing Chen Jin say he would capture his whole family, the unlucky Hui finally couldn't hold it any longer and shouted, "Xiao Sa, spare me. I was just making things up. I just wanted to trick Brother Jin into giving me some money so I could pack up and live a carefree." This shocked everyone present. The tough guy, the unlucky Hui, who had just been resilient until death, had it all. At this point, no one could tell which words from the unlucky Hui were true and which were false. Xiao Sa didn't bother thinking too hard. He was set on 2 points. First, this bastard had admitted the items were in his hands. Second, that this son of a gun had caused him to get shot. Without saying a word, Xiao Sa rushed in front of the unlucky Hui, raised the knife, and stabbed it fiercely into his thigh. Xiao Sa's strength wasn't small to begin with, and coupled with all the pent-up anger, this stab pierced right through. The unlucky Hui screamed in pain, but Xiao Sa acted as if he didn't hear it, viciously twisting the knife. "Unlucky Hui, hurry up and hand over the items. If not, don't say Brother Jin won't agree. I will be the first to kill you." When it comes to bullying the weak, Xiao Sa truly played it to perfection. He didn't dare turn around to settle accounts with Chen Jin, but when dealing with his little brothers, he was clean and decisive, not even blinking an eye. More importantly, they had searched through all the places they could think of, and they hadn't even seen a trace of the black box that, if the unlucky Hui couldn't produce it, now were they supposed to magically conjure one up? Chen Jin made such a big fuss, and even killed someone he couldn't possibly be here just to mess with them, right? The unlucky Hui was in so much pain that he was losing his mind, his speech becoming incoherent. "Xiao Sa, I really didn't deceive you. Everything I said before was false." His incoherent words made people frown. Perhaps realizing he had let something slip, the unlucky Hui began to howl, "Brother Jin, the chips really aren't with me. I was scared out of my wits and heard you were offering 2 million, which made me look at you with greedy eyes and want to trick you out of some money. At this moment, Wang Jianjun, who had been quietly observing, suddenly spoke up, his voice as cold as ice. Brother Jean, based on my years of experience in interrogating people, this unlucky Hui doesn't seem to be lying. The items should not be in his hands. Chen Jin nodded slightly, his gaze icy and frightening. Since he is of no use, why keep him? For some reason, Chen Jin was particularly violent today, threatening lives at the drop of a hat. But then again, this so-called Brother Jean, who claimed to be at odds with gambling and drugs, never had a good impression of the scum like Xiao Sa. Always bullying the weak, picking on soft targets. No matter how many of these scum he killed, Chen Jin wouldn't feel a thing in his heart. As Wang Jianjun and the others were about to take action against the unlucky Hui, a little brother from Xiao Sa's side completely lost his composure and shouted, "What the hell? I'm just trying to make a living by following Xiao Sa. I haven't done anything heinous enough to deserve death." Before Chen Jin could respond, Wang Jiangwo, standing to the side, disdainfully snorted and pointed at Zhu Wanfang, who was trembling behind him. "You big men brought a schoolgirl here. You must have done this kind of thing more than once, haven't you? Are you sure you've really never done anything immoral?" The little brother grew anxious and continued shouting, "So what? At least we haven't killed anyone." Chen Jin looked at this young thug with a half-smile, speaking slowly. "There are plenty of gangs in our Hong Kong island, and each gang has its own pursuits. Some are in it for money, while others want to band together to avoid being bullied. There's no shortage of ways to make money. Running gambling houses, selling drugs, managing brothels, all these can make. Some people even earn money by being hitmen, collecting protection fees, entry fees, and parking fees. It's all part of the game. I've heard of your group. You like to exploit women for money. Me, I prefer to rely on myself and my brother's weapons to make a living. There's a saying on the streets that I think makes a lot of sense. When you come out to mix, you will eventually have to pay it back. Today it's your turn to pay it back." As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, Wang Jiangwo, who had been unable to contain himself, bang! He raised his hand and shot the young thug right in the forehead, and another of Xiao Sa's little brothers was taken out like this. The scene erupted into chaos, but the remaining people kept their heads down, gritting their teeth, trying to make as little noise as possible, fearing to attract the attention of these desperate people. Just like when Wang Jianjun first killed someone, Chen Jin remained unfazed, not saying a single word. He continued to coldly stare at Xiao Sa, who still held the dagger he had pulled from the unlucky Hu's thigh. Perhaps feeling Chen Jin's gaze, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo simultaneously turned their attention to Xiao Sa. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of these three individuals, Xiao Sa felt an immense pressure. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo had just effortlessly taken out two of his little brothers, while Chen Jin, the leader of these two ruthless men, could easily wipe them all out if he felt displeased. Having been toyed with by the unlucky Hui and now being stared at by Chen Jin and his crew, Xiao Sa's demeanor also turned icy. Seeing Xiao Sa's expression, the unlucky Hui finally panicked, shouting, "Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let greed blind my judgment. Ooh, I shouldn't have deceived you. I'm sorry. I'll quit the gang. I want to go to the police station to confess." Hearing the unlucky Hui's desperate plea, everyone shook their heads. In the disdainful gazes of everyone, the unlucky Hu's worthless life was ultimately taken by Xiao Sa. Chen Jin exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely, his gaze falling on the suave figure of the recently slain Luan Mingwei. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, his tone as calm as if discussing trivial matters. "Brother Xiao Sa, after all the twists and turns, we have returned to the starting point. 3 lives were lost, yet my little box with the chip is still nowhere to be found." Chen Jin flicked the ash from his cigarette, his eyes suddenly sharp. Brother Xiao's neck hairs stood on end, and he rubbed his hands nervously with a forced smile. "Brother Jin, you saw it. All my brothers almost turned the ground upside down looking for it. That precious chip of yours really isn't in our hands." His eyes darted, suddenly pointing at Zhu Wanfang, who was cowering behind Wang Jiangwo. Could it be that this girl hid the thing somewhere else on the way? Chen Jin was not angered. Instead, he turned to the trembling Zhu Wanfang with a smile. "Little girl, after leaving the police station, did you go anywhere else? Or did you secretly hide something from your backpack?" Zhu Wanfang shook her head vigorously, her braids almost flying loose. No. As soon as I arrived at school, I was taken by Brother Xiao Sa. My backpack hasn't left my side during the entire trip. I have no idea if there's a chip inside." Her voice was rising in pitch with anxiety. "When they snatched my backpack, I didn't even touch the zipper." After speaking, the little girl shrank back behind Wang Jiangwo like a frightened rabbit. The tall policeman had become her only support if it hadn't been for Wang Jiangwo, bringing her out of the room and speaking up for her several times. She might have fainted from fear. Chen Jin turned back, lightly tapping his fingers on the chair back. "Brother Xiao Sa, you've heard the situation." He scanned the room full of people. "These are all your little brothers. You're most familiar with them. Why not do this? Everyone should recall through whose hands this backpack has passed, how many times it has been rummaged through, and which corners it has been to. Since everyone is here, the range of activity is quite limited." Chen Jin suddenly put away his smile, his voice cold as ice. "I'll give you half an hour. Whether you dig 3 feet into the ground or turn the river upside down, if you still can't produce the item when the time is up, He slowly drew a dark handgun from his waist. Then don't blame me, Chen Jin, for being merciless. The warehouse instantly descended into chaos, the little brothers darting around like headless flies searching. Only Xiaosao was ordered to remain seated. The instructions from Chen Jin were clear. His subordinates could help look for the item, but their leader must stay put. Brother Dafei. Chen Jin suddenly turned his head. Tell the brothers to put away their weapons. He then looked at Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan, his tone carrying a warning. You two from Dongxing, my men, have already put down their weapons. I hope you can behave as well and refrain from making any actions that could be misunderstood. I have both seasoned veterans and greenhorns who have just touched guns here. Chen Jin smiled meaningfully. These newcomers are very shaky if by chance there's an accidental discharge. The two bosses should understand, right? Saying this, he signaled for 2 chairs to be brought over, giving these 2 gang leaders a bit of face. Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan exchanged glances, their previously tense hearts finally easing somewhat. It seemed that Chen Jin was not a madman. He at least understood the rules of negotiation. Wu Jiwei even secretly admired him. Had it been him who lost a chip worth several $1 million and attracted the trouble of special forces, he would have likely turned this place into a slaughterhouse. The tense atmosphere in the room finally eased a bit. Wu Jiwei seized the opportunity to speak. Brother Jin, the spokesperson of Sihai, what I said just now is the absolute truth. This Situ Haonan indeed has some connections with you. Situ Haonan took the cue, lightly tapping on the table. If I remember correctly, your real name is Chen Jin, and your father Chen Wei was sworn brothers with my father, having slaughtered chickens and burned yellow paper together in the past. Back then they rose together from the streets, joining Dongxing side by side, carving out their territory through bloodshed. Chen Jin frowned, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing the teacup. It's true, my father is called Chen Wei, but he never mentioned anything about sworn brothers in Dongxing. At this point his gaze suddenly drifted away, his tone softening a bit. Since I was young, he has only held my hand and urged me to study hard, hoping I could get into the police academy. Just then a police siren wailed past outside the tea house, and Chen Jin self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. I did wear that uniform, but unfortunately. His Adam's apple bobbed twice. I was set up, and ultimately I couldn't keep my police badge. Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan exchanged glances. They had already gathered this information. To say that Chen Jin is an undercover officer. Don't be ridiculous. Which undercover agent would let someone get carried into the hospital so easily? Situ Haonan suddenly leaned forward, his cuff brushing against the glass turntable with a sharp sound. Brother Jin, why not bring your brothers from Sihai over to Dongxing? He counted on his fingers. In terms of seniority, Dongxing has been rooted in Hong Kong Island for decades. In terms of connections, your father is already an elder of Dongxing. As long as you give the nod, we will prepare a place for you among the 5 tigers immediately. Since Chen Jin did not interrupt, Situ Haonan became more animated. I will speak to Boss Lapa, and Sihai will be directly upgraded to a hall. People will be provided, money will be given, the territories in Causeway Bay. He suddenly lowered his voice. I know, Brother Jin, you still have connections in the police station, but going solo ultimately. This statement struck a nerve. Small gangs in Hong Kong Island were often swallowed up. Although Sihai's current strength was not at risk of being annihilated, expanding would be as hard as reaching the sky. If they could lean on Dongxing as a big tree, many things would naturally fall into place. Situ Haonan keenly sensed the fluctuation in Chen Jin's gaze and immediately seized the opportunity to add pressure. Today is only a hint. The specific terms will naturally require Boss Lata to talk in person. He suddenly slammed the table. I, Situ Haonan, state this. If anyone dares to trip you up, I will be the first to lead my brothers to take care of him. This was not just boasting. Among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, Situ Haonan was the strongest and had the most desperate. Amidst the steaming heat of the teapot, Chen Jin's reflection wavered on the glass turntable, mirroring his uncertain thoughts at this moment. It must be clarified that the events that just transpired in the warehouse cannot be counted, let alone Situ Haonan. Even if the Dongxing leader Law were called here and had a gun pointed at his head by a dozen men, he would have to keep his mouth shut for fear of saying the wrong thing. In these times, one must be able to bend and stretch when faced with life-threatening matters. As long as it does not violate one's principles, one should bow when necessary. It's nothing to be ashamed of. On the surface, Wu Jiwei still wore the smile of a good-natured person, but inside, he had already started calculating. To say that he had no thoughts about Situ Haonan bringing Chen Jin over would be a lie. However, this guy was very shrewd. No one could tell what he was really thinking. If Chen Jin were just an ordinary gang leader, no matter how capable he was, Wu Jiwei would not take him seriously. He might even think of ways to bring him into Dongxing to strengthen their power. Even if Chen Jin were a drug dealer with bodyguards, that wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Dongxing had risen through this line of work, and now a large portion of their income relied on it. But the current Chen Jin was entirely different. This kid was dealing with life-threatening business, surprisingly involved with military chips and foreign armies. This is playing with fire. If something goes wrong, even the special forces might come knocking. With Dongxing's meager resources, even if all the gangs in Hong Kong Island were tied together, they couldn't withstand it. Since Situ Haonan had already opened his mouth, Wu Jiwei could not oppose him on the spot. After all, in this warehouse, it was still Chen Jin who called the shots. Who knows if this kid would go crazy if he couldn't retrieve the chip, fail to complete his mission, and attract unwanted attention. Judging by his subordinates, it was clear that this group was capable of dragging others down with them when they went wild. Before coming here, Wu Zhuwei had been contemplating if he could bring Chen Jin into Dongxing as a henchman to deal with Hung Hing, it would be quite beneficial. Recently, Hung Hing had been too aggressive and Dongxing had suffered losses in several confrontations. But now he had completely discarded that thought. If Chen Jin found out, he wanted to use him as a pawn, who knows what trouble might arise. Wu Zhuwei, although doing well for himself, was not invulnerable, let alone those under Chen Jin. All of them were. Having reached this point, Chen Jin did not shut the door completely. He nodded and said, "All right, but I need to think this. There are still a few deals I need to handle, so I might not be able to give you an immediate answer." Integrating Sihai into Dongxing is akin to a small county's enterprise suddenly being noticed by a Fortune 500 company. Not only would shares need to be given, but also people sent to help develop. For other small gangs, this would be a dream come true. But Chen Jin's situation is special. The affairs entangled with Sihai right now are too complex, requiring him to report back to his superiors. However, Chen Jin knew, well, that once the higher-ups were aware of this matter, they would not only be supportive, but would likely give a nudge from behind. After all, his current mission had long since changed. If he could truly infiltrate Dongxing apart from continuing to expand his territory and recruit men, he would certainly need to find a way to sit in the leader's seat of Dongxing. If that day comes, he and his superiors' plans would greatly benefit. According to Chen Jin, Dongxing and Hung Hing had never been at peace. Hong Kong Island is such a small place, for territory fights break out every few days, and for years they have been engaged in a brutal struggle. After night falls, as soon as these two factions meet, even a trivial matter can ignite like a spark in an oil drum, exploding instantly. This plan is entirely feasible. Chen Jin was clear as day. Having Wu Zhuwei and Crow, these two ambitious individuals around, it was only a matter of time before they stirred up big trouble. Once he spreads his wings and seizes the opportunity, he can not only deal a heavy blow to Hung Hing, but also smoothly ascend to the helm of Dongxing. At that time, with money to spare and men at his command, his career would surely thrive. However, for now, there was no need to think about these things, as they couldn't be accomplished overnight. The urgent task is to resolve the hassle of Xiaosha. Having frightened him enough, it is time to close the net. Wang Jianjun stood aside, stealing glances at Chen Jin's expression, his heart pounding. Among all the people present, he was the only one privy to some inside information, yet he couldn't fathom what kind of play Chen Jin was about to perform. Under Chen Jin's unflinching gaze, Xiaosha felt cold sweat trickling down his spine. The gunshot wound on his thigh throbbed painfully, but compared to the oppressive aura brought on by Chen Jin, this pain seemed trivial. Just moments ago, he had taken down Lan Minghui like a rabid dog, all because Chen Jin was watching from behind. That gaze was like a venomous snake, making one's heart feel uneasy. Xiaosha fervently prayed in his heart, since that thing has not left, it should show itself soon. If this dragged on any longer, he feared he would break down first. Who knew if Chen Jin would suddenly pull out his gun to grant him a swift end? Two of his lackeys tried to make a run for it under the pretense of looking for something, but they hadn't even taken 2 steps before they fell. Chen Jin had already sent someone to keep an eye on things, adding, "Whoever runs has a guilty conscience, keep a close watch. If someone really escapes, take them out directly." This was no warning, it was clearly a death warrant. Staying might mean survival. After all, no one truly believed Chen Jin would massacre the entire place. But escaping, no one dared to bet that their legs could outrun an AK bullet, and even fewer wanted to be targeted by Chen Jin, the living embodiment of death. Ironically, in Zhu Wanfang's eyes, Xiaosha and his gang were demons, yet now they found Chen Jin to be even more terrifying than demons. Watching his subordinates return empty-handed with their heads hung low, Xiaosha felt a chill in his heart. "Brother Jin, give it a bit more time, perhaps someone hasn't searched thoroughly enough. You know, sometimes the more anxious you are to find something, the less you find. If you take a breather, it might just turn up." Chen Jin leisurely shook his head. "Xiaosha, I think I've given you enough face already." Just when everyone thought he was about to turn hostile, the warehouse door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Jin's confidant he rushed in, holding a black box, excitedly shouting, "Brother Jin, is this it?" I pried it out from the seams of their car seats. After all, since leaving the police station, Zhu Wanfang's backpack had mostly stayed in the vehicle that had kidnapped her. Earlier, one of the lackeys had suggested searching the car outside, but Chen Jin's men had immediately vetoed it. Chen Jin's subordinates had set strict rules. No one was allowed to leave the warehouse without permission, and any search had to be conducted under their watchful eyes. Search the car. What if you took the chance to drive off and came back with a bunch of cops? While this reasoning was sound, the most likely place for the missing items couldn't be ignored. In the end, they could only send Dahi to run errands, and the lad quickly brought back the items. When Chen Jin took the box, his face showed no expression, but when he opened it and counted the 4 chips, a satisfied smile finally crept onto his lips. "This is it." This sentence seemed to unlock a spell, instantly revitalizing the atmosphere in the warehouse. From the moment Chen Jin had stormed in, this was the first time people could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao SAS men were so excited their eyes turned red, with a few even secretly wiping away tears. Seeing this, Fei and the others lowered their guns, no longer fixating on Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan's group. Brothers from Dongxing, Chen Jin's tone was noticeably lighter, now even addressing Xiao Sa as Brother Xiao Sa. I still have some private matters to discuss with Brother Xiao Sa. If you have business with him, please wait a moment. The heavy stone in Xiao Sa's heart finally fell to the ground. He didn't care whether Chen Jin called him brother. What mattered was that this grim reaper had finally calmed down. The lackeys also relaxed their tense nerves, some secretly eyeing Chen Jin, thinking this was the true demeanor of a big boss, handling matters with ease while keeping people in line. As for those three unfortunate souls, they were purely asking for trouble, daring to play tricks against such a ruthless character. Wasn't that looking for death? Wu Jiwei quickly stood up, waving his hands, while Situ Haonan also stood up. We're just here to pay a visit. One of our lackeys is injured and needs treatment. We'll come back another day. Seeing that Chen Jin had no intention of stopping them, the Dongxing members slipped away faster than rabbits, not even daring to mention the medical expenses for the initial gunshot wound. Chen Jin glanced at he by the door, gesturing to clear a path if word of today's events reaches the cops. Before he could finish, Wu Jiwei quickly assured him, Brother Jin, don't worry, the brothers know what to do. Once this group had left, both Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan thought in unison, even if Chen Jin truly entered Dongxing, they could never deal with him in a closed setting. Who could withstand that oppressive aura? As soon as the warehouse door closed, the space felt significantly more open. Xiao Sa was immediately swept by Chen Jin's gaze, pledging his loyalty. Brother Jin, I will handle the aftermath. Today I finally witnessed your methods, I guarantee to clean up the mess thoroughly. If even a hint of this leaks out, you can take my head anytime. I will ensure these bodies are taken care of. Xiao Sa pointed with his toe at the three bloody corpses on the ground, forcing a flattering smile. Brother Jin, rest assured, even to save my own life, I absolutely won't let these troubles cause any issues. The lackeys behind him nodded vigorously, each bobbing their heads like chicks pecking at grain. It was hard to tell whether they were genuinely terrified or simply believed their boss was right. Though a bullet was still lodged in his thigh, Xiao Sa had regained his former reckless spirit. Now that the goods had been recovered, he figured Chen Jin would not make things difficult for him. However, since the items were not found by their own people, Xiao Sa wisely did not dare to bring up the promised 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Getting past this situation would be a stroke of luck. Who would dare to expect money from this king of hell? His lackeys thought the same. After all, not everyone was like Lan Minghui, willing to risk their life for money, boldly talking nonsense at the sound of cash. Most people believed that keeping their heads was more important than anything else. Among the three corpses on the ground, one had been dealt with by Xiao Sa himself. If this matter was not handled properly, the first one to suffer would be him. But on second thought, holding on to this leverage could actually make Chen Jin more at ease with him. This was the key to Xiao Sa believing he could survive. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Sa's mind had already turned several corners. Originally, he had invited the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei over to get on board the Dongxing ship. In this Hong Kong territory, it was incredibly difficult for small gangs like his to support dozens of subordinates. Just being a lackey under Dongxing was already a stroke of luck. But now he suddenly discovered a brighter path. Chen Jin was a far more imposing figure than Dongxing. Single-handedly, he could suppress the 2-5 tiger generals of Dongxing, and Xiao Sa had witnessed that earlier brawl firsthand. Even the smiling tiger and the tiger catcher could not gain the upper hand. Not to mention the ambiguous relationship Chen Jin had with Dongxing's leader Situ Haonan. If he were to enter Dongxing, he could definitely establish himself as a big boss. Looking at himself trying to be a lackey to the smiling tiger would require him to pay out of pocket, and even then he might not catch their eye. In comparison, it felt like heaven and earth apart. Just moments ago, Chen Jin had dealt with them as easily as squashing a few ants, and this disparity in strength left Xiao Sa thoroughly convinced. Brother Jin. Xiao Sa suddenly knelt down with a thud, startling everyone in the room. I want to follow you. Although just moments ago he had been greeted with a gun, kneeling down to acknowledge a new leader was indeed quite humiliating. Yet Xiao Sa was clear in his mind. If he missed this opportunity now, it would be harder than climbing to the heavens to get back on Chen Jin's line. There was also a particularly crucial issue. Xiao Sa's nemesis Fei was currently with Chen Jin, having come together. If Fei established a firm foothold in front of Chen Jin, first Xiao Sa's future would be extremely difficult. Strangely enough, looking at the situation, it seemed Fei had not officially joined the 4C's gang. Otherwise, Chen Jin wouldn't be calling him brother Fei so readily. In terms of fighting skills, Fei could not compare to the two ruthless characters beside Chen Jin. Thus, Xiao Sa had to hurry. He needed to wrap things up before Fei. Oh. Xiao Sa's words left Chen Jin stunned. He truly hadn't expected Xiao Sa to make such a sudden move. Both Xiao Sa and Fei were class fighters. If Xiao Sa trained, well, he might even rise to class. At that moment, Chen Jin was short on manpower, and being able to recruit such a character was indeed a great opportunity. Not to mention that Xiao Sa had a group of lackeys under him. If they could be brought to heal, the manpower shortage in the 4C's gang would be significantly alleviated. Chen Jin was currently eager to expand his territory, and what he needed most was capable people. Yet the issue was that Chen Jin had originally come to take Xiao Sa's life, and didn't plan to spare his lackeys. What Chen Jin loathed the most were scoundrels like Xiao Sa who forced others into a corner. If he agreed to recruit them, wouldn't that contradict his initial intentions? At this moment the most anxious was Zhu Wanfang, who was hiding behind Wang Jiangwo. The young girl clutched Wang Jiangwo's clothing tightly, fearing that if Chen Jin truly took Xiao Sa in as a subordinate, she would fall back into the grasp of evil. She was now placing all her hopes on the man who had saved her. Chen Jin furrowed his brows, contemplating for a while, then suddenly raised his hand and shot the bullet piercing through Xiao Sa's forehead. Watching Xiao Sa drop to the ground like a log, Chen Jin coldly stated, "Sorry, this matter is non-negotiable." Although keeping Xiao Sa could bring numerous benefits, principles were principles, and Chen Jin would not change his original intent for such trivial gains. The gunshot sounded like a charge being sounded. Wang Jiangwo and the others exchanged glances, grabbed their AKs, and opened fire. Wang Jianjun did not rush to use his gun, flipping it behind his back, taking a couple of steps to find a good position. Seeing this, Defei and his group quickly followed suit, raising their guns to shoot. Thankfully, the warehouse Xiao Sa had chosen was far from residential areas, and despite making such a ruckus, no one reported it. This place had originally been chosen by Xiao Sa for its quietness. Doing some illicit dealings here wouldn't be interrupted. Who would have thought it would ultimately become his burial ground? Having walked some distance, Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan were startled by the gunfire, but neither of them was foolish enough to turn back to see the commotion. They jumped into their cars and stepped on the gas to escape. Inside the warehouse, after a magazine was emptied, apart from veterans like Wang Jianjun, who had seen their fair share of action, the others, untrained and inexperienced, were all nauseated and throwing up. Even Defei, who usually showed no signs of fear when dealing with people, was feeling queasy, leaning against the wall. At the sound of gunfire, they had all been pumped with adrenaline, but when reality hit, their true selves were revealed. Chen Jin chuckled, patting Defei on the back. "Are you all right, Defei?" He himself remained calm, but found the atmosphere overwhelming. He guessed he would feel nauseous at the sight of meat for the next few days. Defei wiped his mouth and forced a smile, saying, "Don't worry, Jingu, I'm fine." Looking at Wang Jianjun and the others, who appeared unperturbed, Defei suppressed his discomfort. In that fleeting moment, Defei truly felt the strength of the Wang Jianjun brothers. If he continued to appear weak, he feared Chen Jin would think even less of him. After collecting himself, Defei couldn't help but voice his question. "Jingu, why didn't you agree when Xiao Sa said he wanted to team up with you?" He genuinely couldn't understand. Although Xiao Sa seemed weak in front of Chen Jin, he could still muster a group of dozens of brothers and had his own territory. Accepting Xiao Sa would benefit Chen Jin greatly, yet instead of nodding in agreement, Chen Jin directly dealt with him, leaving Defei puzzled. Chen Jin smirked, saying, "It's simple, Defei. You can't seriously think that if I retrieve the goods and he apologizes, everything will end there, right?" He paused. "Moreover, I've heard that you and Xiao Sa have always had a rocky relationship, often clashing. This time you're helping me out. If I accepted Xiao Sa, how would we get along in the future?" As for Xiao Sa's lackeys, Chen Jin wore a knowing smile, ill-arranged for Xiao Sa and his loyal few to simply vanish later. "Defei, you should have no problem taking over his territory and men, right?" Defei pounded his chest in assurance. "Of course. It's a done deal." He hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit bashful, and said, "Well, Jinga, how about I join you too? I've realized that in Hong Kong gangs are everywhere. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. With my limited resources, there's no way to grow strong. If I provoke a big gang, I might not even have a way out." Defei gave a thumbs up, saying, "But Jingu, you're different." After this incident, Defei was thoroughly convinced of Chen Jin's capabilities. In truth, from the moment Wang Jianjun took out the first person, Defei's perception and attitude towards Chen Jin had completely changed. Even someone as ruthless as Wang Jianjun was willing to follow Chen Jin. Oh, what was there for Defei to hesitate about? "Oh." Chen Jin was slightly surprised. "If Defei is serious, then of course I welcome you. But let's not say anything about following me. From now on we are brothers." Chen Jin had actually planned to take Defei under his wing, but that was supposed to happen after the Golden Triangle operation. He hadn't expected Defei to propose at first, so he had no reason to refuse. If it weren't for Xiao Sa's incompetence, having both of these men under his command would have been quite advantageous. Defei quickly waved his hand. "Jin, good, don't call me Defei anymore. Oh, just call me Fei." Seeing Chen Jin seemingly about to decline, he quickly added, "Rules are rules. Please don't make this difficult for me." Upon Defei's joining of Sihai, his small brothers immediately greeted Chen Jin in unison. "Jin Gu." They had no objections to joining Sihai. Although they had all been throwing up just moments ago, they genuinely admired Chen Jin. With a leader like this, they were certain they would rise to prominence in the future. Chen Jin nodded. "Good, then it's settled. Now let me assign some tasks." "Defei, this task will be tough for you." Chen Jin looked at Defei. "You and Xiao Sa are old rivals. You are most familiar with his situation. His men and territory will be handed over to you." Chen Jin patted Wang Jianjun's shoulder and said in a gentle tone, "Jianjun, I need you and Dahai to take care of things here. Make sure to clean up the scene thoroughly and leave no traces." Turning to Wang Jiangwo, he revealed a meaningful smile. Zhang Wo, your task won't be easy. This pretty young lady will be entrusted to you. Ensure her safe return home. Seeing Wang Zhangwo's slight embarrassment, Chen Jin teased. You're all grown up now, why be shy? You should consider finding a partner. Today is special. Take her home first, and there will be plenty of chances later. Chen Jin's gaze fell on Zhu Wanfang, and his tone suddenly turned serious. Young lady, it's best to keep what happened today to yourself. If I find out you're talking about it outside. He deliberately paused. Next time you might not be so lucky to encounter a good man like Zhang Wo to save you. Hearing Chen Jin's arrangements, Wang Jianjun initially wanted to call his brother for help. But upon hearing about the special task for Zhang Wo, he quickly swallowed his words. It was just cleanup work after all, this was his forte. Standing aside, Zhu Wanfang tightly clutched Wang Zhangwo's sleeve, and upon hearing she could leave, she quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I promise. I swear I won't say a word. If any of the brothers don't believe me, they can check my background at any time. Zhu Wanfang was undoubtedly the unluckiest today. She felt that she must have done something terrible in her past life to go through so many bizarre events in one day. When the police called her in to identify people, she was unwilling but couldn't resist their persistent persuasion. But when Xiao Sa came looking for trouble, the police vanished without a trace. Luckily, she encountered Chen Jin and his crew, escaping a fate worse than death. Yet what happened next showed her what true underworld power looked like. Compared to these people, Xiao Sa was merely having just escaped from a wolf's den. She felt as if she had fallen into a tiger's lair, nearly breaking down, thinking she might lose not just her dignity, but her life as well. Now hearing she could go home, she was so excited that her voice trembled. All right, Chen Jin said, seeing her in this state, smiling and waving his hand. Go home, take a hot shower, and get a good night's sleep. Everything will be fine. By the way, he suddenly remembered. When you get home, be sure to let teacher Hemin know you're safe. She's quite worried about you. Off. Zhu Wanfang looked bewildered, not understanding how Chen Jin knew teacher He. But now she didn't dare to ask further, and could only nod repeatedly. Okay, he'll remember. After giving these instructions, Chen Jin drove away from the scene. The remaining tasks could be handled by his subordinates without him needing to supervise personally. Upon returning home and opening the door, Chen Jin was surprised to find Xiao Di and Hemin there. They were both worried about Zhu Wanfang. When they saw him coming back, Xiao Di rushed over. Jin, good, did you rescue a Mint student? All done, Chen Jin replied as he took off his coat. The girl is fine. I've already sent Jianguo to take her home. Also the one called Xiao Sa, I had someone educate him thoroughly. He shouldn't be seen near the school anymore. Jin Gu is really amazing. Xiao Di's face was filled with admiration. She had always believed in Chen Jin. Although she was unclear about the exact strength of Sihai Group, she knew that a small character like Xiao Sa was insignificant in front of Chen Jin. Really? Hemin stood up excitedly. If that's true, it would be wonderful. Many students at school had followed those thugs and learned to misbehave, bullying honest classmates, and even collecting protection fees. Hemin frowned as she spoke. If Xiao Sa and his gang don't show up again, I believe the campus atmosphere will definitely improve significantly. She added. Just then Hemin's phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Zhu Wanfang. Teacher, I've safely arrived home. Thanks to them arriving in time, I didn't encounter any trouble. On the other end of the line, Zhu Wanfang's voice still trembled slightly. It was Mr. Chen from Sihai Company who came to save me. Thank you, teacher He. Zhu Wanfang stammered for quite a while before ultimately deciding to address Chen Jin as Mr. Chen. On the way back with Wang Zhangwo, he specifically mentioned that Chen Jin was the chairman of Sihai Company. Although Chen Jin's trouble with Xiao Sa might be related to some chip issue, Zhu Wanfang was very clear that it was certainly teacher He who had asked him to come to her rescue. It's good that you're safely back. Hemin finally relaxed her worried heart. She didn't find it strange that Zhu Wanfang referred to Chen Jin as Mr. Chen. Don't worry, Chairman Chen from Sihai Group has already warned Xiao Sa. He shouldn't dare come to school to harass you again. Hemin reassured her. Thank you, teacher He. Zhu Wanfang sweetly expressed her gratitude, but internally, she was secretly mocking. This was no warning at all. Chen Jin had directly turned Xiao Sa into a sieve and sent him off to meet the king of hell. If Xiao Sa could still come looking for trouble, it would have to be if he crawled back from the underworld. By that time, she would definitely admit defeat. Hemin knew that Zhu Wanfang must have been quite scared today, and gently said, I'll go take a hot shower and get a good sleep. Tomorrow morning he'll ask for a leave of absence for you. You can sleep in a bit longer before coming to class, or you can take the whole day off if you prefer. No. Zhu Wanfang quickly refused. I'm fine, a good sleep will do. I will definitely be on time for class tomorrow. She didn't want to worry her friends, and if she suddenly asked for a leave, who knows what rumors would circulate. After chatting for a bit longer, Hemin finally hung up the phone. She turned to Chen Jin and said earnestly, Jingu, I really can't thank you enough this time. If it weren't for your timely intervention, A Fang's life might have been ruined. Hemin was genuinely grateful. She had seen too many girls who couldn't recover after such incidents, and very few managed to bounce back. Chen Jin waved his hand dismissively and said, it's just a small effort. Suddenly remembering something, he added, by the way, if there are any rumors circulating in the school, I hope teacher He can pay more attention to that girl. Also, if it's convenient, please send me a copy of the school schedule. I'll have Jangwo handle the pickup and drop-off these days. You can leave the matters at the school gate to him. Upon hearing this, Chiu Di's gossip spirit ignited immediately. Jangwo, has he gotten together with Zhu Wanfang? Chen Jin couldn't help but chuckle. They haven't broken that layer of glass yet. However, today Jangwo's heroic act of saving the beauty was quite impressive. I can see that girl is also interested in him, so let's try to match them up. With Jangwo around, who would dare to gossip at the school gate? Seeing Chen Jin arrange everything so thoughtfully, even considering future issues, Chiu Di felt delighted. Her man is indeed impressive. This time, he has given her enough face in front of her friends. The connections in this world are truly fascinating. Who would have thought that it was he Min supporting Chiu Di before, and now the positions of the two have completely switched. Seeing Chiu Di leap into Chen Jin's arms as if she didn't see him, he Min with keen insight stood up and said, "Since everything is arranged, I'll take my leave first." Chiu Di, still hanging on Chen Jin, looked up without raising her head and replied, "Oh, you can go first. Let's plan to have dinner tomorrow." Suddenly she seemed to remember something. "Oh right. The financial management matter you asked me to inquire about last time is all set up for you. However, Min, I must remind you," Chiu Di continued, hugging Chen Jin's neck, "only close family or particularly close relatives can invest money. Don't casually agree with others. The limit is 1 million. If it exceeds this amount, you'll have to figure it out yourself later. The interest remains the same as before, 1% per year. This matter is lengthy." Since he Min invested some money in Chiu Di's company, her parents became restless, spilling the beans about this money-making opportunity while chatting with neighbors. Many people were tempted after hearing about it, and from time to time someone would visit her after work, subtly asking her to help them invest some money to earn interest. He Min didn't think much of it at the time. She just felt it was a casual matter, so she put together several tens of thousands from 2 longtime neighbors into Chiu Di's hands. But this was just the beginning. The number of people coming to her increased, even relatives who rarely interacted with her. Not only was he Min bombarded with various flattery, but even her parents became popular, and everyone was eager for their help. This scared he Min. With so much money involved, she didn't dare to make decisions alone, and quickly contacted Chiu Di. Who would have thought that Chiu Di was facing the same situation? Everyone in her company who knew about the matter came to her, and at that time Chiu Di was already overwhelmed. In the end, it was Chen Jin who resolved the issue. However, due to Zhu Wanfang's situation, the news had been delayed, and neither of them remembered it when they met today. Now that Zhu Wanfang's matter was resolved, Chiu Di suddenly remembered the financial management issue Chen Jin mentioned in the morning, and since he Min was present, she casually brought it up. Setting a limit for he Min was something Chiu Di thought of on the spur of the moment. She knew he Min's family situation, and 1 million was enough for them to do a favor. If there were no limits, it might cause some trouble. From Chiu Di's perspective, with such a good project as a foundation, making money was definitely not a problem. Plus, with the substantial funds in Chen Jin's secret account, that was her confidence. "Yes, sounds good." He Min nodded and said, "Thank you, Chiu Di." After saying that, she hurriedly walked out. She had no choice but to leave. The two had already begun to indulge in each other as if no one else was around, and it looked like a restricted scene was about to unfold. He Min certainly didn't want to stay and be a third wheel. Watching he Min flee in a panic, Chiu Di called out with a mischievous smile, "Remember to close the door when you go out." He Min didn't look back, abandoning her teacher's demeanor, and gave a big middle finger behind her. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and the two inside felt as if they had been freed from their restraints, allowing them to express themselves fully. After a passionate session, Chen Jin leaned against the headboard and said to Chiu Di, "I might have to go out for a few days and won't be back for quite some time." Chiu Di lay in Chen Jin's arms, looking up at him with concern in her eyes. "Jin Gu, will this trip be very—" Chen Jin shrugged indifferently. "It's okay. How dangerous can it be compared to you, this little demon? If it wasn't for my strong physique and exceptional talent, I would have been devoured by you long ago, leaving nothing behind. Now I finally understand how powerful Tang Sung was. On the journey to the west, he encountered so many beautiful female demons. How did he manage to resist? Why can't I withstand just your flirtatious glance?" Smack! Chiu Di angrily slapped his stomach and said fiercely, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I'll make sure you can't get out of bed today?" During this time with Chen Jin, Chiu Di had also picked up some street slang, and calling herself I came naturally. However, her fierce expression lasted less than a second before it transformed into one of deep concern. "Is it really very dangerous? If it's too dangerous, shouldn't we just stay in Hong Kong and be safe? Moreover, even without using your secret accounts, the money we have saved up now is enough for a lifetime of indulgence." Buffed. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, it's really not dangerous. I'm just going to the mainland to discuss some business. They're quite strict there. What danger could there be?" Ouch! Chiu Di fiercely pinched his waist, causing Chen Jin to grimace in pain. All right, no more jokes, let's talk seriously. You've seen the 2 plans in my safe. This time, I'm just going to buy 2 ships, a legitimate business. I'm going as a Hong Kong businessman with a large sum of capital. They will welcome me with open arms. How could there be any danger? However, these next few days you need to help me with something. According to the contract in my safe, register 2 companies. At this point, Chen Jin suddenly smiled wickedly. "By the way, who just said they would make sure I can't get out of bed?" It seems I need to teach you our Chun family rules well. The next morning Chen Jin secretly arranged to meet with Li Sir at the same restaurant they had booked earlier. Seeing Chen Jin so eager to meet Li Sir was quite surprised. What happened? Didn't you arrange everything for the task? Haven't I told you before that you shouldn't come to see me in person unless there's something special? Are you still unwilling to take over the networks left by Lin Kuan after Li got injured? I've made it very clear to you, this matter will be handled by someone specifically, you don't need to worry about it. I only asked you to lend your name, not to actually deal drugs. Chen Jin shook his head. It's not about that. There's an important situation I need to report to Li Sir. Yesterday Wu Jiwei and Sidu Haonan came to find me wanting to recruit me into Dongxing. What? Li Sir was first taken aback, then revealed a satisfied smile. Situ Haonan's invitation is far better than Chen Jin trying to get close to Dongxing on his own, indicating that their plan is indeed feasible. If it's such an important matter, Li Sir wouldn't blame Chen Jin for being anxious. This must be handled cautiously, never act hastily. It's better to be slow than to expose your identity. Also, don't agree immediately when they invite you. Remember, things that come easily are often not cherished by people. Li Wenbin leisurely picked up his teacup, his eyes filled with calculation. This matter cannot be rushed. Dongxing must first present something substantial. Just having Wu Jiwei and Situ Haonan inviting isn't enough weight. It's necessary for Lu Tu to personally come forward. Only then can you establish a foothold in Dongxing. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he set his teacup down. By the way, those people from Dongxing originally started by selling no. 4. Ajin, you should take some time to run to the Golden Triangle. If you can secure Lin Kun's supply there, it will be much easier to speak in Dongxing in the future. Let's first build momentum outside, and when Luotu comes to invite, we'll smoothly join Dongxing. Li Wenbin calculated with his fingers. For the first year or two, focus on developing contacts within Dongxing and solidifying the foundation. At this point, Li Wenbin suddenly narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When the time is ripe, he deliberately elongated his tone, directly seized the position of the leader in Dongxing. Chen Jin nodded in understanding. I'll arrange for someone to go to the Golden Triangle in the next 2 days. He had no objections to Li Wenbin's plans. In truth, he had been thinking the same way. However, hearing Li Wenbin say he wants to be the one calling the shots in Dongxing in a year or two, and seeing that meaningful look he had just given Chen Jin, instantly understood. Li Wenbin had no idea that Luotu would later be taken down by Wu Jiwei and the Crows. His meaning was clearly that after Chen Jin entered Dongxing, he would find an opportunity to deal with Luotu. As for the trip to the Golden Triangle, Chen Jin had long since planned it. Since he was going to take over Lin Kun's business, he definitely couldn't miss the source. Now that Li Wenbin had brought it up, it was just right. The two chatted for a while longer, enjoying a comfortable breakfast tea, and only then did Chen Jin return to see high company. He only mentioned to Li Wenbin that Sidu Haonan wanted to recruit him into Dongxing, and naturally, he didn't mention a word about the news of Xiao's group's demise. Who would be foolish enough to take such matters upon themselves? Xiao's group suddenly disappeared, which would definitely cause some commotion on the streets. But as long as no one reported it, it had nothing to do with them. For a group like Xiaosa, even if someone did report it, the police wouldn't be able to figure it out. Chen Jin was very confident in Wang Jianjun's handling of matters. With the ruthless demeanor he had back then, he must have intimidated everyone present. If someone dared to report without any sense, Chen Jin had plenty of ways to show them what the relationship between the underworld and the law looked like. Returning to the company, Chen Jin didn't let his subordinates idle. He immediately convened a meeting with the core team. It's quite strange, ever since he became the boss, formal meetings have become more frequent. Other organizations wouldn't be so particular about task assignments. In the conference room, Chen Jin sat at the head of a long table. On his left was Chiu Di, who managed the finances, overseeing the company's visible accounts, though the illicit money was firmly grasped in Chen Jin's hands. Since the matters to be discussed today involved finances, she was specifically invited to attend the meeting. The core members seated at the conference table included the Wang brothers, Wang Jianjun and Wang Zhengwo, his loyal subordinates Away, and Ali, the newly joined Li Jili, and the recently arrived Fei. Compared to the last meeting, there were noticeably fewer people this time, yet the atmosphere felt more formal. During this period, many of the older figures in the Sihai society had sought new paths and switched to other factions. Chen Jin did not hinder their choices at all, allowing them to leave as they wished. For some others, Chen Jin, in cahoots with Ma Jun, silently sent them to prison. He executed this matter without a hitch, leaking not even a hint of information. Externally, Chen Jin provided ample justification. He repeatedly emphasized that the private sale of contraband was strictly prohibited, yet some still treated his words as mere suggestions. Now being caught red-handed by the police was purely a self-inflicted consequence. Not only did Chen Jin refrain from helping them out, but he also directly ordered their territories to be allocated to Wang Jianjun and Ali. Those who could attend this meeting were all capable individuals trusted by Chen Jin. In the future, this group would be relied upon to conquer new grounds. As for the previous members of Sihai who were just coasting by seizing opportunities and shirking responsibilities, Chen Jin had kept none of them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Jin got straight to the point. Today we have 2 new brothers joining us. This is Defei from the Maoli Financial Company, and everyone should be familiar with him. This is Ollie, who previously worked with Lin Kuan. After Kun's incident, all his connections fell into Alice's hands. Now that they have joined us in Sihai, they will be our brothers from now on. Upon hearing Chen Jin's introduction, the newly joined Ollie and Defei both stood up and nodded in greeting. Since everyone is acquainted, I will proceed with the main business. Chen Jin cleared his throat. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to announce a few important matters. The first matter, Chen Jin raised a finger. I have leveraged connections to obtain an operating license from a taxi company, which serves as our entry ticket into this industry. In simple terms, Chiodi will register a new taxi company, which will have no visible connections to Sihai. The company will own around 500 taxis. I have already asked Chiodi to tally up to any brother in Sihai whose salary level is above level 4 will be entitled to a slot. Chen Jin had long categorized the salaries of the society's members into 10 levels. Level 4 corresponds to the rank of a small leader, and ordinary members can reach this level after working in the society for 5 years without major issues. Chiodi suddenly interjected. Brother Jin, is level 4 set too high? There aren't many people in Sihai who can reach that level. Chen Jin pondered for a moment. Then let's lower it to level 3. There should be quite a few above that level. Level 1 is basically for non-staff. Level 2 qualifies as formal members, and for level 3, as long as one has some contributions or specialties, they can be promoted. Huh. Away looked surprised. Brother Jin, are we really distributing taxis? Distributing my foot. Chen Jin replied with a laugh. The cars belong to the company. If other taxi drivers rent the company's cars, they have to pay a hefty rental fee each month. This is a welfare for the brothers, and I won't charge rent. However, if a car breaks down, repairs must be done by oneself. The company will open a repair shop, and internal repairs will definitely be cheaper than those outside. Those who receive a slot can use it for family or friends, but absolutely not for selling. I must remind you all, anyone joining the new company must abide by the rules. If anyone dares to act out of line, don't blame me for being impolite. By the way, Sihai has undergone significant changes recently, with many departing and many new faces arriving. Some brothers might not adapt well to the new Sihai, but that's alright. Once this meeting concludes, you can spread the news. Those interested can privately approach Chiodi to apply for a transfer to the new company, but once you go, you must behave yourself. In this day and age, becoming a taxi driver is quite a respectable livelihood. As long as one has a taxi and works diligently, without slacking off supporting a family, should not be an issue. Providing a legitimate outlet for the younger brothers had been an idea Chen Jin had mulled over for a long time. Although Sihai is not large in scale, it has gathered quite a number of brothers. Not everyone wants to be a delinquent. Just like the group under Xiao Sa back in the day, many sought shelter in the society to avoid being bullied. Now Chen Jin is willing to offer them a new path, just as the new company needs manpower, and fundamentally, it is also Chen Jin's enterprise. Suddenly Defei had a spark of inspiration. Brother Jin, if we get into fights in the future, we could charge in with hundreds of taxis, bringing along 1,000 people. How impressive would that scene be? Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but imagine that scene, each one sporting a proud smile. If they could truly do that, it would be quite a spectacle. Ahem. Chen Jin deliberately cleared his throat, glancing at Chiodi sitting nearby. Everyone settle down, there are still important matters to discuss. Only then did everyone remember Chiodi was still present, and Defei suddenly felt a bit awkward. However, Chiodi merely frowned without saying a word, and with Chen Jin's diversion the matter was put to rest. Chen Jin continued. The second matter is that our Sihai Small Loan Company has recently launched a financial product. I believe many brothers have heard about it, and recently many have been inquiring with Chiodi, so I will openly discuss it today. He paused. This time, there is a total quota of 70 million with an annual interest of 10. Distributed according to salary levels, those at level 3 and above will get 20,000 each, levels 4 to 6 will be 50,000, and everyone here will receive 200,000. Seeing some showing in different expressions, Chen Jin waved his hand. Don't think it's too little. I assure you this money is entirely clean. Some things can't be said outright, but everyone understood. Just like if Defei used 200,000 to buy a house, and it was discovered that it was earned from drug trafficking, that would be a big problem. However, through this channel, not only could they obtain clean money, but they could also earn some interest. After announcing the second matter, although many had thoughts in their minds, none spoke up. Chen Jin continued. The third matter is that I am preparing to take some people to the mainland for a business deal. He turned to Chiodi. This matter doesn't concern you much, you can go ahead and arrange the first two matters. Chiodi nodded in understanding. Then I'll get busy first. She knew Chen Jin might discuss matters that weren't suitable for her to overhear, so she discreetly stood up to leave. In fact, she also had an idea. Everyone knew what Sihai used to do, and if they suddenly became too clean, it would indeed be strange. Once Chiodi left, Ahai confirmed the door was shut, and only then did Chen Jin lower his voice. The third matter is that I want to take people to the Golden Triangle. Going to the mainland was merely a cover. The matters there could be handed to Li Wenbin, and the main goal was to prepare the funds. Coincidentally, Li Wenbin also agreed, and Chen Jin planned to seek out General Chachai for a discussion. After Lin Kun's death, the network he left behind was arranged by Li Wenbin to be taken over by Sihai, and now Chen Jin had quite a few cards in hand. The mere mention of the Golden Triangle made the atmosphere in the conference room grow tense. Everyone straightened their backs, and their gazes turned focused. Clearly the third matter to be discussed next was the centerpiece of today's meeting. Chen Jin scanned the room, and seeing everyone's serious expressions felt quite satisfied. He cleared his throat, and said, "This time to the Golden Triangle Janjunda, Fei, Ollie, you three will come with me. Remember to bring along a few capable younger brothers each. Jangwo away, Ollie, I'll leave the matters at home to you." At this point Chen Jin suddenly realized something, and couldn't help but chuckle. Now we have two Alice here calling out like this feels a bit awkward. The Ollie from Sihai immediately stood up, and said, "Brother Jin, how about I change my name? From now on, everyone can call me Dolly." "Good." Chen Jin nodded. "Dolly suits you well, you are indeed more robust than Ollie." The Ollie he referred to was the burly man who had been with him for a long time. Although not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was exceptionally loyal. In contrast, the undercover Li Jili was handsome and fit. In terms of appearance and physique, he could rank among the top two in this group. Of course, the first place was definitely Chen Jin himself. As the boss, he had to be the most handsome. Wang Jangwo, unable to sit still, jumped up. "Brother Jin, how can we go to the Golden Triangle without me?" Chen Jin directly raised his hand to interrupt him. "Jangwo, I know you are capable, but your family needs you more. You are skilled, and make sure to look after the Sihai society. By the way, can you contact a few reliable female bodyguards? Arrange for 2 for Chiodi. I have another task for you." Chen Jin continued. "The beautiful girl we rescued from Shaosai yesterday, you were the one who took her home last night. You should remember where she lives, right? These days put in some extra effort, and be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at school. To save someone is to see it through, to send a Buddha is to send them to the West. After this incident the boys at school will undoubtedly gossip. The girl is shy and cannot withstand such idle talk. Jangwo, you handle this matter well." Wang Jangwo didn't immediately respond, stammering this. The girl named Zhu Wanfang was indeed lovely, so having him escort her was not a problem. He had chatted with her a bit when he took her home last night, and the girl had a good impression of him, as Wang Jangwo gave a strong sense of security. However, being pointed out in the meeting made him feel a bit embarrassed. Wang Jianjun timely reminded him, "Remember, the primary task is to protect Sister Chiodi. Beyond this, you can also take care of Zhu Wanfang." "Understood." As soon as he heard he had to protect Chiodi, Wang Jangwo immediately responded with a serious. Chen Jin turned to Wei and Dolly, saying, "You two have been with me since I arrived at Sihai, always my right-hand men. This time I need you to stay home for an important task." Wei and Dolly responded in unison, "Brother Jin, just give us your orders." Chen Jin did not beat around the bush. A few days ago Chun Haonan from the Hongxing Society came looking for trouble. You remember this, right? Coincidentally, yesterday Sidhu Haonan invited me to East Star to discuss matters. The East Star and Hongxing are two rival societies that often clash every few days. Wei and Dolly, starting today you are to secretly gather intelligence on the Hongxing Society. Remember, this must be kept absolutely confidential. Only inquire for information and do not act rashly. Wei could not help but ask, "Brother Jin, are we really going to join East Star? I think the Sihai gang is developing pretty well right now." Chen Jin neither nodded nor shook his head. No one can predict the future. For now, it's just a precaution. If we really join, we will still be independent members with our own territory and own turf. The brothers will still follow me, though our original development plan will not change at all. Furthermore, look at so many societies in Hong Kong, which one did not grow through cooperation and mergers. This is the rule of our trade. Indeed, we are quite powerful in Sihai, but the problem is that many forces cannot be openly confronted. If I were to go all out leading 100 brothers armed with AKs, I could easily take down thousands from other societies. But can I really do that? Not to mention actually taking action. Just brandishing an AK on the street would prompt the Hong Kong police to start a citywide manhunt immediately. In Hong Kong, the police are the strongest force. Not to mention the stationed troops with tens of thousands of well-trained soldiers, each armed with a gun. Which society can compete with that? So if we want Sihai to grow, we must abide by the rules of the trade and not act recklessly. However, Chen Jin narrowed his eyes. We must not lack any preparations for what is to come. If anyone dares to ride on our heads and try to bring down Sihai, we will fight back. When that time comes, who cares about rules? Even if the King of Heaven comes, we'll go all out. When it comes to that, not just knives, but grenades, handguns, shotguns. I will pull out everything. In short, act Loki, expand Loki, and make money high key. In the past, everyone did not understand the need to restrain themselves. Now it's different. Everyone must keep their tails tucked in. Remember when Brother Sean was around, we were still selling goods. Now that I, Chen Jin, am in charge, we will not touch these. The business of the four is of no concern to us. There are many ways to make money. Do not always focus on those shady dealings of the past. Follow me, and I cannot guarantee that each of you will become billionaires, but making millions is definitely not a problem. And every penny must be clean. When the time comes, we will all be dressed in suits, our shoes polished to a shine, our hair slicked back. True gentlemen of high society. Chen Jin said he would not touch the four's business, but who in the room didn't know his background? Not only had he just dealt with 2 large shipments, but he also planned to go to the Golden Triangle to establish supply lines. Plus, with the batch of weapons he had on hand and the recent dealings, it was unclear how he could say this without even turning red. However, everyone just rolled their eyes in their hearts. Who didn't know that following a leader like Chen Jin was the way to a bright future? A leader with such thick skin would certainly achieve something in the future. After arranging everything, Chen Jin wasted no time and boarded the cruise ship to Thailand with Wang Jianjun and the others. As per Chen Jin's request, everyone packed light, bringing only 2 sets of clothes. They did not bring anything else entering through legitimate channels. If they had brought knives or handguns, they would not have been. Chen Jin led the way, followed by Wang Zhengwo, Ali Dafei Dahai, and Dachuan, then a select group of elite younger brothers who were the main force behind taking down Xiaoshui last time. Upon arriving at the pre-booked hotel, they completed the check-in procedures. As soon as he entered his room, Chen Jin called everyone over. He took out a box. "Come over, each of you will receive 100,000 Thai baht, which is about 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tomorrow we will start our work. This money is for you to enjoy today in Thailand." Chen Jin smirked, revealing a mischievous smile that men understand. Whether you want to try the local specialties or save it for later, it's entirely up to you. However, when we are out, it's best to act collectively. We will start working tomorrow, so try not to cause any trouble. Of course, if trouble finds us, we won't be afraid. He turned to Wang Jianjun. "Jianjun, you need to run an errand today and find that Bobby we met last time. If we can get a line to General Chachai through him, that would be best. As for Alice Card, let's keep it as a backup." "Understood, Brother Jin." Seeing Chen Jin start distributing money for everyone to enjoy, everyone was overjoyed. Even Wang Jianjun, who was assigned a task, was all smiles. However, he still had a thought. "Brother Jin, since we came here empty-handed, should I get some equipment? I might not be able to get an AK, but a few handguns should be no problem." Although he was in unfamiliar territory, Wang Jianjun knew exactly where to find guns. In this place, as long as you have money, getting a few guns is a piece of cake. Chen Jin waved his hand. "I've arranged everything, you don't need to worry about this." He put on a serious face and instructed, "Remember, you must return to the hotel for the night. Keep your phones ready. If I send a message to assemble, no one is allowed to fall behind. All right, you can disperse now." Chen Jin stretched, saying, "I've been sitting on the boat for too long and need to get some good sleep. Dahai and Dachuan, don't rush out, stay here for a bit to help me with something." Although he didn't specify, everyone understood. As they left the room, the group did not rush to seek fun, but instead focused on their assigned tasks. Dahai and Dachuan stayed next door as instructed, ready to assist and act as bodyguards. Wang Jianjun took a few people to contact Bobby, and the phone number and address they had saved last time proved useful. Ali was just like Chen Jin, too lazy to move, lounging in the hotel to catch up on sleep. Dafei wanted to experience the local scene, but did not intend to go to the nightlife. There were important matters tomorrow, and calling for room service at the hotel was the safest option. This old hand was well aware that high-end hotels offered such discreet services, as long as you're willing to pay, anything can be arranged. He casually called a girl for Ali, but Chen Jin was left out. Dahai and Dachuan were not arranged for anything. Not that Chen Jin looked down on these things, but they would definitely have serious matters to attend to later, possibly involving retrieving weapons. Dafei still had enough sense to realize this. However, he mentally noted that he must repay these 2 brothers later, as they were all his own people, and he couldn't let anyone be shortchanged. After a good night's sleep in the spacious guest room, Chen Jin stretched and called Dahai and Dachuan to head out. Although he claimed to be handling serious matters, Chen Jin was actually just wandering around the streets with the 2 of them. However, while wandering, he did manage to take care of some practical matters. He went to a nearby used car market and bought several relatively drivable old cars in one go. Chen Jin had considered renting a car, but the rental procedures were too cumbersome, requiring various registrations. It was easier to buy a few used cars without needing to register names. When he was done, he could just toss them aside. This small expenditure was nothing for Chen Jin. However, with 3 people here, he had brought quite a few people to the Golden Triad. Having bought 4 cars, things were starting to get complicated. Fortunately, the car dealership owner was quite savvy. Seeing Chen Jin willing to pay extra for tips, 2 previously indifferent young men rushed over eagerly to help drive the cars to the designated location. Notably, these 2 guys did not pull any tricks along the way. After parking the cars in the hotel parking lot, Chen Jin did not rush to leave in front of Dahai and Dachuan. He made a phone call providing the hotel address and parking spot number. Before long, a taxi pulled up. The driver unloaded several large boxes from the car. Chen Jin casually glanced and didn't even bother to check the contents, directly lifting the boxes and stuffing them into the trunk. Dahai and Dachuan watched this operation with wide eyes, but the 2 still held back from asking any questions. The first day in Thailand passed quietly without any hiccups, surprisingly uneventful. Wang Jingwo had already connected with Bobby, agreeing that Bobby would come to the hotel tomorrow to take them to meet the big boss behind the scenes. Dafei and his crew had not been idle and had fully enjoyed the local services. Even Ali did not escape this time. Perhaps Dafei found a girl who was truly charming, and Ali half-heartedly sacrificed himself for the sake of justice once again. Early the next morning after breakfast, everyone put away their playful expressions. Everyone knew that it was time to get. Everyone gathered again in Chen Jin's room, where he instructed Dahai and Dachuan to bring over several large boxes. Pack neatly, I'll find the bags with your names on them, change into your clothes, and let's go out to do business. Inside the boxes were neatly stacked camouflage uniforms, military boots, and even underwear and socks were prepared. Each set of clothing had a name tag attached. Aside from Chen Jin, everyone had one, including Wang Jianjun, all sized to fit each individual. Seeing how thorough Chen Jin's preparations were, everyone was momentarily stunned, but no one said anything further. They grabbed their designated sets and returned to their rooms to change. Don't rush to leave, Chen Jin called out to them. There's one more thing to clarify in advance. Each car's trunk has been stocked with bulletproof vests. The weapons are also stored there. Make sure to take them when you get in the car. Each person gets one bulletproof vest, one AK, one handgun, and for the bullets, take as many as you can carry. Everyone get your act together. We are about to meet General Chachai from the Golden Triangle. This guy is a warlord in the area, commanding an entire troop. I'm not asking you to confront his men, Hedon, but there's one thing you must remember. We need to reveal our cards and let them see that we are not to be trifled with. In this territory of the Golden Triangle, if you don't have some real skills, there won't even be any bones left. Understood, Brother Jean. This time, everyone's responses were surprisingly uniform, with no one lagging behind. After everyone changed into their gear, Bobby also arrived at the hotel right on time. When Bobby saw Chen Jin arrive with such a large group, he was completely taken aback. He never dreamed that Chen Jin would bring so many people. His car simply couldn't accommodate them all. What shocked him even more was the striking appearance of this group. Although they weren't armed, their outfits resembled those of a small special forces unit. Bobby, fluent in Chinese, apologetically said to Chen Jin, "I'm really sorry, mister. Chen, I had no idea you brought so many brothers with you. I'll have someone bring a few more cars right away." Although the place was crowded, Bobby quickly spotted Chen Jin. Not only because Wang Jianjun stood beside him like a bodyguard, but also because Chen Jin was the only one among them not wearing camouflage. Chen Jin wore a friendly smile. "No need for that, we've already prepared vehicles on our end. Mister, Bobby will lead the way in front, and our convoy will follow." After pondering for a moment, Bobby found this arrangement quite reasonable. All right, let's do it that way. In fact, Bobby was merely a mediator today, tasked with bringing the two parties together. As for how the negotiations would turn out, that was no longer his concern. Bobby's car veered further off course, finally stopping at a small village on the outskirts of the city. To call it a village was an overstatement. It was just a few dilapidated houses huddled together. Just as Chen Jin was about to get out of the car, Alalai's anxious voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Brother Jin, be careful. This place doesn't feel right. It's definitely not General Chachai's territory." Indeed, although Alalai had only been here once with Lin Kuan, he remembered vividly that this place was completely different from the last time. The brothers in the other two cars also heard this, and each of them immediately tightened their grips on their weapons. Everyone was aware that this mission would definitely not be simple. Chen Jin had brought along seasoned veterans this time. If something did happen, they would definitely engage without hesitation. Chen Jin picked up the walkie-talkie and warned, "Everyone stay sharp and be prepared, but no one is allowed to act without my command. I'll go down with Jianjun and Dafei first, and the rest stay in the cars on standby. Jianjun, Dafei, hide your gear well, leave the big weapons behind." From the moment he laid eyes on Bobby, Chen Jin felt something was off. This person looked familiar, but he definitely wasn't one of Chachai's men. However, Chen Jin didn't point it out. His main goal this trip was to find reliable sources, and whether he obtained goods from General Chachai wasn't that important. If Bobby could introduce him to other capable sellers, it would actually be a good thing for Chen Jin. This would indicate that Bobby had a powerful warlord backing him, perhaps even rivaling Chachai. This way Chen Jin could have another channel for sourcing goods, another option. Besides, no one said he had to hang all his hopes. If he could master two channels simultaneously, Chen Jin's status and influence in the underworld would surely rise to a new level. Seeing Bobby get out of the car, Chen Jin's convoy also came to a stop. Chen Jin got out of the car accompanied by Wang Jianjun and Dafei. Bobby felt quite relieved to see that only 3 people got out. He had only brought 2 cars with 6 people himself, and if Chen Jin's side had poured out a large crowd, it would have been a disastrous scene. Bobby secretly kept an eye out. Today at the hotel, he noticed that the group following Chen Jin didn't seem like easy. These people must have been well prepared in the car, so Bobby couldn't afford to be careless. As the intermediary, Bobby was tasked with connecting Wang Jianjun and Chen Jin. If successful, he would earn a considerable commission from both sides. But if anything went wrong in this meeting, both parties would certainly hold him accountable. Before Chen Jin could say anything, Bobby quickly approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Chen, we will soon meet the big boss. Aren't you looking for a supplier? Shaili is the biggest supplier in our area. Please wait here for a moment, I'll go inside and inform him." Bobby added quickly, "Please don't mind, it's the local custom. I have to go in first, only then will they agree to meet the—" "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I, Bobby, take honesty seriously in business and will definitely not play any tricks." Chen Jin nodded, "No problem, I'll wait here." Since they were in someone else's territory, Chen Jin felt that adhering to these harmless customs was no big deal. It was just a matter of waiting a little longer. He certainly wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Seeing Chen Jin agree so readily, Bobby hurriedly had one of his subordinates accompany Chen Jin, while he quickly introducing clients to Shaylee could earn him a commission, and introducing goods to Chen Jin could also bring in some income. If he could facilitate a transaction, it would be a superb deal, and Bobby was naturally full of enthusiasm. As expected, Bobby didn't keep Chen Jin waiting long. He soon returned with a group of people. The burly man with a full beard walking at the front must be Shaylee. As soon as he came out, Bobby hastily introduced both parties. Mr. Chen, this is our area's largest supplier, Mr. The goods he offers are not only of superior quality and abundant quantity, but also priced most competitively in the industry. Mr. Shaylee, this is Mr. Chen Jin, who has come all the way from Hong Kong. He has specifically come to seek suppliers with ample funds and extensive sales channels fully capable of distributing your goods to a large part of Hong Kong. After the introductions, Chen Jin and Shaylee sized each other up, nodding and greeting. Being in his own territory, Shaylee was the first to show a smile. Hello, Mr. Chen from Hong Kong. I heard you're here to find a supplier. I can definitely meet your needs. Whatever amount you need, I've got it, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. To Chen Jin's surprise, Shaylee spoke Chinese quite fluently. What was even more surprising was that he got straight to the point about business without any pretense. Chen Jin had never encountered such a straightforward approach before. Seemingly noticing Chen Jin's surprise, Shaylee laughed heartily. In our area, discussing such business is as commonplace as buying home appliances. However, it's indeed not quite appropriate to talk at the door. Mr. Chen, please follow me inside. There's a special reception room. Upon seeing that Chen Jin brought a sizable group, Shaylee added, let everyone you brought come in as well. Shaylee stood behind a few burly men armed with guns, so he generously allowed everyone from Chen Jin's side. Looking at the smiling, chubby Chen Jin in front of him, if it weren't for Bobby's repeated assurances, Shaylee would have had a hard time believing this was the big buyer from Hong Kong. Bobby had mentioned earlier that Chen Jin controlled a significant portion of Hong Kong's distribution channels, which made Shaylee feel quite skeptical. Once they were inside, he would definitely have to probe into Chen Jin's background. Seeing Shaylee say this, Chen Jin didn't hold back, directly pulling out his walkie-talkie and pressing the talk button. Everyone come down and follow me inside. He loudly commanded in front of Shaylee. Everyone be fully alert and keep your eyes sharp. Chen Jin was well aware that Shaylee was obviously skeptical of them. However, none of that mattered. He was here to find a supplier, and whether Shaylee believed in him was irrelevant. Yet Chen Jin couldn't shake off the feeling that he had heard this name Shaylee somewhere before. Although he couldn't recall the specific details, it was certain that someone memorable wasn't just a minor character. But the fact that he didn't have a clear impression indicated that this guy was likely just a frontman with a larger boss behind him. Received. A crisp response came through the walkie-talkie. In the distance, the doors of 4 cars opened simultaneously, and over a dozen heavily armed men filed out. Compared to the last time Bobby saw them, this group appeared even more menacing. They not only wore bulletproof vests, but each also carried an AK with machetes strapped to their thighs. They resembled a small special forces unit. As these men lined up neatly behind Chen Jin, all glaring at Shaylee, the air in the venue instantly thickened. This formation had been specially trained by Wang Jianjun for this trip to the Golden Triangle. In the 2 days leading up to their departure, he hadn't taught them marksmanship or practiced hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he focused on training their stance and aura. Although time was tight, the results were surprisingly effective, especially when this group of fierce men brandished their AKs. Shaylee felt as though the group that had come to do business had instantly transformed into a well-trained band of mercenaries. Though Chen Jin still wore a smile at that moment, he completely transformed in Shaylee's eyes, from a harmless chubby boss to a cunning underworld lord. The 2 armed men standing behind Shaylee were practically trembling. With so many eyes fixated on them, they felt that any slight movement would prompt their opponents to open fire, and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Seeing this, Bobby quickly stood up to ease the tension. Mr. Chen's subordinates are indeed elite troops. I'm truly impressed. He pointed at the surrounding buildings and said, don't be fooled by the dilapidation of these houses. There's a whole different world inside. Mr. Shaylee has put in a lot of effort to create this place. Finally snapping out of it, Shaylee quickly extended his hand to guide them. Mr. Chen, please, after you. Of course, Chen Jin pretended as if nothing were wrong, following Shaylee inside. Wang Jianjun and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering this unremarkable building, Chen Jin was truly taken aback by the scene inside. Bobby was right, as Shaylee had indeed put a great deal of effort into this place. Chen Jin had seen his fair share of the world, but the stark contrast before him was quite unexpected. Shaylee's aesthetic was truly unique. He had managed to decorate the negotiation venue to resemble a palace, dazzlingly golden, almost painful to the eyes. In the center of the grand hall stood a massive long table, with Chen Jin and Shaylee seated at either end, while Wang Jianjun and several others stood straight behind Chen Jin, exuding a steady aura. Perhaps feeling that their numbers were insufficient to make an impression, Shaylee leaned over and whispered a few instructions. Soon after, a group of people surged into the hall, forming a loose line behind him, outnumbering Chen Jin's side. However, it was clear that this group was a makeshift assembly dressed in a hodgepodge of attire, wielding an assortment of weapons. Some carried long rifles, others machetes, and a few even clutched AKs, with some resorting to wooden sticks resembling street thugs ready for a brawl. Had it not been for Chen Jin's professional training, he might have laughed out loud at the sight. Wang Jianjun and the others managed to maintain their composure, still wearing stoic expressions. Shaylee, however, paid no mind on his turf. Having more people meant greater momentum, and he could not care less about the quality of those individuals. While instructing someone to fetch the sample goods, he directed his subordinates to serve Chen Jin coffee and cigars, as if this was the highest standard of hospitality he could offer. After leisurely sipping his coffee, Shaylee smiled broadly and said, "Mr. Chen, the items I have here are quite extraordinary." He gestured towards the coffee. "This is top-grade coffee beans imported from Brazil, ground by hand." He then picked up the cigar and waved at Cuban goods. "Each one is a carefully selected treasure." Chen Jin casually fiddled with the cigar, glanced at the coffee before shaking his head. "I'm not well versed in these things." Yet since it was the other party's goodwill, he felt it inappropriate to refuse outright. So, he took a symbolic sip of the coffee, only to furrow his brows instantly. "You don't add sugar to your coffee here." Shaylee looked surprised. "Real coffee should be enjoyed in its original flavor. That's how one can taste the purest essence." His tone was firm, though it may be slightly bitter at first. The sweetness follows quickly. That's the allure of coffee. Chen Jin shrugged and interrupted him directly. "Forget it, I can't get used to it. Do you have cola? Give me a cold." Shali's mouth twitched, clearly not expecting Chen Jin to request a carbonated drink, but he said nothing further and waved for someone to fetch it. Once the cola arrived, he couldn't help but add, "Mr. Chen, I respect your habits, but my nutritionist has warned that drinking too much cola isn't good for your health and can lead to various ailments. Coffee may be bitter, but it is rich in amino acids and trace elements beneficial for the body." He even cited an ancient saying from the land of rabbits: "One must endure hardship to be a superior person. Today's bitterness is for tomorrow's sweetness." Listening to him expound, Chen Jin felt a certain admiration for Shali's knowledge. He could even recall proverbs from the land of rabbits. However, he had no intention of being lectured, so he tilted his head and gulped down some cola, followed by a loud belch that abruptly interrupted Shali's discourse. Chen Jin wiped his mouth lazily and said, "I understand all the reasoning, but I only believe in one saying. My life, I make the decisions myself." He certainly knew cola wasn't healthy, but so what? His body was far from that of an ordinary person. With a data-driven physique, what was there to fear from a bit of carbonate? Chen Jin was someone who, not to mention indulging in cola occasionally, could consume it as a staple, and that little bit of carbonation wouldn't harm him in the slightest. However, Chen Jin wasn't so extreme. He only drank a can when he craved it, just to satisfy his desire. Seeing that Chen Jin clearly didn't take his philosophy seriously, Shaylee wisely chose not to continue. He changed the subject and posed another question. "Mr. Chen, if I remember correctly, the largest drug trafficking group in Gangdao is the Dongxing Society, and the most prominent big player should be Lin Kuan, right? The number Bobby reported earlier isn't small. Can Mr. Chen handle such a large quantity in Gangdao?" Noticing the change in Chen Jin's expression, Shaylee hurriedly spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. "I'm just concerned about the situation of my business partner. After all, I hope to have a long-term partnership with Mr. Chen rather than just completing one or two transactions." Chen Jin couldn't be bothered to explain. "Mr. Shaylee, whether I take it home to eat or use it to brush walls with lime, you need not worry. We are simply engaged in a straightforward business relationship. I pay you for the goods, and that is all there is to it. As for what you mentioned about the Dongxing Society and Lin Kuan," Chen Jin's lips curled slightly. "You were only half right. The Dongxing Society indeed still exists and is thriving, but as for Lin Kuan, your information is a bit outdated. Just a few days ago, Lin Kuan met the King of Hell. It was I who sent him on his way." Upon hearing that Lin Kuan was taken out by Chen Jin, and that his entire sales network had fallen into Chen Jin's hands, Shali's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chen. This news is too sudden. I need to make a call to confirm." Without a thought for Chen Jin's presence, Shaylee quickly stood up and walked to the back, pulling out his phone to dial a number. After hurriedly speaking a stream of Thai, Shaylee turned back with a visibly altered expression in his gaze towards Chen Jin. As a leader of a faction, Shali's intelligence network was not to be underestimated. In the time it took for that phone call, he had already grasped the situation completely. Chen Jin had not deceived him. Lin Kuan was indeed finished. Initially, Lin Kuan's network had been entrusted to his disciple Ali, but to protect Lin Kuan's wife and daughter, Ali ultimately struck a deal with Chen Jin, bringing the entire network into Chen Jin's Sihai company. After clarifying the situation, Shaylee immediately called his father to report Chen Jin's background in detail. The voice on the other end was only slightly surprised before quickly providing new instructions. When Shaylee returned to his seat, the smile on his face was noticeably warmer. Just then a subordinate brought over the sample goods, and he hurriedly pushed them in front of Chen Jin. "Mr. Chen, this is the finest quality. Oh, please inspect it. For a major client like you, we've decided to offer an additional 10% discount." Of course, Shali's generosity had its own calculations. He had long coveted Lin Kuan's sales network in Gangdao, but unfortunately Lin Kuan had always procured goods from their bitter rival General Cha Chai. Shaylee and his group did ship goods to Gangdao as well, but compared to Lin Kun's transaction volume, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Previously, Shaili had considered finding agents in Guangdao, but after 2 attempts that only yielded scattered sales, he had not been able to achieve a significant presence. Now that Chen Jin had come knocking, strictly speaking, he had intercepted them. Shaili was overjoyed. Bobby had already confided in Shaili that Wang Jianjun's initial visit was to seek a connection with General Chachai, and it was likely that Chen Jin had already set his sights on Lin Kun's territory at that time. However, Wang Jianjun was visiting for the first time and had no idea about Bobby's true identity. As a result, Bobby directly introduced them to Shaili. Shaili had really put in a lot this time. The price he offered was astonishing not just for Chen Jin, but even Bobby, who was sitting beside, as the intermediary was left wide-eyed. By this calculation, Chen Jin's purchase price was even lower than that of Bobby's longtime clients, not to mention, he was also covering transportation costs, making the terms so enticing that Bobby couldn't help but feel envious. After all, the local shipping prices in Thailand, compared to the market prices in Guangdao, were like day and night. However, Bobby was well aware that no matter how envious he felt, it was futile. He simply lacked the ability to transport goods to Guangdao. A significant figure like Chen Jin would certainly seek direct supply sources and wouldn't bother dealing with a second-hand dealer like him. Although after eliminating Lin Kun, Chen Jin had acquired a great skill, now able to discern the quality of the goods at a glance, he still beckoned to someone behind him. Immediately, 2 individuals emerged from the shadows, not the 2 experts Wu Jie and Dian from the Sihai gang. While they were indeed skilled, their combat prowess was lacking, preventing them from being selected for Wang Jianjun's meticulously chosen operation team this time. This time, the ones accompanying him were all tough characters. Dafei and Ali were among the experts. 8-faced Buddha, Dafei exclaimed as soon as he spotted the logo on the outer packaging. Who in this trade didn't know the names of a few top suppliers? Dafei stared at Shaili for a long moment, turned to say something to Chen Jin, but ultimately only managed to open his mouth. Seeing Dafei's astonished expression, Shaili's pride swelled to the point where his eyebrows seemed to rise. Dafei quickly inspected the goods and reported to Chen Jin, brother Jin, top-notch quality. The taciturn Ali nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of his trusted subordinates approved, Chen Jin finally gave a slight nod. However, when he turned to look at Bobby, his tone carried a hint of mockery. 8-faced Buddha, I remember we were originally supposed to contact General Chachai, right? Isn't the goods from his side the Double Lion Earthball brand? Bobby forced a couple of dry laughs, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Chen, I came here just to find good sources. The quality of the 8-faced Buddha's goods is undoubtedly excellent, and the prices are reasonable. Wang Jianjun's gaze suddenly turned dangerous, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the military knife at his waist. Bobby instantly felt a chill run down his back and hurriedly waved his hands. I truly didn't play any tricks. The 8-faced Buddha's goods are simply the best. Enough. Chen Jin raised his hand to interrupt and turned to Shaili with a smile that was barely perceptible. You're right, I came here only to find good sources, and there's no need to be fixated on a specific supplier. However, it seems you have overlooked an important detail. He began slowly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I am indeed a top-tier guest of General Chachai, and I still have a payment of $8 million in goods that remains unsettled with him. Do not regard me with such suspicious eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. I am not joking with you. This money was originally Lin Kun's savings, which he entrusted to his most trusted disciple for safekeeping. Chen Jin slowly stated his position. I only look at profits in business. As long as the price is low enough and the profit is substantial, it doesn't matter who I do business with. Even if it is a deal with the 8-faced Buddha, it doesn't matter. He shifted the topic, narrowing his eyes meaningfully. But Mr. Shaili, you shouldn't be the 8-faced Buddha himself, right? From what I understand, the 8-faced Buddha is quite older than you. Shaili nodded calmly. Mr. Chen is indeed well informed. But since you have come personally, why must you insist on seeing the 8-faced Buddha? He leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming eager. I have an ample supply of goods, and I can guarantee the quality. Just one call from you, and I can deliver the goods to any place you designate. Normally, it would be entirely reasonable for a major client like Chen Jin to request a direct meeting with the boss. However, Shaili still wanted to negotiate further. If he could secure this big deal on his own, his position within the organization would surely rise. Indeed, Chen Jin casually spun his teacup. I came here to find a source of goods. As long as the money and goods are settled, it doesn't matter who the trading partner is. But as I just mentioned, he suddenly looked up and locked eyes with the other party. As long as the price is right and the profit is considerable, I don't mind cooperating with anyone. At this point, Chen Jin suddenly showed a sly smile, revealing his bottom line. A 10 discount is too insincere. I want a 30 discount. You don't need to worry about this transportation. I'll handle it myself. If I need you to deliver next time, the shipping fee will be, as you said, just charging 10 of the goods price. Since negotiations were underway, he decided to push the price down. Chen Jin was well aware the 8-faced Buddha and General Chachai were both operating in the Golden Triangle, and it was hard to believe there wasn't some conflict between them. Originally, this deal was supposed to be made with Chachai, but now they wanted to intercept it without paying any price. How could that be possible? This quote stunned Shaili. A 10 discount was already an unprecedented offer, yet who would have thought the other party would immediately demand a 30 discount? Mr. Chen, don't joke around. Shali's forehead broke out in fine sweat. No one has ever been able to get goods at this price. The 10 discount is truly our bottom line. Chen Jin remained calm. Every situation has its first time. At this price you can still make a fortune. Why not consult the 8-faced Buddha? The two exchanged glances, neither willing to back down. Shali fixated on Chen Jin's eyes, but he found that although the latter was smiling, his gaze was frighteningly resolute. After a stalemate, Shali finally conceded. He shook his head helplessly. I really can't make this decision. I need to consult my superiors. In fact, a 10 discount was already the limit of his authority, but when faced with this determined buyer from Hong Kong, he couldn't bear to give up such a lucrative deal. If it weren't for the fact that he valued the buyer's connections in Hong Kong, he would have flipped the table and kicked the person out for daring to negotiate such a price. Shali once again rose from his seat, paced to the back of the room, and quietly spoke into his phone. Seeing him nodding and bowing in submission, it was likely that he had just received a severe reprimand from his superiors. The temporary bodyguards standing at the back were turning red in the face, barely able to contain their laughter. Fortunately, they knew well enough about Shali's explosive temper and quickly covered their mouths, fearing even the slightest sound would give them away. Chen Jin caught a glimpse of Bobo sitting nearby. The corner of his mouth was twitching and his entire face was distorted. It was clear he wanted to laugh, but dared not, forcing himself to remain silent, resulting in a comical appearance. After a long while, Shali returned to his seat with a dark expression, his gaze like a knife piercing into Chen Jin. The market price is an 80 discount. This is my final bottom line. If Mr. Chen is still not satisfied, then this deal is off. Deal? Chen Jin nodded readily. Being able to earn an additional 20 profit, he certainly had no reason to refuse. However, he added, Mr. Shali knows that I am not familiar with General Chachai's side. Could I trouble you to send a guide to lead the way? In fact, Ali had been to Chachai's territory, but Chen Jin didn't want to expose that card too soon. Both Shali and Chachai operated in the Golden Triangle, and it was said that there were some past grievances between the two groups, making it most appropriate to ask Shali for a guide. Upon hearing this, Shali's face instantly fell, his voice suddenly rising. Mr. Chen, you still want to find Chachai? We're in the middle of doing business, and you're treating me with such disregard. Seeing Chen Jin still thinking about Chachai infuriated Shali. The price had already been pressed down to this extent, yet this greedy guy was still not satisfied. Chen Jin, however, remained calm. I have 800,000 US dollars held with Chachai. If Mr. Shali is willing to cover this amount for me, I will turn around and leave immediately. He straightforwardly clarified. If Chachai's goods are also good and can be had at an even lower price, I have no reason to go against money, do I? In our line of work, we keep our heads on our waistbands. Isn't it all about the money? To go against money is just... Shali sensed that Chen Jin intended to use him as a pawn, even wanting to pressure Chachai's price with the goods from his side, which made him both angry and amused. Mr. Chen, greed can lead to one's downfall. Oh, be careful not to burst your own belly. I advise you to think it over again. What is 800,000 US dollars? You can earn it back with just one deal. Chen Jin was too lazy to explain further, still smiling. I still trouble Mr. Shali to arrange a guide. Seeing that Chen Jin was determined to find Chachai, Shali coldly shot back. Just find Bobo. He is familiar with Chachai's territory and can lead the way. This statement put Bobo on the spot. Shali was right. Bobo indeed often dealt with Chachai and occasionally did small business privately. But to expose this in front of so many people was deliberately putting him in an awkward position. However, Bobo dared not retort. First, he couldn't afford to offend Shali, and second, his private dealings had already broken the rules. In the end, Chen Jin still did not wait for the 8-faced Buddha to show up. He had thought to meet this old fox because in his memory it took 3 ruthless characters a hefty price to deal with him. Chen Jin was well aware that sooner or later he would have to confront the 8-faced Buddha heathen. Shali wore a gloomy face, his eyes filled with rage, yet Chen Jin remained unfazed, swaggering out with his subordinates. Bobo hurriedly followed, fearing Shali would vent his anger on him. Chen Jin did not take all the agreed-upon goods, only taking 2 samples and paying for them. He planned to wait until he had negotiated with General Chachai before returning for the remaining goods. The price had been settled, and that would not change, and no matter how low a price Chen Jin ultimately got from Chachai, the price for this badge from the 8-faced Buddha had already been set. Before leaving, Chen Jin left a little surprise. Using the system's package, this extraordinary cheat, he secretly placed a tracker in the wall column of the room, without even scratching the paint outside. This device was specially made, as long as Chen Jin did not actively activate it, it was just a piece of scrap metal undetectable by any equipment. Bobo's reaction had already said it all. This place was definitely a stronghold commonly used by Shali for transactions. To have the venue arranged like this must have taken considerable effort. It was impossible for them to easily give up, because Chen Jin came once. Moreover, Chen Jin had not exposed his identity. He had merely come to scout the area and discussed business briefly before leaving. Next time he came, those following him would no longer just be mere henchmen. On the way to General Chachai's territory, it was the same as before. Bobo's vehicle led the way with Chen Jin's men following behind. However, this trip was different from the last. After all, they were heading to Chachai's lair. As the convoy approached, the sentry soldiers spotted them, and someone immediately came forward to warn them. Fortunately, Bobo had enough clout. Once the others recognized him, they allowed them to park outside and sent someone to accompany them, while another soldier ran inside to report to General Chachai. Before long, General Chachai actually came out personally to greet them, which surprised Chen Jin quite a bit. General Chachai walked out with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd at the entrance, directly overlooking Bobo and focusing on Chen Jin. This is Mr. Chen Jin from Hong Kong, right? Welcome, welcome. Chen Jin's heart skipped a beat. This was his first time here, and he had never seen General Chachai before, yet he recognized him at a glance. However, he reacted quickly, soon figuring out the reason, and quickly clasped his hands. I have long admired General Chachai's reputation. It's a great honor to meet you today. The two engaged in polite small talk, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious as they walked side by side into the village. Naturally, Chen Jin's subordinates followed closely behind, and General Chachai glanced at this group of heavily armed henchmen and casually waved them through. After all, it was his first time visiting. Bringing a few people for protection was entirely normal, and General Chachai expressed understanding. Of course, General Chachai was not to be underestimated. Seeing Chen Jin brought so many people, he subtly signaled, and a well-equipped squad of soldiers immediately appeared. Although their number was less than Chen Jin's side, they were more than enough to handle any unexpected situations. This was his territory. If a real fight broke out, he could call up 10 times the manpower in no time. Chen Jin was right. General Chachai had long since heard of him. As the longtime rival of the eight-faced Buddha, Chachai had planted spies within the opposing camp. Moreover, he had been doing business with Lin Kuan for many years. As soon as something happened to Lin Kuan, the news would immediately reach Chachai's ears. At that time, General Chachai was actually quite uneasy. Lin Kuan was one of his most important clients, and if something really happened to Lin Kuan, and he suddenly lost such a cash cow, General Chachai's side would soon become quite strained. Later, he heard that Lin Kuan's entire business network had been handed over to his disciple Ali to manage, and General Chachai couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Ali, in order to rise to power, directly dealt with Lin Kuan? Of course, General Chachai had no thoughts of taking revenge on Lin Kuan. He was just pondering that if it was indeed Ali who did it, this kid would surely come to him and business could still continue. However, the subsequent news came like a magic trick, leaving people at a loss. The one who originally controlled the channels, Ali, for some unknown reason, suddenly defected to Chen Jin's Sea Gang. Since that time, General Chachai had firmly etched the name Chen Jin in his mind. General Chachai even specially had someone investigate Chen Jin's background, obtaining a photograph as well. If Chen Jin did not take the initiative to come over this time, General Chachai would surely send someone to meet him on the island after a while. Don't think that just because General Chachai has an army under his command and occupies a territory, he can act like a local warlord, and that having control over the supply means endless wealth. Maintaining such a force incurs substantial expenses. Not to mention that in this line of work, one has to constantly guard against police crackdowns, and competitors often throw obstacles in the way. However, to stand firm in such a ruthless place, General Chachai is certainly not an easy opponent. When Chen Jin was taken to meet Shaili by Bobby, General Chachai had already received the news. Later, he was fully aware of the discussions Chen Jin had with Shaili. Thus, this was not Bobby bringing Chen Jin over recklessly. Instead, General Chachai had been waiting for them. As he led Chen Jin inside, General Chachai suddenly turned to Bobby, who was following behind, and said, "Bobby, I just received a new batch of discounted goods. Would you like me to show you?" The meaning of this statement was crystal clear. What he was about to discuss with Chen Jin was not suitable for Bobby to be present. Bobby looked troubled. Shaili had asked him to bring Chen Jin over, and he would surely ask many questions upon returning. But this was General Chachai's territory, and he did not dare to neglect his orders. After pondering for a long time, Bobby finally put on a smiling face and said, "Of course, I want to see the discounted goods, but this is Mr. Chen's first visit here, and he is unfamiliar with the area. Your territory is quite remote. Without me leading the way, I'm afraid Mr. Chen won't be able to find his way back." Upon seeing General Chachai glare at him, Bobby quickly added, "How about this? I'll wait in the car at the entrance of the territory after I finish looking at the goods. Once you both finish discussing, I'll take Mr. Chen back." This was clear enough. He wouldn't interrupt their serious business, but after it was over, he needed to take someone back to report, so please don't make it difficult for him. Seeing how accommodating Bobby was, General Chachai did not press him further. "All right, let's do it this way." Once Bobby left, both felt much more at ease. Having someone eavesdropping while discussing business is uncomfortable for anyone. Especially for General Chachai, the matters he was about to discuss were all illicit trades, and if Bobby reported everything back, it could ruin his plans, resulting in a significant loss. General Chachai did not take Chen Jin to see the poppy fields or the processing plant. Instead, he brought him directly to sit down in a pavilion within the bamboo grove. General Chachai always handled affairs decisively, never indulging in flashy or superfluous gestures. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to present the prepared items. "Mr. Chen, let's speak candidly. General Chakai squinted his eyes, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. I am well aware of your purpose for coming all the way to find me. Since Ali, who worked under Lin Kuan, is now with you, that $8 million he left behind should naturally belong to you. General Chakai had already thoroughly investigated Alice's background, and now seeing Ali standing obediently behind Chen Jin, he was even more certain. He decided to make things clear, not wanting to beat around the bush. Chen Jin slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied expression straightforward. With someone offering money directly, he certainly wouldn't feign politeness. Moreover, he had come fully armed, so he had to take this money back no matter what. Since this $8 million now belongs to me, Chen Jin leaned forward, I should have no problem taking it today, right? General Chakai did not rush to respond, leisurely fiddling with the kung fu tea set. Heating the pot, warming the cups, pouring high, and brewing low, his movements were fluid. Once the fragrance of tea filled the air, he poured a cup for both Chen Jin and himself. At that moment, a few subordinates entered carrying several sample boxes. General Chakai received them and pushed them in front of Chen Jin. He took a small sip from his teacup and directly stated, Mr. Chen, I know you have already visited Shaili, so let's skip This is my premium product. Feel free to inspect it. Chen Jin's purpose for coming was crystal clear. Upon seeing the prominent dual lion globe logo on the packaging, the smile on his face grew wider as he snapped his fingers. Ali and Defei immediately stepped forward, skillfully unpacking and inspecting the items. Defei pinched the sample between his fingers, rubbed it a bit, then leaned closer to smell it, giving a thumbs up. Brother Jin, this quality is impeccable, on par with the goods from the eight-faced Buddha. Ali nodded in agreement. Indeed, the goods Brother Kuan used to take were of this standard. Seeing that they were both knowledgeable experts, General Chakai nodded with satisfaction. The goods from Chakai are always of this quality. He gestured with a thumbs up. The dual lion globe brand is a solid trademark wherever it goes. Just now, Mr. Chen mentioned wanting to take away $8 million. Oh well. General Chakai shifted his tone. If you wish to cooperate long-term like Lin Kuan, according to my regulations, this money has to be kept as a deposit. After finishing, he raised his head and downed his cup of tea. However, I can offer you a 25% discount on the market price. There's no limit on quantity, and I can supply long-term. Oh, this offer made Chen Jin raise his eyebrows. General Chakai is being quite generous, which surprises me. But Chen Jin suddenly withdrew his smile. In business, Chen Jin never engage in this deposit nonsense. He squinted his eyes, his tone abruptly turning cold. Isn't the rule meant to be broken? General Chatsai, don't glare at me like that. This matter is non-negotiable. Even on the opponent's turf, Chen Jin spoke with conviction. He had brought a heavily armed crew today, not just for show. I am well aware of my advantages. Chen Jin tapped the table. The sales network in Hong Kong is all in my hands. Without that, in the eyes of General Chakai and the eight-faced Buddha, I would just be an ordinary buyer. Of course, Chen Jin suddenly revealed a smile again. Since General Chakai is offering such a generous discount, I, Chen Jin, am not unreasonable. Just now I ordered 5 million worth of goods from the eight-faced Buddha. Now here He held up 2 fingers. I want 2 million worth of goods. This is just the first batch. If all goes well, I will come back to take goods in 3 months, and the quantity might even... Chen Jin had come fully prepared, carrying a large amount of cash, so he did not worry about how to transport the goods. No matter how much there was, he could easily take it all. If he were to truly engage in business, bringing this batch back and reselling it would easily yield more than tenfold profits. When Chen Jin reported the quantity he wanted, General Chakai was shocked to the point of nearly bulging eyes. Goodness, that quantity is terrifying. You should know that previously Lin Kuan only took 3 to 5 million at a time, and he would only come every 3 to 5 months. General Chakai rubbed his chin, pondering for a while, and finally nodded, saying, if you come with this quantity each time, I can definitely supply it. It was evident to any discerning eye that Chen Jin was completely different from other buyers. He held resources that others could only dream of, actually establishing connections with both the eight-faced Buddha and General Chatsai, allowing him to obtain goods at lower prices from both sides. Other buyers had thought of trying to play both sides, but those asking for small quantities were simply disregarded, while those asking for large amounts had fixed channels, making it too risky to switch. Only Chen Jin was currently the most unique. Previously, Lin Kuan exclusively sourced goods from General Chakai. Now that he was dead, the entire network of relationships fell into Chen Jin's hands. The eight-faced Buddha was eyeing the Hong Kong market, wanting to poach, while General Chakai was eager to stabilize his territory after Lin Kuan's death. With these two competing, it allowed Chen Jin to reap great benefits. Just look at the offers both sides gave him, and he knew the prices were ones others wouldn't even dare to think about, let alone consider long-term cooperation. If one day the eight-faced Buddha and General Chakai reconciled and unified their prices, Chen Jin's good days would come to an end. But for now, while these two were at odds, Chen Jin was in the perfect position to take advantage. With reasonable prices, reliable quality, ample funds, and stable supply, even minor issues like deposits were settled. The business was finalized with just a few words, as simple as buying cabbage in a market. Seeing the deal made, General Chakai was all smiles. Although Chen Jin took 5 million worth of goods from the eight-faced Buddha, he had taken 2 million from him, a good twofold increase. Although the price was half lower than that of the 8-faced Buddha, the large quantity compensated for that. General Chakai diligently refilled Chen Jin's tea. Mr. Chen, we also cover transportation, charging only a 10% fee, just like Shaley. However, we have more experience delivering to Hong Kong, and our routes are more discreet. Chen Jin waved his hand and laughed. I don't need that. I can handle the transport myself. Saying this, he couldn't help but show off. To be honest, General, you might not believe the logistics I have under my command. I am currently reorganizing a shipping company, and once the docks are ready, I can deliver goods anywhere in the world, not just Hong Kong. General Chatsai, with a cigar in his mouth, squinted and smiled. Brother Chen, just don't let us run out of goods on this side, huh? Chen Jin's speculation was indeed spot on. When he revealed this heavyweight news to General Chatsai, the way the latter looked at him immediately changed. If previously General Chakai was willing to offer such favorable prices, it was entirely due to the 8-faced Buddha's influence along with a desire to stabilize the Hong Kong market. Now it was a different story. If Chen Jin could indeed accomplish what he claimed, General Chakai might even consider upgrading him to a strategic partner. It is worth noting that General Chakai had many buyers with clients across Southeast Asia. Now, with inspections becoming increasingly strict, not only has production been shrinking year after year, but transportation costs have been rising sharply. If Chen Jin's fleet truly possessed such remarkable capabilities, General Chakai would be willing to offer him an additional discount on the existing prices. Of course, all of this is talk for the future. It depends on whether Chen Jin's shipping company is as impressive as he boasts. After chatting for a while, Chen Jin stood up to take his leave. This village in the deep mountains cannot compare to a 5-star hotel in comfort. Lacking in amenities, Chen Jin and his crew naturally did not wish to stay longer. As they left, a large truck followed behind the convoy, which was a small gift from Chakai. Bobby looked at the fully loaded truck, his eyes nearly popping out. This amount could allow him to sell for 5 years. Just like before at Chaleen's place, Chen Jin left a little surprise in the village of Chakai. If needed next time, he can activate the positioning device, and a professional bomber can obliterate this village from 1,000 miles away. However, Chen Jin doesn't have the qualifications to touch such a weapon yet. He wonders if he can get a couple of them to play with after being promoted. As they approached the city, Chen Jin called the convoy to retrieve everyone's gear. They could keep their camouflage uniforms and military boots, but bulletproof vests and AKs couldn't be taken into the city. The machetes were not confiscated, as it is still an unsafe place, and being empty-handed feels uneasy. Chen Jin kicked the truck driver out of the vehicle, jumped into the driver's seat, and tossed all the weapon boxes into the back. He rolled down the window and said to the others, "You all head back to the hotel first. I have some matters to attend to. We still have to stay in Thailand for 2 days, and we are trading with Chaleen tomorrow. Tonight it's the usual routine." Before Wang Jianjun could speak, Bobby eagerly pledged his loyalty. "Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. With me around, there will definitely be no issues. You can count on me." When Chen Jin returned to the hotel after handling the local specialties, Wang Jianjun and the others had already vanished, leaving only Bobby's little brother waiting at the entrance. As soon as the lackey saw Chen Jin, he hurried over, bowing and scraping. "Boss Chen, you finally made it. Brother Bobby sent me to pick you up. They're already having a great time inside." The car stopped right at the entrance. "Please, this way. By the way, tonight's event was specially arranged by Boss Chaleen." Chen Jin's heart sank, and he was taken aback. He had been pondering whether he should find a translator in such a place, but to his surprise, everyone he encountered these 2 days could speak fluent Chinese and did so effortlessly. Sure, Chen Jin readily nodded in agreement. He had never thought negatively, believing the person in front of him would not be a disadvantage. After all, he had seen this guy while following Bobby around yesterday, and today this same person had been their guide all day. Moreover, this occasion was personally arranged by Chaleen, and Bobby must have reported back on the big business he had done with General Chakai. At this moment, Chen Jin was filled with doubts and wanted to see what kind of scheme Chaleen was up to. As soon as he stepped into the resplendent nightclub, Chen Jin saw Bobby and Chaleen approaching with broad smiles. A glance revealed that the brothers he brought along were surrounded by beautiful girls, each one more stunning than the last. Chen Jin wondered to himself, is there no other entertainment in this place? It's the middle of the afternoon, and they haven't even had dinner yet, and they're already hugging girls, drinking, and singing. Are they that eager? Upon seeing him arrive, the group actually became more excited. Half pushed into the arranged seat, Chen Jin could only laugh and cry. There was also a girl sitting next to him with both a great figure and a beautiful face, undoubtedly the prettiest girl in the room. Chaleen warmly wrapped his arm around Chen Jin's shoulder, smiling broadly. "Boss Chen, we must celebrate this deal properly today. Please don't hold back." "No problem. Then thank you for your hospitality, Boss Chaleen." Chen Jin thought that since he had completed the tasks for this trip, a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. He was never one to shy away from fun. When Chaleen offered him a glass of red wine, Chen Jin accepted it without hesitation and clinked glasses with him. He wasn't worried about being drugged. At the moment he took the glass, he discreetly swapped the drink, and what he was actually consuming was the stock he had hidden in his system space. Seeing Chen Jin down the drink so readily, Chaleen's eyes squinted with delight. He casually probed, "Boss Chen, it seems you had quite a harvest at General Shakai's place today." "Of course. As you know, I have $800,000 at General Shakai's." Chen Jin smiled and did not. It's unrealistic to ask for a direct refund, so I simply exchanged it for goods. He took a sip of wine and continued, to be honest with you, General Chakai offered a price even better than yours directly at a 25 discount. A fool does not earn money. I couldn't resist and added another order. Filling his glass, Chen Jin took a leisurely sip. In total, I acquired about 1,200,000 worth of goods from General Chakai, plus the 500,000 here. I won't have to worry about goods for the next 2 months. He glanced at Chelin beside him, whose gaze seemed to see through his heart. If Boss Chelin wants to discuss business this time, it's truly not feasible. The earliest would be 2 months later. What? Upon hearing Chen Jin had made such a massive deal worth over $10 million, Chelin was stunned, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. 17 million worth of goods, and that's at a discounted price. Judging by Chen Jin's words, this huge batch of goods would last him at most 2 months, and if that were true, Chelin would be eager to supply such a big client every day. To be honest, I believe that we are the best fit to cooperate with Mr. Chen. Chelin cautiously organized his words. Regarding the 25 discount offered by General Chakai, we can currently only provide a 20 discount. However, I will have to confirm this price with my father. When Mr. Chen comes next time, you can discuss it directly with my father. Based on my understanding of my father, if General Chakai can indeed offer the 25 discount, we will definitely not quote a price higher than theirs. Chelin felt that this explanation for Chen Jin securing such a large order from General Chakai was reasonable. He certainly understood that there was a deposit rule with General Chakai. Oh, actually, they had the same policy here. After paying a deposit, the prices for future orders would be more favorable, but it also meant you could only source goods from them. If one dared to trade with opposing forces, they had the right to seize your deposit. One must say that Chen Jin's appearance this time was just too timely, appearing at the most appropriate moment. That $800,000 was originally a deposit left by Lin Kuan, which should have been given to Lin Kun's disciple Ali following the usual procedures. But now that Ali had sided with Chen Jin, this money naturally fell into Chen Jin's hands. After all, this money was not originally Chen Jin's, so even if he couldn't get the deposit back, he wouldn't mind. Moreover, given Chen Jin's current business scale, $800,000 is nothing in his eyes. Just from this deal, he could earn 10 times the profit. The reason General Chakai was so generous with Chen Jin, not only refunding the deposit, but also directly offering a 25 discount, was to stabilize the market in the harbor and prevent Chen Jin from switching to the side of the eight-faced Buddha. As for the 25 discount, Chelin didn't suspect that General Chakai had placed spies near him. Rather, he thought it was definitely a result of Chen Jin using their 20 price to negotiate with General Chakai. If it were Chelin himself and both sides were vying for him, he would certainly seize the opportunity to make a hefty profit as well. If one lacked even this bit of ambition, what was the point of being in this world? In the following 2 days in Thailand, Chen Jin lived a life of carefree enjoyment. The beautiful girl arranged by Bobby was particularly attentive, ensuring that Chen Jin's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were all well taken care of. The key was that her massage skills were exceptional, making Chen Jin feel comfortable every time. The brothers who came with Chen Jin originally thought this trip would be perilous. After all, they were armed and wearing bulletproof. Everyone was prepared mentally, even going over the set of emergency response methods taught by Wang Jianjun several times. But in reality, the next day they drove fully armed to a few places, posed for some pictures, and spent the entire day eating, drinking, having fun, singing, dancing, and being accompanied by beautiful women. What surprised them the most was that Chen Jin also rewarded them with generous bonuses. This was not a work trip at all, it was practically a paid vacation. When it was time to return to the harbor, everyone felt a bit reluctant to leave. During this time, Chen Jin completed the transaction with Chelin at the previously discussed price, but still did not meet the eight-faced Buddha in person. Although the $500,000 deal wasn't particularly large, the eight-faced Buddha never showed up, leaving everything to his son Chelin to handle, which was clearly disrespectful to Chen Jin. What made Chen Jin even more upset was that from his conversations with Chelin and Bobby, it was clear that the eight-faced Buddha had been staying in his lair in the Golden Triangle all along, not really out and about. This clearly indicated that he did not want to meet him. Chen Jin was able to ruthlessly deal with the eight-faced Buddha this time, likely because that old bastard had shown him too little respect and completely infuriated him. After returning to the harbor, Chen Jin wasted no time and let his brothers disperse first. Although everyone had enjoyed a lavish and jovial trip, it was a business trip after all, and he needed to let them rest for a couple of days. Otherwise, word would get out and others would think Chen Jin was a heartless and unfeeling boss. However, Chen Jin specifically called Ali aside as he had another task for him. With so many goods brought back from the Golden Triangle, Chen Jin had not disclosed the transportation route to anyone. The brothers were also understanding, and no one pried or asked. When this batch of goods arrives at the harbor, Alice sales channels must work hard. So Chen Jin kept Ali behind, and everyone else felt there was nothing wrong, quickly slipping away like rabbits, fearing that Chen Jin might misunderstand them for having ulterior motives regarding the sales channels. Once everyone had left, Chen Jin got straight to the point and asked, Ali, do you still have the drug production workshop left by Lin Kuan? It hasn't been shut down by the cops, has it? Ali was confused by the question. It's still there. Originally, after Kowloon went in, he wanted to shut it down, but later, since Sir Lee had a new plan, I thought it might come in handy, so I left it untouched. However, the long-haired guy managing the warehouse has already been arrested. He tried to abscond with the inventory after Kowloon's incident, and I found out, and immediately informed Sir Chen to take care of him. If Boss Jean wants to use it to transport goods, that channel is no longer viable. Chen Jin nodded vigorously. Well done. I can use it at the factory soon, and I don't need a warehouse. Oh, I've already arranged for someone to bring this batch in. He then took out his phone and dialed Dallas' number. Hey Dolly, bring over the small team I asked you to prepare. Make sure to include Wu Ji and Yin. Don't leave anyone behind. Go directly to the factory. I had you ready earlier. It's time to get to work. Ali's eyes nearly bulged out. Jean Gu, you're not planning to hand over this batch we got from the Golden Triangle to Li, sir, are you? Ever since he learned that Chen Jin had acquired such a large batch of goods, Ali had been unable to wrap his head around it. Now hearing that Chen Jin intended to handle it privately, he felt it was even more inappropriate. If Chen Jin truly let money blind him and dared to play tricks with this batch, Ali would be the first to report him to Chen Sir. Chen Jin cheerfully patted Ali on the shoulder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This batch of goods with a purity of 99 must be diluted before being released. Besides, if the police were to bust a drug trafficking case, which do you think would make more headlines, seizing 1 ton of 99 purity goods, or 5 tons of 20 purity? Who cares about the quality of the goods apart from us insiders? People only focus on the quantity seized, the amount involved, and how many lives would be harmed if the police hadn't intercepted it in time. Chen Jin eased his tone and continued, I can let you follow me the whole time, but there are some things you must pretend you didn't see, and keep your mouth shut. My level is higher than yours for this operation. Oh, just follow orders. Do you think I went through all this trouble to deliver to the police? This batch of goods has great use. After hearing Chen Jin's words, Ali felt much more at ease. Although he still had some doubts about Chen Jin's plan to dilute and process the goods, he could not raise any objections at this moment, and readily replied, Sure, Jin Gu, just tell me what needs to be done, and I, Ali, will definitely take care of it. Ali thought for a moment, or after all, Chen Jin was an undercover sent by the police, and since Li Sir had chosen him for this task, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Moreover, in this new plan, Chen Jin's level and task were clearly higher than his own, so it indeed made sense to listen to his arrangements. Thinking of this, Ali felt even more at ease. Seeing that Ali had no further objections, Chen Jin did not hold back and directly issued orders. Go call the skilled workers from Lin Kun's factories. There will be work for them to do together later. This workload is quite substantial. Relying solely on us won't be enough. We must all work together. In the spacious factory that Chen Jin had prepared in advance, Ali along with Lao He and others met up with a group of younger brothers, led by Dolly. At this moment, Chen Jin had no time to care about what they were thinking. He had the factory doors opened, and a tall refrigerated truck slowly drove in. When Chen Jin pulled open the rear door of the refrigerated truck with a whoosh, despite everyone being mentally prepared, they were still stunned by the sight before them. Even Ali, who had been to the Golden Triangle with Chen Jin, was dumbfounded. He never expected the amount of goods delivered this time to be so massive. What was inside the refrigerated truck was not seafood or frozen goods, but was completely packed with products stamped with the Twin Lion Earth and 8-faced Buddha trademark, arranged neatly and dazzling to behold. Seeing everyone stunned, Chen Jin frowned. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and start moving the goods. These are all top quality goods with 99 purity, but for me only 20 purity is needed. Lao He, Wujita, Yin, you 3 are responsible for adjusting the concentration. Dolly, you take 2 people over to the machines we prepared over there and get all the packaging materials ready. Seeing that everyone was still frozen in place, Chen Jin's expression darkened. Aren't you all skilled workers? Do you really need me to teach you step by step? Get moving. Remember to wear your dust masks. Don't breathe in too much powder and die here or get addicted. The factory that Chen Jin was in was equipped with modern machinery. For example, for grinding and mixing processes, there was no need to hammer or stir by hand like before. Just throw the brick-like goods into the machine, and it would be ground into powder instantly. Moreover, with the correct ratio of ingredients and water, the output would be finished products and large-scale production could be achieved. Just as everyone was busy, Chen Jin's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number he hadn't saved, but recognized, Chen Jin couldn't help but smirk before quickly suppressing it, deliberately answering the call in a rough voice. Hello. The change in Chen Jin's expression was swift, and no one who was working noticed. However, Ali, who had been observing closely, immediately raised his head to stare at Chen Jin. Seeing Chen Jin's demeanor, Ali instantly realized that the fish they were waiting for had finally taken the bait. A hoarse voice from the other end of the call said, Hello, is this Chen Jin from the Sihai Group? This is Liang Kuan from the Hongxing Society. Although he was confirming Chen Jin's identity, Liang Kuan already knew that he hadn't dialed the wrong number. By including Hongxing Society in his introduction, he intended to let Chen Jin immediately understand his background. Liang Kuan was confident that Chen Jin must have heard of his name. Indeed, Chen Jin's tone softened immediately. So it's Brother Kuan from the Hongxing Society. I wonder what you have to instruct this little brother. Although Chen Jin's tone was somewhat calmer than before, it was still far from warm. It remained a flat and indifferent attitude. After all, Sihai and Hongxing had no friendship. On the contrary, due to the likes of Dalao Bi and Chun Haonan, there was quite a bit of resentment between the two sides. Being able to maintain such an attitude was already considered giving face. Liang Kuan didn't take Chen Jin's attitude to heart. He was currently preoccupied with his own troubles. After confirming Chen Jin's identity, he got straight to the point. Jin, I heard that you brought back a large batch of goods from the Golden Triangle. I want to talk business with you. How about it? Recently, Liang Kuan had been extremely unlucky. Just days ago, his large warehouse was raided by the police, resulting in a direct loss of tens of millions. He felt that something was amiss. How did the police know the exact location of his warehouse? But there was no time to investigate now, as he already had a buyer lined up for this batch of goods. If he couldn't deliver on time, not only would this deal fall through, but his credibility would also suffer. If buyers turned to others for goods, it would be hard for him, Liang Kuan, to do business in the future. To find a source, Liang Kuan asked around everywhere. The first person he thought of was Lin Kuan, who, although they had never directly interacted, who didn't know Lin Kuan had the largest quantity of goods. However, before he could approach Lin Kuan, he was arrested by the police, and shortly after news broke that he had committed suicide in custody. Liang Kuan was undeterred and went through much trouble to find Chang Mao, one of Lin Kuan's subordinates, finally persuading him to sell the goods from Lin Kuan's warehouse. However, something even worse happened. Chang Mao was arrested by the police for stabbing someone to death while robbing a woman at a nightclub. Now Liang Kuan was utterly dumbfounded. Just when he was at his wit's end and about to give up planning to discuss a delay with the buyer, suddenly good news came. This kid Chen Jin had taken over Lin Kuan's business and brought back a large batch of goods from the Golden Triangle. What was even more exciting was that the quantity of this batch was astonishing enough that even Liang Kuan alone could. Sensing that Chen Jin on the other end of the line was hesitating, Liang Kuan quickly said, Jin, I know you have issues with AB and the others, but I, Liang Kuan, have never been on the same side as AB. Although we're both involved with Hongxing, the conflicts between us are not fewer than yours. Moreover, this time I'm willing to pay 10 above market price to purchase. How about it? Liang Kuan was indeed a seasoned player. He first distanced himself from Dalao Bi to dispel Chen Jin's concerns, then directly offered a high price. He knew very well that in this line of work, everyone was out to make money. Now he was in urgent need of goods, and discussing money was much more effective than discussing feelings with a higher success rate. Sure enough, upon hearing this condition, Chen Jin readily agreed. All right, Brother Kuan, you know my company's address, right? Get your money and manpower ready and call me again. No problem. Seeing that Chen Jin agreed so readily, Liang Kuan was overjoyed. What thrilled him even more was that Chen Jin didn't even ask about the quantity, just agreed in one go. It seemed that the tens of millions lost would soon be recouped. Less than a minute after hanging up, Chen Jin's phone rang again. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he hesitantly answered, Who is this? It's me, C2 Haonan. A familiar voice came from the other end. Jin, where are you now? Is it convenient to meet? I want to discuss something with you. Chen Jin was pondering how to explain things to C2 Haonan when the other party spoke first, as if afraid he might think too much. C2 Haonan added, Jin, there's no rush about joining Dongxing. Take your time to consider it. Today we are looking for you purely to discuss business matters. What? Chen Jin was left confused, wondering what was going on. How did everyone find out I just went to the Golden Triangle? Although C2 Haonan didn't explicitly say what business they wanted to discuss, Chen Jin could guess with his toes that apart from the batch of goods he had just brought back from the Golden Triangle, there was nothing else that would warrant Dongxing to come look for him. Seeing that Chen Jin did not deny going to the Golden Triangle, C2 Haonan's smile widened. Jin, where are you now? Is it convenient to meet and discuss face to face? He patted his chest and guaranteed, As for the price, you can rest assured, we will guarantee a fair price and absolutely won't let you suffer any losses. Now that the conversation had reached this point, Chen Jin could not refuse. All right, you know where my company is. Just come directly. He'll have someone go down to pick you up later. After hanging up, Chen Jin couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He had initially wanted to bait a small fish, but unexpectedly a big fish had come along eager to bite the hook. He couldn't blame anyone else for that. On the other side, Liang Kuan was also moving swiftly. Chen Jin simply arranged for both groups to meet at the same time, setting the location at the entrance of his company. As a result, the forces of Hongxing and Dongxing collided right at the entrance of the Sihai building. They had always been at odds, and now they faced off directly in the street. This time Liang Kuan was at a disadvantage. He came alone, while Dongxing was represented by Sidu Haonan and the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei. Chen Jin originally planned to send a subordinate to pick them up, but upon reconsideration, he decided to handle it. For this, he specifically called Wang Jiangwo to be the driver, while arranging for Ali to keep a close watch at the factory, fearing that someone might take the opportunity to cause trouble. When Chen Jin arrived at the entrance of the company, he saw Liang Kuan and Situ Haonan's groups confronting each other with tension from a distance. To his surprise, Wu Jiwei was actually mingling with Situ Haonan. Chen Jin was puzzled. Wasn't this smiling tiger always in cahoots with the crow? Why has he been inseparable from Situ Haonan lately? Could it be that he has switched sides? However, he wouldn't ask that directly. Instead, he furrowed his brows and approached them, saying, "What is this all about? Shall I clear some space for you to settle your grievances first?" Though he spoke politely, the meaning was clear. "Since you are my guest, if you want to fight, then there's no need for business discussions." Liang Cohen waved his hand first, saying, no need, we just have different positions, there's no deep-seated hatred between us." He rubbed his hands and smiled. "Ajin, let's focus on business first." Situ Haonan also turned to glare at his eager subordinates behind him, saying, "Liang Cohen is right, let's put personal grudges aside for now." Seeing that both sides had calmed down, Chen Jin straightforwardly said, "I prefer to be frank. Here's the deal, brother Cohen, brother Haonan. I'll take you directly to the factory to see the goods. As for your subordinates, let them stay behind. In this territory of Hong Kong, I, Chen Jin, don't have the capability to deceive both of you at the same time." While saying this, Chen Jin intentionally only mentioned Liang Cohen and Situ Haonan's names, while keeping an eye on Wu Jiwei standing nearby. With such a large figure standing there, how could he not notice? Wu Jiwei was beside them, his face clearly showing displeasure. Chen Jin's earlier words clearly indicated that he did not regard him highly. Unable to hold back, he interjected, "Ajin, Haonan doesn't do much business here. If we're talking about Dongxing's operations in this aspect, it's still me, Wu Jiwei, who calls the shots." He paused and added, "Besides, Ajin, what kind of relationship do we have with you? It's definitely closer than with that group from Hongxing, right? This batch of goods should definitely prioritize us from Dongxing." Upon hearing this, Liang Cohen was displeased and immediately retorted, "Ajin, we agreed over the phone that you can't give all the goods to them from Dongxing." Seeing the two about to argue again, Chen Jin felt a headache coming on. All right, is it worth arguing over such trivial matters?" Chen Jin waved his hand. "The volume of this shipment is considerable, and it should meet your demands. Let's get in the car first, and we'll discuss it again after seeing the goods in person." He deliberately withheld the specific quantity, intending to surprise these inexperienced folks. Wang Jingwo drove the car with Chen Jin in the passenger seat. In the back seat sat Situ Haonan, Wu Jiwei, and Liang Cohen. Interestingly, none of these three big shots brought any subordinates, and all of them obediently wore thick blindfolds as Chen Jin requested. This was to prevent them from remembering the factory's location. In fact, Chen Jin didn't check their blindfolds carefully, it was just a formality. To his surprise, these three were surprisingly obedient, each covering their eyes tightly. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Jin couldn't be bothered with the three in the back, turning to chat with Wang Jingwo. "Jingwo, how have you been getting along with Zhu Wanfeng while I've been away these days?" Wang Jingwo's old face surprisingly turned a shade of red. "Not much progress. But I've been picking up and dropping off Afong from school these days." "Oh." Chen Jin immediately perked up. "You've even involved Afong. Looks like there's some progress." He laughed and patted Wang Jingwo on the shoulder. "Let me be clear, if you're just playing around, I won't intervene. But if it's a serious marriage, I'll gift you a house in Hong Kong." He added, "Not just you, your brother Jianjun is the same. Make sure to tell him later." Chen Jin added. The car drove directly into the factory warehouse. Once the big door closed, Chen Jin finally spoke. "We've arrived, gentlemen, please get out of the car." He purposely didn't mention taking off the blindfolds, since these seasoned players all knew the rules. Watching them get out of the car, Chen Jin suddenly had a thought. If he truly wanted to deal with these few people, he could easily set a trap under the guise of the transaction and capture them all. However, thinking it over, eliminating them wouldn't benefit him much, and the thought quickly faded. The three eager individuals couldn't wait any longer and immediately pulled off their blindfolds. As soon as they got out of the car, they were stunned by the sight before them. Ali and his crew were busy counting the goods piled high like a small mountain in the warehouse. The three individuals widened their eyes and gaped, looking like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. After quite some time, Liang Kuan stammered, "Ajin, are these all the goods you brought back this time?" Chen Jin nodded. "Yes, just these. There's another batch in the warehouse over there." He casually remarked, "This trip to the Golden Triangle was rushed, and we'll have to wait until everything is sorted and weighed. I estimate it should weigh around 7 or 8 tons. As soon as he said this, the three nearby gasped in shock. While others smuggled by the gram, Chen Jin, on the other hand, directly calculated by the ton, which left them all astonished. Chen Jin seemed to suddenly remember something, his lips curling into a slight smile. "Brother Wei, this batch of goods I have is worth nearly 1 billion in the market. How much do you plan to take?" "You were right earlier, my relationship with Dongxing is indeed closer than with Hongxing. How about this, you can choose first, and I'll give the rest to Brother Cohen." Chen Jin spoke slowly, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Jiwei's reaction. Earlier this guy had been muttering beside him, and Chen Jin couldn't be bothered to engage. Now, seizing the opportunity, he planned to toy with the other party. In Chen Jin's eyes, Wu Jiwei, the smiling tiger, was not a threat at all. If he dared to cause trouble afterward, it would give Chen Jin a justifiable reason to eliminate him. Thinking of this, Chen Jin suddenly found it amusing. Recently, there have been whispers that he is the real smiling tiger. If he could dispose of Wu Jiwei, perhaps the nickname Smiling Tiger among the 5 tigers of Dongxing would legitimately fall upon him. He realized his temper had been getting increasingly irritable lately, often wanting to eliminate others, a habit that he couldn't seem to change, and surprisingly, he felt no guilt about it. Chen Jin's teasing immediately amused Liang Kun beside him. His hoarse laughter sent chills down one's spine reminiscent of an old hen being choked. Chen Jin's statement about being closer to Dongxing did not bother Liang Kun at all. Letting Wu Zhuwei choose the goods didn't irritate Liang Kun either. Liang Kun narrowed his eyes at Wu Zhuwei. The 5 tigers of Dongxing are certainly different from us small fry. Ajin, with this batch of goods Wu Zhuwei can easily take more than half. He deliberately sighed. I wonder how much will be left for me in the end. In fact, I don't need much, a few tens of millions worth of goods is enough. The tone of regret coupled with an exaggerated expression was indeed worthy of a film company showcasing impressive acting skills. Being teased by the two in tandem, Wu Zhiwei's face shifted between green and white. However, he quickly forced a smile. Ajin, don't call me Brother Wei, that title sounds quite creepy. Once you join Dongxing, we'll be family. He added, this batch of goods is indeed huge. I won't play the big shot here, to be honest, I can't even take 1/10 of it. Wu Zhiwei rubbed his hands. But Ajin, are you planning to sell it all, or just a portion? If you open it up for sale, we at Dongxing can indeed take a big chunk of it. Noticing that Ollie and the others were eavesdropping, Chen Jin didn't bother to hide it. I traveled all the way to the Golden Triangle to bring back this batch of goods, and have already arranged for its sales channels. In Tokyo of Sakura country, Seoul of South Korea, and the gangs on the island, I found intermediaries. They can take a large portion, and with my local channels in Hong Kong, it can be digested in about 2 months. Of course, since Brother Kun and Brother Zhiwei want it, just say the word. At worst, I'll make another trip to the Golden Triangle. Chen Jin spoke in a calm tone, his face showing no fluctuations, as if this nearly 2 billion business was trivial in his eyes. This reaction made Wu Zhiwei burn with anger. He had intended to pull Dongxing in to drive the price down, but he didn't expect this chubby Chen Jin to be so shrewd. Not only did he not fall for the trap, but his words also made it seem like their willingness to buy or not was inconsequential. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Chen Jin had no choice but to speak again. Brother Kun, Brother Haonan, there's something that's been on my mind all day. I just returned to Hong Kong from the Golden Triangle today. Logically speaking, this batch of goods hasn't been put on the market, and the brothers who went with me couldn't have leaked any information. How did the two of you hear the news so quickly? Could you please clarify it for your younger brother? He paused and added, business as usual. I just want to understand how this news got out. In our line of work, leaking information too quickly is not a good thing. If the cops catch wind of it, I could be in big trouble. He added, if it's inconvenient to discuss the details, a general hint would suffice. I believe this small request shouldn't be refused by you two big brothers. Liang Kun stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then said bluntly, Ajin, the fact that we know you've obtained the big goods this time is purely coincidental. There was an issue with my warehouse and a batch was seized by the cops, so I was looking for sources in a hurry. I initially wanted to get goods from Lin Kun, but who knew he ran into trouble. Later I contacted Chong Mao, but he also got caught. By the time I wanted to contact Ollie and Old He, I accidentally heard about this news.